Chapter 491, Am I an Investor of the Assassin Court? The mastermind behind the assassination against him this time, there is no doubt that it must be Norberto. But the mastermind behind the scenes is no longer important. What Gu Heng cares about is the executor of this assassination, the Assassin Court. They are indeed just a knife, but this knife is very important. They are professionals in assassination. Gu Heng kills these elite assassins like killing chickens. The frontal combat ability of these elite assassins is just SOSO. Let him free his hands, and he can kill him easily. But the problem is, the most important thing for assassins to do when they carry out assassinations is to create unfairness and non-positive actions. The most important actions of the assassins today are all arranged around blocking Gu Heng's psychic power. First, they used the existence of the black stone bracelet to carry out long-range sniping. And when it failed, they also blocked psychic power and used hot melt to attack. This is a method to deal with powerful psychics like Gu Heng. And if they are dealing with some powerful warriors, even top-level space warriors, they will have other methods. Accurate intelligence, sufficient targeted means, powerful technology. Elite reformed assassins who are fearless of death. These are the secrets of the Assassin Court's success. They failed this time. And they also failed because of insufficient intelligence. But next time, after having experience, they will definitely not treat Gu Heng with alpha-level specifications. They may turn to using poison, blowing up the spacecraft, etc. Even if they detect interference and intervention from the subspace when investigating the failure site. They are likely to come up with some black technology, either from aliens or from prehistoric archaeological findings, to temporarily block the subspace and carry out the next action. In short, if the Assassin Court wants to kill someone, it has a high success rate if it spares no expense. Gu Heng can do it once, but it is impossible for him to do it all the time. However, the Assassin Court is ultimately a clear institution in the Empire, and their actions are not in vain. The leader of the Assassin Court, known as the Grand Master, is also a candidate for a seat on the Supreme Council, although there is no such person in this term. Throughout history, they are often listed as one of the High Lords. Even, in a certain obscure period of the Empire's history, there was a period of time when the Grand Master of the Assassin Court used assassination, violence, terrorist espionage to completely control the entire Supreme Council. Although the period was short, after all parties rose up in resistance, the Assassin Court was defeated by positive forces such as the Space Marines and the Astra Militarum, and their rule was quickly ended. But this incident still left a far-reaching impact. Since then, the Assassin Court could no longer act independently. In theory, the Assassin Court needs to be authorized to do the work, depending on the specific situation of the target. The required authorization strength varies. This means that it is not easy to use the Assassin Court as a knife. Gu Heng can think of Norberto and the interest group of Tai Nushi to get the Assassin Court to do the work. There are three possibilities, otherwise. Norberto will independently authorize the Assassin Court to take action. This situation is the simplest, but the least likely. Norberto should have certain authority. After all, he is one of the High Lords, and the Assassin Court is relatively weak now. But the target cannot be Gu Heng. For someone like Gu Heng, an appointment has to be voted on by the Supreme Council. He is now the focus of the imperial political arena. The decision-makers of the Assassin Court have a little political sensitivity, and know that it cannot be done. This possibility is relatively low. The second possibility is that something has changed in the Supreme Council. It may be that after the last meeting, another meeting was held, or there was a secret resolution, and the previous resolution was overturned. Multiple High Lords signed and authorized at the same time. Even if Ojiren and Gallardo did not sign, they tacitly abandoned Gu Heng. But Gu Heng quickly ruled out this possibility. He had previously analyzed the interest group targeting Iron Fury Stone and Norberto, which was the general trend of the Empire's fundamentals. Whether Gu Heng was there or not, it would not have any impact. Without the alliance, it would just be a matter of changing the knife to do the job. Gu Heng's existence, instead, was conducive to the advancement of the general trend. Otherwise, when he was obviously not in compliance with the rules for becoming a marshal, the Supreme Council would not have conducted a special approval and passed it with a high vote. The fundamentals were reversed in a few days, and Gu Heng was abandoned? This is unrealistic, irrational, and not in line with the situation in the imperial political arena. Third, Norberto has his own power or collaborators within the Assassin Court. He skipped the original process and directly ordered the assassination through his collaborators. This is of course against the rules. But Gu Heng doesn't believe it. Since the other party dared to do it, he would leave a particularly obvious handle that is easy to be caught. I'm afraid that everything that should be dealt with will be dealt with. After thinking through these possibilities, Gu Heng felt relieved. As long as it wasn't the second worst case, he wouldn't be chased and killed by the assassin court. If that were the case, Gu Heng would have to consider escaping from Holy Terra at the speed of light, or even escaping directly into the kingdom of Storm God, and then find a way to return to his homeland from the subspace, and then prepare to raise the flag of rebellion. But the probability of this is extremely low. The first case is also low, and the third most likely case is that the assassination should be a one-time thing. The assassin court illegally carried out a mission, and not only did it fail, but it also caused a big mess. In this case, Norberto will definitely pay the price for this. No matter how strong his connections are in the assassin court, it is impossible for him to work for him again in a short period of time. Of course, these are all speculations. Although Gu Heng has a good grasp of it, it is related to his own life, and he must not be careless at all. For a long time to come, he will be very cautious. While waiting, the people who should come came one after another. The fastest ones were the Imperial Guards. A centurion came. And then, those who were at the General Star platform, or were going to the General Star platform, also arrived. Gallardo, Ojuran, and Shui Yongsheng, the Supreme Marshal of the Star Army, came here. The faces of the three of them were very heavy. The 5 bodies of assassins lying on the ground, after the camouflage was no longer effective, were very iconic. Of course, they all recognized what was going on at the first time. Gallardo strode forward, walked to Gu Heng, and looked around. Are you okay? It's okay, I'm standing fine. Don't worry too much. That's good. Gallardo breathed a sigh of relief. I was very angry when I heard the news, but the best news is that you're okay. At this point, he still couldn't hold back his anger and cursed. Some people who broke the rules will definitely pay the price. On the other side, after chatting with the centurion of the Imperial Guards for a few words, Ojuran also came over with a gloomy face and said to Gu Heng, Gallardo is right, someone will definitely pay the price. Everyone knew who he was talking about, and Gu Heng just smiled. The attitudes of Gallardo and Ojuran probably showed that he was not abandoned, and the most terrible second situation could be basically eliminated. He was quite relaxed. Gu Heng looked at the Imperial Guards next to him again, with a questioning look in his eyes. Ahem. Ojuran was a little embarrassed, as if the communication with the centurion of the Imperial Guards was not smooth. He wanted to send the Imperial Guards away directly, but obviously, the Emperor Imperial Guards ignored him. The High Lord is no help either. Gu Heng, you may have to go with this centurion of the Imperial Guard. This matter is quite a big deal. The Imperial Guard needs to investigate it carefully. You have to cooperate. However, I promise, there will be no problem. The Psychic Order will issue you the Psychic Examination Certificate, and the Supreme Council will not sit idly by. Besides, going to the Imperial Guard now is also a good choice. If someone wants to make any tricks in the Imperial Guard, it will be even less likely to succeed. Gu Heng nodded slightly. Okay. No problem. He was mentally prepared for this. After exposing his psychic power, the Imperial Guards would definitely not turn a blind eye. In fact, the fact that his psychic power exceeded the registered level was not a big deal. He was only S level under normal circumstances, the level of a legal psychic. He reported A level because he had not updated his information in the psychic order for some time. This might be a crime for others, but it was not a crime for Gu Heng. As for breaking free, the shattered black stone bracelet needs to reach the alpha level. But I, Marshal Gu, don't know. Maybe I was a little excited about life and death just now. Now you can check it casually. I am definitely not at the alpha level. I definitely can't reach the level of constant monitoring in the black prison. However, what Gu Heng least wants to face is the problem of the subspace rift. Although, he only opened a small hole. But the Imperial Guards came too quickly, and Gu Heng had no time to deal with the traces. However, the Imperial Guards are not psychic experts. Under the normal high-intensity psychic power display, I hope they did not find the breath left by the subspace. In the conventional concept, the subspace is the devil. If he is involved, Gu Heng will have a lot of trouble in the future. The Inquisition may also intervene. But for now, it seems okay. Gu Heng comforted Lacroxia and others, and obediently followed the Imperial Guards to leave. Among the few people left on the field, Shui Yongxing's eyes flickered. He was not guilty. He was indeed unaware of the incident, and had not participated in it. But like everyone else, the mastermind of the assassination was too obvious. He had a good relationship with Norberto, but he still did not expect that the old man could bypass the Supreme Council and launch such a high-quality operation. These 5 dead assassins should be considered the best in the entire assassin court, and they are quite precious. Norberto is quite capable. But that Gu Heng is even more capable. He was able to survive such an assassination, and he was able to kill all 5 top assassins on the spot without any escape. This ability is that of a top psychic. Moreover, Gu Heng did not die, and the bodies of the assassins were left here. Shui Yongsheng looked at the faces of Ojiren and Gallardo next to him, and knew that there would be a bloody storm later. He could not help but shudder. I decided in my heart that I would draw a clear line with Norberto in the future. Although they had a good relationship, they had some tacit understanding on some things, such as voting with Norberto in the Supreme Council this time. However, they were not political allies with a deep bond. Seeing that Norberto was in big trouble, Shui Yongsheng decided to stay away to avoid being splashed with blood. After thinking about it, Shui Yongsheng did not rush to say goodbye, but walked forward and chatted with Ojiren and Gallardo for a while. During the conversation, he expressed some meanings in an obscure way. First, I have nothing to do with this matter. Don't blame me. Second, I have no problem with Gu Heng. Look, I came to his inauguration ceremony. I will still come if there is another ceremony later. I will also help to settle some of the dissatisfaction within the Star Army with Gu Heng promotion to Marshal. Third, I am also very angry about what Norberto did. If you need any help, please say a few words. This is undoubtedly a gesture of goodwill. Ojiren and Gallardo responded politely. After Shui Yongsheng left, Ojiren said to Gallardo, I didn't expect there would be unexpected benefits, Norberto. Hee, this time it's like shooting yourself in the foot. Gallardo didn't smile at all, he emphasized. That old guy must pay the price. I know you are angry, but calm down. Ojiren said. Be patient. The rope will get tighter and tighter. But not now. Gallardo turned around suddenly. Gu Heng almost died. You want me to calm down? How can I calm down? He seemed to feel that he was a little out of control. But his emotions could not be calmed down. He added, he is an important part of our plan. According to our idea, he will fire the first shot and destroy the Fury Flame Regiment. If he dies, based on my understanding of the situation in the Dragon Eagle Star region, the alliance will inevitably collapse, and all plans will be disrupted. We must make Norberto pay a sufficient price. Otherwise, the target will be you next time. Am I sure I can stop this level of assassination? This time, it was Ojiren who was silent. After a moment of silence, he said, okay, I will think of a way. Clement is also involved in this matter. He must give an explanation. Jefferson Clement, although not one of the High Lords, but as the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, his status is still very noble and special. He is capable of getting a seat. And, even if there is no such seat, the Assassin Court cannot be ignored. But even with such a person, he can only sit in front of Gu Heng and apologize to him. Of course, it is not servile. Gu Heng has not reached that level yet. But at least his attitude is sincere. Marshal Gu. Not yet. Clement smiled. Soon it will be. I have to admit to you that this action was caused by a major problem within the Assassin Court. An assassin mentor named Naldo Crow violated the rules of the Assassin Court and issued an action order without authorization, which led to this accident. I will not shirk the responsibility that the Assassin Court should bear, and I will also give you corresponding compensation. On behalf of the Assassin Court, I sincerely invite you to become a sponsor of the Assassin Court. From now on, you can donate funds to the Assassin Court, and the specific amount is determined by you. You will also automatically obtain the authority to issue tasks to the Assassin Court. Of course, you still need to abide by the Imperial Decree. The Assassin Court will examine whether you have the authorization to assign tasks to the target according to the target's situation. According to your level, I know you are not yet an Imperial Marshal or a Star Region Leader, but you will soon. You can let the Assassin Court choose the target, which is actually quite wide. And the Assassin Court has an iron rule: do not kill investors. I don't know if you are satisfied with my sincerity? Gu Heng did not express his opinion at the first time, But in fact, he was quite satisfied. As an investor, the amount of money to be invested is not much. Just a few million or tens of millions, which is more symbolic than practical. The assassin court is not short of this little money. The attached power is the most important. Gu Heng can give the assassin court a task after investing. To put it bluntly, it is to hire someone to kill someone. Although Gu Heng wants the assassin court to go out and do the work, it is still limited by the authority of the assassination target. For example, if he gives the assassin court a task now, saying that he wants to kill Norberto, it will definitely not work. No matter how much money he has, it will be useless because he does not have enough authority. But after he gets the rank of marshal and establishes the position of Dragon Eagle leader, he will order people to kill the former leader Tanjui, which will definitely be enough. Moreover, the use of the assassin court is not only in internal fighting. If he encounters a green tide of the level of the Iron Tooth War again, he can give the assassin court a task and ask them to assassinate the greenskin leader. The assassin court has this ability, and there are successful cases. Of course, the assassin court will pay a big price for this, and Gu Heng will also have to pay for it. This is the concept of investors. Give money, then the assassin court will help you kill everyone you have the right to kill. Although they have to pay money and are restricted by authority, the assassin court does not accept everyone's work. Many people want to have this channel, but don't have the opportunity. This is an extra gain. Although they can't kill the person Gu Heng wants to kill now, this rare channel may be used later. Gu Heng has personally experienced the service of the assassin court once, and was quite satisfied. What's more, the iron rule of the assassin court not to kill investors also makes Gu Heng very concerned. Although, this does not mean a complete amulet. After all, there is a subtext. If you are no longer an investor, you can be killed. It does not say that the investor qualification is irrevocable. However, the news of revoking the investor qualification will be sent to the person concerned. If there is a higher level will in the future to let the assassin court take action against Gu Heng, the assassin court cannot refuse. Then they will also inform Gu Heng first, your investor qualification is gone. It is also a disguised advance notice. I have no choice, I must take action, take care of yourself, let's compete. This is actually very disadvantageous to the assassin court. The best way to complete the mission order, of course, is that the mission target does not know that he is going to be assassinated. On the contrary, with the preparation, the difficulty of the mission will naturally increase significantly. But even though Gu Heng was actually quite satisfied, he did not express his opinion immediately. He was also concerned about another thing. So, Master Clement, may I ask where is this Naldo Crow now? Chapter 492, Identification. Naldo Crow? What Naldo Crow? I don't know this person. At the Supreme Council, Norberto sneered and said, you should have evidence when you speak. Don't blame me for everything that happens to Gu Heng. Who knows if he has offended someone? Oh, Jiren was a little helpless. He brought the matter of Norberto's violation of regulations and instructing the assassin court to assassinate Gu Heng to the Supreme Council. As expected, Norberto completely denied these accusations. And there is indeed no sufficient, conclusive evidence to prove that it was Norberto who did it. This was expected. Norberto's ending was very clean. The key person who could point out him, the assassin Mr. Naldo Crow, has disappeared. I'm afraid he disappeared soon after issuing the mission order. The other evidence is either not critical enough, or it has not been collected. In short, it is very difficult to beat him to death. However, since it was something that had been expected, Jiren was not disappointed. Everyone knew that it was Norberto who did it, which was enough to some extent. Assassination was against the rules, and violated the political bottom line. The anger caused by this not only made the forces that were originally on the opposite side furious, but also made some people who were originally neutral, and even those who vaguely stood on Norberto's side, feel dissatisfied. I didn't pay any price. Although Gu Heng was assassinated, he didn't die. The enemy, however, paid a huge price, revealed a huge flaw, and gained nothing. This is a great opportunity. Jiren has prepared a basket of proposals, from reducing the authority of the Military Affairs Department, to expanding the legitimacy of Gu Heng Alliance, to deciding the vacant position of Deputy Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, and to finding a way to kill several key figures in Norberto's faction. And the most important move is to use this incident to launch an investigation into Norberto. Let's not worry about whether we can find evidence to kill Norberto, at least after entering the investigation process. Norberto, as the person under investigation will definitely not be able to continue to exercise his power smoothly. Norberto will naturally not give in so easily. Prime Minister Ojuran's proposal is so ridiculous. In the absence of any evidence, you can actually bring up such a humiliating investigation against me. A High Lord. This is simply a shame. I can't help but ask, if I now suspect that it is you, Ojuran, who directed and acted out all this, assassinated Gu Hang, and put the blame on me. Then can I also request an investigation into Ojuran? Norberto was refuting, arguing, or making a fuss. His opposition was indeed effective. The whole parliament was in a mess. Tower, tower, tower. Heavy footsteps came from the door. The Supreme Council hall soon became quiet. This was the sound of power armor. In the meeting room, the Space Marine representative subconsciously touched his waist. But he didn't touch anything. You can't bring weapons to the meeting. They could only watch the door of the conference hall being pushed open. The first to come in were two golden-armored warriors. Seeing them, the High Lords breathed a sigh of relief. The Imperial Guards. That's all. In the history of the Empire, the Imperial Guards have never participated in palace coups. On the contrary, in many palace coups, the Imperial Guards sometimes passively played the role of ending the coup. For those who claim to be the true Imperial Guards, although the Emperor has ascended to become a god, isn't the palace still there? Although, protecting the Emperor is still their first mission, but it is not necessary, then, protecting the Imperial Palace is their most important mission at the moment. You can have a coup, it has nothing to do with the Imperial Guards, I don't care what you mortals do. But disrupting the palace, that's not okay, whoever does it will be punished. In the palace, there is really no one who can compete with the Imperial Guards. Now it is the Imperial Guards who push the door in, so there should be no need to worry about a group of rebels coming in, shooting all the High Lords with their bolters. But what are these Imperial Guards, who usually have no interest in the Empire's political situation, suddenly running over for? Immediately afterwards, behind the two Imperial Guards, there was a whole team, led by a centurion, surrounded by these Imperial Guards. There were 4 more people. 3 of them stood side by side, and the other one was tied up and forced in. The 3 standing people were familiar to everyone. Baggio Gallardo, the executive director of the Military Affairs Department, Clement, the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, and Gu Hang, the leader of the Alliance. The person who was tied up and dragged in by the Imperial Guards was a stranger. Everyone looked at Ojuran. Gallardo and Gu Hang could be considered members of Ojuran's faction. But at this moment, Ojuran looked surprised, as if he had not expected this. At the same time, the High Lords immediately noticed that there was one person present who had the biggest reaction, Norberto. He was still trying to appear calm, but his face began to turn pale. In the conference room, with a suitable temperature, there was a fine layer of cold sweat, which came out from his forehead, and many people saw it. The people present were all smart. From the unusual actions of the Imperial Guards, the appearance of the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, and the appearance of the bound man, they could probably guess what had happened. Some people closed their eyes, some looked playful, and some laughed unabashedly. The High Lords had different expressions. In silence, the Imperial Guards spoke first. The Centurion said that they had finished the investigation of Gu Hang, and that Gu Hang's identity as a psychic had been recognized by the Psychic Order, and his information had been updated to an S-level psychic. However, they are now going to arrest those who disturbed the palace. While speaking, the Centurion's eyes were always fixed on Norberto. No, no, you misunderstood. The Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department opened his mouth and tried to explain palely. But the Centurion interrupted him. I would like Clement, Gu Hang, Gallardo, the 3 witnesses involved, and the prisoner Naldo Crow to explain the situation first. Clement nodded slightly and said, Gentlemen, please allow me to introduce to you the person behind me. Naldo Crow. He is an assassin mentor. After the assassination, I immediately checked the action records of the Assassin Court. The Assassin Court has never received an action order from the Supreme Council. This order was issued directly by Crow in violation of the rules. Gallardo took over the conversation. I invited Grand Master Clement to go to the Imperial Guards garrison to visit Gu Hang, and to discuss the whole incident. After learning that Crow had escaped, Mr. Gu Hang said that as a victim, he hoped to be able to help. Gu Hang said, it just happened that I had some abilities. I used my psychic power to find out how Naldo Crow escaped. The Imperial Guards personally attacked outside the palace and captured the disguised Naldo at Terra 46 Starport. Impossible. How did you? Naldo Crow couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't figure it out. He thought his departure was seamless. However, no one answered his question. When he was about to continue asking, he was kicked by a guard behind him. Shut up. You have the right to answer questions. Who is the person who ordered you to issue illegal action orders? No matter how unwilling Naldo Crow was, he could only tell the truth at this time. It was Prime Minister Norberto. You are lying. Norberto roared, but it was meaningless. After the meeting, Ojiren, Gallardo, Gu Heng met again in a secret room. In the meeting that just ended, they won a great victory. Although the process of removing a High Lord from his position and removing a Prime Minister from the military department is not simple, the Imperial Guards did not care so much. They respected the authority of the Imperial government and followed the procedures. However, the person was taken away first. Norberto fell into the hands of the Imperial Guards and was afraid that he would not be able to get out. His fall would trigger a series of chain reactions. The most direct one was that Gallardo ignited the idea of going further. Before, he was still thinking about competing for the position of Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, thinking that it was the position left after Wang Swan retired. But now, he really has a chance to get the position of Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. He was originally the highest executive minister, and there were only 3 people above him, the Prime Minister and 2 Deputy Prime Ministers. One Wang Swan retired, and one Norberto was investigated and killed. The remaining Deputy Prime Minister was Norberto's confidant. After his backer fell, he was immediately the next target to be liquidated. Then there will be no one above. Of course, the new Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs does not necessarily have to come from the Ministry of Military Affairs. It is not impossible to select people from senior officials in other departments. But each boss has his own position. Gallardo competes with the Vice Prime Ministers of other departments. He believes that he can still have a certain advantage. Although the difficulty is still quite high, other factions are unlikely to watch this group of people directly take over the 2 seats in the Supreme Council. But this is a struggle, an exchange of interests, and a question of political compromise. However, although they had one, the atmosphere among the 3 people in the secret meeting was not joyous. Especially Ojiren, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, had a rather gloomy look on his face. Your actions were too sudden. Even I didn't know. Do you know how much trouble this will bring? Ojiren reprimanded Gallardo. Gu Heng said. You can't blame him for this. And of course, you can't blame me. Afterwards, Gu Heng explained the whole situation to Ojiren. When Gallardo brought the Grand Master of the Assassin Court, Clement, to the Imperial Guards to find him, he offered to help find the whereabouts of Naldo Crow. The way to find Naldo, of course, was not the psychic technology that Gu Heng mentioned. That guy ran away very quickly, and it was premeditated. Even Clement, the Grand Master, who could mobilize the power of the entire Assassin Court, could not find Naldo, let alone relying solely on the power of psychic energy. The headquarters of the Psychic Order is also in Holy Terra. Although S-level psychics are rare, there are definitely a few that can be found here. If Naldo can be found by psychic means alone, there is no need for Gu Heng to take action. But who can blame Gu Heng for having a cheat? After the assassination, an activatable event called Revenge appeared in Gu Heng event panel. It only requires 1,000 points of grace to activate it. Gu Heng thought, this is the Emperor blessing. After activation, Gu Heng got Naldo's whereabouts directly. The coordinates were updated in real time. In this way, there would be no problem in catching him. However, the problem lies elsewhere. After catching Naldo and knowing his location, anyone can do it. Especially Clement, who is the leader of the Assassin Court, and there is such a traitor under his command who is a traitor who colluded with external forces and acted on his own, causing him a lot of trouble, so he has an urgent idea to clean up the mess. His assassins were also suitable for this task. Whether it was killing him on the spot, or bringing him back alive, as Gu Heng and Gallardo requested, it was easy to do. But they ignored the existence of the Imperial Guards. No wonder, the Imperial Guards had never been involved in politics. In the past, they were not unaware of the countless dirty deeds that took place secretly in the palace, but they never cared as long as you didn't make it public. All forces have always kept this bottom line. This time, after the accident was broken, the reaction of the Imperial Guards was beyond many people's expectations. After Gu Heng completed the review of the psychic order, after giving a heads up, the Imperial Guards asked to join the operation to hunt down Naldo. Someone must be responsible for dirtying the floor of the palace. Who can beat the Imperial Guards? Not even Clement. They didn't even give Clement, Gu Heng, and Gallardo a chance to discuss. No one was willing to confront this group of corn spirits. So, the Imperial Guards led the team. Gu Heng pointed the way, and Naldo was arrested and brought back. Coincidentally, the Supreme Council was in a meeting, and the Imperial Guard Centurion asked the Imperial Guards Marshal for instructions, and then he brought his men directly to the door. During this process, there was really no chance to report to you, Gallardo explained in a concluding sentence. Huh? After listening to this, Jiren's face also looked a little better. Indeed, during this whole process, there was really no opportunity to report. But he still had a headache, alas. But it's still very troublesome. All the High Lords, all saw that you came in with the Imperial Guards. No one would think that the Imperial Guards were with us, but everyone would murmur that. We also broke the rules, actively used the Imperial Guards, and brought in this uncontrollable force. This is the unspoken rule that everyone has always known. Chapter 493, Never worry about Gu Heng loyalty. Jiren's worry is justified. In the entire Holy Terra, which is the most powerful military force, it is undoubtedly the Imperial Guards. The 10,000s are no joke. There are at least tens of thousands of guards here. Each of them is extremely powerful. If each of them is taken out alone, the Space Marines are almost vulnerable in front of them. Only some of the top fighters among the Space Marines can compete with the Nameless Guards. What's more, these Imperial Guards are not only powerful individually, their equipment is also almost the most powerful in the entire Empire. No one knows how many black technologies are in the many secret laboratories of the Empire they guard. In any case, their power armor, the weapons in their hands, the vehicles they use, are not mass-produced goods, but single-made precision products. In addition to their own combat effectiveness, their influence is also unparalleled. Which armed force loyal to the Empire dares to point its guns at the Imperial Guards of the Emperor's spokesperson? These Imperial Guards can mobilize almost all military forces in Holy Terra. There is no explicit regulation on this. Nor is there any law that says they have the right to do so. Nor is there a clear command level. However, no one doubts that they can do this. Even one of the founding chapters stationed in Holy Terra, the Golden Knights, has a very good relationship with the Imperial Guards. Once something goes wrong, they will definitely stand on the side of the Imperial Guard. In this case, who dares to get angry with the Imperial Guard in Holy Terra? Fortunately, the Imperial Guard does not interfere in politics, and has never thought of subverting the Imperial government. They are even the defenders of the existing political framework. Because the Supreme Council, the political framework of the human empire government, was left by the Emperor. And maintaining this framework is to maintain the will of the Emperor. And the Imperial Guard has an obligation to do so. But this does not mean that they cannot. We don't care about the fights between you. But no one is allowed to make it public. Otherwise, the High Lords will be useless. I said, in this context, no matter how powerful the High Lords are, they always have a string in their hearts, and dare not play too much. There is also the big guillotine of the Imperial Guards hanging over their heads. From this perspective, the existence of the Imperial Guards also objectively plays a certain supervisory role on these High Lords. Although this is not their original intention, no one can ignore the existence of the Imperial Guards. Everyone is afraid of the Imperial Guards. Naturally, no one wants to let such Imperial Guards become a weapon for the opponent. The Imperial Guards do not interfere in politics. No one should mess with the Imperial Guards. This is also a tacit rule among the High Lords when they engage in political struggles. Norberto broke the rules and paid a huge price. Now, Jiren is worried that he has broken the rules and will also pay the price. The Supreme Council is in meeting. Who dares to push the door in without permission? No matter who did this, they would have to bear the wrath of the High Lords. Such disloyal and disrespectful behavior would be punished by the highest authorities in the Empire. It was the Imperial Guards. It's all right. Is it really all right? 13 High Lords, one by one, were all shocked at the time. Someone has to be held responsible for this matter. They didn't dare to vent their anger on the Imperial Guards. But someone had to be the target of the High Lord's anger. Jiren didn't want that person to be himself. However, Gallardo disagreed with Jiren's concerns. This is not our problem, but Norberto's problem. We never wanted to involve the Imperial Guards. It was Norberto's overstepping of boundaries that attracted the attention of the Imperial Guards. We must emphasize to other factions that it was the Imperial Guards who led us to capture Naldo. And it was the Imperial Guards who led us to break into the Parliament, not our initiative. I believe that other High Lords can understand this. After Gallardo finished speaking, Gu Heng also added, the behavior of the Imperial Guards is actually a very obvious warning. This warning does come from Norberto, not us. Don't worry that we will be hated for it. Oh, Jiren nodded slightly. Indeed, there is no problem in putting the blame on Norberto. It was Norberto who did it in the first place. And we are the victims. However, even so, oh, Jiren's mood did not completely improve. That's fine. But there's another crucial point. Alas, Norberto. He fell too quickly. At this point, Gu Heng and Gallardo fell silent. Norberto's fall was indeed what they had been working towards. But it shouldn't have happened so quickly. If it happened so quickly, many of the original plans would be disrupted. They had originally planned to nibble away at the gain step by step. But all of a sudden, a huge pie was exposed. Other people around them immediately surrounded him like jackals. And the situation would become chaotic. Many people who would have never benefited from this matter suddenly have a chance now. This will damage the political benefits of Jiren's faction. In addition, there is another huge disadvantage. How will Iron Fury react? Norberto is the umbrella of Iron Fury. And he condones the expansion and development of Iron Fury in local power. But objectively, he is also a bridge of communication between Iron Fury and the central government of the Empire, and a buffer between the two sides. Before Norberto was finished, Iron Fury Stone could still listen to Holy Terra's words. Now, Norberto is finished. Can Iron Fury Stone still listen to anything? Iron Fury Stone certainly understands that they are a thorn in the side of Holy Terra. They have also made political efforts. And Norberto tried his best to reconcile the relationship between the two sides. Now, this mediator is gone. Will Iron Fury Stone think that this is a sign that the Empire is about to take action against him? Will they think that the peace option has completely disappeared, and only war is left? This is the biggest reason why Norberto cannot be eliminated at the speed of light. They are afraid that Iron Fury Stone will rebel directly. The Empire has not made all preparations to suppress the rebellion. Troops, materials, personnel, propaganda, policies. Everything is still in preparation. If Iron Fury Stone rebels first now, the entire eastern territory of the Empire will probably be in big trouble. Thinking of this, not only the High Lords who were shocked in the previous parliament, but even ordinary politicians, understand that this matter has slipped a long way into the uncontrollable abyss. Everyone was complaining in their hearts, these golden corn spirits are really useless. They have no political wisdom. They just know how to make trouble. If you have the ability to make trouble, if you have the ability to fight out of Terra, you can go to the eastern border of the Empire and flatten the iron armor in person. You stay in the palace every day, the Emperor has ascended. I don't know what you are defending. But no matter how much you complain, you still have complaints. You said you didn't dare to talk to the Imperial Guards. The various departments of the central government of the Empire, you can only hurry up and try to make the bloated system work, to deal with the crisis that may be greatly advanced. After the assassination, Gu Heng stayed in Holy Terra for about a month. During this period, his previous awarding ceremony, which was forced to be terminated due to an accident, was held again. This time, there were no more accidents, and he got the golden scepter that symbolized his status as the Imperial Marshal. He became the person with the highest military rank in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region. Although, the only one he actually had a direct command relationship with was the Angry Bear Legion, which originally belonged to him. His title of Marshal was also the Angry Bear Legion Marshal. There is no command authority over the core-level organizations of other Star Army. However, the Star Army is a unified, all-Empire military group after all. Unlike the defense forces under the jurisdiction of different planets, there is really no jurisdiction over each other. According to the unified regulations of the Star Army, within a war zone, unless there is a special order, the highest-ranking military officer will automatically obtain the wartime command of the Star Army in that area. This means that Gu Heng really cannot go outside the Angry Bear Legion to exercise his power. He cannot decide on the editing, personnel appointment, and military deployment of other legions. But if a war breaks out, and there is no order from a higher level than Gu Heng in this war zone, and no other command system is established, then in this battlefield area, all the Star Army must obey the orders of him as the Marshal. in the Dragon Eagle Star region. That means the entire Dragon Eagle Legion. Not only the Dragon Eagle 3 Legion under his command, but also the other 8 army groups of the Dragon Eagle Legion under the jurisdiction of the Star region government, which must also obey him. Although, there is another commander of the Dragon Eagle Corps in the Dragon Eagle Star region, but Commander Michel Aliki is only a general, and there is a general between him and Gu Hang. If the Alliance and the Fury Flame Corps go to war, the Dragon Eagle Corps fighting under the Fury Flame Corps will become very embarrassed. We are all Star Army, and the order from a marshal, will you listen to it? You want to commit treason. Right? The same reason, Yulishia had been in trouble before. The Pegasus fleet she led always received orders from the Star region government, the commander of the Yunluo fleet, who is also the highest person in charge of the Imperial Navy in the Dragon Eagle Star region. And now, she was promoted to the Admiral of the Imperial Navy with the help of Gu Hang. Now that everyone has the same rank, Yulishia can openly ignore the other side. Of course, just like Yulishia shirked responsibility, and did not listen to the Admiral's orders before. In fact, Admiral Aliki, the commander of the Dragon Eagle Corps, can also ignore Gu Hang. But the difference is that Yulishia is determined to follow Gu Hang, and the relationship between the two is here. Is Aliki determined to listen to the Fury of Flame? Risking treason? I'm afraid not. At the same time, Gu Hang also got another benefit. This one is more complicated. It is about the proposal that he become the highest executive of the Dragon Eagle Star region. The Star region head. The appointment process of the Star region head is that the superior government, that is, the Cosmic region government, proposes it, reports it to Holy Terra, and is approved by the Imperial Executive Council, which will take effect. The proposal about Gu Hang appointment as the Dragon Eagle head is also the most normal and reasonable process. Zhou Xiaofeng submitted the appointment proposal at Gallardo's suggestion. Generally speaking, the Imperial Executive Council rarely vetoes proposals from the space domain government. But in Gu Hang's case, it was a little different. He is now the Marshal of the Imperial Space Army. The Imperial Navy Admiral is his wife, and he has a Space Marine Regiment under his command. He is also the head of the Dragon Eagle Star domain government. He is in charge of both military and political affairs. Right? The Empire is still thinking about how to get rid of Iron Fury Stone. And now it has nurtured an independent local warlord. Some people do have concerns about this. The Prime Minister of the Executive Yuan is blocking it. Everyone knows that. He is the Prime Minister of the Empire. Chibodu's man, which, to some extent, represents Chibodu's ideas. In this regard, Ojuren played his role. The appointment of a Starfield head does not need to be voted on by the Supreme Council. Ojuren made alliances, especially personally visited Chibodu once, made guarantees, and convinced the Prime Minister. Although it was not stated explicitly, Gu Hang could actually roughly guess what these big guys were thinking. Of course, they were afraid of raising another iron armor. But on the one hand, although Gu Hang had Space Marines serving him, the difference from the situation in the Princess Star region was that the Iron Armor Regiment was in charge of itself. But the Phoenix was not. In the eyes of the Supreme Council, there were many ways to separate Gu Hang and the Phoenix. They were more afraid of Space Marines, rather than a mortal political leader. In the history of the Empire, there are many turmoils caused by Space Marines. How could a mortal start from a local position, and then become so powerful that he cannot be eliminated? It has never happened. There have been turmoils caused by mortal political leaders, but they all happened in the central government, including the era of the Sun Lords, which ended only a dozen years ago. Solakheim first became the Supreme Marshal of the Astra Militarum, and then became one of the 13 High Lords, and then launched the Sun Crusade and took control of the power. What's more, compared to Taikai bad deeds, Gu Hang paid taxes well. When he didn't pay taxes, he was given tax exemption policies clearly. These policies were not even what he wanted, but were given to him voluntarily for various reasons. He took those tax exemptions, and clearly did more work than the tax exemption. For example, saving a Nest City, for example, winning the Iron Teeth War. Gu Hang's reputation in this regard is much better. Gu Hang is in power because he has the great enemy Taikai in front of him. There is an enemy that is giving the central government of the empire a headache. Let them bite first. After the fight, Gu Hang alliance will suffer heavy losses. At that time, it will be much easier to split them up. In response, Gu Hang just smiled and explained to everyone he came into contact with over and over again how honest he was, and that his lifelong wish was to make some achievements in the local area and then be transferred to Holy Terra to work with everyone. His statement really made many people believe it, because it really fits the concept in the minds of most imperial officials. Holy Terra is the best in the world. Better than any other place. They would rather have a bed in Terra than a palace in Garden World. Being able to transfer to Holy Terra to become a senior official is enough to make people give up all their accumulation in the local area. Many high-ranking officials of the Empire came this way. After the Battle of Iron Armor, Gu Hang will be successful and famous. When he is given an official position in Terra, he will naturally let go of the so-called alliance and come here happily. They are not afraid that Gu Hang will become bigger and stronger in the local area and then become too powerful to be removed. You never have to worry about Gu Hang loyalty. Chapter 494, The Enemy is in Terra. Banquet after banquet, conference after meeting, social activities in the name of art and music. In the last month in Holy Terra, Gu Hang is trying to expand his social circle. To be honest, he doesn't like these. But he is trying to integrate himself into them, and use their methods, to fight for everything he can for his alliance. But the more he does this, the more disappointed Gu Hang is with the highest level of this human empire. During this trip to Terra, Gu Hang had a deeper contact with the heart of the human empire. He had dealt with everyone from the top lords to the grassroots executive officials. Among them, were there any glorious ideals and great visions? Yes, there were. But they were a minority. Exchange of interests, petty manipulation, and drunkenness and dreams. These were the majority of scenes that Gu Hang saw, even when it came to business. In Gu Hang's opinion, they were quite idealistic, divorced from reality, and of no benefit to the entire country and the entire ethnic group. It's just a good thing that he's not as good as Wen Tian and Wu Shi. The first two words may be true. Wu Shi is not as good as Wu Shi, which is the only consolation. Before Gu Hang left, Gallardo's competition for the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs also came to an end. He won, but not completely. He won in that he did get his wish to become the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and became the highest administrative official of one of the 4 major departments of the empire. Under the imperial government system, theoretically, there is only one person above him, the Prime Minister of the empire. But that's just in theory. In fact, not to mention that he just took office and has not yet secured his position, there are too many independent factions outside the government system in the empire. Moreover, the reason why he didn't win all of them is that he didn't get a seat in the Supreme Council. The Military Affairs Department lost the position of High Lord, which is quite rare in the history of the empire. After all, if the 4 major departments really need to be divided into upper and lower levels, the Military Affairs Department is the second best. The 4 major departments do not necessarily have seats for High Lords in every term, and sometimes there are none at all. But if there is usually a Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department. It is rare to see Prime Ministers of the other 3 departments, but not the Military Affairs Department. To be honest, this has a significant impact on Gallardo's control of the Military Affairs Department, and the people below will be dissatisfied and uneasy. But in fact, he doesn't care about these. In his words, I have been promoted very quickly over the years, and I can't avoid offending a lot of people, especially those whose positions I have taken away and blocked my way. However, this problem will be alleviated a lot after I become the Prime Minister. If I am not high enough, they will be jealous of me and resent me. But if I am high enough that they can only look up to me, they will only flatter me. I don't lack that little bit of resentment. I would have kept a low profile if I was afraid of this. But you? Be careful when you go back. Whether it is the Fury Corps or the Iron Armor who may make some big moves next. They are not easy to deal with. Don't let us down. But don't try too hard. Don't put yourself into it. If it doesn't work, even if it's the most difficult and helpless situation, you must remember to save your life. I'm here. No matter how big the difficulties are, I will make sure you can make a comeback. This was Gallardo's last words to Gu Hang before he left. Looking at the Holy Terra that was getting smaller and smaller in his sight, Gu Hang retracted his gaze and turned to the boundless sea of stars in front of him. Things on Terra were over, and he was on his way home. It had been a year since he left the Alliance, and it would take him almost another year to get back. 2 years in total was already quite a long time. As a leader, it was definitely not a good thing to be away from the core of his rule for a long time. However, as a member of the Empire, a force that had grown under the wings of the Empire, Gu Hang had to come to Terra to make this trip anyway. putting aside the benefits and problems he had gained from this trip. He had to let these gentlemen on Terra clearly understand what kind of person he was, and understand him in the way he wanted. In this way, when they thought of the alliance, they would not just think of a rising power in the eastern border of the empire, holding both military and political power. Instead, they would think of Gu Hang's identity as a leader, his role in the empire's political arena, and that he was a person connected to Holy Terra, and was part of a rising political faction. He is one of us, if things really get dangerous, but inevitable, in the future. The connections he has built on Terra may be of some use. Moreover, the alliance system he has built in the past 20 years should still be trustworthy, and will not rely entirely on his presence. It can also run smoothly on its own. The biggest problem of him not being at the center is still about people's hearts, not politics. 2 years is already a very extreme time. Because of this, he did not dare to waste time in Holy Terra. After the matter was resolved, he hurriedly embarked on his journey home. He hoped that everything would be fine after he returned. Eastern Space, Dragon Eagle Star Region, Snow Eagle Star Region. The commander of the Fury Corps, Casimir Urso, was talking to his ally, the commander of the Iron Armor Corps in the Princess Star Region, Humphrey Paul. But Urso's expression at the moment was not happy, because Paul asked him to retreat, abandon the Dragon Eagle Star Region, and take his battle group, which had actually increased to about 1,600 people, to return to the Mengha Star Region located north of the Dragon Eagle Star Region, and then return to the Queen Star Region. Paul also explained the reason why he did this very clearly. He knew what happened on Holy Terra. When he told Urso about this situation, Urso could also understand why he had to shrink his forces. Because a war was about to begin. Because the Empire can no longer accommodate them. To be honest, after realizing this, Urso was a little dazed, so that he could not accept it at first. He led the Fury chapter, and in the past 100 years, he always stood with the Ironclad chapter, and did many treasonous things. However, everything was done in the name of loyalty to the Emperor and patriotism. It is certainly important to lie to others, but perhaps it is more important to lie to yourself. Since birth, he has believed in the Emperor, and after becoming a space marine, he has accepted the Emperor genes. In daily life, besides training, the most common thing is prayer. In war, the most common slogan is for the Emperor. Who would have thought that one day he would become a traitor? No, we are not traitors. Paul seemed to be able to see through his heart. How much have we paid for this empire? We have fought for 100 years in the void black hole area of the Princess Star region. And countless iron armor and angry flames have sacrificed their lives for this. Your regiment, in the past few years, has fought against the green-skinned orcs in the Dragon Eagle Star region. And countless sacrifices have been made. Everyone says that it was Gu Hang who killed Titus in the end. But who can deny the contribution of Fury on the front battlefield? Without your resistance on the front battlefield, the entire Dragon Eagle Star region would have fallen long ago. How could it be Gu Hang's turn to steal the final fruits of victory? But how did the Empire treat us? Suspicion, vigilance, suppression. Over the past 100 years, has it ever been reduced? The blood we shed is justified in the eyes of the people on Holy Terra. But the materials we should obtain for the war are like cutting their flesh in their eyes. We may have been able to have illusions in the past, but Norberto is finished now. The Imperial Center will no longer listen to any of our words. And we no longer have anything to talk about with those bureaucrats on Holy Terra who are just sitting there doing nothing. We have devoted ourselves to the Empire. And it has been so in the past, and will be so in the future. However, in the past, we believe that the greatest crisis of the Empire came from external enemies, whether aliens or demons. However, now we must wake up. The greatest crisis of the Empire is not elsewhere, but from within the Empire. From Holy Terra, the enemy is in the heart. As the angels of the Emperor and loyal guards of the Empire, we should destroy this greatest enemy. Paul's words were so powerful that they made Urso blood boil. This solved his biggest worry, becoming a traitor. But according to this statement, they are not traitors. Although he could vaguely feel that this statement was not completely tenable, he was very willing to believe it. Whether a statement is credible or not, the most important factor is whether the listener is willing to believe it. If one is willing to believe it, no matter how absurd the lie is, it can deceive people. Urso is a person who is very willing to believe this statement. In fact, many of the contents behind these words, without Paul saying it, he has figured it out in a series of ways. Killing Terra and seizing the throne. This is the ultimate goal of saving the Empire. But it cannot be achieved immediately. What they need to do now is to defend their base, fight against those troops bewitched by Holy Terra, and continue to expand their base in the war, and finally accumulate enough power to conquer Holy Terra. That is not something that can be done overnight. However, after believing this, and getting rid of the psychological resistance to the next war from the bottom of his heart, he took the opportunity to raise another question that he was very concerned about. Then, why withdraw troops from the Dragon Eagle Star region? Why can't we take the south, the Dragon Eagle Star region, or even the entire Eastern Universe, as the main attack direction, or at least as a secondary attack target? Because we don't have enough power. Paul patiently persuaded. I know what you are thinking. Fury has invested a lot in the Dragon Eagle Star region. It is very unwilling to withdraw like this. Urso did not speak, because it was indeed the truth. But we have to think about the overall situation. The Void Black Hole still needs troops to defend. And if we attack as the main force, we have discussed and agreed that it would be more advantageous to operate in the entire Spider Web Star region, where we have been operating for many years. But there are many challenges. We need as many troops as possible, before the preparations of Holy Terra are completed, to take the lead and expand our strength as much as possible. In the Spider Star region, right next to our bed, there are 6 war groups with unclear attitudes, and many forces that may not be willing to stand with us. We must use an indisputable, crushing, shocking victory, like a strong wind sweeping away fallen leaves, to sweep as many places as possible. A magnificent, irresistible victory is a good start. Compared with the power of Holy Terra, we are weak after all. Our advantage is that we have a strong advantage in local areas. We must play these advantages, and use such a victory to shock all the wavering people, and bring as many of them as possible under our banner. The time window left for us is very short. To create such a powerful momentum, we must use all the forces we can. So, I need you, more than ever before. Do you understand? Paul's persuasion was earnest. After listening, Urso sighed. Okay, Paul, I understand what you mean, and I agree with your plan. I will withdraw my regiment as soon as possible. I still have 100 fighting brothers in the hands of that alliance. Wait for me to discuss a prisoner exchange plan with them, and then withdraw after getting the prisoners back. Well, as soon as possible. At this moment, the alliance has also learned about the changes in the political situation in Holy Terra. That was told by Gu Heng. If the many changes that have taken place on Terra are still some news far away from the alliance officials, but in fact, this has a very direct impact on the pattern of the Dragon Eagle Star region, and they can feel it very clearly. The most direct manifestation is that the Silver Tribunal has withdrawn. They have been in the Alliance control area for a whole year. During this year, they caused a lot of trouble to the Alliance. The Alliance intelligence departments also used all their strength to fight with these judges. The confrontation can be roughly divided into 2 levels, the open side and the dark side. The dark side is actually easier to deal with. The Silver Tribunal sent out many spies, quietly entering the areas controlled by the Alliance, especially the many worlds in the Tianma Star region, which is the core ruling area, to spy on intelligence and even fabricate evidence. Of course, these released spies will not inform the Alliance. Otherwise nothing can be found. But this is exactly what the Alliance wants. If you don't tell me, that's fine. They are all illegal identities, and the Alliance Intelligence Department will directly take action. They are all enemy agents and subversive elements. They will be dealt with as soon as they are caught. And they must be dealt with quickly and severely. The judges of the Silver Tribunal often have no time to react or rescue people. The spies have either been executed or disappeared. Chapter 495, Looking for Death? The judges of the Silver Tribunal were very annoyed by the Alliance's disrespectful behavior. In their work experience, they rarely encountered such a situation. They are the tribunal. They have the final say and hold great power. They don't take any local officials seriously. If they say you are a traitor, you are a traitor. Where they go, aren't they treated with caution? The local forces of any empire are all treated as if they were the god of death, kneeling on the ground in fear, and waiting anxiously for their verdict. In this process, flattery and servile flattery are very common. Clean up the spies sent by the tribunal? Who dares? Although they were sent secretly, the local forces can certainly realize that the spies are from the tribunal. It is too late to coax them and make them confess. At most, they will try their best to hide the evidence. Only when they have no choice will they dare to take action. But often at this time, the judges are furious and sentence the person in power to death. But the Alliance is not like that at all. They still have the proper courtesy, but in many areas, they have conflicts. For example, in the matter of spies, the Alliance does not care whether you have investigated any intelligence or not. As long as the spies are sent out without their explicit notice, they will be treated as illegal spies. Angry? Then you can be angry. But the Silver Judges dare not do anything. Do the Silver Judges dare to make a judgment directly without decisive evidence because of this? Obviously they didn't dare. Even though they had received many urgings from the Fury Corps in the past year. But they still didn't dare. It was easy to say that the Alliance was a traitor. And it was just a matter of moving their lips. However, looking at the Alliance intelligence officers who followed them at all times, monitoring their actions, and the honor guards, who could be called upon by these intelligence officers at any time, the Silver Judges had no intention of making any unusual moves. After the judgment, do you, Fury, dare to start a war directly? Obviously not. In the past, the tribunal itself, or the forces it represented, the Allied forces, had absolute crushing power over the local forces, and the ultimate goal of judging rebellion was to find an excuse to start a war. But this is not the case at all. Even if Fury asks the Silver Tribunal to make a judgment, they will not start a war because of it, at least not before their strength is strong enough. Their judgment is more of a means for Fury to suppress the Alliance. In fact, as soon as they pronounce the verdict, the glittering tribunal following behind them might overturn their verdict. And their verdict would have no way of being enforced. Even if they were furious, they might not be able to defeat the Alliance. Even if they could, that would be in the future. At the moment, all of these Silver Judges in the heart of the Alliance would surely be doomed. The Alliance intelligence officers following them might not be able to kill them. But those so-called glory guards made the Silver Judges tremble a little. These elites of the Alliance are not as majestic as the Space Marines, but covered in power armor, they are still not to be underestimated. The key is the mental outlook they show, which is even more shocking. The Silver Inquisitors couldn't help but compare secretly. Their Inquisition black ships also carried an elite group of stormtroopers, which were the most elite veterans selected from the Astra Militarum, equipped with exoskeleton armor and held laser guns. Each tactical team can also choose more powerful weapons such as explosive bombs, plasma, melta, etc. according to different mission objectives. Stormtroopers are said to be from the Astra Militarum. But in fact, they are more likely to work for the Inquisition. They are one of the most reliable elite armed forces under the Inquisition. However, compared with the honor guards of the Alliance, they may be similar in terms of training level and mental will. But their equipment is slightly behind. Silver Inquisitors often sigh, is the Alliance so rich? Even if the stormtroopers in their hands can compete with these honor guards, they can still call in Phoenix Space Marines at any time. But the Fury Corps is far away. Even if they just wanted to run away, the Tribunal's black ships had excellent performance. But beside their black ships, there were always several times more Alliance warships. This so-called accompanying but actually monitoring method made them dare not act rashly. And they could not even think of finding out any results. They could not get any solid intelligence from the dark side or the open side. They wanted to use the Alliance bad attitude to judge the Alliance in the name of blocking the investigation. But they did not dare. These reasons all made the Silver Judges feel very frustrated. However, they still wandered around the heart of the Alliance. They also understood their role. If they couldn't kill you, they would disgust you to death. As long as they existed, the Alliance would have to devote a considerable amount of attention to them. To be honest, they did play their role. Otherwise, so many intelligence officers, so many honor guards, and a considerable number of Alliance warships could do other things, instead of just following these judges, to prevent them from causing any unforeseen problems. However, they are leaving now. They are leaving without coming to any conclusion. To be honest, this is quite unusual for the Inquisitors. They sent out a whole black ship with great fanfare, hundreds of Inquisitors at all levels, tens of thousands of elite stormtroopers, and countless spies, to the location of a force, to investigate, and they left without any conclusion. What if they came to the conclusion that the Alliance did not commit treason? No. Wouldn't that be the same as endorsing the Alliance? But to conclude that it was treason, that's even worse. Not only would they be finished if they did that, but the entire team currently in the heart of the Alliance would be finished. And they wouldn't be able to enforce their judgment. Moreover, they didn't even dare to make a judgment after leaving the Alliance territory, because the changes in Holy Terra had frightened the Silver Tribunal. In the past, they had covered up the Ironclad's actions many times. But that was because Holy Terra had never determined the Ironclad's actions. At this point, are they really going to be completely tied to the Iron Armored Legion? The Silver Tribunal has not made a final decision yet. They are still arguing fiercely internally, and there have even been some purges among each other. The Iron Armored faction is reluctant to give up the power to do whatever they want with the support of a powerful legion in the eastern border of the Empire, and the huge benefits that the Iron Armored Legion has brought to them. The Imperial faction believes that following the Iron Armored Legion is a dead end. There were still many differences within these two major factions. It was a mess. But in short, the investigation of the Alliance could not be carried out. The Imperial faction opposed it. And the Iron Armor faction also received information from the Iron Armor Legion that the Dragon Eagle Star region, which was located 2-star region south of the Princess Star region, was not the core location of the Iron Armor Legion's next move. The Silver Tribunal withdrew in disgrace. At the same time, the Fury Flame Legion also withdrew. But before leaving, the Fury Flame Legion made a request to the Alliance. A few years ago, the 100-man Fury Flame Company sent by Casimir's Urso to convey the mission to the Alliance had been detained by the Alliance for a long time. The Alliance must return these people. Whether to return them or not is of course decided by the Alliance. If the Alliance insists on detaining them, what else can the Fury Flame Corps do? The war that cannot be fought now cannot be fought because of these 100 Fury Flame prisoners. However, the Alliance is still considering this matter carefully. Whether the prisoners are returned or not, the Fury Corps has to withdraw. But the way of withdrawal may be different. Will they withdraw honestly and return their current occupied areas to the Dragon Eagle Star region government, and then wait for Gu Hang, the Dragon Eagle leader who has been clearly appointed, to take over? Or will they plunder before leaving? They will definitely plunder. There is no doubt about it. I am afraid that they will take the warships they currently control, transport a large amount of supplies, and evacuate with them. But the difference is their plundering relatively mild or destructive? If it is the latter, it is actually very troublesome. They will leave a huge mess for the Alliance. Of course, this will lead to huge resistance and make the reputation of the Fury Corps very bad. But they are all going to withdraw and are going to go against the Empire, and they obviously don't care about these. Even if, in fact, they can't ravage all the controlled areas, but even if they only ravage Yunluo Star, it will be very uncomfortable. Before the war, Yunluo Star was a developed world with a production value no less than that of Phase Star. Level 4 development, 12 billion people, and a production value of nearly 50 billion. Many places controlled by the Alliance. An entire star region may only have half of this number. What's more, after the destruction, they not only took away the wealth, but the Alliance would rule these areas later, and had to spend money to appease and rebuild. In fact, when the Alliance government learned about the political changes on Holy Terra and predicted that the Fury of Flame Legion was likely to retreat, it made a plan in this regard. As long as the Fury Flame shows any intention to leave, we will attack on all fronts. Seize time and opportunity. Force the Fury Flame Corps not to do too much, and drive them away. Even if it triggers a certain degree of war between the two sides, it is worth it. The people who came to negotiate with the Fury Flame Corps had a hidden meaning. If you return the captives to me, I will do less evil. The Alliance is actually willing to do this. No matter how valuable 100 stripped Fury Flames are, in the eyes of the Alliance, they are not as valuable as preserving a more intact world. Even if Fury would not abide by the agreement completely, what should be robbed would still be robbed, what should be destroyed would still be destroyed, but the more they could leave, the better. However, when the Phoenix Regiment agreed to the other party's conditions for exchanging prisoners in principle, the Phoenix Regiment had a new idea. And this idea still needed Gu Hang approval. Gu Hang, who was still on his way back after hearing the report and application, returned a signal. Agreed. Snow Eagle Star region, go to Plateau Star. This world, which was once a key focus of a battle between humans and the iron-toothed greenskins, has been shattered in the war. Various orbital bombardments and brutal battles on the ground have almost destroyed this world. Most of the original urban clusters on the ground have become ruins. There may still be civilians who survive the war, but their number will not be too large. If it wants to restore its past appearance, it will probably take a long time if there is no external interference. Today, this planet has once again become the focus of the entire star field, because the handover ceremony between the Fury Flame Corps and the Alliance regarding the Dragon Eagle Star field will be held here. The Fury Flame Corps will evacuate the Dragon Eagle Star field from today, and the Alliance will be able to take over smoothly. Originally, the Alliance also hoped to sign a detailed handover list with the Fury Flame Corps, including what you can take away, what you cannot take away, and what you must be obliged to keep intact. However, the Fury Flame Corps refused. So far, the two sides have not signed any clear paper documents. All the agreements reached were verbal, and even relied on tacit understanding. This is very unreliable. However, there is one thing that is clear and certain. The Alliance will deliver 100 previously captured Fury warriors today, on the Upper Plateau. As the representative of the Alliance, it is the Phoenix Regiment, who are fully responsible for this exchange ceremony. The exchange method is a bloody fight to the death. The rules are very simple. Phoenix sends out 100 warriors, challenged by the Fury Corps, and the victory and defeat are decided on the ring, as well as life and death. If Fury wins a match, he will return a prisoner to Fury. If you are able to kill all 100 Phoenixes, the 100 prisoners will be released. The arena has been built, which is a large flat ground. There are no restrictions on any means, rules, and all equipment that a single soldier can bring in can be used, but no interference is allowed outside the arena. Fairness and justice, it all depends on ability. After a match, both sides can choose to change players or not. Anyway, if the Phoenix loses 100 matches cumulatively, the duel is declared over. As for how many matches Nguyen has to fight to win these 100 matches, it depends on Nguyen's own ability. If Nguyen can defeat 100 Phoenixes without losing a single match, it is equivalent to killing 100 Phoenixes and getting his captives back at no cost. If he can't defeat these 100 people, then he can do whatever he wants. This is undoubtedly a major provocation. It is not only a duel between warriors, but also a duel between war bands. There is no friendship at all. Even if the war cannot be fought, the two war bands with old grudges against each other will have a life-and-death bloody battle. On the outer orbit of the Upper Plateau, the ships of both sides gathered. The leader of the Alliance is naturally the Fire Nova. And on the other side, the flagship of the Fury War Band, the battle barge Fiery Soul, is also eyeing it. The ships of both sides were quite far from the planetary orbit. The distrust between them was almost bursting out. Neither of them was willing to let the other ship stay in orbit, lest the people who went down to the ground suddenly be hit by an orbital cannon. A cruiser-class warship of the Mechanicus was also there. It belonged to the Mingyang sect. They were the first to come here as spectators, and they were also witnesses to some extent. The scene that was cleared early was a vast open space of city ruins after the war. A large number of people from both sides have already landed, and are clearly separated on both sides. Among the two sides, the most conspicuous are two groups of steel bodies with different colors. One side has red armor with white edges, and the other side is mainly orange, with shoulder armor and black below the knees. The number of people on both sides is 800. Not all the warriors were sent down, and each side kept some in reserve. However, as the most important figures of both war groups, the war group leaders of the two war groups, both appeared here. Casimir's Urso stared ahead. He could see Martins wearing Terminator power armor opposite him. When he just received Martin's invitation to duel, he was furious. A newly revived warband dared to challenge them. It was simply overestimating their own abilities. At the same time, he also thought that this was a good opportunity to resolve the anger that the entire warband was holding back. Just as he was unwilling to retreat when he heard Humphrey Paul ask him to, the warriors under his command also had similar emotions. How could the proud Space Marines tolerate surrendering without firing a single shot? Although retreating was not considered surrendering, but a strategic shift, the generally impulsive warriors in the Fury Legion still thought it was very aggrieved. They did not want to do this, but they had to do it under orders. Now, the Phoenix proposal was just what they wanted. They did not want to retreat in the first place. But you came to them to seek death? In addition, the head of the Orc chieftain Titus was robbed before, and there was a century-old feud. The entire Legion could not refuse the challenge of the Phoenix. Otherwise, the entire chapter will be ashamed. Even if Casimir's Urso is the chapter leader, he can't go against the ideas of countless people and refuse this duel that concerns the honor of the chapter. It will destroy his prestige, and countless battle brothers will question whether he is still qualified to lead the entire chapter. What's more, he himself has no intention of refusing at all, even if he has heard that after the Phoenix chapter was revived, the strength of those Phoenix recruits is not weak and cannot be regarded as recruits. But so what? Are all the Fury Flames new recruits? The service years of all the members, the combat experience is far deeper than that of the Phoenixes, the Fury Flames, who have no idea how many years of experience. If they are afraid to duel with the other party, that would be weird. Let's take a step back. Even if these Phoenixes are really powerful, to kill all of their 100 people, I have to pay 100, or even 200, then this duel must be fought. Especially since the other party chose their home ground. The entire Snow Eagle Star region was previously considered the control area of the Fury Flames. Under such conditions, the Fury Flames would not retreat. Chapter 496, Bloodtorn Duel. Is this our first meeting? When the two chapter leaders took the lead and talked before the Bloodtorn Duel, Urso was quite relaxed. But Martins, who was standing opposite him, did not look so calm. It can be seen that he was trying to calm himself, but the anger in his eyes could not be concealed. Hearing Urso greeting, Martin slowly pulled out a sneer from the corner of his mouth. Not really, on the Lu Shield 9, I fired a bomb at you. Ha ha ha. Martin's words seemed to make Urso laugh. After a moment, Urso restrained his smile and said sarcastically, I remember that battle. It was a great victory. I killed 6 Balhenias and 4 Phoenixes with my own hands. But I don't remember your bomb. It seems that it had no effect at all. Martins remembered that battle deeply. The company he was in at that time, and the company of Balhenia were ordered to garrison on the planet called Lydian 9. They were attacked fiercely by the Fury Corps, and suffered heavy losses. Many of his close battle brothers died in that battle. I really hate that I couldn't kill you that day. Oh! You have a chance today. Urso was still laughing, not taking Martin seriously. Why don't we just fight the first battle, and see if the bomb you fired 100 years ago can hit me today? He was trying to provoke Martins to make an irrational choice. If the two war captains fought to the death first, it would indeed push the battle to a climax immediately, but at the same time, the risks would become huge. Urso was absolutely confident that he could win. He just wanted to kill Martins with his sword in this first battle, and take the lead. Martins almost agreed. But at the last moment, he still let out a long sigh. Let our warriors compete first. You may be so angry that you want to leave. Then I will take your life. Urso stared at Martins and said, Then I am afraid that my warriors will not give me this opportunity, and will kill all your 100 new recruits soon. However, even if this is the case, I will mercifully give you the 101st chance. As long as you dare to come out, I will accompany you. Just wait and see. Returning to his own square, Martins was still angry. He felt that he did not perform well in the quarrel just now, and he did lose to Urso in terms of rhetoric. This made him feel very unhappy. However, the conversation was over, and he could not catch Urso back to quarrel again. I can only hold my anger in my stomach. However, he quickly reacted. What's the point of verbal confrontation? The final result will still fall on gunfire and blades. He asked Rizzo, Are our soldiers ready? We are always preparing. The 100 people named by the governor are all in high spirits. At this point, Martins was a little emotional. How does the governor know that these 100 people are our best 100 soldiers? Moreover, after a little training after the publicity, their already strong strength level can be further improved. Rizzo showed a mysterious smile. This may be the gift of the governor. Martins was stunned for a moment, and did not reply. He always felt that old Rizzo was becoming more and more weird. Regardless of him, Martins looked at another person standing next to him, Brother Carduso. According to the plan, you will be the first one to fight. Is there any problem? Carduso is the captain of the first company of the Phoenix, and one of the survivors of the century-long expedition who followed Martins to the Wrathful Owl Star. He is almost the strongest person in the entire Phoenix except Martins himself. Compared with Martins' strength, he is only slightly inferior. It is most appropriate for him to fight this battle. No problem. Carduso responded absent-mindedly, his eyes always looking at a person in the opposite Wrathful Flame army. Are you looking at Chao Boyong? Yeah. Carduso came back to his senses, nodded. I heard that he is now the captain of the Fury Flame. I wonder if I will have a chance to meet him later. Martins knew why Carduso wanted to meet the guy named Chao Boyong. The reason was similar to his hatred for Urso. Carduso also had a brother who was very close to him, who died at the hands of Chao Boyong. These 4 old guys who have lived for more than 100 years, who doesn't have a blood feud with Fury Flame. Martins thought for a moment, and said, You can take the initiative to shout. Maybe he will come down? That makes sense. Carduso put the helmet he was about to put on back under his armpit. He walked out of the army and shouted to the opposite side, Chao Boyong, get out and die. Lao Chao. He asked you to go out? Then other brothers wait. I will go first. You don't have to wait for a long time. I can kill him in a few minutes. Wrapped in heavy Terminator power armor. Chow Boyog twisted his neck indifferently. I let that guy run away 100 years ago. And after 100 years, he will still die in my hands. After saying that, he also walked off the stage. The equipment gap between the two was still very large. Chow Boyong was basically fully armed. Except for the indomitable Terminator power armor. He carried 2 rocket launchers on his shoulders. And a heavy bomb machine gun was mounted under his left arm. If it was a war, his most commonly used weapon was actually a Thor's hammer. But today, he saw the opposite side of Carduso. He put down the Thor's hammer and replaced it with a power sword. This was not to let him down, or deliberately not use the most convenient weapon, but to select equipment in a targeted manner. Because the opposite side of Carduso was not wearing a Terminator, but just an ordinary tactical power armor, which was a bit rare. The majestic power armor was a good thing that could make many war groups jealous. To deal with an opponent wearing regular power armor, it is not appropriate to use a melee weapon like Thor's hammer, which is more than enough to fight heavy units. A more flexible power sword would be much more suitable. To be honest, Chow Boyong equipment is much more expensive than Carduso. If it is in a war, Chow Boyong wearing such a set of equipment can play a role that is many times stronger than Carduso. Fire suppression, charging into battle, everything can be done. But dueling is another matter. The Terminator has thick armor, and can be equipped with many equipment that tactical power armor cannot be equipped with. However, its heavy and inflexible characteristics cannot be compensated in any way. If both users are of low level, then there is no doubt that the person with the Terminator can directly crush the opponent with the advantage of equipment, but if both sides are masters, that is not necessarily the case. The alliance is not poor, and Carduso is not low in status in the war group and cannot be allocated good equipment. It was another encounter with an enemy. There was no letting him go. Nor was there any situation of looking down on the opponent. If Chow Boyong had this set, Carduso could match it if he wanted to. If he didn't, it was of course for victory. Flexibility and skills were the key to Carduso victory today. But at the beginning of the battle, Carduso encountered a very serious crisis. The duel venue was very large. It was a city ruin with a diameter of about 2 kilometers. However, for the Space Marines, running at full speed, even if the terrain is complex, it only takes a few minutes to cross. If they get close to each other, the many long-range heavy weapons Chow Boyong carries will have no room to play. He squatted down and took a horse stance almost as soon as the broadcast announcing the start of the battle sounded. The built-in scanner has roughly locked onto Carduso's position, and the 2 rocket launchers on his shoulders began to fire rockets. One rocket after another, with long tail flames, flew out and drew a beautiful arc in the air, passing over many building ruins, and accurately locked onto the area where Carduso was. He did not fire all the rockets at once, but fired them one by one in a very rhythmic manner. He accurately calculated Carduso's position, the possibility of movement, and blocked many of his routes. The core goal was to stop this Phoenix veteran from hiding in the building ruins to avoid explosion damage. Don't even think about it. You'd be blown up halfway. And Carduso can only move flexibly and continuously during the bombing. Of course, his speed cannot support him to completely avoid the scope of the explosion, but the tactical power armor is also power armor. As long as you avoid the core area of the explosion of the precision rocket, the threat caused by the aftermath of the edge area is relatively low. However, in this process, he can hardly close the distance between the 2 sides, and he must not make any mistakes, otherwise. If he is hit by a rocket launcher head-on, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Carduso did not choose the disadvantage of heavy equipment, and it arrived as expected. Although, he was fine after the bombardment. The key point was that Chow Boyong's attack method was almost risk-free, and Carduso could only passively take the beating. Mistakes? Defeat? No mistakes at all. It was just a waste of Chow Boyong rocket reserves. He must have more than 20 rockets in his 2 rocket nests. To dodge them all, how much energy would Carduso have to consume? Just as he was thinking this, all the spectators saw a blue beam of light, which penetrated the entire duel field and hit the rocket nest on Chow Boyong's left shoulder. All the people present were elite space warriors, and they all recognized that this shot came from a plasma gun, and it was a charged shot. But when did Carduso draw the gun to charge? Wasn't he blown away by the rocket? How could he have the time to do this? Moreover, the distance between the two of them was nearly 2 kilometers, and there were countless building ruins blocking the way. How did Carduso shoot? Casimir's Urso, who was watching the battle from a distance, had a completely gloomy face. There was nothing magical about it. It was just that he could focus on charging the plasma gun while dodging, constantly analyzing and adjusting his position until he found a gap between the two sides without any obstruction. The gap was extremely narrow, and what was even more terrifying was that Carduso was still being bombed. It was already extremely difficult to avoid being bombed and adjust his position. Not to mention that at that moment, he could seize the opportunity and conduct accurate shooting beyond a distance of 2 kilometers. Urso could only say, "This is a miraculous skill." Ask yourself, among the entire Fury Corps, is there anyone who can do this? There are a few top players who, after special training and practice, may be able to complete this performance. But unfortunately, this is not a performance, but a life and death battle. Even in this actual battle, the Phoenix is still at a disadvantage. This is the territory controlled by Fury, and the duel location is also selected by them. They can come to observe and study the terrain in advance, but the Phoenix does not have this condition. In actual combat, Urso himself did not think he had the confidence to fire such a shot at the critical moment. However, this man who was not well known in the war 100 years ago actually did it. Just a veteran. Impossible. The company champion does not have this ability. Phoenix, the captain of the first company, actually can show such strength. He could not help but look at Chao Boyang with some concern. From the beginning of the battle to now, Lao Chao firepower suppression showed an extremely outstanding method. However, Carduso magic shot directly achieved a reversal in performance points. However, Lao Chao action was actually quite decisive. When the rocket nest was penetrated by plasma, he violently untied the connection structure between the rocket nest and himself and threw it far away. The rocket nest exploded in midair. If Lao Chao's decision was a little slower, he would have suffered a lot because of the explosion of the rocket nest. Carduso also took this opportunity to start moving forward quickly under the cover of the city ruins. Obviously, he wanted to close the distance between the two sides, and even wanted to enter the stage of close combat. Lao Chao was not afraid. The captain of the Fury Corps took heavy steps and also went deep into the ruins of the city. Urso, who was watching the battle, could not let go of his nervous breath. Carduso's performance was too scary. He could only hope that this veteran of the Phoenix was a master of long-range shooting, and his close-range swordsmanship was not outstanding. At least not so cruel. This was possible. Otherwise, Carduso's ability would not be as simple as a captain. But looking at Carduso's eagerness for close combat, Urso did not dare to fully trust his own judgment. He could only watch the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer. Chapter 497, How Can We Win a Game? Carduso successfully got close to Chao Boyang. Although there was no rocket launcher to suppress him, in fact, Chao Boyang still had a heavy explosive miniature machine gun mounted under his left arm. This thing had much more destructive power than ordinary explosives, and a firing rate many times higher, and the fire suppression effect was extremely strong. Using it, you can even blow up a lion tank head-on in less than 10 seconds. This weapon can only be used as a fixed turret in the hands of mortals. Armored vehicles cannot carry it when running because the recoil is unbearable when firing. If the lion tank is equipped with it, the main gun must be removed, which is not worth the loss. When the Space Marines use it, 2 people are required. Only Space Marines wearing Terminator power armor can use it normally alone. And it can be mounted under one hand, and the muzzle can be moved as the arm is raised. However, it is still bulky. When Chao Boyang realized that the two sides were very close, he turned the muzzle of his gun, pointed it at the direction where Carduso would appear, and began to fire fiercely. The continuous firing of the revolver heavy bombs could destroy the collapsed walls of the building, exposing Carduso, who originally wanted to rely on the ruins of the building to cover his advance, to the muzzle of the gun. In this way, he suppressed the firepower, prevented Carduso from approaching, and hoped to give him a strong blow in this way. As long as one of the heavy bombs hits, it can cause considerable damage to Carduso, who is only wearing ordinary tactical power armor. In fact, Carduso was indeed shot, and was shot 3 times. It is impossible that he really did not make any mistakes. During the process of Snake Skin's movement, he was shot first, and it passed by his abdomen. It did not really hit him, so he would not be injured. However, as the captain of the Fury Corps, the famous top warrior of the entire corps. Chow Boyang could not miss such an opportunity. He is a master of heavy weapons. The previous blockade and bombing with rocket launchers was a great accomplishment. It was not because he was a bad player that Carduso could rush over, but because Carduso's performance was really good. At this moment, Chow Boyang quickly followed the muzzle of the gun when Carduso's body was slightly unbalanced after being hit by a shot. He was able to control a heavy explosive miniature machine gun and track the target in such a sensitive way at the full firing rate. He was truly a master. But Chow Boyang's outstanding performance, on the contrary, became a foil for Carduso. Of the next two bullets that hit, one was cut aside by Carduso's power sword, and the third bullet that arrived at the same time, his shoulder armor was hit intentionally by him, and caused an explosion. Although the explosive power of the heavy bomb made his shoulder hurt, after all, the huge shoulder armor that looked like a shield was not penetrated, which could only be regarded as pain, and did not affect the body's functions. Moreover, with the force of the explosion, Carduso's body quickly fell to the side, avoiding the other attacks that followed. At the same time, Carduso's powerful plasma pistol, which had been fully charged, fired again. When Chow Boyang saw the gun being taken out, he was instantly scared. The power of this thing is naturally needless to say. Although a single shot requires a longer time to charge, it is definitely more powerful than a heavy bomb. What's more terrifying is the accuracy. The ability that Carduso had just demonstrated at such a distance. With so many obstacles, he was able to hit his rocket nest with one shot. Now, when it was much closer, he had no doubt that the opponent could definitely hit his vitals with one shot. For example, the eyepiece on his helmet. The eyepiece of the Terminator armor was of course specially reinforced, and it was not so easy to penetrate. But after all, it was not as thick and strong as other places. If it was hit by a powerful plasma beam, it would definitely penetrate, and the head behind the eyepiece would not be saved. He could only turn his head suddenly, turn sideways, and raise the power sword to try to block. He succeeded. The beam hit the power sword. Although he was not injured, the plasma beam with powerful force reacted with the power sword, generating a huge force, making his body suddenly unbalanced. And this moment was Carduso's chance. He continued to rush forward without hesitation, and in a short time, he shortened the distance between the two sides to the point where the power axe in his hand could threaten the opponent. At this time, Chow Boyang had also adjusted his previously unbalanced body. Seeing that Carduso was very close, he swung his power sword horizontally. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it came extremely fast. Carduso blocked with a battle axe. But the difference in strength between the two of them was quite large. This was not the difference between people, but mainly the difference between power armors. The power and output of the Terminator were definitely much greater than that of regular power armor. But Carduso was always able to follow Chow Boyang's strong force, either twisting his body or unloading the force. In close combat, Carduso seemed like a small boat sailing in the stormy sea, and could only go with the flow. But in fact, he always took the initiative in the battle. All of Chow Boyang's attacks were not active behaviors, but more like passive expulsion. However, he never succeeded. Carduso was like a troublesome ghost, always around him. The frequency of the power sword in his hand was not as fast as Carduso. This means that every time he slashes, after Carduso dodges or blocks, he still has enough energy to attack Chow Boyang. Carduso must also save his strength and cannot go all out against the enemy. After all, the Terminator power armor is strong enough. If he fails to cause a fatal blow, he will lose his flexibility advantage and will not be able to block or dodge Chow Boyang's next attack. The Terminator's powerful slash will immediately make him pay a heavy price. But despite this, every time the power axe attacks, even if it is just a taste, the cumulative effect is very terrifying. Urso, who was watching the battle, had already clenched his fists tightly. No matter how much he didn't want to admit it, Urso believed that in this duel, their Fury Corps lost. In the Corps, the most outstanding warrior under him, the captain of the first company, Chow Boyang, had already lost. If this was an ordinary duel, at this point, it would actually be enough to admit defeat. However, this was not an ordinary duel, but a bloody fight to the death. What does a bloody fight mean? Until the blood runs dry and the people die, there is no end to the fight. It is not over until one side dies completely. No matter how much he is reluctant to see his old brother and comrade die, there is nothing he can do now. He cannot interfere in the duel in public, Otherwise he would trample on the honor of the regiment. He can only watch as his brother accumulates more and more wounds, and becomes more and more inconvenient and slow, just like a bull in the bull ring that becomes more and more furious and weaker due to injuries and bleeding. In the end, Urso's long-awaited failure finally came. But the situation that he had always hoped for did not happen. After thinking that it was almost done, Carduso stopped playing. Chao Boyong's movements had slowed down to a certain extent. The heavy blow came from the power axe that pierced the back of his left knee, making him limp. The other axe, in a fight, followed Chao Boyong's mistake and slid to the junction of the wrist guard and the iron glove, which made Chao Boyong even less flexible when using the power sword. In addition, the heavy explosive minigun in his left hand, in this kind of close combat, basically has no effect. At most it can serve as a block, and the effect of using heavy explosives is slightly threatening, which is better than nothing. This is equivalent to Chao Boyong having 3 limbs, which is not considered disabled, but at least the effect it can play is quite limited. At this point, Carduso finally felt that it was safe enough, and entered the killing line. And then he took action. This time, it was Carduso who took the initiative to attack. In fact, after Chao Boyong's knees and wrists were hurt, he no longer launched attacks, and he no longer tried to drive them away passively. He just waited for Carduso to take the initiative. Then he came. Carduso swung his axe at Chao Boyong's head. Chao Boyong had to block it. However, Carduso just changed direction at the moment before the axe hit his head, and Chao Boyong could no longer keep up. In other words, his eyes and consciousness could keep up, but his body, his broken Terminator power armor, could not. This time, Carduso power axe hit the inside of Chao Boyong's elbow with full force. Broken arm. The Terminator's extremely solid outer elbow armor was not so easy to be broken, but the battle axe from the inside broke Chao Boyong's arm without a doubt. It was painful, but as Chao Boyong was also a top fighter, the simple pain could not make him lose his fighting power. With his other arm, he punched hard and smashed at Carduso. At the same time, the heavy bombs hanging below were also fired. This seemed to be his deadly counterattack. He didn't care that the heavy bombs would hurt him. He wanted to take advantage of Carduso's full strength to cut off his arm and fire at close range. Even if they died together, Carduso was a little surprised. Chao Boyong's determination was indeed beyond his expectations. But it was meaningless. He kicked out first. Chao Boyong's figure retreated 2 steps, and Carduso retreated 5 or 6 steps with this force. He dodged Chao Boyong, who was a step slower. Did not give up. He tried to move the muzzle of the gun and wanted to chase Carduso. But the next moment, Carduso rushed up again, and with an axe, he chopped off his left arm. Chao Boyong, who lost both arms, did not even have the last means of life. He desperately pushed his head forward, as if he wanted to make a final resistance by headbutting. But in reality, it looked more like he was sending his head to Carduso's axe. One axe split the helmet, and another axe chopped the head in half. The captain of the 1st Company of the Fury Flame Regiment, who could almost be regarded as the first person in the entire regiment except the commander, died just like that. The 800, now 799, warriors of the Fury Flame Regiment watched Carduso, who was dressed in red armor, standing on the body of the old captain, who was respected by the entire regiment, and roaring to the sky with his axe raised. Under this great provocation, the warriors of Fury were first stunned and shocked. But then, they roared fiercely as if they were insulted, and shouted at Carduso. Carduso took off his helmet, smiled disdainfully, and turned away. In the first match, the Phoenix won. The second match started soon. The person who came out looked like a very young warrior. He introduced himself, claiming to be the first new blood of the Phoenix, and had been fighting for 20 years. 20 years, for mortals, is of course a very long military career, and they are all veterans among veterans. But for the Space Marines, 20 years is just the beginning. Most Space Marines, at this stage, can be said to have left the recruit period. Only when they have served for 50 years, and have a silver nail on their foreheads, can they be considered veterans. Those who were still shouting and cursing just now slowly became quiet again. Although they scolded Carduso, but no matter what, Carduso was a real veteran with more than 200 years of combat experience, and had survived the expedition of Atonement. He was strong, was sent to lead the charge, and won the battle, killed Captain Chao Boyong, although it was very uncomfortable, but it was not incredible. But sending a 20-year-old rookie? looking down on people? But soon, they reacted again. Except for the 4 veterans, who had survived the 100-year expedition, the rest of the Phoenix were all new recruits recruited in the past 20 years. Among the new recruits, this young warrior who called himself Peritas Anato was actually a veteran among them. Thinking of this, some of the Furies could not help but sneer. Urso also calmed down the emotions of losing his comrades. After losing the first game, there was no room for losing the second game. Urso sent out the most outstanding new recruit in the regiment. Although he was called a new recruit, he had actually served for 48 years and was about to reach the level of a veteran by convention. And sending this person is not for Urso's sake. This person is also a rare genius in the Fury of Flame. He is a natural warrior. After becoming a space marine, he showed a very strong talent, far beyond the level of ordinary veterans. In the battles within the regiment, he won countless victories. Even if he did not reach the level of company champion, he was not much different. He was stronger than many non-commissioned officers in the regiment. Beating a Phoenix recruit is always easy. At Urso call, the genius warrior of Fury left the field. The 2 participants in the second match both wore Terminators. The only difference being that Fury used the Indomitable type, while Phoenix used the Iron Cavalry type. The Indomitable type is the most common Terminator armor in the current era, while the Iron Cavalry type is much more precious and has better performance. Urso really doesn't know where Phoenix got so many Iron Cavalry types. The Stalwart type that Carduso wore earlier was also in a similar situation. Much rarer than the most common Skyhawk type commonly equipped by Fury. And also better. He looked around, and all the Terminators he saw were Iron Cavalry. And all the tactical power armors he saw were great. Where did Phoenix get these good equipment? He put aside his jealousy and doubts for the time being, and focused on the battlefield at hand. Although the unyielding type is inferior to the Iron Cavalry type in performance, both are Terminator power armors after all. And there is no decisive difference in grade, whether or not to win. The most important key still depends on the difference between people. He had great confidence in his warriors. However, this confidence was soon shattered. Looking at the Phoenix named Anato, stepping on the corpse of the genius of the regiment, roaring like his predecessor just now, Urso's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Lost again. Moreover, what made him even more embarrassed was that in the previous battle, this genius of Fury, who was highly expected, could hardly pose any clear threat. Anato's strength level was obviously stronger than his. In the long-distance confrontation before he even got close, he was already at a disadvantage and suffered heavy damage. Finally, Anato appeared in front of him, knocked him to the ground, stepped on his chest, and fired a heavy grenade at his head. This was obviously a signature execution move. Otherwise, Anato would have killed him from a long distance. This was already a very obvious crushing gap. What was even more humiliating was that, after the battle, Anatole did not leave. He just stood there, calling for the next Fury to come out. He wanted to keep fighting. It was obvious that he had not had a good time in the previous battle, nor had he spent much effort. Urso went all out, not wanting to save his dignity at all, and sent down a company champion from Fury's company. However, in this third battle, he lost again. This company champion wore normal tactical power armor, as if he wanted to replicate the victory of Carduso. He did rely on his superb skills to break through the long-range fire blockade and bring the battle to close combat. However, in a close combat, it is not true that tactical power armor has an advantage. The thickness of the Terminator's armor and the weapons it is equipped with are not in vain. The power fist in Anato's hand, in dozens of rounds of close combat, finally hit the head of the champion of the Fury Company, killing him with one blow. Although Anato was also covered with scars, he won. He took off his helmet again, showed a provocative smile, turned and left. Everyone in the Fury Flame Corps was about to explode. 3 consecutive losses. 2 of them were beaten by one person. And it was a rookie. What the hell? Urso didn't care anymore. The 4th game must be won. The 4th person to go out was a champion of the Fury Flame Corps. His strength was on par with the first Captain Chow Boyang who opened the field. And the Phoenix that appeared this time was Rizzo, the chaplain of the Corps wearing a skull helmet. When the gravity staff smashed the head of the Fury Flame champion, Urso was already numb. How can we win a game? Chapter 498, In the Name of the Regiment. We lost 4 games in a row, and lost in a very embarrassing way. In the first game, We used the Terminator to fight against the regular tactical power armor, and lost. In the second game, we used the Terminator to fight against the other party's Terminator, and lost. In the third game, we used our own tactical power armor to fight against the opponent's Terminator, and still lost. In the fourth game, we sent out the champion of the regiment in anger, and still lost. The shame is actually secondary. The most terrible thing is the huge actual loss. The 4 who died in the battle are all the backbones and cores of the chapter. The first captain can almost be regarded as the second or third person in the chapter. If Urso encounters an accident, the first captain can almost directly take over the work of the chapter leader temporarily. The chapter champion and the company champion are all the absolutely elite backbones of a chapter. There are not many of them. Even if he died the easiest, the 48-year recruit who performed the worst, he also represents the future of the chapter. In a battle, if any one of these 4 people died, Urso would be very sad. Not to mention the 4 who died at that moment. What was even more terrifying was that Urso had lost confidence. Before the duel between the battle groups began, he thought that the duel would be very smooth. But now, he had no idea how many people would have to die to win the 100 victories. But could it be stopped? Not to mention that there were still 100 prisoners in the hands of the opponent. Even if he stopped fighting after losing 4 games in a row, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting defeat directly? If the news gets out, the Fury will be so shameless. Winning is the best. Losing is also okay. But losing in this way will not only make them look weak, but most importantly, they will be labeled as cowards. No chapter can bear such humiliation. Space Marines can admit that they are not as skilled as others and not strong enough. And they will be brave after knowing the shame. However, cowards? Fearing a fight? Retreating without fighting? This will be ridiculed by everyone. In the process of being transformed by gene seeds, due to physiological changes, many of their mundane desires have been reduced to a very low level. They can tolerate bad food, they have little interest in sex, and their desire for power and enjoyment has also decreased. Relatively speaking, their pursuit of honor, reputation, and loyalty has become particularly obsessive. Space Marines regard honor as their life. Although each chapter, and even each Space Marine has a different definition of honor and loyalty, almost no one can ignore the loss brought by the title of coward. This is almost the most intolerable slander for Space Marines. They would rather die than bear such a reputation. Urso is the same. Because of the warlike culture of Fury, they can't bear the reputation of running away from the duel even more than ordinary chapters. Grit their teeth and continue the battle. Urso sent out a chapter champion again, determined to win the 5th game. This time, he finally got what he wanted. Although the victory was not easy. The opponent seemed to be a rookie who was no more than 20 years old. In the past, they might have complained that the victory was not beautiful enough. But now, no matter what, it is a victory. Winning is good enough. The Raging Flame champion on the field seemed to hesitate for a moment. But in the end, he still made a request to Urso through the communicator, saying that he could fight again. Urso also hesitated. The strength of this champion is of course beyond doubt. But he consumed a lot of energy in the last duel. Can we really win another battle? If we lose another champion, we really can't afford it. There are only 3 warriors in the whole warband who can bear this title. However, Urso finally agreed. On the one hand, the Wrath of Flame champion has a strong will. And on the other hand, he is thinking, Phoenix should not be able to produce another one who can fight against the Wrath of Flame champion. Right? In the past, Carduso certainly had the strength. But he was seriously injured when he killed Chow Boyan. And it was impossible for him to come up and fight again. Rizzo, the priest of the Phoenix War Band, unexpectedly showed a very strong fighting power, and even killed the first Wrath of Flame champion in a duel. But he had also experienced a hard battle, and no longer had the strength to fight a second game. Of course, if Martins went on the field himself, it might be more dangerous. But if that was the case, he would go on the field himself. However, in this 6th game, they lost again. In the Phoenix Regiment, when the second captain of the Phoenix named Reginaldo, who claimed to be a veteran who had gone through 100 years of atonement, went on the field, Urso seemed to smell something bad. However, he finally chose to trust his own people. As a result, he died. Although, Reginaldo was also seriously injured and lost one hand. But at least he was alive. Right? As Urso gritted his teeth. And the entire Fury was silent like a library. The duel lasted for 67 consecutive games. In these 67 games, they only won 11 games. In the games they won, they almost sent out the strongest warriors in the regiment, in addition to the 2 who died in the previous battle. The 3rd champion of the regiment also went down. This time, it was really hard for the Phoenix to bring out another warrior of the same level. 3 new recruits were eliminated in a row. The first 2 games were won by the Fury champion. The 2 Phoenixes, to be fair, played quite well, but there was definitely a qualitative gap between them and the Warband champion. They were killed relatively easily. Moreover, the Fury champion was injured. Although there were some losses, it was estimated that it would not be a big problem to defeat another new recruit. The rare winning streak greatly boosted the morale of the Fury. After finally getting some cheers, he started the 3rd game in a row, but he failed miserably. This time, the one who was defeated by the Phoenix was still a new recruit, but he showed stronger strength than the previous new recruits. More importantly, he was a think tank and possessed powerful psychic power. This Phoenix named Henrik Larsson used the power of psychic power to kill the last Fury champion, who had fought 2 games in a row. In other battles, Fury lost more than it won. They sent out the best troops, and almost every company's champion was defeated. These company champions, when fighting against the new recruits sent by Phoenix, had a winning rate of about 40%. But it was only 40%. Before this duel began, who the hell would have thought that the company champions of Fury would only have a winning rate of 40% against the new recruits of Phoenix, who had served for at most 20 years? Who would believe it if I told you? But this is the reality right now. What if the company champions are all gone? Then the company commanders have to go in. The company commander's combat effectiveness is generally at this level, generally just a little bit stronger than the company champions. But what happens when all these people are gone? How many people in the Fury Corps can be called champions? It is impossible to send all of them out to fight such a cruel battle, and the key is that the winning rate is not high. Then, they could only send out veterans and sergeants from each company. When they went to battle, they only won 2 games in total. Not to mention the winning rate. It was still obvious that the 2 Phoenixes who died in the battle were mainly due to their own fatal low-level mistakes. Their normal strength was actually far beyond their opponents. Except for the 2 games that they won by luck, the rest of the sergeants and veterans were all defeated and died in the battle. For the Fury Corps, they only lost 56 people, which should not be a serious problem for a rebirth corps whose actual size was much larger than the regulations of the Holy Scripture. But if the 56 dead were composed of the only 3 champions in the regiment, 6 of the 10 company commanders, including the company commander who was the second in command of the regiment, more than 20 company champions, and 27 veteran non-commissioned officers who were equivalent to the backbone of grassroots officers, then this loss would be devastating. The high-level combat power of the entire regiment was wiped out. A large number of high-level commanders were eliminated, and what was more serious was that it became difficult to promote talents from the grassroots to the top. From this perspective, there is no doubt that the Fury chapter suffered a heavy blow, which means that the entire chapter was half broken, which is almost comparable to the worst loss in the history of the chapter. Enough. Casimir's Urso roared. Captain! The chief priest beside him pulled him back, trying to dissuade him from taking risks. However, Urso could not listen to any advice now. He had red eyes, like a gambler who had lost badly, ready to push all his remaining chips on the table, relying on the last hand of poker to turn the tables. And the final, biggest bet, is himself. He is the chapter master of the Fury, and also the most powerful warrior of the chapter. And what he wants to win by relying on this bet is, of course, the chapter master of the Phoenix. Come on! The rest of the battles are meaningless. Let's put those preparations aside. Martins, let's fight to the death in the name of the chapter masters of both sides. He issued a challenge. Martins accepted the challenge. He could have refused. He could have sent the elite warriors of the Phoenix to fight Urso. Although, no matter how strong the Phoenix warriors were, they were still far inferior to top masters like Urso. But Urso victory was not easy. At least, he couldn't be invincible. As long as he had to exert effort, he would accumulate some injuries in the battle, consume more energy, and after a few more battles, Urso's condition would decline. At that time, Martins could have easily chosen to let his warriors slowly wear Urso to death, or force him to leave the field. Or he could choose to kill Casimir's Urso himself after Urso's condition deteriorated to a certain extent, and he had a better chance of success. This would have cast a slight blemish on the Phoenix victory in this battle group duel. But it was the most stable. However, Martins did not choose this. Although it was very smart to do so, it was not a warrior enough. He was reluctant to waste so many soldiers' lives in vain. At the same time, he had a strong sense of honor for defeating Urso in a fair duel. The Phoenix certainly values honor too. Martin stood on the duel field. This time, he didn't waste time talking to Urso. It was a bit difficult to win in a verbal battle, so the real deal would come in the hands. The two didn't even conduct the long-range probing that was very common in the dozens of duels before. Neither of them was a master of long-range firepower control, so there was no need for such probing. The two of them came to the most empty area in the center of the venue. This place was almost flattened in the previous duel. As soon as they met, the two rushed towards each other. During the sprint, the two swords intersected and fought hard. They were evenly matched, and neither of them could complete the first kill. Then, the power swords of both sides began to confront each other in an extremely fast, high-frequency manner. In this pure swordsmanship and strength competition, Martins felt a lot of pressure. Now, after personally fighting, he had to admit that Urso, as an old warrior with 400 or 500 years of combat experience, was perhaps only one step away from becoming a legend in the swordsmanship competition. Although Martins had made great progress recently, he was still no match for Urso. Urso's technique was more sophisticated than he had imagined. And Martins, his swordsmanship was certainly not bad either. After all, the Phoenix was a descendant of the Phoenix Legion. Although his swordsmanship was not as exquisite and gorgeous as that of the parent group, it became simple and pragmatic. But it did not mean that he would become weaker. Among the things that the Fury Legion inherited from its parent group, the Punisher Legion, the swordsmanship is not praised. But the inheritance of the characteristics of the gene seed is one aspect, and personal training, experience, accumulation, are the differences in individual levels. It is worse, but at least it is not a level worse, and it is still within the range that Martins can contend with. When Martins was suppressed by Urso's superb swordsmanship, Urso was actually bitter in his heart. Martins' strength was too great. Every time they fought, he could feel a strong vibration. It was not that Martins' strength was greater than his, but the difference in equipment. Both of them were wearing a full set of Terminator power armor, and they were both powerful. However, the difference was that the unyielding type and the Iron Cavalry type had a huge difference in performance. The Iron Cavalry type had greater strength, stronger output, and more powerful defense. The advantage of the unyielding type was mainly that it was cheap and had a low cost. This is also one of the reasons why it eventually became popular. It's not just that many parts of the Iron Knight's technology have been lost. However, this advantage is meaningless in this duel. Urso is a dignified chapter master after all. He can't get the Iron Knight, and he has to use the Indomitable. But at least, he can get the refined version. The refined version generally refers to the handmade ones of senior craftsmen, even the masters of the Mechanicus, which have improved performance in all aspects compared to the mass-produced version. The specific improvement depends on the level of the craftsman. In theory, this fine version should be able to narrow the gap with the Iron Cavalry type on Martins. However, in actual combat, it feels even further away. Could it be that the Iron Cavalry on Martins is also a fine version? Expensive Iron Cavalry, plus fine workmanship. The price of this power armor may be twice as expensive as the one on Urso. The performance gap of the equipment was revealed at this time. Urso was furious. If I had money, I would have killed you long ago. He could have caught several fatal attacks, but failed to catch them because of the opponent's stronger strength. The few attacks he barely launched were also blocked by the unreasonably heavy armor of the elite cavalry. Urso could only calm down and look for more and better opportunities. Chapter 499, Death of Urso, Recovering the Whole Territory. The duration of the battle between Martins and Urso was the longest among the 68 battles. The two giants, wearing different Terminator power armors, fought desperately with superb swordsmanship. As time went by, Martins gradually found the key to dealing with Urso. Don't even think about fighting with swordsmanship. There is a gap, and you have to face it. He must make good use of his equipment advantage. And he did a good job. He used the cheating tactic again and again. When he suffered a disadvantage in swordsmanship, he would often give up defense and launch a fierce counterattack. It was obvious that you might hit my cavalry with a sword, which would hurt me, but my sword, with the unyielding defensive effectiveness, you will definitely be more injured than me. Urso would definitely not make such an exchange, and could only return to defense. But sometimes he couldn't help it, or he felt that this exchange was profitable. In fact, after several exchanges, both of them basically took advantage of each other. You cut a scar on my abdomen, and I cut you hard on your arm. Often, Martins was less injured due to the thickness of his armor, but because of the difference in swordsmanship, he always suffered more attacks than Urso. After the two fought to this point, they were both covered with scars, and it was hard to say who was in a worse condition. But fatigue and the accumulation of injuries made the two no longer fight as tightly, and without any mistakes, as when the battle just started. They inevitably began to make mistakes, which further made them more likely to be hit by the other side during the confrontation. The warriors of both battle groups, who were watching, became more nervous. They could see that the duel was coming to an end, and the outcome was about to be decided. With more mistakes on both sides, the probability of the next sword deciding the outcome was becoming greater and greater. And this moment finally came. Urso once again found an opportunity with his exquisite swordsmanship. This opportunity was better than any previous one. Under his manipulation, Martins opened his door wide, and his sword went straight to Martin's head. He had hit Martin's head before. However, the sword was a little crooked, and Martins reacted quickly. So he failed to end the battle, but only split a crack on Martin's cavalry helmet. At this moment, he had the opportunity to follow this crack and strike again. He was sure that with this strike, he could kill Martins. Martins could no longer block Urso's strike. He still adopted a similar strategy as before, giving up defense and thrusting the power sword forward with his backhand. The part he chose was the junction of Urso's chest armor and abdomen, which had also suffered a round of attacks from him before. And this time, Urso did not choose to defend himself. He still made the choice between taking a blow alone and chopping off Martin's head. Even though Martin's blow might go up through his abdomen and into his heart, he didn't care. Space Marines have two hearts, and destroying one is a serious injury. But it won't kill them on the spot, and they can be saved later. The two people's attacks hit almost at the same time. Urso's sword clearly hit Martin's head, and it was stuck precisely on the crack that had existed before. Under his heavy blow, the crack suddenly widened. Although he felt a sense of sluggishness, the sword continued to chop down, until he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. His power armor was pierced. Moreover, Martin's method was just as he expected in the worst-case scenario, piercing his heart diagonally upwards. In order to do this, Martins leaned forward as much as possible, with his head against Urso's sword, so that he could stab diagonally upwards with the sword. This certainly made it easier for Urso to slash with his sword, but he felt terrified that he did not seem to have completely cut through the helmet, and his power sword seemed to be stuck. The helmet was hard enough, and perhaps Martin's skull was also hard enough. He was still trying hard to break it completely. Even though his body was pierced, and even his heart was pierced, it did not affect his power output. Of course, it was painful, and it was a serious injury. But the Space Marines were genetically modified extraordinary warriors, and they themselves could be considered powerful war machines, especially for a top master like Urso. Unless he dies completely, or suffers objective injuries, such as broken limbs that cannot be cured, his combat effectiveness will hardly be affected. Even if one heart is lost, the other will beat more vigorously, giving him power that is no less than his peak moment. This is of course unsustainable, and it is a huge burden, which will affect the recovery of future injuries. But at the moment of risking his life, there is no need to worry. His body will react automatically and instinctively. However, before he completely cut off Martin's helmet, a terrible electric current suddenly appeared in his body, piercing his second heart. But at the same time, Urso's sword finally cut into the entire helmet. The bodies of the two men were frozen. Who won? Carduso couldn't help asking Pastor Rizzo next to him. At this moment, a power sword was embedded in Martin's head, cutting half of it, and the other power sword pierced Urso's abdomen, sinking most of it. After being connected by the power sword, the two captains were like two wax figures, motionless. Even with Carduso's eyesight, he couldn't tell what the final result would be. On the one hand, it was a bit far away, but the most important thing was that the two people fought too fiercely, and the difference at the last moment was too subtle. No matter who won or lost, who lived or died, it was possible. There was even a considerable probability that the two people would die together in this duel. Even Rizzo frowned at this time. What Carduso couldn't see, he couldn't see either. Even though he had a strong belief, he still didn't speak at this time, but just stared at the situation in the arena nervously like everyone else. The moment of waiting seemed very long at this moment. The two people who were still finally moved. Martin slowly pulled out the power sword that pierced into Urso's body. Urso's body lost support and fell backwards, and the heavy Terminator power armor smashed a large piece of dust on the ground. Martin staggered back a few steps, with the power sword still embedded in his helmet. He let go of his own sword, and then grabbed Urso's sword, pulled it out, and then took off his helmet. A hideous blood mark was on his face, from the top of his forehead, cut his left eyebrow, cut one of his eyes, and tore his entire left face apart. Urso was really close to cutting Martin's head open. But in the end, Martin's was still the one who survived. After the silence, the Phoenixes shouted in jubilation. In sharp contrast, the Fury on the other side was as quiet as a library. Under the cheers of his battle brothers, Martin's raised his broken helmet, not caring about the blood on his face, and shouted loudly. Martin's duel with Urso was also the last duel of the entire war band. They hadn't even finished 100 games, let alone Fury had to win 100 games. So far, they had only won 11 games in total. For these 11 victories, the Fury Flame Regiment paid the price of the sacrifice of the regiment commander, the first captain, the second captain, 3 regiment champions, a series of company champions and NCO veterans. The 11 captives they got back in exchange knelt on the ground and could not get up. They themselves did not think that their lives were worth so much. And the remaining 89 under the care of the Phoenix did not want the regiment to continue fighting. They could not fight anymore. The surviving senior leaders of the Fury Flame Regiment, the third captain and the chief priest, stood up. No matter how bitter they felt, they could only negotiate with the Phoenix while dragging back Casimir's Urso body. Let's stop here. The duel is over. Do you want to admit defeat? It was Carduso who spoke for the Phoenix. And Rizzo stood beside him. Martins was also seriously injured. After returning to the military train, he actually fell into a coma and was dragged to the back by the pharmacist for emergency treatment. Facing Carduso's contemptuous question, the third captain who spoke on behalf of the Fury Corps, Adler Politos, lowered his head. Yes. We admit defeat. You won. There are still 89 prisoners. According to the regulations, they will not be released. Abandon your comrades. Even if Politos stood up and admitted defeat, he had already thought of all the consequences and accepted them. But when he really said it out loud, he still felt as painful as a knife. He even wondered, why didn't he die in the duel before? He would rather die in the duel than endure such humiliation. However, the humiliation had already come. After only winning 11 out of 68 games, when the commander died in battle, and the 800 men might die here and still not win 100 games, the honor of Fury had been completely lost. The humiliation was bound to fall on the Fury, and it would become famous throughout the universe with this duel. Politos really wanted to die. But he couldn't. The chapter had to survive, and living required more courage than dying. He could only take a deep breath and said, "You can do whatever you want." After saying that, he left without looking back. Before boarding the ship leaving the surface with the Silent Furies, they heard gunshots. As if on purpose, the distant gunshots were heard one after another. No one wanted to count, but every Fury Space Marine clearly heard the 89 gunshots in the distance. No more. No less. At the moment before boarding the spaceship, as the last person on board, Politos couldn't help but turned his head and took a look. In fact, it was too far away. Even with the superhuman vision of the Space Marines, they could not see clearly. But the place where the 68 core members of the war group had bled, and the way 89 Fury prisoners were executed, all seemed to be revealed in front of his eyes, and deeply engraved in his heart. The backbone of the Fury war group was broken. Perhaps, with the perseverance of the Space Marines, they would be able to recover from such a blow in the future. But at least not now. They fled from the Dragon Eagle Star region in a panic like a lost dog, without staying for too long. The effect of morale collapse is not something that even Space Marines can avoid. They tried to take away all the naval ships under their control. But they were not the only ones whose morale collapsed. The result of this duel spread quickly, and many ship commanders who originally followed Fury began to wonder, is it really a good thing to follow Fury like this? The Fury's own fleet, that is, their own fleet, would not have this problem. Although morale was low, they were all their own people after all, and Fury could still take them away. However, In the Dragon Eagle Star region, many of the ships that originally stood with them were not their direct line. More than half of the ships were from the Imperial Navy. Among them, the Yunluo fleet was the main force. And in addition to some of the support ships that the Eastern Space Government mobilized from various parts of the universe during the previous Iron Teeth War, they basically all fell under the command of the Fury Corps. When Fury was about to evacuate, they had no obligation to follow Fury. After this duel, they didn't want to leave anymore. Many ships fell behind during the evacuation, especially before some of the jump points in the star tunnels. Some ships seemed to have started the jump engine. But after the jump, there were always a few ships, more than a dozen ships, that stayed in place, as if the jump engine was broken. The Alliance Navy Command Center, which came from a distance, successfully incorporated these ships. It's not that they were completely incorporated. That would be against the rules. These ships all have their own fleet sequence. However, Yi Lixia, as the Admiral of the Imperial Navy, she is now the Admiral of the Imperial Navy. She ordered these ships to temporarily obey her command. So there was no problem. When the Fury Flame Regiment left the Dragon Eagle Star region, they only had the direct fleet they brought into the Dragon Eagle Star region. It was even less than that time. After all, a lot of losses were in the war. As for the evacuation plan formulated by the Fury Corps Command before the duel, it was abandoned because the plan could not keep up with the changes. They had no time, and they had no intention to plunder the planets. Even if they forced the evacuation plan, it was not realistic. The main fleet of the Alliance and the ferocious Phoenix were following behind. They had thought about this situation before. If the Alliance dared to do this, they would turn around and fight with the Alliance, creating a local conflict. Who would be afraid of whom? But now, they have already admitted defeat. So what's the point of fighting? Can they win? The broken spine dog had no intention of fighting, and just wanted to leave this nightmare star field as soon as possible. And the Alliance thus recovered the entire Dragon Eagle Star field. Chapter 500, I have returned. Dragon Eagle Star region, Yunluo Star. 8 months have passed since that brutal duel in which the Phoenix won a great victory. While ensuring that the Fury Flame Regiment left the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Alliance also stepped up the dispatch of various officials to various planets in the Dragon Eagle Star region to take over these worlds. Government affairs are secondary, especially the military, which must be controlled as much as possible in their own hands. Especially some key planets. Yunluo Star is of course the top priority. This is not only the core of economic development, but also the political core of the Dragon Eagle Star region. The Star region government is here. But the current Dragon Eagle government, compared with the most prosperous time in the past, cannot be compared. With the arrival of the Fury Flame Corps, they almost treat the Dragon Eagle Star region as a subordinate. The decision-making power of the military and politics was controlled by the Corps in the name of wartime, and the Star region government became an executive agency. However, the executive agency is the executive agency, at least there is work to do. However, when the Alliance came, the situation was completely different. The Alliance was not the Fury of Flame, which only had the framework of a regiment. They had a complete governing body, which could completely replace the role of the Star region government. Of course, the Alliance did not actually do so. At least not completely. The decision-makers were definitely kicked out, or left idle for the time being. However, some of the middle and lower levels of the Star region government, the bureaucrats responsible for execution, were still retained. It is impossible to kick out all the people who do the actual work. It is not that the Alliance does not have enough officials, although it has to manage almost 200 more worlds at once, and the ruling area has expanded so much. The Alliance will definitely be a little overwhelmed. However, other planets can be left alone for the time being, and the planetary governments in various places can be allowed to govern themselves first. This is also the system of the Empire. When we have time in the future, we can strengthen management. But for Yunluo Star, a key world, no matter how scarce the number of officials is, we have to squeeze some out to manage Yunluo well. Officials who graduated from various liberal arts colleges of the Alliance and have been fully trained in the Alliance system are no less capable than those of the Star Domain government. Although the personnel of the latter are all selected from the vast sea of people, the Alliance's persistent investment in talent training over the years is not a waste of money. Not to mention that there are a large number of outstanding talents that Gu Heng has cultivated with his gift points, which is definitely better than the previous ones. More importantly, as a relatively new force, The Alliance has always attached great importance to preventing the problem of institutional rigidity. And a large number of talents who have taken up government positions are quite young. This youthfulness is not only reflected in age, but also in mentality. The unique vigor in vigor, the mentality of being ready to do something big, is lacking in the old and frail imperial government that relies on inertia to move forward. However, the main reason why the Alliance does not replace all officials is that the officials of the Alliance are outsiders after all, and they do not have a deep understanding of many local affairs. If they are completely replaced at once, there will be chaos. But even if they retain staff, it is impossible to retain particularly high-level officials. The decision-making layer must be replaced by officials from the Alliance, and they will form their own team, half of whom will be brought from the Alliance, and the other half will be selected and retained from local officials. More executives will be retained, but among the middle-level officials and bottom-level executive officials, a considerable proportion of Alliance officials will be added, mainly to learn local affairs, and to supervise the work of local officials. The powerful backing for these regime changes is the fleet that stays in the sky above Yunluo Star, and the Alliance troops that land on the ground. In fact, whether it is the local officials of Yunluo Star or the middle and lower-level officials of the original Star region government, there is basically no big resistance to this. But they are quite active in getting closer to the Alliance. The reason is also very simple. Anyway, they are all workers, just middle and low-level officials. Their interests will be affected to a certain extent, but it will not be so fatal. The Alliance screening of local officials, kicking them out, actually requires them to perform well and try not to be screened out. The people above have all been replaced. What are they thinking if they don't quickly and actively move closer? As for the high-level officials whose interests will be affected and whose power will be deprived, their opposition is not very meaningful. The Alliance originally wanted them to stand aside. It's good enough that they are not physically eliminated. What else do they want to do? What's more, the Alliance has not completely blocked their way. The current statement is that it is just a temporary review to assess their loyalty and ability. The Alliance also said that if they pass the review, these senior officials may have the opportunity to serve as senior officials in the Star Domain government after the Alliance and the Star Domain government are integrated in the future. At that time, they should be at the Star Domain level in the Alliance government. These senior officials actually have a very complicated mood. On the one hand, they hate that their power has been taken away. And on the other hand, they are afraid of the Alliance military force and afraid of being liquidated. Deep down, they are eager to retain their power. Some people with connections are already active. There are two directions: either go to the cosmic government or go to the Alliance. The way to go to the Alliance is actually quite simple. From the establishment of the Alliance to today, the exchanges between officials are not that frequent and close. But isn't there Ms. Neil Leis? She is considered to be a supporter of Gu Hang. When Gu Hang started his career, she helped him. Then, almost 2 or 3 years ago, he took the opportunity to represent the Fury Corps to negotiate with the Alliance and directly defected. In the half of the star field controlled by the Alliance, he established another Starfield Government Department in the name of the Chief of the Starfield Government Department. Everyone knows that the so-called Second Government Affairs Department has no effect in the Alliance. It is just a signboard used by the Alliance government. But no matter what, they went there first and have a connection with the Alliance. At least they can have a say. Everyone can go to Lao Yisi to find a way. But this road is not easy to take. The Alliance is not very willing to help. Lao Yisi himself is not so willing to help. She also knows how to keep a low profile. Although she is very old, she still wants to make progress. Although, uniting many old acquaintances, exerting her little influence, and pushing these people into the Alliance system as officials, it is indeed possible to establish a small faction around her, which can help her. But at the same time, this is also a very risky thing. She doesn't want to be suspected of forming a clique, which is still quite sensitive in the Alliance system. The road to the Alliance is not so smooth. So the only thing left is the road to the universe government. And this road? I thought it was easy to walk. All along, the connection between the Star Domain government and the universe government was still relatively close. In other words, the 3 levels of government, the Star Zone, the Star Domain, and the universe, do have a superior subordinate relationship. Many officials will be transferred to each other, with a clear promotion and demotion relationship. Many senior officials in the Dragon Eagle Star Domain are former officials from a department of the Eastern Universe government, who come to the local area to take up leadership positions. On the one hand, it is a promotion, and on the other hand, the experience of serving in a certain place will be helpful in the future, when the Alliance actually remove their power in the Dragon Eagle Star region. Their first choice, of course, was to complain to the cosmic government. The most important thing is to think of ways and opportunities to see if they can be transferred back to the cosmic government. The second best option is to find a way to transfer to other star regions. But this path can only be achieved by people with really close relationships. The Alliance did not prevent them from leaving. But there was a rule in the universe government that was not written down, but became an unspoken rule. Senior officials from the Dragon Eagle Star region should stay in the Dragon Eagle Star region, and should not be accepted from other places or transferred out. Since it is an unspoken rule, it can be broken. Those who have a close relationship and are not so conspicuous can indeed be transferred out. The Alliance does not care about these few small shrimps. But the reason why it is an unspoken rule is that sometimes it is more reliable than some explicit rules that are not fully implemented. Most people cannot leave the Dragon Eagle universe. Tangioi is one of them. This star domain leader. Oh, now we have to add the word front. It's not that he doesn't have enough connections. His status in the entire star domain is actually quite high, at least not worse than those few high-ranking officials in the universe government. He can definitely be regarded as one of the top 15 people in the entire universe government. He is not short of connections. But he is too conspicuous. He really can't be transferred. He could only stay in Yuluo Star with great trepidation, in his own office, doing nothing. In theory, Gu Heng had been appointed as the head of the Dragon Eagle Star region, but he had not yet arrived. This was actually a common situation throughout the Empire. Normally, he would have to stand guard for the last shift, wait for the new head to arrive, and then hand over the work. Even if it was a handover, the process would usually take a long time. If the former head of state did not have other urgent appointments for the time being, they might stay in their original position for several months to help the new head of state adapt to the work. However, he doesn't need to stand this last shift now, and he probably won't need to do any handover work later. The Alliance has taken them all away. Not only does he have nothing to do, even his personal freedom is restricted to a certain extent. He can only quietly wait for his end. And soon, the person who pronounced his end finally came back. He received the notice, and went to the starport of Yunluo Star several days in advance. To be honest, he was quite excited. Is he willing to lose everything? Of course not. After all other methods have failed, his only solution is Gu Heng. It would be best if he could have a chance to communicate privately, so that he could personally kneel down in front of Marshal Gu and show a graceful posture. But it might be difficult to get this opportunity. However, he is the former head of the star field after all, so there must be a handover process, and the two must meet. That one time. Perhaps at most it is a chance to say a word. The space for sliding and kneeling was a bit small, but because of this, he had to think carefully, consider every word, design every subtle expression. He had been practicing like this for several months, and now was the time to show it. After waiting for another day at the starport, he was invited by the guards to the dressing room, put on a beautiful suit, and then stood at the starport's parking berth with many people waiting. A huge ship slowly sailed in. That was the Fire Star, the flagship warship of the Alliance Navy, a battleship. At the exit where they were waiting, there was a long red carpet. A fleet of hovercraft drove out. Elite guards got off the cars and monitored the surrounding situation. At the same time, in the middle of the courtesy cars, the most distinguished person in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region walked out. The Alliance governor, the Star region head, the Imperial Marshal Gu Heng. Seeing Gu Heng's rather young face, Tangioi was a little dazed for a moment. This was the first time he had seen Gu Heng in person. In the past, he had only seen a virtual image of him during astral communication. He might be only 46 years old this year. Right? For ordinary people, this is probably the prime of life. But it is almost the end of middle age. In fact, many people with more difficult living conditions have become particularly old at this age. But for Gu Heng, the life extension surgery, and even his own spiritual power, are all ways to allow him to live longer. It is no problem for him to live to 300 or 500 years old. From this perspective, his life has just begun. But such a young man has already achieved his current status, and his own fate in the future depends entirely on his thoughts. He was nervous, but he did not forget what he should do. After all the senior officials of the Alliance had met with Marshal Gu and shook hands, it was his turn. He hurried forward and shook hands with the smiling Gu Heng. Marshal Gu. The friendly smile on Tan Jioi's face seemed seamless. Gu Heng's smile faded a little, and he shook hands with Tan Jioi rather perfunctorily. Tan Jioi wanted to say something else, but he didn't have much chance. Maybe in the time it took to say a word. The next person who wanted to shake hands was already behind him. He had prepared the speech in his mind, however, when Gu Heng glanced at him, he suddenly felt shocked. Gu Heng didn't want to listen. He didn't dare to say anything. As they walked further and further away, he couldn't help but turn his head and looked. He was unwilling to give up. How good was it that he just said it? But he felt a little fortunate. If he insisted on saying it, it might anger Gu Heng. Right? The complicated mood of worrying about gains and losses echoed in his chest. Gu Heng didn't care about Tan Jioi's complicated thoughts at all. What he cares about is everything in front of him. When he returned to the Dragon Eagle Star region this time, he was greeted by a complete star region. This made him happier than any gift. How could he have the heart to listen to the words of a person who was no longer important? No matter how carefully he prepared, it was meaningless. Chapter 501, Alliance 400 World. The Alliance government did better than Gu Heng had imagined. The bloody fight between the Phoenix and the Fury was initiated by Martins. Before he proposed this to the Fury, he reported it to Gu Heng and got Gu Heng consent. Otherwise, how could he dare to casually use the lives of 100 Phoenixes as a bet on the table? And the reason why Gu Heng agreed was, of course, because he was actually more confident than Martins. After he approved Martins' opinion, he also gave Martins a list of 100 people, and asked Martins to choose from this list when arranging the duel. He raised the training level of these 100 people to the level of company champions. Unfortunately, the level of regular training that the system can carry out can only reach this level at most, and it cannot be higher. However, Gu Heng has other means. Here, the enlightenment of the interface can of course also be used for space warriors, but the price of enlightenment is a bit more expensive. But for this duel, Gu Heng would definitely be willing to spend the money. In fact, the enlightenment work is still before training them into company champions. After all, Gu Heng cannot be sure of the hero template that will appear after enlightenment. Some people, in fact, are not completely talented in combat, but may be in battlefield command, lurking and assassination. There is even a space warrior whose talent is actually a civil affairs official. After they were genetically modified, most of their mundane desires were eliminated, and they were not easily corrupted by various low-level desires. They were full of energy and could work all year round. Mortals complained about working 996, but Space Marines could really do 007. No joke. At least for a short period of time. But this is just a thought. To train a Space Marine civil affairs officer, the cost is much higher than that of a mortal, and the improvement effect is far less than the improvement of Space Marines compared to mortal soldiers on the battlefield. Moreover, Gu Heng had to consider the atmosphere of the entire empire. It was a bit taboo to let the Space Marines govern, except for the Infinite Marines, who had such privileges in their infinite star field. No Space Marines would do so now. But no matter what, the grace points spent on the Space Marines were always valuable, bringing a large number of elite warriors to upgrade. Moreover, through this bloody battle, a large number of elites of Fury could be killed. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy to do this. For example, how difficult is it to behead the commander of Urso on the battlefield? You have to break through countless layers of obstacles. And then when you face him, he is still a top-notch extraordinary warrior. However, in the duel, he is alone. The same is true for other high-ranking members of the Fury Flame Corps. This is a great opportunity to weaken the Fury Flame Corps. Gu Heng expected that Fury Flame would definitely send a considerable number of elite members of the Corps in the duel, which is a good opportunity to eliminate them. Of course, although this was indeed Gu Heng's plan, he could not have imagined beforehand that the final effect would be so good. Even Urso himself died here. How could he have imagined that Urso would really lose his mind and end up like this? Moreover, after listening to the report about the duel, he was also a little scared. In the battle between Urso and Martins, it was only a matter of seconds to decide who would live and who would die. If they fought again, the result would probably be completely different. If Urso killed Martins, although the Fury still suffered heavy losses, killing Martins saved some face, and Urso was fine. Even if the morale of the Fury was low, it would not be completely defeated. In this case, the Fury would not be so hasty when retreating, and would not completely give up the looting. It is even possible that the looting during the retreat would become more brutal and violent because of the losses in the arena. If things go wrong, what will be left for Gu Heng is a shabby Yunluo star, which will be a huge loss. The victory of the bloody battle, although it is not a war, but what we win back is more than a war. From this perspective, the Phoenix has made great contributions. Of course, the subsequent achievements of the Alliance government cannot be ignored. They quickly took over almost the entire western part of the star field, and in the following 8 months, not only stabilized the local situation of each planet, but also implanted the Alliance system on these planets, and even started to operate effectively. Gu Heng was very satisfied with this. He had built it by himself, and had invested countless gifts in it for a long time, which was used to cultivate talents and loyalty. Finally, it had achieved the effect he expected. So far, the entire Dragon Eagle Star region was completely under his control. Oh, not right. Speaking of which, there were still some places that were not completely brought under the direct rule of the Alliance. That was the Steel Fire Dragon Star region. The Mingyang sect almost completely controlled the Steel Fire Dragon Star region. And at the end of the Iron Tooth War, when sweeping the greenskins everywhere, they also attacked and controlled the other 2 star regions in the north, namely the Dragon Tamer and Dragon Pass. However, the actions of the Mechanicus should be a little more cautious. These oil guys are not easy to deal with, but usually, they rarely become a threat. These 2 star regions, plus the Steel Fire Dragon Star region directly controlled by the Mingyang sect, will not be taken care of for the time being. Later, Gu Heng has a trip planned. He will go to Jindy Star in person, and have a good talk with Mingyang sect. By then, all the remaining problems should be solved. After all, among the senior leaders of Mingyang sect, there is an old acquaintance of Gu Heng, Wu Jiarong. Many things will become easy to handle when there are people inside. Gu Heng actually didn't expect that the unintentional planting of willows at the beginning would really bear fruit. As for the matter of the Mechanicus, let's put it aside for now. In the Dragon Eagle Star region, the remaining 34 star regions are all in Gu Heng's hands. In total, there are exactly 400 worlds. No more. No less. The total population has reached 820 billion people. Gu Heng's assets have suddenly become much richer. Moreover, unlike the various territories that Gu Heng obtained in the previous wars, the entire western part of the Dragon Eagle Star region is actually more prosperous than the eastern part. Before, the area occupied by Gu Heng actually had a total population of only about 340 billion, while the total population in the west was much higher, reaching 480 billion. Moreover, leaving aside the star region capital of Yunluo Star, which is more developed than Phase Star, in the entire Yunluo Star region, Yunluo Star is at the forefront, radiating to many worlds, strongly driving the economic development of these worlds. Unlike Phase Star, which was beautiful alone, while the other worlds in the Tianma Star region were as poor as ghosts. At the same time, in the Fire Eagle Star region, the Heroic Soul Star region, and the Ancient Totem Star region, these 3 star regions that had never been attacked by war before, with a total of more than 40 worlds, became a strong support for the Star region government at that time because of the war. A large amount of resources collected from the Universe region and other places in the Star region were stored here. Some production bases were also built here, as much as possible to provide resources for the front line. At the same time, there were also a large number of people transferred from the worlds in a state of war on the front line. The war objectively provided a good development opportunity for the more than 40 worlds in these 3 star regions. These 3 star regions, together with the Yunluo Star region, have become a relatively developed economic engine in the western part of the Dragon Eagle Star region. At present, the Dragon Eagle Star region has roughly formed an overall situation of 3 cores and large areas of ruins. The so-called 3 cores refer to the southwestern core with Yunluo Star as the core, and the 3 major star regions of Ancient Totem, Heroic Soul, and Fire Eagle as its subsidiaries. It is also the largest part of the Alliance profit this time. These 4 places alone have a population of 250 billion, and a total output value of 630 billion. The annual imperial tax paid is 67 billion. But even so, the fiscal surplus left for the Alliance after paying the taxes reached 100 billion. Such a large fiscal surplus means that there are almost 2 battle cruisers left every year. Rich land. The other core is naturally Gu Heng's home, the Tianma Star region. which is headed by the 6 surrounding star regions and forms the Chima land. This area has a population of 170 billion and a total output value of 360 billion. To be honest, it is a bit behind Yunluo Center. After all, Kamadi Center is a late developing area. It has only started to develop in the past 8 years since it was incorporated into Guhang Rule. And the main place that has developed well is Tianma Star region. Tianma Star region has fully exerted its economic radiation and driving effect on the other 6 horses. But the time is still short, and the development is relatively limited. Moreover, the total population is not large enough. It has reached 170 billion in recent years, and the population has grown to this level due to the policy of encouraging childbirth and the migration from other star regions in a state of war. But in general, the development potential is still very large, and it is indeed on the fast track of rapid development under the leadership of the Alliance. There is also a third core area, the Steel Fire Dragon Center, which is a joint industrial collective developed based on the forging world of the Mechanicus, Jindy Star. But it is not completely under the control of the Alliance at present, so I won't talk about it. In addition to these 3 cores, there are another 23 star regions, a total of 258 worlds. But the total population is only 388 billion people. And the output value is even worse, with a total output value of only 300 billion. After paying the annual imperial tax, after deducting the local residents' consumption, then, they still owe 11 billion. This means that the Alliance loses money by acquiring these worlds. Losing 11 billion a year is not a big deal. The Alliance can afford it. For the Alliance, after mastering the entire star field, this is a small hole, easy to fill. But the key is that this loss is only calculated when residents' consumption and imperial taxes are calculated. If the cost of maintaining rule is taken into account, the loss will be further expanded. Moreover, many of these worlds have suffered from the disaster of war in the previous Green Tide, and they have to carry out post-war reconstruction and increase investment in humanitarian relief. Otherwise, the situation will not only take a long time to improve, but there is even the possibility of further deterioration in the short term. Establishing a government, military construction, deepening the rule, adding up all kinds of investments. The Alliance estimates that it will have to spend about 60 billion in fiscal deficits every year. This is not a small amount. This number can be compared. The theoretical imperial tax of the Dragon Eagle Star region is only a little over 120 billion a year. The huge economic burden imposed by these worlds has made the Alliance a little bit unbearable. The Alliance has 50 army groups, 1 billion ground forces, and the annual maintenance cost is less than 15 billion. This 60 billion a year figure is really too exaggerated. In fact, after Guhang returned to the Dragon Eagle Star region and met many people on Yunluo Star, he held the first government meeting within the Alliance to solve this problem. What should be done with the 258 loss-making worlds? At present, officials within the Alliance have roughly 3 directions of discussion. The first is to continue to maintain a high degree of core rule. The investment of 60 billion a year is not even enough, and it must continue to be invested. Up to 70 billion or even 80 billion. This is not a long-term loss. The high initial investment is in exchange for the future development of these worlds. After 1 to 2 years of investment, the cost of investment should be reduced by more than half. At the same time, the output of these worlds will be fully recovered under the stimulus of large-scale investment. It is estimated that in 4 to 5 years, it will be able to turn losses into profits. But another group is quite opposed to this plan. It is too exaggerated. Even if everything is carried out according to their estimates, the total investment in 5 years may need to reach more than 250 billion. But what they have achieved is only to stop losing money and bleeding. It is unknown how many years it will take for them to develop to the point where they can generate blood for the Alliance and even earn back the 250 billion invested. Now, the war can indeed be considered to be temporarily over. However, the Alliance still faces huge external threats. The evil neighbor next door, the Iron Armored Regiment, may attack at any time. After the Fury Regiment returns and licks its wounds, will it forget the humiliation and pain the Alliance has given them? The Alliance cannot transfer all its strength to economic construction. Spending so much money on the recovery of these loss-making worlds will seriously hinder the Alliance military construction. If the enemy invades, I am afraid that before the construction results are implemented, they will smash the house to pieces. As for the third faction, there is no brilliant idea. It is just a middle faction between the two. Chapter 502, busier after peace. At the meeting, many senior officials of the alliance were still arguing. But Gu Hang was already lost in thought. The war in the Dragon Eagle Star region is basically over anyway. There may still be remnants of green skins on various planets, and there are also the hastily retreating Fury Flames outside, and the possibility of revenge from their allies, and the Spiderweb region located in the north of the eastern region, where the Iron Fury Stone may start a war. The shadow of war is still looming. But no matter what shadows, what greenskin remnants, generally speaking, it can still be said that peace has come. Don't expect that there will be no disputes within a regime spanning 400 worlds. That's unrealistic. As long as there is no crisis affecting multiple worlds at the same time, it can be said that there is peace. After peace came, Gu Hang found that he and the entire alliance had more things to worry about and were busier. In Gu Hang Yu, the current situation of the entire alliance, where only 2 centers make money and the remaining large areas of the world are all losing money, is essentially caused by the fact that the administrative capacity of the alliance cannot keep up with the expansion of the scale of the regime. Yulua Star is a more developed place than Phase Star, and it is not set at level 5 like Phase Star, but level 4. It is richer, but has to pay less taxes. This is obviously what the previous star domain government came up with so many years of accumulation, and the 3-star regions behind as the rear base. The resources are quite abundant, and the size should not be much higher than Kamadi, which has only been developed for a few years or more than 10 years. In fact, although the output value of Yunluo Center is much higher, its financial contribution is not high enough. Similarly, although those loss-making worlds have many objective conditions for loss, if the administrative management capabilities of the alliance can keep up, then the cost of establishing and maintaining rule should not be so high. Of course, this is not the alliance's own problem. Gu Hang was praising the alliance government for its good work before, so he would not turn his back on them now and think that their work is lame. This problem exists widely throughout the human empire. The scope of rule is too large. Let's not talk about the empire. It is quite difficult to establish a unified, centralized government controlled by the alliance government on all the 400 worlds of the alliance. The maintenance costs will soar. What if one day, the alliance's control range becomes 4 or 5,000 worlds in the entire Eastern universe? At that time, I'm afraid it won't be a matter of money. From this perspective, Gu Hang can actually understand why the empire has become like this. Sacred Terra may not have figured out until now how many worlds are under the rule of the empire in the current territory. This number changes every day. Some are newly included, some are lost, some rebel, some resolve the rebellion. And these changes are not just happening in the border areas. Due to the special nature of the star tunnel, sometimes a galaxy originally located in the hinterland suddenly becomes a front line because a new star tunnel is discovered. It is not even clear how many imperial worlds there are, only that it is in the order of millions. The same is true in the military. The empire may know how many star armies there are and the organization of the imperial navy, but these are only on paper, and the actual situation is also unclear. There are too many dignitaries who have the power to form new interstellar armies and navy departments, institutions, and dignitaries, and it is impossible to count them all. If you can't even figure out these, let alone the population and industry situation of each world, if you can't even figure out the basic information, how can you rule? Rule a hammer. Under such objective conditions, the current top-down 5-level structure of the empire, Holy Terra, Space, Star Field, Star Region, Planet, plus the strong autonomous political system of each locality, is also helpless. In this structure, the most independent ones are the planetary governors, who can do almost anything they want on their own planets. The only reason that prevents them from doing so is that the power of a single planet is not strong enough. The head of the star region is a paper hanger, and we will skip it. The head of the star region is a heavyweight among the 3-level structure in the middle. The most important one is the star region government. It is very independent, can retain imperial taxes, has control over the appointment of each star region under its command, and can deploy the star army and navy within the star region. Each star domain government is like a powerful local lord. The cosmic domain government above is actually like a leader of the lords. Generally, the cosmic domain government occupies the most developed star domain. It is the richest and most powerful local lord, with the administrative power. Each star domain government must obey orders to a certain extent. This is like a leader of the lords. However, it is difficult for the cosmic domain government to directly control every star domain and star region. The whole structure is a bit like the feudal system, but it is very different from feudalism. After all, the appointment of officials is still from the Holy Terra government, and there is no self-inherited power. Gu Heng certainly didn't like this. His alliance always insisted on a high degree of centralization. As the central government, the alliance government had a high degree of control over the areas it directly controlled. But now, under the pressure of reality, it seemed that it had to compromise to a certain extent. While thinking, Gu Heng had some vague ideas in his mind. Just at this time, someone called him at the meeting. Gu Heng came back to his senses. Although he was distracted before, he actually listened to the heated discussions at the meeting. At this point, people called him, which naturally meant that the discussion had reached a point where it could not go on any further. And he, as the leader, was needed to make the final decision. Anyway, everyone's opinions were clearly expressed in the previous debate. Gu Heng did not hesitate or worry about anything, and directly expressed his opinion. I roughly understand what everyone means. Increase investment in loss-making worlds. Build these worlds as soon as possible. Turn them from losses to profits as soon as possible. Exchange short-term large losses for rapid development. And be self-reliant in the future. Get rid of long-term losses. And even make profits. The other extreme is to completely abandon these worlds, maintain the empire's normal ruling methods, appoint planetary governors, enforce a 10% imperial tax, and no longer interfere with other resources, and do not cause the entire planet to be destroyed. The alliance will not interfere with local situations, but let the local governors handle it. I also fully understand everyone's ideas, but I think that these two directions are not completely contradictory, and we can implement them at the same time. I agree with Jason Morgan's opinion. We need to analyze the situation in detail, region by region, planet by planet, and decide how to implement it. Let's talk about each region separately. Gu Heng began to discuss it at length. While he was speaking, the others basically kept quiet, listening carefully to the opinions of the Supreme Commander of the Alliance. Only when Gu Heng asked questions did the corresponding people who were named speak. Gu Heng first determined the development goals of the 7 horses. The entire 7 horses were defined as the core area of the Alliance. Not only the Tianma Star region, but also the remaining 6 horses, also need to be developed. These 7 star regions have a total of 88 worlds and 187 billion people, and are now a positive profit region. Although the main profit is in the Tianma Star region, the birthplace of the Alliance, the development of the Tianma Star region will always reach its upper limit. Of course, this upper limit does not mean that there is no development after reaching a certain level of development. This is the soft ceiling. After reaching a certain level, the speed of development will inevitably decline. At the same time, because advanced industries occupy a large amount of manpower, the production ratio, the population that the planetary environment can carry will also reach the upper limit. Gu Heng does not want to build a world like Holy Terra. It is too scary. After reaching this soft ceiling, the star region will of course continue to develop, especially advanced, high-tech industries. But some backward production capacity will definitely be eliminated. Commodity is the best receiving area. And, since these 88 worlds were already under the control of the Alliance during the previous war, the framework of commodity and the framework of the economic community have been fully promoted to these worlds. Now, the time for a complete transformation into the Alliance system is ripe. These 88 worlds are also where the Alliance will invest heavily in the future. At Gu Heng inquiry, the Prime Minister of the Alliance, Ms. Osinachenko, discussed with her own staff and several senior officials from various departments of the Alliance for a few minutes, and gave Gu Heng a definite answer. In the next 5 years, the industrial and economic development of commodity can maintain an annual growth rate of 10%. 5 years later, the total output value of commodity should grow to more than 300 billion. The second area mentioned is Yunluo Center. This will be the key area to establish Alliance rule. These more than 40 worlds have a large population and a developed economy, so it is not likely to lose money. But Gu Heng does not accept the result of just making money in these places. What Gu Heng wants is that these 54 worlds with a population of 250 billion and an output value of 630 billion, like commodity, complete the comprehensive alliance systematization. Only in this way, Gu Heng will be able to conveniently place various high-level technologies, industries, in this area for production in the future. This will be able to further increase the output value of these places. In addition, the Alliance believes that these worlds have such high output value, and the imperial tax is not much, Why is the fiscal quota provided in a year so little? After replacing the alliance system, what Gu Heng hopes to achieve is no large-scale unrest. The living standards of the vast majority of imperial citizens must not be generally reduced, and the industrial economy should at least not decline. On these foundations, the alliance control over these regions has been greatly improved, and the contribution to fiscal revenue has been clearly improved. For this, Asuna looked embarrassed. Many of these items are in conflict. There is a contradiction between alliance and the absence of unrest. Alliance will inevitably bring losses to the middle rentier class. Although according to the alliance policy, these business owners, the original local officials, can obtain relatively high ranks as long as they cooperate with the institutionalization of the alliance. But the high-ranking officials of the alliance, for ordinary people, the living conditions are indeed very good, but compared with the past, they hold the power of life and death, and all the industries belong to them, which is not the same concept. If these rentiers are not eliminated, how can the fiscal revenue increase significantly without increasing the output value and reducing the living standards of the people? The knife will be cut on these people. If they resist, there may be unrest. Even if they do not resist openly, but only use nonviolent non-cooperation. Due to the lack of cooperation from local ruling officials, the work of the alliance will become difficult to do. This is much more radical than the previous personnel replacement method of the alliance. But it seems that Governor Gu has made up his mind. Gu Heng also gave his own reasons. No matter how the future develops, Kamadi and Yunluo Center are the core areas we need to rely on the most. In the foreseeable future, our neighbors to the north will make big moves. Whether we like it or not, we need to face it. While there is still time, we must solve the problem in the backyard. I don't want the rear to fail when the front line is under great pressure. Asuna said she understood. This time, she spent more time discussing with the alliance government team. In the end, the answer they gave Gu Heng, or the KPI they set for themselves, was that in the next 5 years, the 4 districts of Yunluo would increase their fiscal revenue contribution by 30% while keeping other economic indicators and livelihood indicators unchanged and avoiding unrest as much as possible. Gu Heng believes that Yunluo Center has more potential, but he reluctantly expressed satisfaction with this number. Then, we came to the loss-making star regions. Different regions have different conditions. In the eastern part of the star field, the areas that were once controlled by the alliance, namely Jingguan, Tongguan, Jiaoshu, a total of 8 star regions, 94 worlds, but the population is only about 88 billion. The common feature of these star regions is that before the Iron Tooth or Green Tide broke out, they were the worlds surrounding the fallen areas, and were part of the Iron Tooth defense line of the year. They have been subjected to war for many years. In the Green Tide, they were either completely fallen or partially fallen. After the Green Tide ended, during the confrontation between the Alliance and Fury, these worlds were under the control of the Alliance. The production base and social order of these worlds were almost all destroyed to varying degrees due to the Greenskin War. With a large number of population losses and government dysfunction, the Alliance passed the Economic Community Act in these places in the early stage, and later directly sent Alliance officials to manage them. Basically, these worlds have been firmly in their hands. In these worlds, there is no resistance force. On the contrary, they are very grateful to the Alliance for saving them from the flames of war. The whole society is also oriented to the Alliance under the efforts of the Alliance Propaganda Department. There is no cost of ruling here. The main reason for the loss is the war. Too many people died. Various types of production were also destroyed. Now they are very poor. The problems of these worlds are easier to solve. Spend money, and you will get results. What Gu Heng meant was that these worlds can spend money. In these 94 worlds, the Alliance estimates that if it spends about 20 to 30 billion a year, it will be able to achieve relatively good results. In fact, after peace came to these 94 worlds, a baby boom has already occurred, and it is foreseeable that the population will recover quickly. Asuna is most confident about the work plan for this area. She even dares to guarantee that in 5 years, the total output value of these 8 star regions will be able to break through the 100 billion mark from 67 billion. The population will also increase from 88 billion to 95 billion. The rest are the areas that really need to be attacked. Chapter 503. Fiscal Allocation. The areas that were solved before, actually, were not particularly difficult. Commodity is the basic base. The 8 Eastern Star regions can be regarded as the basic base of poverty. Increasing investment, building to prosperity is good. Moreover, from a situation of poverty, building to self-sufficiency, with external assistance, is relatively easy and fast, and the alliance has experience in this. The political situation in Yunluo Center is very complicated, and it is easy to cause chaos, but at least the economic foundation is good, people will not starve to death, and with military force as a backing, no matter how big the chaos is, it will not cause a big uproar. But the next two areas are really difficult. First, there are the four major star regions of Jiangmeiyu, Tietuan, Qilu, and Yingguan. These are areas that have been occupied by the Orc Empire for decades. And there are almost no humans. Although, on these planets, the planets with the most orcs were directly hit by the Alliance extermination order, and the remaining worlds are still being bombarded by orbit all the time. A considerable part of the Alliance army has entered the surface, and in a rotational battle, they are training troops while clearing out the Greenskins' manpower. Sooner or later, the Greenskins in these 4-star regions will be cleared out. Now, the Alliance has actually arranged for immigrants to enter these 4-star regions. These immigrants are not going to develop the planets, but as a permanent force, to build fortresses on the planets, and to build some arsenals and food factories to provide on-site supplies for the Alliance troops fighting in the local area and reduce the logistical pressure. But no matter what, in the 42 worlds in these 4-star regions, it is estimated that there are still 30 to 40 billion greenskins active on the ground. Because of the bombing, because of the cleanup, these greenskins hid in the mountains, dug holes, in short, they tried every possible way to survive. Even if there were constant bombing, and ground troops were constantly dispatched to clean up, according to the estimates given by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Alliance General Staff, it would still take about 3 to 5 years to basically complete the cleanup. It can't be said to be thorough. In fact, any world that has suffered a large-scale invasion of greenskins cannot be said to have completely exterminated the greenskins for a long time. Long-term prevention and control is absolutely necessary. Once we relax a little, a group of greenskins may grow out from some unknown corner, giving us a big surprise. But at least, after cleaning up and basically destroying all the greenskin ecosystems and most of the adults, these planets will have the value of being reused. However, this reconstruction will take a long time, and it will start from scratch, and the population will need to migrate from outside. The Alliance doesn't need to think about what benefits these 40 worlds can bring in the foreseeable decades. I'm afraid this number will be pitiful. The huge cost invested now is actually to eradicate the greenskin threat. Otherwise, if these 60 billion greenskins are left to reproduce and thrive on more than 40 worlds, there may be another large green tide, like the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire, in a few decades. These 40 worlds are a pure loss, and there is no way to reverse it. We can only hope to clean it up as soon as possible. In addition, in the western part of the star field, in addition to the 4-star regions in the center of Yunluo, there are 11 star regions that are in a state of total loss. These star regions are the real trouble. They have no ruling foundation, have had almost no contact with the Alliance in the past, have suffered from the ravages of war to varying degrees, were not developed to begin with, and are now even worse. Political forces that once cooperated with Nguyen are widely present. These must be attacked one by one. The Alliance will appoint one star district leader after another. However, these star district leaders will not be the traditional paperhangers of the Empire. The Alliance will give them great authority. They will control all kinds of resources invested by the Alliance in this star district. With the support of military force, they need to complete the screening of planets within their jurisdiction. For those that are worth saving, those that actively approach the Alliance, and those with low governance costs, we will establish a direct government of the Alliance, develop what should be developed, and guarantee the basic lives of the people according to the Alliance job grade standards. The limited economic assistance obtained in the Star District will be invested in these worlds, trying to develop them as soon as possible and get rid of the lost situation. Those with low cooperation and stubborn local interest groups, okay, since you like the old way, then keep it the old way. The Alliance will not invest a dime in these places, nor will it build a government, but will focus on the local planetary governors and interest groups, and ask them to do two things. First, that is the imperial tax. No matter how you exploit the people, you must pay the imperial tax anyway. Second, it is to ensure that the population size does not decrease. If there is a series of large-scale population declines such as civil war, famine, plague, etc., the Alliance will strongly hold people accountable, remove those who should be removed from office, and execute those who should be executed. Don't like the rules of the alliance? Then treat them according to the rules of the empire. If the rules of the empire are followed, the alliance will not have to bear such a heavy economic burden. People's lives are poor. Economic development is terrible. Political corruption and military construction is lagging. These have nothing to do with the alliance. Just pay the tax. Anyway, the alliance now controls the Star Region government, and the Star Region government can keep 30% of the imperial tax. In this case, the alliance has not invested a penny in the planet, and taking 30% of the tax is not unacceptable. If the planet is too bad, and the residents can't survive, then the alliance will have an excuse to intervene, clear it by force according to the rules of the empire, start from scratch, and not fight with local interest groups, confiscate all private property on the planet, establish an alliance government, and continue military control. If it is done well, wouldn't everyone be happy? The tax amount should be raised. If it is good to a certain extent, the alliance can think of other ways to reap the benefits. But this situation, I guess there is no such case in 100 planets. According to this, the fiscal revenue and expenditure of the alliance, there will be a balance. The fiscal surplus of about 150 billion per year, plus 39 billion for self-use out of the total 130 billion imperial tax. This is a total income of 189 billion. Military maintenance and military construction, about 100 billion was invested, 52.9% of the total, which can be called militarism, but there is no way, this is the trend of the universe. In fact, the alliance share may be relatively small. The Navy needs new ships, even a new fleet, and the Army needs to expand to 2 billion regular troops. Since the alliance directly governs many planets, the alliance must also bear the cost of building the defense forces of these planets, which is another huge expense. Everyone is complaining about being poor. Although 100 billion is a lot, it is not enough. About 40 billion is used to maintain the rule, including personnel expenses, government expenses and public services. About 49 billion is used as government-led economic production reinvestment, including infrastructure construction and industrial production investment. The good news is that the alliance can transfer some of the army to the Star Army. The military expenses spent on this part can be reimbursed to the Empire. This is the condition he negotiated when he returned from Holy Terra. But it can't be too much. He originally had to pay taxes to the Empire every year, which was about 91 billion. It would definitely not be possible to exceed this number. The Empire would not give extra funds. Even if the limit was stuck at this number, it would not work. That would be a bit excessive and make people feel greedy. Gu Heng planned to establish 25 army groups in the first year, which would be 30 billion tax coins. Then he would merge the entire Dragon Eagle Legion that originally existed in the Star Field into the Angry Bear Legion. In this way, the new Angry Bear Legion will have about 1 billion troops, which is 50 army groups. The annual maintenance fee can be deducted by about 10 billion. Forget about the Navy. Gu Heng doesn't want to put the warships he has worked so hard to build into the Imperial Navy. The Tianma fleet and the Yunluo fleet are now in the Navy. So there is no other way. He can only rely on his wife, the Admiral, to unify the forces. However, the current Alliance fleet has also surpassed it. A Retribution-class battleship is already something that the two fleets of Tianma and Yunluo cannot match. Not to mention that the Alliance will soon have battlecruisers that will be completed. Gu Heng has even started construction of 2 new battlecruisers at the same time. One is built on the Angry Owl Star, and the other is built on the Yunluo Star. The one on the Angry Owl Star will be built with the black box technology, and the Alliance has experience. But the black box can only support the construction of 1 dock at a time. After all, the black box can only build those important production components one by one. Yunluo Star can only be realized by relying on the technical blueprint and the shipbuilding engineers on Yunluo Star. This is why Gu Heng must get Yunluo Star, including the entire core area centered on Yunluo. Only the development level of Yunluo can support the expansion of some advanced technology products by itself after leaving the black box, relying only on the technical blueprint. Once the docks of these 2 battlecruisers are completed, it will not only greatly boost economic development, but also, the construction speed of 3 battlecruisers in 5 years is already quite satisfactory. Many forging worlds do not have this production capacity. Give Gu Heng some more time. Even if there are no real battleships, he can still build a powerful luxury fleet. Besides, who says the Alliance can't make battleships? Gu Heng now has a lot of gift points. After finishing this long, boring, but very necessary meeting, and determining the development path of the entire Dragon Eagle Star region in different blocks and directions, Gu Heng went to rest. The star government on Yunluo Star is built quite elegantly, with an oriental charm in Gu Heng impression. The incense turns into smoke, light and floating. Not only smells good, but also has some special effects. This is a special plant produced from a neighboring planet, and there are many different types. During meetings and work, you can use the kind that refreshes your mind. In places such as entertainment halls, lounges and bathhouses, there are incense that soothes the mind. After the meeting, Gu Heng soaked in a hot spring. The smell of incense, mixed with the fragrance of flowers in the hot spring, created a very comfortable atmosphere. Even Gu Heng would feel that this was a kind of enjoyment. However, although he was taking a bath at the moment, he was not actually completely relaxing. On the contrary, Gu Heng, with his eyes closed, was actually dealing with something very important in his heart, spending his gift points. In the past 2 years, he has accumulated a considerable amount of gift points. At present, his monthly gift point income has reached 170,000/month. It is more than 2.5 times that of before Gu Heng set out for Holy Terra. With such a large increase, the main reason is of course the actual control range of the Alliance, which has almost expanded to the entire Dragon Eagle Star region. Of course, due to some problems in the ruling strength, it is estimated that there will be a numerical decay, and the monthly gift point increase brought by the expansion scale will not be linear. It will not double if the scale is doubled, but it will climb up bit by bit like some kind of milestone index. But in general, through the expansion of scale and the improvement of Alliance productivity, the living standards of the people are improving slowly. But they are indeed improving. These factors can still affect the income of monthly grace points. Of course, the income level of 170,000/month has only risen recently, and it was not so high before. But even so, Gu Heng's current grace points have accumulated more than 2.2 million grace points. However, in the past 2 years, the green skins were eliminated, especially in the 4 occupied star regions. In 2 years, about 30 billion were swept away, which contributed about 9 million grace points to Guam Heng. According to this rate, the Alliance still has 50 to 60 billion green skins in those 4-star regions. If they are completely eliminated, it is estimated that Gu Heng can earn 17 to 18 million grace points, if he saves a little from his monthly income. In total, Gu Heng will be able to save a grace point income of tens of millions every 2 years in the future. This is equivalent to 10 consecutive draws of a million level technology. At that moment, Gu Heng directly drew it. This time, the 10 consecutive draws have stable returns. 1 apocalypse level technology, plus 3 epic level technologies. I won't mention the other 6. The 3 epic level technologies drawn are Valkyrie Mecha, Eden Ecosystem Technology, Command Level Aircraft Carrier. The Command Level and the Moon Level currently controlled by the Alliance are both at the cruiser level, but in fact, the design styles of the two are completely different. The Moon class is a typical bucket, a standard all-around warship, without any outstanding features. But the advantage of being easy to build can offset all the defects. Moreover, buckets are not a bad thing. Although it has no advantages, it also has no special defects. It can fight against any type of opponent. The Command class is completely different. Its firepower is not as good as the Moon class, and even not as good as some destroyers. It is also slow and has thicker armor, but it is not much better than the Moon class. Its biggest advantage is that a large number of weapons have been converted into aviation decks. This is a youth version of a cruiser-class aircraft carrier. Chapter 504. Shuva-class space carrier. In space battles, the most important ability of an aircraft carrier is to send space versions of various fighters, from small winged falcons to large dragon elephants, through the catapult deck, relatively safely to the vicinity of enemy ships, allowing the fighters to freely exert their capabilities and attack enemy ships. Otherwise, the exchange of fire in space would easily extend to hundreds of thousands, or even thousands of kilometers, and it would take a long time for the fighters to fly by themselves. If it is more sophisticated, it will also be equipped with a traction system, which can guide the fighter to be pulled back by the traction lock before the battle at a relatively long distance. But this is a luxury. After all, according to the style of the Empire, sometimes the fighters that are launched out to perform missions are treated as disposable items, and are treated like shells fired by other warships. It is not a magical thing. It is nothing more than this shell wrapped in iron. Of course, Gu Heng does not intend to do this. The traction and recovery function on the equipment should be installed meticulously. When fighting, the fighter planes can be recovered. You should try to recover them. You can't really treat the fighter planes as shells. That would be too expensive. Not only the equipment cost, but also an excellent pilot is an expensive asset. The command class is equipped with hundreds of space fighters and can send the fighter planes to the right place. The role it plays will be very large. This is a good supplement to the Alliance naval system. Having one more cruiser-class ship is good, even if the Alliance does not develop the aircraft carrier system as the main force. With such a black box, it is equivalent to picking up a dot for free and building one more cruiser-class ship every 2 or 3 years. Moreover, with a Moon class to support the line, a command-class ship with hundreds of various space fighters may be able to play a unique strategic value. Eden Ecological Park, in Gu Heng's opinion, is a fairly high-level ecological agricultural base. Using this technology, an ecological park built will have a very high agricultural output, and the internal environment will be pleasant and suitable for living. It can build manors and villas. Building an Eden is equivalent to creating high-end residences, ecological travel, and high-level and high-quality agricultural output at the same time. Looking at it this way, it is very beautiful. It is ecological, improves the environment, and has high output. If it is combined with planetary climate transformation technology, wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce garden worlds? But after a careful understanding, Gu Heng knew that it was not such a good thing. In theory, it can be done, but no one can ignore the cost issue. Not to mention how much it costs to transform the planetary climate. Even on a planet with good basic conditions, building an Eden, the construction cost is not low. The construction cost is high. But the more important thing is that the maintenance cost after the construction is also high. It is reflected in 2 aspects, personnel and energy. It requires a large number of workers to do a lot of basic labor work, and a large number of biological experts to maintain the ecological status. In terms of energy, a large amount of energy crystals are needed to maintain the ecological status of the Garden of Eden. From the perspective of agricultural output alone, although the output is quite large, it is actually not cost-effective compared to the investment. There are 2 places to make money: superior living experience and high-quality agricultural product output. From the perspective of solving the problem of food and clothing and solving the problem of basic food supply, building the Garden of Eden is obviously not cost-effective. But from the perspective of providing high-quality enjoyment, the Garden of Eden is invincible. Is it valuable? Of course it is. The Alliance still needs this thing. Gu Heng has always been worried about the corruption of bureaucrats in power. This worry has become more and more serious as the Alliance develops. Gu Heng has always had a clear understanding. Relying solely on ideals cannot support the long-term existence of a political system. Real interests are the foundation of every member of the Alliance. Human desires are infinite. When you are poor, having enough food and clothing is good enough. After the problem of food and clothing is solved, people will naturally demand higher and better living conditions, especially the new generation who grew up in a food and clothing environment. In many well-developed places in the Alliance, these new generation of young people no longer know what hunger feels like, and will not be forever grateful to the Alliance just because the Alliance has solved the problem of food and clothing. People will demand a higher standard of living, which is reasonable. Even though war always exists, the Alliance still strives to improve people's living standards as much as possible under limited conditions. This is directly reflected in the total industrial output value, which belongs to the figures of residence consumption. No matter which world it is in, it is slowly increasing, in the process of rapid economic growth. This problem has been well covered up, with the increase in total output value. Even if the imperial tax has increased and the fiscal revenue of the Alliance has increased, there are still some development dividends that can be enjoyed by the people. A more concrete manifestation is that in most worlds that are developing peacefully, the average rank of the Alliance's citizens has been rising. The upward path is clear, and life is getting better and better. This is the core of the Alliance's broad support. The longer the world is controlled by the Alliance, the more stable the Alliance's rule will be as living conditions continue to improve. If the Alliance wants to maintain this situation, it must ensure 2 points. First, economic development is always continuous and cannot regress. Second, the development dividends that the Alliance's citizens should enjoy should not be too little. Both of these 2 requirements have put forward strict requirements for the huge bureaucracy of the Alliance. The former requires the ability of the bureaucrats, and the latter requires the integrity of the bureaucrats. The issue of economic development is still very powerful at present, through the education system that the Alliance attaches great importance to, and Gu Hang enlightenment and training of key personnel by spending grace points. It is possible to ensure that the ability of the Alliance officials is basically online, at least far exceeding the average level of the Empire. However, Gu Hang always has doubts about the issue of integrity. The Alliance has many institutions to ensure this, but Gu Hang is still suspicious. He cannot deny that after the establishment of the Alliance, a huge bureaucratic class has actually emerged. In fact, this bureaucratic class plus the military class is now the ruling class of the Alliance. The government, state-owned capital, public institutions, and all members of these systems are regarded as a unified class, which is the broad bureaucratic group. They hold the greatest power and interests of the Alliance. They clearly control most of the Alliance assets, but under the Alliance system, these assets are public and are state capital. This system prevents them from truly possessing these wealth. The bureaucracy certainly has a much higher rank than the general public and enjoys rich material conditions. But just as the people's needs are growing, these bureaucrats will also have them. Will they pursue more benefits? The job titles provided by them can no longer satisfy their appetites. So they are starting to target state-owned capital. It is better to embezzle more of the extra money earned by working hard to improve their job titles. Strong anti-corruption agencies should crack down hard, strengthen ideological education to prevent corruption in the early stage, and establish a public supervision system. Of course, these conventional preventive measures must exist. In addition to crackdowns and prevention, we must also give some sweet treats. The Garden of Eden seems to be a better way. Establish high-end communities, so that excellent, loyal, honest people can get good living conditions. Even if it is difficult to live in, those who work at the grassroots level have the right to vacation, and after seeing it, they will have a goal to pursue. The high-quality goods of Eden Garden, from exquisite food to some luxury leather goods, fine wines, etc., can be used as shopping benefits for high-ranking officials. Let them have a place to spend their allowances, and definitely bring about a good change in the quality of life. As for some high-end goods, they can be packaged as brands and put on shelves in all parts of the Alliance. Ordinary people can buy them occasionally to improve their living conditions. It is not realistic to expect them to make a lot of money, but they can maintain stability and improve resident satisfaction, especially the satisfaction of the ruling class. Since Gu Hang can see and admit that there is a huge bureaucratic class in the Alliance, and it has in fact become the ruling class, Gu Hang does need this class to reflect his will. If this class rebels, at the very least, development will stagnate. Society will become corrupt. At the worst, local rebellion will occur, and even the Alliance will disintegrate. The unbreakable alliance in Gu Hang memory eventually disintegrated, and this factor probably accounts for a large proportion. In terms of internal governance, Gu Hang cannot blindly apply high pressure, and must face up to the interests of this ruling class. The Garden of Eden is a new attempt. Gu Hang will build a large number of these high-energy consuming ecosystems on many planets. He defined the value of the Garden of Eden as satisfying the Alliance citizens, especially high-ranking citizens, ruling class, for their pursuit of a higher quality of life. The Valkyrie mech is another thing. This thing is essentially a power armor similar to the Terminator. Similar to the difference between the two types of feedback power armors, the Servant and the Commander, and the real space marine power armor. The Valkyrie is also a Terminator that does not necessarily have to be used by space marines. However, the difference is that there are some structures on the Valkyrie that Gu Hang can't quite understand. Those complicated patterns need to be made of gold. But why? Decorative? If it is just decorative, why is it marked as a necessity in the construction process? The back position for placing energy crystals as energy, and the prayer process. From these aspects, Gu Hang can only associate it with psychic power at the first time. And it is not normal psychic power, but psychic power that belongs to a certain religious attribute. For example, Gallardo in those days, after being tricked into the warp by him, that guy actually held on for a long time and didn't die. He was not a high-level psychic, and he didn't even master the power of psychic energy. He was just a war apostle, the messenger of the Lord of the Sun. After the death of the Lord of the Sun, Gallardo's power declined rapidly. If Gu Hang hadn't come to save him, he would have been finished. Where did the Lord of the Sun's power come from? Without a doubt, it came from the Emperor. with the emperor favor. The priests, nuns, and people like the Sun Lord who are called chosen by God of the state religion. No matter how this favor comes from, as long as they have it, they can rely on grace to obtain power similar to psychic power. The Valkyrie armor is a bit like this. He recalled that in the normal imperial system, the Valkyrie armor seems to be used only by nuns. Logically speaking, combat nuns are also mortals. Before, Gu Hang thought that nuns were relatively wealthy, and that the General Star Army could not afford such high-end equipment. But later he found that it was not the case. They could use it, but general soldiers might not be able to use it. The Valkyrie armor requires some kind of theological power to drive it. Gu Hang was a little helpless, and a little fortunate. The helpless thing was that this technology was used in a relatively small area, and the fortunate thing was that he had an organization under his command that could use it. The Sisters of the Holy Lily. Strictly speaking, they are not a member of the Alliance. But, at this point, the Sisters are located in the core territory of the Alliance. They need to rely on the Alliance for their economy, politics, and development. This is an objective reality. In practical matters, they still need Kuroja to do some anti-heresy work decades ago. But now they don't need to do it at all. At present, the work of the Holy Lily is mainly to work as a thug for several spies of the Alliance and the trial institutions. And they have more contact with the Alliance Legal Center. When encountering any problems, when there is a lack of high-end military forces, the demon hunters often call on a few nuns to help deal with them. Another problem is war. During the Iron Tooth War, the Holy Lily Sisters also sent out more than 1,000 combat nuns one after another, cooperating with the Alliance army to act together, and there were many sacrifices. The relationship between the two sides is now quite close, especially in the previous fight against the Silver Tribunal. The Holy Lily helped a lot and provided a lot of military support. Many spies of the Silver Tribunal were killed by the nuns of the Holy Lily. This is a very clear stance. After this test, Gu Hang really feels that he can regard them as his own people. After all, the Valkyrie armor is best used by these combat nuns. So naturally they are equipped with it as a reward for their dedicated work for the Alliance. As for the last one, the technology that Gu Hang cares about most is the Apocalypse level technology. Shuga class, Heavy Starry Sky Carrier. This is a battleship class ship, which is quite rare in the Imperial Navy. On the one hand, the construction cost is relatively high, about twice as high as the Retribution class battleship, and on the other hand, in the Imperial Navy, they don't like to use aircraft carriers. Or in other words, the aircraft carrier faction is not the mainstream in the Imperial Navy. The giant ship and heavy artillery are still the mainstream, the battlecruiser faction is second, and the aircraft carrier faction has the smallest voice. Chapter 505. How strong will the Alliance fleet be in 4 years? The Empire doesn't like to use aircraft carriers, but Gu Hang has no prejudice against this. Or, he has no prejudice right now. The Shuga class is, after all, a battleship class warship. What's wrong with the aircraft carrier type? What's wrong with the high cost? What's wrong with not conforming to the mainstream? The grade is here. If Gu Hang wants to build a large ship of this level, before he saves up the next million-level Tindral, I'm afraid it will be impossible. Moreover, it does not conform to the mainstream style of the Imperial Navy. But it does not mean that it is weak. Similar to the previous command class, the core component of the Shuga class is also a catapult deck, which is used to launch fighters and send them directly to the face of the enemy ship. However, unlike the light aircraft carriers such as the command class, the heavy space aircraft carriers such as the Shuga class can launch more than just 3 types of fighters of different sizes. It can shoot patrol ships in the face. Small boats attack big ships. What should we do if we want to achieve a miraculous victory? If we engage in a long-range firefight, we will surely lose as many ships as possible. We cannot even break through the defense. One shot from the enemy will smash our ship and shield to pieces. But if we get close to them, it will be hard to say. A slow-firing heavy torpedo is a deadly thing. And if the distance is short, it will be difficult to intercept. If that doesn't work, the patrol ship will just drive in, which will be more unbearable than any artillery shell. Even more extreme, if it is built a little more extravagantly, the Shuga class can even launch a destroyer. Gu Hang actually calculated according to the technical specifications. The largest catapult deck can really launch the most commonly used Crazy Shark class destroyer in the Alliance. The Crazy Shark is only 5 or 6 kilometers long, and the Shuga class is even larger than the 21-kilometer Nemesis class, reaching a length of 26 kilometers. With the modification of its hangar, and the modification of the catapult deck, it is possible to swallow a crazy shark. If a crazy shark is really delivered to the enemy, even if the enemy is a proper battleship, it may not be as simple as being frightened. There is indeed a high probability that the crazy shark will be delivered away. The price is a bit high. Destroyers are expensive. But the Juva class is too extreme when it is converted into a catapult destroyer. In order to adapt to this, it is almost impossible to save other combat forces. After launching a destroyer, there is too little space left for use. The battle becomes a one-shot deal, with no endurance, which is not suitable. On the contrary, what the crazy shark can do, it is not impossible to have more patrol ships. However, in order to cooperate with the aircraft carrier to launch ships, the corresponding warships launched also need to undergo some special designs. First of all, they must be flexible and fast, and they will not directly enter the opponent's shield or void shield after being launched. The patrol ship still needs to rely on its small and flexible characteristics to find a better output position, or even drill into the shield of the enemy large ship. Secondly, the burst of firepower must be strong enough. For this purpose, the continuity of firepower and ammunition capacity can be completely sacrificed, because these things are meaningless, and the survival time is not long at all. It is better to bring large shells than to bring more shells, which can hit the big ship in one go. There is no need to think about defense. Just pay attention to the energy shield and hull armor, and don't be easily blown up by the intercepting firepower. Otherwise, no matter how well it is made, it is just a small patrol ship. When it is sent to the enemy fleet, no matter how thick the shield and armor are, the result will not be significantly different, as long as it can hold out until the patrol ship fires all the firepower it carries. It will be destroyed. Under this overall idea, the Alliance will finalize a new patrol ship type called Swordfish in the near future. To put it bluntly, it is a self-destructing ship, thin-skinned, fast and flexible, not durable at all, and even lacks the ability to sail long distances and pass through the astral tunnel. The only advantage is that it can destroy a ship's firepower in a few minutes. These firepowers include 8 sky-splitting axe missiles for DF missiles, and 2 torpedo missiles transformed from DF missiles. This type of torpedo missile has a weak penetration capability, but the hit rate is guaranteed when fired at close range, and it is also good at penetrating shields and armor. The most important thing is that its explosive power is almost 5 times that of a normal DFL-type missile. This means that if it is not intercepted, one shot can kill a cruiser, and if it hits a large battleship, it can also severely damage the opponent. From this perspective, the Juva class, which can continuously launch 8 patrol ships and thousands of fighters, is still very powerful. If it is a one-on-one duel, Gu Heng does not think that the current flagship of the Alliance, the Nova, can cope with the attack of the Juva class. It is almost certain to be destroyed, unless both sides bring a large escort fleet. The outcome may still be uncertain. However, the cost of the Juva class is also more expensive than the Retribution class. If the cost of thousands of fighters and 8 special attack ships is taken into account, it will almost reach 80 billion per ship. The construction time is 8 years. Even if the first one has the black box, it will take 4 years to complete the first Juva-class aircraft carrier. But if you think about it this way, the strength of the Alliance Navy will have a huge, leap-forward improvement in 4 years. If all the shipbuilding plans go smoothly, then the Alliance will have 5 top-notch main battleships. Among them, the Battleship Level 1 is the Fire Rising Star battleship, plus the first Juva-class aircraft carrier that has not yet been named. In addition, there will be 3 battlecruisers, 2 of which will be the Holy Grail class built by the Alliance, and the other one will be the flagship of the current Yunluo fleet, although it belongs to the Imperial Navy in terms of sequence. In reality, the Alliance will not let go of the Yunluo fleet that has already been swallowed. It is a Changlong-class battlecruiser, and its performance in all aspects is not much different from the Holy Grail class. It is slower, but has thicker armor. In addition to these 5 battleships, aircraft carriers, and battlecruisers, the Alliance will count the Pegasus fleet, the Yunluo fleet, the Alliance fleet, and the newly produced ships in the future, and can still gather about 30 Moon-class cruisers. Other types of destroyers and frigates are not mentioned. Such a fleet is already very powerful, to be honest. Gu Heng suspected that, after 4 years, the main fleet of the Eastern Universe would be taken out for a walk. Would it be able to defeat my fleet? Iron Fury Stone. Can you gather 5 battleship-level ships? You should be able to gather them. But at least the Alliance Navy also has the ability to fight to the death with the other side. Satisfied? Gu Heng now just wants to develop himself, digest the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, save money, and use time to buy the quality of the Navy. In addition, the army will become stronger by then. And the Phoenix War Band? The Holy Lily Sisters, the Glory Guards, the Storm Mage Corps. The Alliance also has a series of high-quality troops available. In addition, with the integrated Dragon Eagle Star region, which has become rich and powerful under the strengthening means obtained by Gu Heng various gift points, he will become the strongest in this entire region. However, the peaceful development time that Gu Heng longed for did not come. Only in the 3rd month after he returned to the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Princess Rebellion officially broke out. Chapter 506, The Princess Rebellion. The Princess Rebellion actually broke out later than Gu Heng expected. Earlier, he even thought that when the Iron Rage Stone broke out, he might not have returned to the Dragon Eagle Star region yet. In this regard, he believed that the Alliance still had a great contribution. If it hadn't been for that bloody battle, which broke the backbone of the Fury Corps, and made the rage in the middle of the Iron Rage Stone temporarily unusable, then the Princess Rebellion might have been launched earlier. Although, he didn't want to fight, but this matter didn't depend on him. Being able to beat up the Fury Corps and delay Iron Fury Stone for a few months, it was actually quite good. Thinking rationally, Iron Fury Stone's current choice was expected. Everyone knew that they were going to rebel, and they also knew that everyone knew it. The atmosphere had been heated to this extent, and they had to rebel. However, no one expected that the situation would explode so violently. The Great Rebellion started by Iron Fury Stone was as fierce as fire. In February 230 of the 10th millennium since the establishment of the Empire, the Princess Rebellion broke out. Iron Fury Stone made a public announcement, clearly stating that he was the guardian of the entire Princess Star Domain, and even the guardian of the entire Spider Web universe. From the Princess Star Domain to all 14 star domains in the Spider Web universe, they should obey the dispatch of the Iron Armored Corps and cooperate with the actions of the Iron Armored Corps. This is for the benefit of the Empire. That's what they said. The Holy Terra Empire government immediately announced that the Iron Armor, Fury, and Stone Shield were traitors to the Empire. The Spiderweb Space government immediately followed suit and required the Imperial forces in various parts of the space to guard their homeland. The Astra Militarum and the Imperial Navy, which had already assembled, began to launch a tentative attack on the Princess Star region. From this perspective, the Empire must have been prepared. In fact, the entire political faction headed by Prime Minister Ojuran of the Ministry of Justice had long been preparing to eliminate the Iron Fury Stone by force. However, in the early years, Holy Terra had not reached a consensus on this, and there were still supporting factions like Norberto, so the relevant preparations could not be fully carried out. Ojuran and his team could only mobilize the power of their own faction, and at most, they could do some defensive work. When Norberto was killed and the war between the Empire and Iron Fury Stone was inevitable, the Empire finally reached a consensus and could make military preparations against Iron Fury Stone. However, the bloated, inefficient political and military institutions of the Empire simply cannot act quickly. In the past year, a lot of time has been wasted on meetings and discussions. After finally deciding which troops can be sent out, and letting the leaders of the troops accept the order, they will be stuck in mobilizing supplies for the unit. Holy Terra personally sent envoys to contact other war groups in the Spider Web universe, except for the Iron Fury Stone. However, many of those envoys have not even arrived in the Spider Web universe. There are already several internal institutions of the Tribunal that have questioned the Silver Tribunal, especially the Heretic Tribunal and the Vigilance Tribunal. These two tribunals strongly demanded that the Silver Tribunal cut ties with the Iron Fury Stone, and asked them to self-examine and self-correct, and clean up their own internal affairs. It was cleared, but it didn't move. An elite team of the Ironclad Legion intervened in the purge within the Silver Tribunal. In terms of political attitude, the faction that leaned towards the Empire was eliminated. A squadron of combat sisters sent by the Heretic Tribunal, a battalion of loyal stormtroopers, and the inquisitors of the two tribunals were all wiped out. The Heretic Tribunal and the Vigilance Tribunal were furious about this. Although they had stepped up to recruit new forces, it was really difficult to deal with it for a while. This is the situation of the Empire over the past few months. Preparations have been made. If the preparations are not good, what can be done? Does the Empire know about this situation? In fact, They still have a rough idea. They know that the current preparations are definitely not enough. So many times, they hope that the Iron Fury Stone can be launched later, and the power within the Spiderweb universe, or even the Princess universe, can delay the Iron Fury Stone for a longer time. But the situation still collapsed, and it was even more devastating than the pessimists imagined. Originally, I thought that there were at least some forces loyal to the Empire in the Princess Star region. Even if these forces, in fact, could not escape being purged by the Iron Fury Stone in the end, they should at least be able to hold on for a while. Right? No. They couldn't hold on at all. That month, the entire Princess Star region, a total of 472 worlds, almost all announced that they had changed their flags and stood on the side of the Iron Fury Stone. All the Star Army and the Imperial Navy were under the command of Iron Fury. Resistance? Not that there was none. However, Iron Fury was well prepared. This was their home base, and they had been operating for so long that even the slightest resistance was within their expectations. They knew exactly where the problem would occur, and had already deployed personnel. After the announcement was issued, they immediately extinguished the signs as soon as they appeared. The entire Princess Star region changed its flag and banner. If the Empire could barely accept this, then the situation that happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. By the third month, within the Spiderweb universe, around the Princess Star region, 2 more star regions almost completely changed their flags and banners and joined the Iron Fury Stone. It was not as simple as the Princess Star region, where brutal bloody conflicts even broke out. But the Iron Fury Stone acted fast and fierce enough. Even if it was a very intense battle, they would use strong forces and a tough attitude to quickly deal with it. A joint fleet formed by the Spiderweb universe, under the command of the top leaders, with several Star Army Corps, hastily entered the control area of the Iron Rage Stone, trying to prevent the wave caused by the Iron Rage Stone from spreading too much. However, this fleet disappeared 18 days after entering. It was surrounded by the fleet under the command of the Iron Rage Stone, and a small-scale battle broke out between the two sides. Then, Captain Paul took a small boat without escorts and weapons, and personally boarded the flagship of the fleet and had a conversation with the commander with the rank of Admiral. Then, the commander led the fleet to surrender. Chapter 507, Help Each Other? When Gu Heng heard that Humphrey Paul, who had finally assembled the troops in the Spiderweb universe, went to the meeting alone and persuaded the entire fleet, including the Star Army on board, to surrender in one go, he could not help but be stunned. Especially when some details of the rumors came, it made Gu Heng feel even more incredible. The surrendered admiral was named Bowen Melander. The Inquisitor subsequently investigated Admiral Melandri, detained and interrogated his family, relatives and friends, and searched his residence and office, obtaining some confidential and undisclosed information. It was mentioned that Melandri and Paul were old acquaintances, and they had fought side by side. According to his relatives, Melandri had a very good impression of Paul, and believed that Paul was a resolute, infectious, and trustworthy leader. Because of this, when Paul and his ironclad regiment were declared traitors by the Empire, Melandri was very shocked. In his opinion, Paul was simply a model of space marines, who had kept the area safe and fought against the Void Zerg for hundreds of years. The Princess Star region and even the entire Spider Star region were all peaceful because of him, and were not invaded by the Void Zerg. How could such a person betray the Empire? This was what Melandri once said in front of his family. He had said such things. How could he let such an obvious traitor and sympathizer of the Empire take such an important position? They obviously ignored that after that sentence, Melandri also said, I will personally capture Paul to Holy Terra, and make him repent before the golden throne of the Emperor. Although his attitude seemed a bit problematic, it was not completely unacceptable overall. What Gu Heng was more curious about was, when Captain Paul came to persuade Melandri, what did he say? How could he lead his team to surrender on the spot? In fact, the term surrender is not accurate. It should be called defection. From the information collected from all sides, Humphrey Paul seems to be a leader with great personal charm, with full charm attribute. The surrender of a senior general like Melandelli is a huge crime, and someone has to take the blame. His family and many of his close friends and relatives in the past were executed, and several senior officials of the Spiderweb universe, who recommended him to lead the fleet, were also implicated. Political turmoil aside, the most important thing is that after Melandelli defected, the defense force of the Spiderweb universe was almost empty. The situation, which was already very bad, suddenly became corrupt. Among the 14 star regions in the spider web universe, the 3 in the southeast had already fallen into the hands of Iron Fury Stone. Among the remaining 11, the remaining defense force is quite empty. Although there are still some Navy and Star Army, the number is not even as many as those who defected. For subsequent defense, it may be necessary to rely mainly on the planetary defense forces urgently drawn from various planets as the main force, and then to support the 2 Mechanicus' Forge worlds, and a large force of the Blood Rose Sisters sent by the Inquisition. In this universe, there are many combat sisters working for the Inquisition, and there may even be more than those who directly obey the Empire. It seems that there are still some main forces, but in fact, they are already quite weak. But in the spider web universe, there is still a very powerful force, 7 Space Marines. These 7 regiments were not transferred from outside, but were widely distributed throughout the spider web universe. After all, this is a vast area with 8,000 worlds. It is reasonable to have 7 regiments. In fact, on average, one planet is not worthy of 1 Space Marine. Moreover, these 7 regiments may not all be fully staffed. From this point of view, the forces within the spider web universe that are subordinate to the Empire still have a certain strength. 7 regiments, plus the Sisters and some of the Scutarii, plus a large number of planetary defense forces, not weak. If this force can be gathered together with one heart and one mind, acting under a unified command system, then they can't say that they can completely stop the invasion of the Iron Fury Stone, but at least they can turn the entire spider web universe into a quagmire of war, and drag the entire Iron Fury Stone into it. In that case, the situation on the Empire side will be much better. As long as the Iron Fury Stone is held in the spider web universe for a few years, even if the final price is to turn the spider web universe into a mess, it can buy the Empire more time to gather its forces. However, the situation that the Empire expected did not happen. Why would those planets turn themselves into messes? Surrender becomes a very rational choice. If you resist, and eventually resist until the Empire comes to rescue you, then it is worth resisting. This is also the biggest reason for most planets to face interstellar wars. When fighting foreign enemies, there is no doubt that if you don't fight, you will be destroyed. When the Empire clearly hopes to rescue them, you can resist and wait for rescue. But in this war, there is nothing. If they are not foreign enemies, they will be treated preferentially if they surrender. If you fight to the end, don't expect to be rescued. It is obvious that the Empire regards these planets as a defense line, hoping to exchange space for time and let them delay as much as possible. Don't expect to be rescued. Who cares about you? You can't even say they are disloyal. Some people, loyal to the Empire more than their homeland, so they led the planet to resist, and then were personally eliminated by the ironclad Space Marines, who had no idea how many of them were hiding underwater. Some people may also be quite loyal to the Empire, but considering the need to save their homeland, they painfully chose to surrender. And the other 7 trustworthy chapters, the Battle Sisters of the Bloody Rose, the Scutarians of the Mechanicus, should have been regarded as the backbone. However, their situations were different. There was a war band that had a rebellion against iron armor on its home planet. The war band went down to quell the rebellion, but was ambushed by a 3-fold coalition of iron armor and fury that had escaped the warband's intelligence network at some point. They were directly defeated on the ground, and only a small number escaped. 2 warbands, together with the Blood Roses, formed a combat unit and went to rescue a world called Tianyuan 6, which was struggling under the attack of the Iron Armor Warband. As a result, after arriving here, it was discovered that this was a trap to besiege a point and attack the reinforcements. In this crucial battle, one of their regiments turned against them on the spot, and an internal conflict broke out. With the help of a large number of ironclad Space Marines, this elite force was destroyed on Tianyuan 6. The Blood Rose suffered a heavy blow in this battle. Among the other 4 regiments, 2 of them, under the persuasion of the succubus Humphrey Paul, stood on their side. The last force that could cause great trouble to the Iron Rage Stone is the 2 Mechanicus' Forge worlds, which belong to the same system called the Alfonso cult. Of course, they also received orders from the Empire to contribute manpower, resources to resist the Iron Rage Stone. However, their performance was somewhat ambiguous. The orders were followed. The Scutarii were also sent, and the equipment and munitions were also sent. However, the Scutarii were not sent in large enough numbers, and they were independent and did not obey the orders of others. During the war, they just slacked off throughout the whole process. not fighting any major battles, and just playing the sidelines. Strangely, the Iron Fury stones did not provoke them. When they attacked, they basically avoided the places where the Crusader army was stationed. It seemed that the two sides had some kind of tacit understanding. The Alfonso sect said, "My sphere of influence is just this: 2 forging worlds, and some core mineral worlds in the universe provide me with resources. If you don't provoke me, I won't bother to pay attention to you. Although I sent troops, I was protecting my territory. Although I also provided equipment to the Empire. Please understand that I had no choice." The Ironclad also said, "I respect your sphere of influence. You can guard yours, but don't mess up my plan. You can openly provide equipment and weapons to the Empire, but don't sell too much. If I need to buy, you have to sell me some." Of course, these words have no evidence. They are just some so-called suspicions expressed by the Inquisition when it accused the Alfonso sect. However, there is no evidence anyway. Gu Heng, as a bystander, a third party, standing next to the star map, when he looked at the map and talked, he seemed to hear the two sides talking like this. Gu Heng couldn't help but sigh. This Humphrey Paul is really amazing. Succubus, this is a joking evaluation of Paul by Gu Heng in private. But in fact, it contains Gu Heng considerable fear. This person's charm attribute really maxed out. The most important thing is that the iron armored core has been very strong for hundreds of years, and has established influence everywhere. Although there are people like the Bohemia Rebellion, who have a grudge against the Iron Fury Stone, there are more people who have received their help and are on their side. Of course, just having a relationship and having a past friendship may not be enough. In addition, it still depends on Paul's diplomatic skills and exchange of interests. Friendship is the foundation. Diplomatic ability and leadership charisma are means and methods. And exchange of interests is the essence. What benefits can those who surrender, defect, and stand on the side of Iron Fury Stone get? Simple benefits are definitely not enough. No matter how much Humphrey Paul talks, it cannot change the fact that Iron Fury Stone is rebelling. And it cannot change the warnings from Holy Terra, which are becoming more and more severe, no matter how many benefits there are in the present. If the final result is defeat, it will all be in vain. Obviously, Paul made many people believe that he would succeed in the end. This success may not overthrow the Empire. That would be too fantastic. But at least it can prevent the Empire from interfering within the region. And then Iron Armor will be considered a winner. The Purple Gold Flower Rebellion more than 120 years ago is a good example. Although the scale of their actions now is much larger than it was then. And the Empire is not so easy to compromise. But also because of the large scale, the situation is more terrifying. And the value of the United Front may become very high. As long as there are a series of military victories, and the momentum is growing, the number of people who believe that the Iron Armor Legion can win in the end will also increase. Moreover, sometimes when the iron armor hits the face, many forces have the choice of death or believing that the iron armor can win. So what to choose? It is naturally easy to choose the latter. Once again, it must be emphasized that this is a human civil war after all. If you lose to the greenskins, you will not be slaughtered. If you lose to the abyss demons, you will all be corrupted into psychopaths and sacrificed in the end. If you lose to the void zerg, the whole planet will become food. Of course, you have to fight to the end in foreign wars. Anyway, resist or not, you will die in the end, so they will definitely bite you before they die. Fight a civil war. If you surrender, the rich and powerful will still be rich and powerful, maybe they will even have more power, and the civilians can survive, and their will to resist will be greatly reduced. The situation in the Spiderweb universe is already rotten. Gu Heng saw this, and was shocked. Sometimes he couldn't help but compare, if it was him, if it was the Alliance, if they did this in the Eastern Universe, could they have achieved the momentum of Iron Fury Stone? I'm afraid it won't work. First of all, in terms of hard power, there is still a gap. The Alliance will need 4 years to accumulate a naval base, but Iron Rage Stone has it now, and it is even stronger. After obtaining the fleet led by Melindeli, it will be even stronger, and the two sides are almost incomparable. As for ground forces, the two sides may be able to compare. Although Iron Armor may have more than 10,000 Space Marines, Rage Flame and Stone Shield must have also been reborn. The total number of each is probably more than 2,000 or 3,000, which adds up to more than 15,000 Space Marines. This is still a conservative estimate. The Phoenixes that the Alliance can produce are strictly in accordance with the provisions of the Space Marine Codex. and the number of them honestly does not exceed 1,000. However, in terms of quality, I am afraid that after the bloody battle with the Fury Corps, no one dares to underestimate it. Moreover, Gu Heng is confident that the quality of the Alliance army is definitely better than that of Iron Armor's famous auxiliary army. However, there is only one thing that Gu Heng and his alliance cannot compare with Iron Armor: hundreds of years of accumulated reputation. This is something that Gu Heng cannot make up for even if he has a diplomatic master with full charm attributes. Without reputation, it is difficult for Gu Heng to convince many people to stand on his side and believe that he can achieve the final victory, so as not to resist the Empire to the end. His alliance, in fact, is the same as the Iron Fury Stone. If it rebels, it cannot be dragged into the quagmire of war in its core area and cannot extricate itself. From this perspective, it is indeed unlikely that the Alliance will be able to achieve the effect of the Iron Fury Stone after choosing to rebel. The reason why Gu Heng started thinking about this problem was because he recently received a personal letter from Humphrey Paul. In it, Paul invited the Alliance in the south to start an uprising. Paul promised that he would never go south, and the two sides could engage in trade and even help each other. Chapter 508. Heartbeat. Did Humphrey Paul contact you? Star language communication with Holy Terra is still so difficult. The virtual image will flicker severely, and you can't see anything clearly. It's better not to open it to save traffic. That's how Gu Heng could hear the fatigue and hesitation in Gallardo's words. Yes, Gu Heng said calmly. He wrote me a letter. I knew it. Gallardo sighed. And then he said in a sarcastic tone, all the nobles on Holy Terra are now scared like quails by the Iron Fury Stone. When he said this, he completely forgot that as the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, he was also one of the nobles. He continued, even Ojuran is now terribly scared. And he is always afraid of what to do if he can't beat the Iron Fury Stone. What if another person like Norberto 100 years ago appears? At that time, he will be the biggest person in charge, and he will have to bear all the responsibilities. Not only will his political career be ruined, but his life will also be in danger. He and his boss also started to laugh at him. But from his words, Gu Heng could actually feel that Gallardo also had some fear, or at least anxiety. As for the reason, it's all in his words. Could it be that he would not encounter the situation that Ojuran might encounter? If it really comes to that, he might die faster than Ojuran. Once the Empire feels that Humphrey Paul's actions are too difficult, will there really be voices of appeasement? It is very likely, especially in the future, when there are several large-scale defeats in a row. This kind of appeasement trend is likely to rise. If it is a normal situation, it will be fine. But with Tai Nushi, there is no room for complacency. Humphrey Paul is a master of diplomacy, and is thinking, how to say it. He dares to rebel openly today, and dares to concoct the Bohemia rebellion 100 years ago. These actions seem to be something that only a madman can do. However, looking at Paul's specific performance in this series of events, he seems to be a politician who is experienced, good at maneuvering, knows how to make choices, and is tough when necessary and soft when necessary. He can even ignore hatred in his heart. The Fury Flame Corps has already forged a blood feud with Gu Heng, but he can still ignore it and invite Gu Heng, no matter how sincere he is. This attitude is rare. Moreover, this means that he has strong means. Otherwise, would he dare to invite the Alliance like this? I am afraid that the Alliance has not agreed yet, and the Fury Flame Corps has fallen out with Iron Armor first. It must have solved the internal problems first, to ensure that even if the news is leaked, even if the Alliance really agrees, the Fury Flame will not fall out. Thinking from this perspective, Gu Heng believes that Paul must have a way to successfully end this war. Rapid expansion, the huge sweep of the Empire's territory, one glorious victory after another, all these will become a heavy burden on the Holy Terra government. Internally, there are people cultivated by Iron Fury Stone, or simply wild appeasers jumping up and down, and Paul makes some compromises, and pays some price. Is it really impossible to negotiate? That may not be the case. Gu Heng fully understands the nature of the Imperial Central Government, and he does not find it strange to do anything they do. From this perspective, Paul wrote that letter to Gu Heng earlier, which really moved Gu Heng. Don't get me wrong, Gu Heng does not intend to rise up as the letter says, and echo Iron Fury Stone in the south and north. Isn't that crazy? Paul's intention was not really to expect Gu Heng to stand on his side. He was essentially expressing some goodwill to the Alliance. I won't go south to cause trouble for you, and you don't go north to cause trouble for me, to maintain general peace. Gu Hang would certainly be tempted by this. What he wanted, wasn't it just to have a longer period of rest? The most feared thing was that the two sides had a grudge, and after Tai Nusha rebelled, he would go south to fight him without saying anything. There are only 3-star regions between the two sides. I used to think that this was a long distance. But now, this distance is not safe. Even in the northern part of the Dragon Eagle Star region, in the Minghe Star region within the Eastern Universe, the Fury Flame group actually has a strong influence there. They have been active in the Eastern Universe for more than 10 years, and Minghe is the main place of activity. Their work in Minghe was fruitful, and then the Iron Teeth Green Tide broke out, and Fury Flame took advantage of the situation, and went south to prepare for activities in Dragon Eagle. If there was no alliance, it would probably be a failure. Not being neighbors, but not being far away either. If Paul really went south, even if he was not the main force, but just a small army, the development momentum of the alliance would be interrupted, and it would be forced to enter a state of war to fight the enemy. The main pitfall is the navy, which is too difficult to fill. Now, Paul said that as long as the alliance does not go north, he will not come down. Isn't this just what he wants? It will develop steadily for a while, preferably for 4 years. No matter how powerful Iron Fury Stone is. Can he overturn the Empire in 4 years? Impossible. After 4 years of development, the alliance will be even stronger. Then we can fight Paul. As for whether to fight Paul or follow Paul, it depends on the situation. In the political arena and interest field of this starry sky, where are their eternal friends? Friends and enemies can be transformed into each other. This is an idea, and Gu Hang did take it into consideration. Gallardo was also worried about this situation. He came to complain to Gu Hang about the situation of Holy Terra, and talked about a lot of things in a roundabout way. His core goal was to see what Gu Hang's attitude was. Gu Hang also gave him a clear reassurance. After patiently listening to his complaints for a long time, Gu Hang said, "Don't worry. Humphrey Paul, the traitor, will never succeed. What happened 120 years ago cannot be replicated now. The alliance will be their biggest enemy." Gallardo was overjoyed after taking the reassurance pill. "You are worthy of it." After being happy, Gallardo was a little embarrassed, and asked a very practical and specific question in a serious manner. "Then, your alliance, if it is deployed now, what kind of help does it need? If you have any requirements, feel free to ask boldly. I, your brother, am now the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Whatever you want, I can get it for you." Gu Hang smiled. Of course, he understood the subtext. Don't just talk nicely. Take some practical actions. Chapter 509, A Cold-Hearted Person. After hearing what Gallardo said, Gu Hang did not answer immediately. Gallardo waited for more than 10 seconds, but there was no response, and he felt a little uneasy. "You?" As soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Hang spoke at the same time. "You actually understand the situation of the alliance. When I left Holy Terra, the task you and Prime Minister O gave me was to defeat the Fury in the Dragon Eagle Star region, and block the path of the Iron Fury Stone to continue to expand its influence southward. My alliance has accomplished this mission brilliantly." Gallardo was a little embarrassed. Gu Hang was right. Before returning from Holy Terra, the alliance mission was indeed to drive the Fury of Flame away from the Eastern Universe. But who could have thought of the current result? The alliance drove away the Fury of Flame, almost without paying any price. Even, originally expected to be the first battlefield against the Iron Fury Stone, the Rebel Alliance, the Dragon Eagle Star region might be destroyed. However, this situation did not happen, since the Fury Core was driven away through a bloody battle. The Dragon Eagle Star region did not even experience war afterwards, and the situation remained very good. Under such circumstances, the strength of the alliance also increased greatly, and it was much stronger than originally estimated. What was growing and declining was that after the Iron Armor Corps started a rebellion, the situation changed too quickly. First, 3-star regions were swept away. Then Melindeli led a large group to surrender. And then the Heretic Inquisition and the Blood Rose Battle Sisters, together with 2 loyal regiments, stepped into the trap and were massacred on Tianyuan 6. At this point, the situation of the entire Spider Web universe was basically declared a mess. This is completely different from what the central government of the Empire had initially estimated. Why did they give Gu Hang so many benefits? Wasn't it because they were counting on the alliance to be the vanguard, to fight with Iron Fury Stone on the front line, to gather strength for the Empire in the future, and to buy more time? As a result, the Alliance is doing well. The Dragon Eagle Star region is also doing well. The Spiderweb universe has 14 star regions, tens of thousands of worlds, and the situation is critical. The Empire has no time to gather enough strength to launch an attack. Looking around the Spiderweb universe, the only one who can be trusted, and perhaps play a certain role, is the Alliance that was supposed to be the first to go up and fight. Gu Hang was indeed right. He fulfilled his promise when he left Holy Terra. However, the task assigned to him at that time was essentially to let him delay and contain part of the power of the Iron Fury Stone, instead of letting him really rest here. Why does the Empire want you to rest? Go fight for me. However, Gallardo would not be too tough on Gu Hang, his good brother. He said, "You have to consider my difficulties. I can give you a lot of extraordinary support, but there are many reasons. You have to give me some support." "I understand." Gu Hang's tone softened a little. "I am willing to support you, but..." Gu Hang sighed and continued, "Bojoa, if you insist, I will certainly launch an attack. But are you sure you really want me to do this? I am undoubtedly your most staunch supporter. The current situation of the Alliance does not have the ability to fight against the Iron Fury Stone. If I act rashly, the troops I bring to the Queen Star region are almost doomed to fail. They must be sent away. Even after that, the Iron Fury Stone will not have any scruples about the south. After losing the main force, especially the main fleet, Paul can send a detachment southward and completely defeat my alliance." Gallardo remained silent. "This is indeed a very easy situation to happen. I am your most staunch supporter, your brother. After giving away all your belongings, is it just to buy a little time? By then, after we have taken on the most difficult part, the Empire will indeed be able to accumulate some strength. But let's not talk about whether this will lead to the final victory. Even if we win, what does it have to do with us? At that time, I wonder which marshal, which force, will get the final, most abundant fruits of victory." His words made Gallardo fall into deep thought. Gu Hang picked up the cup beside him and drank a sip of water easily. This was a set of rhetoric he had prepared long ago, and it was the most suitable for Gallardo. Baggio Gallardo. Is he a loyal minister of the Empire? Obviously not. This guy has always been a man who does not do anything without profit. Even if you have a very good and close relationship with him, you should not use the emotional angle to persuade him. This person is cold-hearted, and talking about feelings will easily make him feel, "You are sorry for me." It is not that you will not succeed. It is still easy for him to succeed. But once you fail, no matter how good the relationship between the two was before, it is easy to break up. Even if you succeed, it will leave hidden dangers and cracks in the relationship. If we talk about interests, we are all in a rational stage, and only talk about benefits, which will have a smaller impact on the relationship. To put it bluntly, for people like Gallardo, he helped Gu Hang so much before, and his essential logic is, "You are my good brother, someone I can trust. I helped you up, and it is also good for me." Now, Gu Hang's statement really made Gallardo quite concerned. He thought for a while, and found that what Gu Hang said really made sense. If the alliance is lost, it will be a huge loss even if we win. The alliance belongs to Gu Hang, so it is almost his. Right? Thinking about it, it hurts. The key is what benefits will be gained after giving away the alliance. It may be good for the Empire, and it may also be good for Ojiran, but it may not be good for Gallardo. Even if he finally defeats and kills Iron Fury Stone, the credit belongs to the entire faction. As the second in command of the faction, he can certainly share a lot of profits. But how can the credit in the war be as good as what you get for yourself? However, Gallardo still had one last question. He carefully pondered and weighed it in his heart. At this time, Gu Hang's voice sounded in his ears. "Of course, I know that. You are also under pressure. I understand very well. In this regard, we must also take some actions. I will send part of the army to the north so that we can shut up some people on Holy Terra." Hearing this, Gallardo, who was in Holy Terra, finally smiled. Chapter 510, Southern Theater Commander-in-Chief. When he heard Gu Hang say that he would send some troops to do something, Gallardo basically had no objection. Preserving strength, showing attitude. What's wrong with that? Even if the masters on Holy Terra want to scold, they have to look at what kind of people they are. All other local forces in the Empire are in a mess, being stabbed everywhere. Finally there is a direction that has not been seriously damaged. Then be content, forcing others to die. Does that mean I? Gallardo. the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Can't lift a knife? Even at this time. His thinking began to change a little. We still have to pay attention to the risk issue. Right? What if we lose the battle? Don't worry, Gu Heng said. On the one hand, I won't be reckless. On the other hand, the troops going north will not be the main force. For the time being, my troops cannot enter the spider-web universe. The primary goal is the Mingha Star region in the north. We will prevent the influence of the Iron Fury Stone from spreading in the Mingha Star region until their influence is completely eliminated, to avoid the situation that happened in the spider-web universe in the Mingha Star region. In the next step, we will strive to do a good job in the defense of the Copper Bottle Star region, which is the northeastern gate of the Eastern universe. Under the current situation, we must first do a good job of defense and cut off the Iron Armored Regiment from moving south, which is also a great achievement. I believe that all parties in the Empire will understand. On every other front, the Empire is retreating, and only we have held on to the southern part of the spider-web universe. As a result, we are the ones who are responsible, which is unreasonable. If everything goes well, our vanguard will try to advance to the spider-web universe, and from the southeast corner, launch some attacks on the area actually controlled by the Iron Fury Stone. At this point, Gu Heng also felt that the time was ripe. He said, I also need your help here. Galador hurriedly said. You said, I can help. I will. I won't be polite with you, Gu Heng said with a smile. And then his tone became serious again. To be honest, the performance of the spider-web universe in this disaster was too bad. In fact, in general, Melandri's fleet and the Astra Militarum with it, and multiple regiments cooperating with the Inquisition and the Sisters of Battle, plus a large number of local defense forces, and thousands of worlds as backing, should not have ended up like this. The problem lies in that this force is issued by many parties, and each force is very independent. When facing the powerful force headed by the Iron Armored Regiment, which now has 6 regiments gathered together, the scattered forces cannot be combined, and it is bound to be defeated and eliminated one by one as it is now. Besides, I don't trust other Imperial generals at all. I will not hand over the precious power of the Alliance to others to command. This is not negotiable. The Lardo's voice came. I understand. Moreover, setting up a general commander above you is not conducive to establishing your position. Well, it is not conducive to taking credit later. I will fight for you to get a general commander position in the Southern Theater, although there is no such theater now. Once you go to war with the Iron Armored Corps in the southeast of the spider-web universe, I will do my best to promote the establishment of this theater, and you will be the general person in charge here. This is exactly what Gu Heng wants. But it is not enough. Gu Heng said, Gallardo, my brother, it is not enough to be the general commander. Let's take what happened in the past year as an example. Don't the forces gathered in the spider-web universe have a unified command? No, for example, on Tianyuan 6, it is the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition who is in charge. But this kind of leadership is too weak. It is more like a comprehensive alliance. At most it is the general commander in battle. At most it can only coordinate the forces of all parties. Gallardo seemed a little confused. He asked, Isn't this enough? Not enough, Gu Heng said. Not enough at all. How can I ensure that as the general person in charge of the war zone, the commander-in-chief's orders can be fully implemented? An organization that needs everyone to sit down and discuss before making a decision, where the commander's orders can be discounted and may be rejected, cannot fight a war well. What I want is to truly integrate all the forces and pull them together. Every unit, no matter where it comes from or what its identity is, will resolutely execute my orders after receiving them. This requires me to have more powerful means in addition to the title of Commander-in-Chief. I demand absolute control over any unit assigned to me. Not only must they obey me in military operations, I also need to have the personnel rights to appoint officers of this unit. And I also need to have the power to punish and even execute any personnel in the unit. Hearing what Gu Heng said, Gallardo felt a little tricky. Gu Heng hadn't finished yet. It's not just the army. You know, the army is only part of the war. Under such a large-scale all-out war, we must fully mobilize all our forces and implement the overall war strategy. This requires that, if the southern war zone is divided, then at least the entire eastern universe should be fully prepared for this war. These preparations include everything from beginning to end. The power of the entire universe should be used by me. And I should also have direct control over the administrative power within the universe. At this point, Gu Heng has almost revealed his true intentions. Gallardo continued to hesitate. The commander-in-chief of the army in front is something he can control. But the things behind? That's a bit empty. When it comes to the appointment and punishment of military personnel. For example, if Gu Heng wants to dismiss or even execute a general of the Star Army, then it stands to reason that he, the commander-in-chief, cannot do it. The Military Affairs Department cannot give Gu Heng this power. This power is within the system of the Star Army or the Navy. Not to mention, it is possible to dispatch some other forces, such as a troop of the Inquisition. The Military Affairs Department can also authorize Gu Heng to dismiss and execute the Inquisitor? What about the Space Marines? Impossible. The Military Affairs Department itself does not have this authority. If it involves the affairs of the local government later, it will be even more so. That is the work of the Administration Department. Gu Heng asked doubtfully, shouldn't it be? Is there no precedent for this in the Empire? Chapter 511, Imperial Union Act? When Gu Heng asked if there was no precedent for doing this, Gallardo didn't know what to say. Precedent? There is. The Empire is so big, there are all kinds of things. What hasn't happened before? And, if there really is a precedent, then Gallardo's loyalty to the Sun Lord Solakheim, isn't that the biggest example? Even if it's not Solakheim, in many military operations of the Empire, the commander-in-chief, who presided over the operation would do this more or less. War is so cruel. How can we win without fully deploying the forces of all parties? Among them, especially the Space Marines and the Inquisition, like to do this. They, and a few others who do this, mostly, are temporary. After holding power for a period of time, when the war is over, this power will also end. Some people don't care, such as the chapters and inquisitors, who really only seize power to get things done. After it's done, I'm leaving, so naturally I let go of everything that needs to be let go. Some people care, but can't do it. Some people can do it, but then they get rid of it. Of course, there are also people who can do it, and they keep doing it. There are all kinds of situations, and you can find examples. So which one does Gu Heng want to be? Gallardo thinks he knows Gu Heng well, so it goes without saying that. What Gu Heng is pursuing is definitely to always hold on to this power. He understood that Gu Heng was making a request. It was not only a request to deal with this war, but also a request for the fruits of victory after the war. You guys on Holy Terra can't take all the benefits. I, who work hard in the local area, can't get anything. Right? At this point, Gallardo didn't reject giving Gu Heng benefits. However, he also gave Gu Heng a clear explanation. This matter needs to be done step by step. The commander-in-chief of the Southern Theater will definitely be yours. I can still make the decision. In addition, I can try to get you some more benefits. You can spend the local taxes of the Alliance boldly on the construction of the Angry Bear Legion, the Pegasus Fleet, and the Yunluo Fleet that Yi Lixia currently controls. If the taxes of the Alliance alone are not enough, I can also take the taxes originally submitted to the central government of the Empire from the Eastern Universe, and the budget originally planned to be allocated to the local Star Army and the Navy construction, and give them to you. These are all real benefits, and they are real money. Even if the Alliance productivity is not enough, isn't there a Mechanicus faction called the Mingyang sect in the Dragon Eagle Star region? The production capacity of Jindy Star is still very strong, and if you have money, you can place an order with them. Moreover, these things are indeed within the authority of Gallador, and he, the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, can make the decision. I can't make the decision on the appointment of personnel you want, and the power to punish without reason, but I can talk to the Star Army and the Navy. The troops sent to your command, then the full management rights will be handed over to you, no problem. But if it involves the war group, the Inquisition, the Crusader Army, then it won't work, there is no way at all. Unless, I strongly announce this on your behalf, if you don't want to accept your control, don't go to the Southern Theater. But if you do this, the external support you might have received will be reduced, you have to be aware of this. Hearing this, Gu Heng probably understood that this was indeed the limit of what Gallardo could do. He thought for a moment, and gave a reply, let's do it this way. I would rather not have those who are not sure whether they will come or not, and who may not help or cause trouble when they come. I must also ensure that I have complete control. Okay. Then do as you say. After responding, Gallardo began to sigh and complain, at most. I can only follow the instructions of the Military Affairs Department to let the Star Army and the Navy in the Eastern Universe gather, as much as possible, and obey your command. But, even so, you still have to pass the test of the Star Army and the Navy headquarters. and the commander of the specific unit, and the fleet commander. The local government, whether it is the space government or the star government, will not let go so easily. There are many difficulties. I can only say that I will allocate as much as possible to you, and ensure their logistical supplies. Gu Hang said, "It's good to get to this point, and I don't expect more help. It's good that you understand my difficulties." After sighing, Gallardo began to talk about the third aspect of Gu Hang's request. As for the administrative management rights of local governments, you want the administrative management rights of the entire Eastern Universe. That is impossible. Even if the war does require the entire universe to provide you with logistical support, it is too exaggerated to hand over all the administrative management to you. This matter is not only difficult, but also the opposition is too strong. Forcing it forward is not only difficult to succeed, but it is also very easy to create enemies. Leaving the administration department, leaving the government's management system, the Prime Minister of the Administration Department will never agree, and neither will the Prime Minister. Moreover, not only is the work in Holy Terra difficult, even our own people, Zhuo Xiaofeng, Chairman Zhuo himself, will not agree, because that is infringing on his rights. The most I can do is to say hello to Zhuo Xiaofeng, and let the human and material resources of the entire universe be mobilized for you as much as possible. But I can't guarantee that it's all, and I can't guarantee that you have all the authority. At this point, Gu Hang was a little dissatisfied. But then another promise from Gallardo made him change from anger to joy. However, as compensation, I can think of some other ways. For example, during the war, those worlds that were originally under the control of the Empire cannot be given to you. But those worlds that the Alliance has liberated can be handed over to the Alliance for management. As for the reason, it also exists. After all, the Alliance is the liberator, and those places did not originally have original owners. The Alliance temporarily helps the Empire, is responsible for the security of the recovered areas, and manages the military and civil affairs of the recovered areas. It is reasonable. As for the people on these planets in the future, if they feel grateful to the Alliance for saving them and returning to the Empire, they will take the initiative to ask to join the Alliance. That is also acceptable. For the planets in the liberated areas during the war, they can be assigned to the wartime regime of the war zone, and the commander-in-chief of the war zone will have complete wartime management power. I will work hard to help you achieve this. If there is such a step, it is indeed quite satisfying. Anyway, Gu Hang didn't intend to really get the entire Eastern Universe by just talking. That's impossible. The Iron Armored Corps wanted a space domain as a reward, and now they have not received it even after raising the flag of rebellion. It is just a sky-high price. And Gallardo's counteroffer is indeed not bad. No matter how many high-sounding embellishments there are, the meaning is that the territory you conquer belongs to you. This statement still interests Gu Hang. However, so far, this is only Gallardo's unilateral statement. Whatever is said verbally is not so accurate. Gu Hang needs a definite document and statement. This is the most important thing for the Alliance to expand legally. Moreover, it is best that this statement, the document, cannot be issued by Gallardo or Ojuran. Even if it is issued by Mr. Chibodu, the current Prime Minister of the Empire, it is not acceptable. It should not be said by a certain person. The legitimacy of the existence of the Alliance itself has always been controversial and challenged in these years. The most important reason is that when the Alliance was first established, it came from the golden words of the War Apostle. If it was an alliance of several planets, naturally no one would care about you. Now, the Alliance has expanded to its current size. Even if Gallardo's own status has risen, it is not legitimate enough. In the future, if the Alliance really follows what Gallardo said, and all the conquered territories belong to the Alliance, then in the next war, if the Alliance loses, everything will be over, and there will be no need to talk about anything. But if the Alliance wins, and indeed seizes a large area of land in the war, the scale of the entire Alliance will further expand, spanning multiple star regions, and the size may be even greater than the apparent power of Iron Fury before the rebellion. At that time, no matter if it is a document or order issued by a certain person or a group of people in their own name, it is probably not enough. What Gu Hang needs is an Imperial Alliance Act that is clearly passed in the name of the human empire, the Holy Terra Central Government, after consultation by the Supreme Lords Council, the highest authority in the empire, to confirm the legitimacy of the alliance. In this way, Gu Hang Alliance will no longer have any worries. At least, no one can use the legality of the alliance to attack him. Of course, this still cannot replace the importance of whether one is strong or not. If the alliance is weak at that time, then even if it is legal, it will be treated as a lamb to be slaughtered, and all the powerful people will come to share the food. But at least, if the alliance is strong enough, and has such a loyal and legal protective coat, then it will be really safe. In a debate, you can't win, but in a fist fight, the alliance is bigger than you. This is the safest. In the following conversation, Gu Heng agreed to the conditions proposed by Gallardo in principle, but also emphasized his own requirements, a clear bill, to confirm everything. At the same time, Gu Heng also analyzed the importance of this bill to Gallardo, and the role it can play in the future from the perspective of Gallardo. If the alliance is strong and legal in the future, then the alliance will become Gallardo's most important fulcrum outside of Holy Terra. In the future, whether it is to support Gallardo to recover the Supreme Parliament seat that originally belonged to him as the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, or to go a step further and let Gallardo aim at a higher position, the alliance will be his strong support. Gallardo understood and took action. But he also stated that it was difficult to do this matter. It was not something that could be negotiated with empty words. He needed the alliance to take some practical actions, and then cooperate with some opportunities, in order to get this matter done. What is the actual action? Of course, it is the alliance sending troops to the north. This alone is not enough. If they are fighting a favorable battle, how can they show the importance of the alliance? How can they show the value of paying such a high price to the alliance? It must be that other directions are beaten to pieces, and only the scenery in the south is beautiful, forming a sense of contrast, and making the masters on Holy Terra feel that the alliance in the south is the only life-saving straw they can grasp. If the alliance is too dissatisfied, stops where it is, or even reaches some extraordinary agreement with Iron Fury Stone in private, it might be like the sky falling. At this time, the selling price can be raised. Gu Heng expressed his understanding. Moreover, he felt that this situation was not difficult to happen. He really had almost no way to influence the Iron Armored Corps' movements on the northern and western fronts. However, the Empire's current performance in these two directions was indeed too poor, and the performance of the entire rebel group led by Humphrey Paul was indeed too fierce. Judging from the current situation, things are indeed developing in this direction. In the second month after Gu Heng and Gallardo finished their conversation, the alliance prepared a fleet and entered the Mingha space in the north of the Dragon Eagle Star region. With the support of the Alliance Intelligence Agency, which took the lead, it expelled and detained the government observers left by the Fury of Flame on several planets, and punished several planetary governors and small caravans that transported strategic materials to Iron Fury Stone for trade. This was a clear gesture from Gu Heng. I started working. However, Gallardo said bad news to the alliance. Gu Heng's other demands were not a big problem, but the clear alliance bill he wanted was not passed. At that time, only the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Justice would issue a joint document to support this. To put it bluntly, Gallardo and Ojiran would support him. Gu Heng immediately quit. The advanced troops that had just entered the Mingha Star region stopped there. Then, in the third month, Iron Fury Stone made great progress again. On the western front, they captured the capital planet of the Spider Web universe. There, they did encounter stubborn resistance, but at least 4,000 Space Marines, after a fierce orbital airdrop, disintegrated the defense of the capital planet in 18 days. On the northern front, they penetrated the entire Spider Web universe, and their troops had entered the star-devouring universe. A loyal chapter accepted the call of the Galactic Space Government and launched an ambush operation, which slightly thwarted the attack of the Iron Fury Stone. But 9 days later, it was retaliated strongly. More than 6,000 Space Marines boarded a huge fleet, raided the home planet of the chapter, and destroyed the chapter monastery. When the loyal chapter was angry and returned for help, they completed an ambush halfway. The chapter was almost annihilated. At this point, the Empire was really a little panicked. Chapter 512. Land Occupation Act. In the 230th year of the 10th millennium of the establishment of the Empire, the Princess's Rebellion was the biggest news in the entire Empire. At first, it was just a shocking event, and it was something that many high-level figures thought would happen eventually. It finally happened, although it came earlier than expected and more suddenly. Since it was expected, it was not unexpected. The attitude of most people in the Empire was that it would be difficult to quell this rebellion, and the Empire would have to mobilize a lot of forces. Maybe it would take a year? 2 years? It should be about the same, right? However, what happened next stupend many people step by step. The rebellion broke out in February. In March, Melandri defected. The whole empire was full of curses. The Inquisition clamored for the Iron Armored Corps to pay the price. In August, the Tianyuan 6 incident occurred. A Grand Inquisitor, who was in charge of 400 official inquisitors of various levels, more than 10,000 Blood Rose Battle Sisters, a loyal corps, such an elite force was destroyed, making the Inquisition shut up and quietly lick its wounds. In October, the entire northern line of the Spider-Web universe was penetrated, and the war spread to the Devouring Star universe. On Holy Terra, the representative of the chairman of the Devouring Star universe, who occupied a seat in the Supreme Council, fiercely criticized Ojuran, Gallardo, who was not qualified to attend the meeting, and Gu Heng, who was in the eastern universe of the Empire, which was quite far away. The representatives of the Devouring Star universe believed that it was their overly radical actions a year and a half ago that forced them to go to war with the Iron Armored Corps without being fully prepared. Now, their Devouring Star universe was in trouble, just as they had feared at first. The following year, in January 10231, the capital world of the Spider-Web universe fell. Although, this does not mean that the Spider-Web universe fell completely. The Spider-Web universe is a much larger area than the Eastern universe. There are nearly 10,000 worlds there. It is unlikely that all of them will be taken or surrendered in 1 year. In particular, the Iron Armored Corps was actually accumulating strength and fighting several key battles. It did not divide its forces in order to quickly sweep across the country. However, after the fall of the capital, the entire Spider-Web universe basically became a piece of fish on the chopping board. The Iron Armored Corps can just cut off a piece of whatever they want. They can get it wherever they want. When the Holy Terra government reached this stage, especially when it was under direct pressure from the representatives of the Devouring Star universe in the Supreme Council, and when several cosmic governments around the Spider-Web universe also sent their concerns, Holy Terra was really a bit numb. Fortunately, there are Space Marine representatives in this session of the Supreme Council. The Space Marine from the Death Angels had already received a request for help from the Supreme Council. They hoped that the Death Angels could play their role and come to support this war. The Death Angels, which was rebuilt from the First Legion, is not only a founding legion, but also the first Space Marine Legion to be established during the Legion period. During the establishment of the Empire, and in the years that followed, it has made an absolute achievement. The entire regiment is quite powerful, and has many secret weapons that even the Holy Terra government does not have. Oh, they never admit it themselves. However, the Death Angels refuse to ask for help. Their home planet is in the western border of the Empire, separated by the entire territory of the Empire, and they cannot come. They have other things to do. The representative from the Death Corps was unwilling to reveal what the specific things were, and no one could force him. However, he still replaced the Death Angels commander, who is currently a High Lord, and played a role of a High Lord. He said he would help contact and invite some other war groups, especially those active in the eastern and northern territories of the Empire, to see who is more free and can come to help. There are indeed a few war groups that have responded to the call and have begun to gather. However, the number is still not enough. Now, the war groups that stand on the side of Iron Armor are no longer just the original 3 Iron Fury Stone families. Among the other 7 war groups in the Spider-Web universe, 3 were destroyed, 1 ran away, and the other 3 all stood on the side of Iron Armor. There are 6 regiments alone. Not to mention that the Iron Armor family is worth 10. There are only 6 regiments that have responded to the call. It will probably take several months to fully assemble them. After all, they need to come from various places. And some regiments, such as some regiments active in the Devouring Star universe, and the military forces of this universe, are actually difficult to gather. Although the threat brought by the Iron Fury Stone is closely related to them, there is a problem that each universe has its own problems. Greenskins are everywhere. There is a small group of void hives that need to be cleared. Some worlds have a lot of cult activities, rebels, pirates. There are hundreds of worlds in a star field, and thousands or tens of thousands of worlds in a universe. The original military force is usually not enough to deal with problems within the country. At this time, a huge external crisis suddenly appeared, which is really difficult to deal with. The power that can be gathered now to fight against the Iron Fury Stone is not enough. At least it is not enough to make the masters on Holy Terra feel at ease. Under such circumstances, The Supreme Council on Holy Terra was held again and again. The High Lords constantly exchanged opinions and resources to see who they could contact, how many troops they could send, how much supplies they could send, and when they could arrive. In fact, when all was said and done, the forces that could be assembled, at least on paper, were very large and very powerful. But the problem was that these forces often took a long time to assemble. Some who can come quickly cannot be sent directly to the battlefield, otherwise it will become a tactic of adding fuel to the fire. Did Calabash Brothers save Grandpa? But if it takes a long time to gather, who knows what the situation will be like in the spider-web universe by then? Who knows whether the disaster will not be limited to one spider-web universe by then? Under such circumstances, when another meeting of High Lords began, Gallardo entered the room. 13 High Lords, sitting at the top, looked down at Gallardo. Perhaps, in the future, Gallardo will sit among them. But at least not yet. Under the scrutiny of these eyes, Gallardo suppressed some strange emotions in his heart, and saluted the High Lords respectfully. Then, he said, this time, I come to report to the rulers of the empires, the respected High Lords, about the needs of the Eastern Universe. The chairman of the Dragon Eagle Star region, the marshal of the Star Army, the commander of the legal multi-star political entity alliance, and Gu Heng. Okay, we all know what Gu Heng wants. The prime minister of the administration department interrupted Gallardo impatiently. But I have a question. What does the so-called alliance mean? If Holy Terra doesn't give Gu Heng the benefits he wants, he won't send troops? Is his loyalty to the interests rather than to the empire? This is already a serious accusation. But Gallardo was not panicked. Of course not. No one knows Gu Heng better than me. He is definitely an extremely loyal imperial official. After the Spiderweb Universe incident, he was more worried than anyone else. Please do not doubt Gu Heng's position. We are in Holy Terra. It is still far away for Taikai to attack us. His alliance is directly under the front of Taikai. It's just that he is lucky now. The traitor Humphrey Paul did not develop to the south. The threat he faces is greater than any of us. And he wants to solve the threat of Taikai faster than any of us. Hee. Another High Lord spoke up. Why did the Iron Armored Corps fight so fiercely to the west and north, but not to the south? Who knows if there is some dirty agreement between them that they dare not tell anyone? This is another deeper accusation. But Gallardo did not intend to continue to be timid at this time. He said, I don't quite understand what you mean. It seems that you all hope that the alliance will stand with Humphrey Paul? Imagine. What would happen if that scene really happened? How dare you? Someone yelled at him. Oh, Jiren, who was sitting on the top, also spoke up. We all know Gu Heng loyalty. This kind of thing that can't happen. Bojoya, don't use it to scare everyone. It sounds like Gallardo was reprimanded neither softly nor hard. But in fact, the attitude is quite clear, directly defining Gu Heng as loyal. Otherwise, Gallardo restrained a little, and he said, please understand, respected High Lords, that the alliance is actually the only thing we can expect now. It has assembled the composite forces of space warriors, naval fleets, and the Star Army, and has the direct support of hundreds of worlds. If you allow, then the power of the entire Eastern Universe can be integrated by the alliance, and we will have a sharp blade in the south of Iron Fury Stone. If you do not agree to the conditions of the alliance, it does not mean that the alliance will stand on the other side, and it will not affect Gu Heng loyalty. However, we must also respect objective facts. If we do not support the alliance and cannot allow Gu Heng to integrate enough power, how can we let him fight against the Iron Armored Corps? Will the alliance be lost in vain? Just like the forces that were lost in the Spider-Web universe before. And then let the situation that was originally leaking from 2 sides become a collapse from 3 sides? Please wake up. We need the alliance. We need it to be a strong shield in the southern part of the Spider-Web universe. And it can also be turned into a sharp sword when necessary. On this basis, the most important thing we should do is to support it with all our strength. And don't let what happened in the Spider-Web universe happen again. As for the doubts that Gu Heng would not move forward without any benefits, this is a malicious interpretation. Isn't it the most appropriate thing for Gu Heng to do? The Empire did not give him any additional authorization. He is only the commander-in-chief of the Alliance, and the head of the Dragon Eagle Star region. What identity and power does he have to interfere in the affairs of the Ming Star region? If he really did something, would today's meeting have become a criticism meeting against him? At the end, Gallardo still couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic face. But this time, no one criticized him. The High Lords all had their own thoughts. Let's enter the voting stage, Ojiran said, and also winked at Gallardo below. Gallardo bowed and left. He was not a High Lord yet, and during the voting stage, he was not qualified to watch. However, Gallardo believed that a position would be vacated for him in the near future. Gu Heng, you didn't see me criticizing them fiercely in the Supreme Council. Gallardo was bragging. Ha, ha, what was the final result? Gu Heng's voice, coming from the Star Communication, was very laggy. Gallardo was stunned for a moment, but he answered Gu Heng's question first. Of course, there is no problem with the result. Although the number of votes is quite thrilling, you now have the legal right to occupy the land. Every planet you conquer can be added to the framework of the alliance. Well, thank you so much, you have relieved my worries. Gallardo finally couldn't help asking, what's going on over there? Why is it stuck? I'm on the starship. The main force of the alliance has entered the Mengha Star region. I'm leading the team myself. When he said this, Gu Heng's signal finally got better. I should have just told you the result. Right? What if the discussion of the Supreme Council fails to pass you? Gu Heng smiled and said, what are you afraid of? You have come out in person. How can I not believe that you can easily capture him? Gallardo also smiled and said, then I wish you a successful start. After the communication with Gallardo ended, Gu Heng continued to do his own things. For this Iron Armor War, Gu Heng has made up his mind, and he will definitely participate. In fact, he can't stand on the same front with Iron Armor. It's not just about interests, and it's not just about the previous hatred. The most important point is that Gu Heng absolutely does not believe that Taikai will be the final winner. No matter how big the hidden benefits are. As long as they cannot win in the end. No matter how much money they make in the process. It is meaningless. But he will not attack the core area of the Spider Web universe now. The Land Occupation Act has come out. And Gu Heng plans to take advantage of the influence that the Fury Flame Core has spent many years to build up in the Mengha Star region first. And reap the benefits first. In the Mengha Star region, there are many planets that directly or indirectly provide assistance to Iron Fury Stone. This is a fact. These supports must be cut off. Send troops, control the planets, check the accounts. In order to eliminate the influence, the Alliance station troops, is it reasonable? Send officials to manage, is it reasonable? Under the Land Occupation Act, it is included in the Alliance framework. It seems to be a matter of course. Chapter 513, Fame Strategy. Gu Heng personally boarded the Alliance ship and came to the Mengha Star region. His movements, of course, were also sensed by the Iron Fury Stone. Humphrey Paul's reaction was quite big. He personally summoned the Alliance ambassador, the lady named Wu Yang. As a space warrior, and the head of the Iron Armor chapter, Paul's size is certainly not comparable to that of mortals. Sitting on the throne on the bridge of the battleship, Wu Yang looked up and felt that he was looking at a god. Many places call space warriors demigods. And it's not nonsense. Gu Heng personally led the fleet into Mengha. You have made the decision to be my enemy. Right? Paul's voice was not loud. Nor harsh. And certainly not frivolous. Just ordinary and plain. But despite this, Wu Yang, the ambassador of the Alliance standing below, was still very nervous under the strong sense of oppression. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally. She had been in the Princess Star region for several months. In fact, when the Fury Core was driven out of the Dragon Eagle Star region, the Alliance had already sent ambassadors to the Iron Armor Core. As representatives of the local forces of the Empire, both sides maintained exchanges. In fact, the Iron Armor Core also had envoys on the Winged Star. The previous handwritten letter from Humphrey Paul was directly handed to Gu Heng by Ambassador Iron Armor. Later, after the Iron Armor Corps officially raised the flag of rebellion, the ambassadors of both sides did not withdraw, arguing with the other party's officials, being used as a punching bag, and calling each other traitors to the Empire. This is the job on the surface. Of course, if it is just for this, it is definitely not worth sending ambassadors to each other. It doesn't matter to Iron Armor. But for the Alliance, it is politically risky. If it is useless, the Alliance will definitely not do it. In fact, the ambassadors sent by both sides do play the role of conveying each other's voices and determining each other's positions and attitudes. Wu Yang, as a very experienced diplomat in the Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was assigned to take on this important, but especially dangerous task. When the two sides fall out, who knows whether they will kill each other's ambassadors to vent their anger. But despite this, Wu Yang still has to put on a tough enough attitude. she said. The Alliance is a member of the Empire. It cannot tolerate traitors of the Empire. And there will definitely be actions. Now the action has just begun. The attitude still needs to be shown. But the main point still needs to be said. In the future, the Alliance will definitely enter the Spider-Web universe and execute the orders of the Empire, but not now. At present, and for a long time in the future, the goal of the Alliance will remain in the Eastern Universe, in the Menghastar region. At this point, Wu Yan also added, this is the request of the Empire. The subtext is also very clear. The Alliance does not want to fight a big war now. Entering the Menghastar region, on the one hand, is to push the Alliance defense line forward, to avoid being attacked into their core area in the future, and on the other hand, to complete the Empire's orders. This is to prevent the Iron Armored Corps from misjudging this, thinking that the Alliance is going to fight them, and thus taking some radical actions. Of course, if the Iron Armored Corps insists on making such a response, then the Alliance will have no choice. So let's fight in the Menghastar region. The Alliance is indeed not ready for war, and does not want to fight. But is Taikai ready for this? Humphrey Paul has already got the answer he wants. He is not interested in talking to an ambassador like Wu Yang anymore. And he waves her away. After Wu Yang left, Paul sat alone on his throne, silent. It was not until a long time later that he let out a deep sigh. Gu Heng also let out a sigh. His sigh has nothing to do with the Iron Armored Corps. The Alliance ambassador has sent back the details of Wu Yang meeting with Paul, including the follow-up. She kept arguing with the officials of the Iron Armored Corps, who kept threatening to go south and destroy the Alliance, just as the Iron Armored Corps destroyed the Imperial forces in countless worlds. But in fact, from Gu Heng's point of view, he didn't think the Iron Armored Corps would go south. It's not guaranteed, but it's highly likely. Gu Heng roughly calculated the strength of the Iron Armored Corps. If they want to continue to maintain their current invincible power, they will not be able to open a third front. Especially considering that the Alliance is a tough nut to crack. And once their myth of invincibility in the past year is broken, it will be a very, very bad situation. If those worlds no longer think that the Iron Armored Corps is completely invincible and start to try more to resist, then there will be big trouble for the Iron Armored Corps. That would greatly increase their conquest costs. And there would no longer be so many worlds that would choose to surrender without any resistance. To put it bluntly, is Iron Armor's base much stronger than the Alliance? The Alliance base is the Dragon Eagle Star region, and Iron Armor only has the Princess Star region. Right? The only difference is that they control the entire Star region for a little longer than the Alliance controls the Dragon Eagle Star region. If you want to swallow up the entire universe, or even turn the war into a wave, you can't fight one world at a time. Who can withstand it? How did Solachem Solar Expedition conquer tens of thousands of worlds? It is impossible to conquer worlds one by one. The Battle of the Sun Lord was also a key battle. To gain a reputation, and then to attract dozens or hundreds of surrounding worlds to surrender. When the reputation grows, the battle will go more smoothly. Often, when the fleet arrives at a place, the world will surrender. Sometimes, there is no need for an army. Just a lone envoy, and 10 worlds in an entire star zone will surrender. This is the so-called two-day conquest of 3 worlds, and the main way to conquer tens of thousands of worlds in decades of expedition. Reputation. If you have the real invincible power to sweep everything, then there is no need to say more, and no need to rack your brains. But generally speaking, it is not possible. Even in the early days of the Sun Expedition, when the Sun Lord Solakheim had not yet fully established his reputation, and had not yet gained the full support of the Empire through his reputation, his war tactics must be smart enough, and he must win enough victories to be able to do what comes next. And now, Gu Heng can see that Iron Armor is going to copy this approach. Of course, they are still in the early stages, still in the stage of building reputation, and so far, they have only achieved initial results, and there are still a few key levels to fight. Chapter 514. Slowed down Humphrey's reputation strategy. It is actually very difficult. There are many levels to pass. For example, Gu Heng heard Gallardo say that the Space Marine representative in the High Lords Council has been in contact with several powerful warbands. Among them are powerful top warbands such as the Black Crusaders. They are also a warband with great overgrowth. But their situation is completely different from that of the Iron Armor. The Black Crusaders are a subgroup of the Golden Knights, and they themselves have a very large influence and background. But they don't occupy land. They belong to a ship-based regiment. They don't even have a home planet. They recruit soldiers from wherever they fight, get supplies, and then rush to the next battlefield. And they are quite obedient. This obedience does not mean that they will do whatever the Empire asks them to do. Nor does it mean that they will be obedient if the Empire government interferes with their internal affairs. But at least, if the Empire calls, they will come in most cases. They are also very happy to accept requests for help from all over the Empire, and come whenever they are free. This has allowed them to accumulate a particularly large reputation and goodwill. And there are indeed many local forces that are willing to support them, donate, and reward them as a thank you, or simply make friends with them in the hope that they can get help from the Black Crusaders in the future. And usually, they can indeed get what they want. But it is also because of this that, although the Black Crusaders are large in scale, they are also very busy. The Black Crusaders received the call from the Empire, and they also expressed their willingness to participate in the rebellion. But unfortunately, their many expeditionary fleets almost all had their own missions. Although they have promised to try their best to dispatch a force as soon as possible to join the war, even they cannot promise a specific time. In addition to the Black Crusaders, some famous war groups also received the call. Among them, there are also several famous founding war groups. For example, the Blood Angels and Bats that are active in the northern border of the Empire, and the Infinite Corps that is also very famous in the eastern border. This corps is even the parent corps of the Iron Armor Corps. The father is going to punish his son. The Heretic Tribunal, which suffered a big setback, is also furious. They are drawing more elite forces to cooperate with them, especially the Sisters of Battle, and are preparing to continue to participate in the war. When these forces all join the battle sequence against the Iron Armor one by one, the challenges that Humphrey Paul will face will become greater. Only after passing these levels one after another can the famed strategy envisioned by Paul be more and more formed. Before that, he must carefully choose his opponents and strategies. He cannot encounter too strong opponents too early, lest he suffer defeat before that point, causing the wave he expects to end in advance. This is exactly what Gu Heng judged. When the frenzy set off by Iron Fury on the western and northern fronts has already taken shape, he must devote most of his strength to maintain this offensive. They don't have enough strength to go south, and they can't be strategically confused. The Alliance is a typical opponent that is not so famous, but quite powerful. Winning the battle may not necessarily bring a big reputation bonus, and it is also difficult to fight. But if they really come, Gu Heng doesn't mind giving Humphrey Paul a head-on blow in the south. The price given by the Empire has already satisfied Gu Heng, and it is okay to join the war. However, the fact is that Taikai still mainly talks nonsense against the Alliance, supplemented by some small actions. It is indeed as Gu Heng expected, and he dares not to go south in full. Their main trick was to use the influence established by the frequent activities of the Fury Corps in the Mingha Star region in the past years to cause trouble for the Alliance. They sent many military advisors and independent advisors. Most of these people came from the auxiliary military systems of several regiments, such as the Iron Armor. They were certainly not the most elite military force, but as an auxiliary military force called the Royal Princess Legion created by Humphrey Paul, their level was even better than the average strength of the Star Army. Of course, the Princess Corps is not a large-scale organized force. In those worlds, at most, it is a regiment, or even a few companies. The leading officer serves as a military advisor, leading the local people to build a stronger force based on the Princess Corps. This is not entirely for the Alliance. In the past years, the establishment of a local defense force based on the Princess Corps model was itself a way to exert influence on the local area. Objectively speaking, this did have a lot of impact on the Alliance actions in Mingha. Originally, they hoped that they could pull the entire Mingha Star region into an internal united front by diplomatic means alone. But later, relying on diplomacy and political means alone was no longer enough. So they resorted to military means. After the Alliance advance fleet arrived, they launched a series of offensives. At the beginning, there were not many battles. The Mingha Star region, which was close to the Dragon Eagle, was closer to the Alliance and was still relatively timid. Once the fleet arrives, the army is sent down, and the local forces basically do not resist, allowing the officials of the Alliance to be sent in. Various materials begin to be collected, and the Alliance directly takes over the imperial taxes and planetary defense forces. Once the wealth and the army are in hand, there are basically no major problems. After stabilizing a world, the advanced fleet will go to the next one. leaving only a part of the army in the previous world. This model is not a big problem in most cases. The officials who stayed behind in the alliance, with the assistance of a small number of land forces, were able to basically control the world. The strength of the alliance, as well as the righteousness they grasped, ensured that they could control the situation relatively stably. But this was not always the case. In some worlds, when the alliance fleet and the main army were there were no problems. But after the main force left, problems began to arise. The minor problems were local riots, which caused the cooperative government established by the alliance in the local area to be unable to control the global situation. In places where the problem is more serious, there have even been cases where the local cooperative government has been overthrown. The alliance army has been besieged, and alliance officials have been killed. Once this happens, the alliance usually has to call back the main force of the advanced troops that have left in order to resolve the local rebellion. But this has seriously slowed down the alliance action speed. In the past few months, in the early stages of the alliance operations in the Mingha Star region, it controlled about 7 star regions, and after 103 worlds, the progress was greatly slowed down. Gu Heng came here in person this time to solve this problem. Chapter 515, General Manager Gu gave too much. Gu Heng came here to solve the problem of slow action in the Mingha Star region. The solution is of course not for Gu Heng to go to war himself. The problem of the Mingha Star region is not a problem of war. The alliance has sufficient power to solve every war they encounter in the Mingha Star region. These local rebellions are not enough for the alliance to deal with. But the problem is that there are too many. On the one hand, the alliance advanced troops are not strong enough. On the other hand, it is impossible for the alliance to send precious troops to Mingha on a large scale in order to suppress the local rebellion. That would cost a lot of money, and would affect the alliance overall development plan in the Dragon Eagle Star region. Moreover, it is not economical or cost-effective. To put it bluntly, the alliance entry into the Mingha Star region is not simply to expand its territory. Gu Heng's goal is to establish a strategic buffer zone outside the Dragon Eagle Star region. If a subsequent war begins, then try not to let the war take place on its own territory. Secondly, it is, to put it bluntly, it is plunder. Gu Heng wants the Imperial Tax and Planetary Defense Force of Mingha Star region. The former is real money, the latter is manpower, cannon fodder. This star region is poorer than Dragon Eagle Star region, but it is larger. At least it has more than 700 worlds. Even if each world can only provide a few resources, the alliance does not have enough resources to develop these places, and Dragon Eagle Star region, as a homeland, has not had enough time to develop. However, just the income and manpower that can be provided under this scale, as well as the various benefits attached, have already made Gu Heng quite envious. Without the intention, and without the ability to turn this place into a homeland, the alliance needs a cheap way to rule this place. Even if it is an unstable rule, as long as it can seize local interests, that is enough. The key word is cheap ruling cost. The team of officials sent by the alliance to act on various planets is very small. Often an administrative team of 100 or 200 people. Their main job is not to directly manage the local planet, but to establish a cooperative government, whether it is a newly established one or in cooperation with the original interest groups. After the establishment work is completed, it is time to manage and supervise the government. Specific policies, tax collection, resource supply, and manpower supply are mainly completed by local cooperative governments. At a small number of alliance garrisons, such as 1 regiment per planet. And that's about it. At most, 1 division. Under such a mechanism, it can achieve the low-cost rule that Gu Heng expects. This is exactly where the problem lies. Low-cost rule means instability. What are the reasons for those rebellious worlds? Is it just because of the influence of the Fury? I am afraid it is not that simple. This part of the reason certainly exists, and it is a very important factor. However, the loss of control brought about by low-cost rule is also very important. Some worlds are dissatisfied with being controlled by the Alliance, because the Alliance actually requires more than the Imperial tax. The establishment of a cooperative government will more or less infringe on the interests of the original ruling class of these worlds. It is normal for them to incite rebellion or even participate in rebellion. This is reflected in the panel information that Gu Heng can see in his system. Although these worlds have been recognized by the system and entered the vassal panel, the vassal levels are basically all LV1 or LV2, and the tendency to separate and the probability of rebellion are very high. In this regard, Gu Heng has made some requirements for the work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Alliance government. The core is that these officials sent by the Alliance to Minghe, when acting locally, must respect the interests of the local ruling group, and can even use the Alliance powerful garrison troops and the agents of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to help them solve some problems that they could not solve before. They can also be allowed, or even indulged, to seize the benefits that they had difficulty seizing in the past. For example, more ferocious exploitation. That will certainly make the lives of the local residents, which are already not rich, even worse. But it can only make the people suffer more. In this process, there will certainly be many negative effects. For example, local residents will have more resistance to the Alliance rule. They may think that it is the arrival of the Alliance that makes their lives worse. The local ruling class is also happy for the people to think so, and even actively promotes it. But the Alliance has no other way. At most, it is to be more meticulous in work, carry out some propaganda in the local area, and put the blame on the cooperative government. These are some of the ways the Alliance handles the work of the cooperative government. In the Minghe Star field, Gu Heng can't really use the authorization he just obtained, that is, the Land Occupation Act, on a large scale. After all, the Land Occupation Act only grants Gu Heng the right to bring the local area under the rule of the Alliance when he defeats the enemy of the Empire. But the situation in the Minghe Star field, obviously, is not enough to call these planets in the area the enemies of the Empire. It's not impossible to say so reluctantly, but it's a bit too much, and it will reduce his reputation. Anyway, it can't be done, and there is no intention to rule directly, using the colonial style of cooperative government. These places can be turned into vassals and ruled indirectly. So there is no need to use the Land Occupation Act. After establishing the policy and strategy for the planetary level, the remaining work is for Gu Heng to do. The hostile forces from the Queen Star region require the joint efforts of military and intelligence agents to solve. The rebel forces from the local planets can be solved by optimizing the cooperative government strategy. In addition to these two, there is also resistance from a third direction, which cannot be ignored. That is the pressure from the Minghe government. This problem, even Gu Heng did not think of at first. After becoming the commander-in-chief of the Southern Theater, nominally in charge of military and political power, Gu Heng certainly did not have the right to manage the entire Eastern Universe. This request was rejected by Holy Terra. But at least, Holy Terra clearly issued an order to the Eastern Universe, requiring the power of the entire universe government to cooperate with Gu Heng actions and help Gu Heng prepare for war. Zhuo Xiaofeng, as one of his own people, belongs to the political faction of Gallardo. And of course, he will not set any obstacles for Gu Heng, although he will not support him to the point of bankruptcy. After all, there are still many other threats to be dealt with within the universe. But at least, within a reasonable range, he has done a lot of work. For example, some imperial taxes were distributed to the Alliance. For example, some troops, especially a considerable part of the Navy, were mobilized in some relatively peaceful areas within the universe to the Alliance, to help the Alliance fight and strengthen the Alliance naval strength. This is a great support. Converted into money, I am afraid the total value is about several hundred billion. Not to mention, this kind of support will continue to be given for many years to come. That is a lot of money. Now the Alliance does not count the expenditure, the imperial tax and fiscal revenue from the Dragon Eagle Star region. The total is about 200 billion. The Eastern Universe region can provide 50 billion ships, materials, money, troops. Every year, it is already quite good, equivalent to about 20% to 25% of the total income of the Alliance. At this point, Zhuo Xiaofeng was very generous. The universe needed money, and the star regions under the universe also needed money. He could collect so much money in a year. Who could say that Zhuo Xiaofeng was not one of us? From his perspective, he also gave clear instructions to the Star Region government of Minghe Star Region, asking them to cooperate with the Alliance actions. However, the situation in Minghe Star Region was different after all. For other star regions, they just needed to listen to the requirements of the universe government and contribute money and effort. The Alliance would not come to their territory. Minghe Star Region was serious, and the Alliance entered its body as the master, or at least the self-proclaimed master. The Minghe Star Region government was not happy about this. This was a superficial factor. At least, this is what Zhai Guangshan, the head of the Minghe Star Region, said when he expressed his dissatisfaction to the Alliance. He believed that the Alliance actions were an invasion and had sued the Alliance several times. It was not very useful to sue the Cosmic Region government, so he sued Holy Terra. That is also useless. But it is a bit disgusting. Every day, a Starfield leader yells about what the Alliance did to him. It is really annoying. The possible loss of reputation is already a problem in itself, not to mention that, under the suggestion of the Starfield government, rebellions are happening one after another in various places. The intelligence department of the Alliance has obtained some intelligence, from which it can be inferred that many places where the riots are more serious, there is a shadow of the Starfield government or the Star District government behind them. In addition to violating certain interests, the Alliance Intelligence Department also believes that there are some unclear connections between the Mingha Star Region government and the Iron Fury Stone. Although the intelligence currently held by the Alliance is not critical, nor is it a solid hammer, it is impossible to directly kill Zhai Guangshan. But if it is just a suspicion, there is no need for complete stone hammer. Moreover, if Gu Heng wants to use force to solve this problem, it is not necessary to have conclusive evidence. What evidence is needed to quell the rebellion? It's just that Gu Heng doesn't want to fight. At least not a large-scale war. Since he doesn't want to fight, Gu Heng came here in person this time, to solve the problem through diplomatic and political means. This is something that can't be done simply sitting on the Dragon Eagle. After entering the Mingha Star region, his goal is very clear. It is a planet called Grania. Grania's status in the Mingha Star region is somewhat similar to that of Phase Star in the Dragon Eagle Star region. It may be even more important. Although it is not the capital of the star field, the shipbuilding industry in this world is well developed. And relying on the shipbuilding industry, it has a strong economic radiation effect. In comparison, Mingyang Star, the capital of Mingha Star Field, is even worse than Grania in economic development. The advanced fleet of the Alliance has entered Grania. Grania itself is one of Gu Heng's strategic goals. He wants the shipbuilding capacity of this planet very much. Although, it is not even as good as the original Phase Star. Not to mention that the shipbuilding industry has reached a higher level under the control of the Alliance. However, Grania is one of the few places that can build large ships. Although the original technology cannot even build a Moon-class cruiser, the cruiser that can be built is a castrated version of the Jina-class cruiser, but it is still a cruiser. What's more, if Grania is mastered by the Alliance, then the Alliance technology can be used on this planet. The original technical bottleneck is broken. Grania's hardware facilities, large docks and large starports, as well as the production capacity of various ship parts on the planet, will be able to be well liberated. Even the original dock on it that was used to build the giant belly transport ship, with some modifications, could be used to build battlecruisers. The sooner they get Grania, the sooner they can start building ships, and the sooner they can accumulate strength for the Alliance Navy. But here, they were blocked. The Mingha fleet blocked the Alliance advanced fleet, preventing the Alliance fleet from approaching. At the same time, the planet, including the starport in the planet's orbit, and the shipyard, were also filled with a large number of troops, ready to fight. The Alliance troops were stuck. On the one hand, the advanced fleet alone might not be able to defeat the Mingha fleet, and the army on board was not large enough to quickly conquer the entire planet. On the other hand, it would not be right to really set up a battle formation. Then, Gu Heng arrived. He also came alone. The Alliance attached so much importance to Grania. So of course, there were arrangements inside. Many intelligence organizations of the Alliance had people planted inside. On behalf of Gu Heng, he sent an invitation to a meeting to the power holders on the planet, the board of directors of Grania Shipbuilding Group. They agreed to meet. Later, the Star District government, which knew about this situation, tried to stop it. However, when they started to act, it was too late. Gu Heng himself had already taken a small boat to Grania Starport and met with the power holders of the shipbuilding group. They just blocked Gu Heng outside the conference room, who had just finished a meeting with the directors of the shipbuilding group. Gu Heng was surrounded by only 2 followers, and he was the only one beside him. The leader of the Yayun Star region led the team personally. He looked at Gu Heng with a bad face and sneered, but he hadn't thought of what to say. In the end, he could only watch Gu Heng leave the starport. Then, the Mingha fleet made way, and the Alliance army entered the starport and the surface. The irritable Star region leader was sent away from the starport. What did Gu Heng say to you that made you give up resistance? Zhai Guangshan raised this question to Jerry Fisher with a dark face. When Zhai Guangshan, the head of the Mingha Star region, knew that Gu Heng was coming to Grania, he hurried over. However, When he arrived, it was too late. Grania had already been owned by the Alliance. Unwilling to leave, he was about to leave. But he received an invitation from Gu Heng, who had not left yet. After thinking about it, he decided to accept the invitation and talk to Gu Heng in person. The place of the conversation was still at the starport of Grania. Fisher, the chairman of the shipbuilding group, was waiting for Gu Heng to arrive with Zhai Guangshan. While waiting, Zhai Guangshan couldn't help asking the same question. Fisher just smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Yuan, there is no other way. I didn't want to do it at first, and I plan to stand with you. But Mr. Gu gave too much. Chapter 516, Head of State? Come with us. Mr. Gu gave too much. Zhai Guangshan was about to vomit blood after hearing this. What did he give? Isn't the Star Region government good enough to you? Grania? And your shipbuilding group? You were bought off by giving a little benefit? You gave too much. Can the Star Region government give more than you? Before this, you were the stars of the entire Star Region. Orders, raw materials, policies. What did the Star Region government not give you? Even when you asked for the entire Grania planet, the Star Region government found a way to give it to you. Even when it came to the entire Minghe fleet, the Star Region indulged you, allowing you to have such a strong influence. Is this how you repay the Star Region government? Zhai Guangshan almost cursed out the 3 words ungrateful wolf. Fisher on the opposite side also felt a little embarrassed. Even he himself. Now thinking back, when negotiating with Gu Heng, he was a little obsessed. Although the conditions are very tempting, and they offer a lot, they are rare and valuable, so they won't agree to it right away. Right? Although they will agree in the end, wouldn't they be a little reserved? Ah. He sighed pretentiously. There is no other way. General Gu is bringing the righteous cause of the Central Empire and the Universe government, and a large army is approaching. What else can we do? The Minghe fleet has been sent to you. If they force their way in, what can we do with the fleet? Would anyone dare to order a direct war with the fleet of Commander-in-Chief Gu, the person in charge of the Southern War Zone appointed by the Empire? Wasn't the previous Star Zone leader also your confidant? He brought a large group of elites to block Gu Heng, who came alone. And didn't he dare to say anything and let him go? Zhai Guangshan's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. So your shipbuilding group just gave up the industry that you have been running for hundreds of years? Don't talk nonsense. Fisher waved his hands repeatedly. How can you say you're giving up? We should say that we have found a new opportunity that will allow the entire shipbuilding group to move to a higher level. At this point, Fisher roughly told Zhai Guangshan the conditions given by the Alliance. It was not very detailed, nor was it very confidential. But despite this, Zhai Guangshan became more and more silent as he listened. Orders? Market? Is Minghe Star Region as big as the Alliance? Raw materials? Does Minghe Star Region have as much as the Alliance? Moreover, after the agreement is reached, it does not mean that Grania loses everything in Minghe. On the contrary, they still have it, especially in the future, when the Alliance is likely to have a deeper control over the entire Minghe Star Region, then it will be more secure. On this basis, the market, orders, raw material support provided by the Alliance are what the Minghe Star Region cannot provide. That is not only the resources of the more developed Dragon Eagle Star Region represented by the Alliance, but also the entire Eastern Universe region. After all, the Alliance is now supported by the Universe government. Going against it, there is no benefit, only disadvantage. And if you say, these things are just icing on the cake, it is not impossible without them. After all, the shipbuilding group had a good life under the support of the Minghe Star Region government. However, many things that will come next are completely beyond the Star Region government. Gu Heng promised that the shipbuilding group can invest in the 2 major shipbuilding centers of the Alliance in the future, Tianma and Yunluo. These 2 star regions, as well as several star regions around them, have strong shipbuilding industries. In the future, the shipbuilding group may even have the opportunity to directly invest in the shipyards of Fei and Yunluo. Even at present, it is a bit difficult to directly build a large factory, but the Alliance has at least developed a Baishua shipyard for them. Although it is a small factory, it is not as large as Grania, and it cannot even build cruiser-level ships. However, the foundation is not bad. It can build destroyer-level ships, it can build merchant ships, and transport ships, which is already pretty good. For Grania, this is a piece of fat meat. If the shipbuilding group really wants to invest in Fei Star, Angry Owl Star and other places right away, they don't dare. It's too big and too expensive. On the other hand, They not only have the opportunity to invest, but the alliance will also invest in them. This investment is not just about giving money. Grania is the only place in Manghastar region that can build large ships. Money is no longer the most important thing. As Zhai Guangshan said, if it is just this conventional price, what does it count for? It is true that the alliance has given a generous gift, but the Manghastar region is not unable to match it. In fact, Grania is the only one that is important to the Manghastar region, but not to the alliance. Therefore, even if Minghe is a little poor, it will still want to keep Grania even if it spends all its money. And no matter how much the alliance spends, it must consider the cost-effectiveness. However, the condition that the shipbuilding group has the opportunity to invest in the shipyard under the alliance is something that the Manghastar region cannot possibly meet. They don't have this condition. This is irreplaceability. In addition, the alliance investment in Grania is not as simple as money. The most important thing is the consulting team that comes with the investment, and the most critical technology. Gu Heng has clearly promised to bring the construction technology of the Moon-class cruiser to replace the Jena-class dock originally built by Grania. If everyone cooperates happily, the alliance will also consider arranging more technical support and will transform a giant belly-class merchant ship construction dock into a Holy Grail-class battlecruiser construction dock. How could the shipbuilding group resist such conditions? They didn't even have the dignity to show, and just slid down to their knees. Similarly, this was also the reason why Zhai Guangshan kept his mouth shut. If it was money, he would sell everything he had to keep Grania. But the two conditions of mutual investment given by the alliance were something he could not meet no matter what. What else could he do? But Zhai Guangshan didn't give up so easily. He said, "Do you know the alliance policy? How do they treat enterprises?" Fisher sighed and said, "Indeed, this is what we were most worried about at the beginning. The system implemented by the alliance is not very friendly to us. However, this is also included in the conditions that Gu Heng left for us. In the alliance system, there are actually private business entities. While obtaining the corresponding job level, giving up all government subsidies, you can obtain income according to the business situation of the business entity. And the group still belongs to us. The only two things that need to be changed are, first, we need to manage employees in accordance with the alliance way. And second, after accepting the alliance investment and support, we need to complete the production tasks according to the alliance requirements. For these two conditions, after we discussed them, we felt that they were completely acceptable." Hearing Fisher say this, Zhai Guangshan got angry. "Have you ever thought that he might be lying to you? Let their army come in, and then they control Grania in the future, either through investment or by arranging tasks. Why should they keep you? By then, what room will you have to resist?" This time, Fisher was silent. Indeed, this is the biggest risk. There have been many discussions within their shipping group. What if they cross the river and demolish the bridge? Even if we don't take action now, wait for 10 or 8 years. The cooperation between the two sides will deepen. The penetration will be strong, and the size of the two sides will be completely different. The shipping group will begin to be controlled to a large extent. Then what's the use of their so-called private ownership and the group is still ours? You will be kicked out at random. However, during their discussion, this risk was eventually ignored. The reason for ignoring it is not because it is unimportant, but there is no choice. The reason is very simple. If you do not believe in the credibility of the alliance, and think that the alliance will mess with you, then instead of worrying about being digested by them in 10 or 8 years, you might as well worry that they will get angry and take Grandar by force now. The Menghe fleet can stop the alliance advance fleet, but when they increase the stakes, the rumored Nova that beat the Greenskins to a pulp in the Iron Tooth War comes over. What can the Menghe fleet do? And why should we fight? Fighting the commander-in-chief of the Southern Theater? Do you want to rebel? Of course, Fisher didn't want to explain these words to Zhai Guangshan so clearly. He thought about it, and just vaguely advised, cooperating with Commander-in-Chief Gu is an order from the universe, from the center of the empire, and it is also a realistic choice. Of course, we may have another choice, but in comparison, the alliance is closer, and that choice is farther. Head Zhai, you have to think it through yourself. What should I choose? My loyalty is witnessed by the Divine Emperor. Zhai Guangshan emphasized it first, then he paused, and continued. But serving the Divine Emperor does not mean that we must follow the alliance unconditionally. We may have a third option. At this point, the door of the conference hall was suddenly pushed open. Zhai Guangshan stopped talking at the right time, and looked outside, only to see Commander-in-Chief Gu. who looked quite young and energetic, stepping on the red carpet that was laid all the way to the door, stride forward. Gu Heng even had a smile on his face. What is the third point? Sorry. I just arrived. I seem to have missed some of your conversation. Would you mind sharing it with me? Zhai Guangshan responded with a fake smile. Sorry. It was just some private conversation. It's not convenient to tell Mr. Gu. Let's get down to business. The Alliance invasion of the Minghe Star region must be stopped. Your series of actions are all in violation of the Imperial Decree and undermine the administrative structure of the Minghe Star region. I have repeatedly protested to you. But your actions have not only not been restrained, but have become more serious, and have even touched Grania. Gu Heng looked at Zhai Guangshan gently, listening to his long speech, but did not respond to a word. Slowly, Zhai Guangshan's momentum weakened. He is a star domain leader after all, and can be regarded as a local lord. When meeting the bigwigs of the universe government, they will also give basic respect. Unlike Gu Heng, who did not respond to a word. The anger in his heart was rising. He stopped the topic and asked Gu Heng with some anger, What are you laughing at? Commander-in-Chief Gu? You don't seem to respect me at all. No. On the contrary. Gu Heng sighed and said, I really respect you. President Zhai Guangshan. It is precisely because of this respect that I am listening carefully to your last words to see if there is anything that can save you. Save my place? Yes. Gu Heng said frankly. We have some evidence, about you, about the choice you talked about with Chairman Fisher. You may not be as loyal as you say, and you did not make the right choice as you say. On the contrary, your choice was too wrong. Slander. Zhai Guangshan was furious. Whether it is slander or not, your words do not count. Does it matter if you say so? Zhai Guangshan retorted. You are the commander-in-chief. That's right. But when did you have the power to decide whether a Starfield leader is guilty? Gu Heng spread his hands and said, Indeed, I don't seem to have this power. However, I brought someone with power. Zhai Guangshan was stunned. The door of the conference room was pushed open again. It was a man wearing a leather jacket, leather boots, and a high-top hat with a retro flavor. On his chest, there was a badge. It was a radiant light shape. Seeing this outfit, coupled with this badge, Zhai Guangshan was finally stunned. He knew what it symbolized. The tribunal. The Shining Tribunal from the Eastern Universe. This tribunal was not a powerful tribunal like the Silver Tribunal, which had a huge reputation. Nor was it the three most famous tribunals of heresy, devil, and anti-foreignism. They were still young, and they had not even been established for too long. But in the Eastern Universe, the reputation of Flash is not small, because the purpose of their Inquisition faction is to establish a foothold in the local area, and the main area of activity is the Eastern Universe, regardless of the ability of the Inquisition faction itself. At least, the Empire's power regulations for the Inquisitor are here. From this perspective, the Flash Inquisition does have the power to convict him. Of course, this is impossible under normal circumstances. Why can the Silver Inquisition make such a big name? Isn't it because they have done something shocking, like overthrowing a chairman of the universe? Other small tribunal factions, why don't they learn from them? Is it because they don't want to? That's obviously because they don't have the ability. The Flash Tribunal wants to make trouble for Zhai Guangshan. How many divisions and fleets do you have in the Flash Tribunal? How dare you think of such a thing? Even if it's an assassination, with the ability of the Flash Tribunal, can it deal with the guards and bodyguards around Zhai Guangshan? It's very difficult. And once it fails, the Flash Tribunal will probably suffer crazy revenge from Zhai Guangshan. But now, it seems that there is no problem. The Flash Tribunal has power, Gu Heng has ability. After discovering this, Zhai Guangshan was really panicked. Head of State? Please come with us. The judge said so. Chapter 517, Cooperation with the Tribunal. Guards. Guards. Zhai Guangshan, who had sensed something was wrong, called out to the outside with all his might. Nothing happened. This shouldn't happen. He has always been very concerned about security issues. Wherever he goes, he will bring his elite guards. Although he can't find top-level super warriors like Space Marines to protect him, this team is undoubtedly the strongest soldiers among mortals, and they are well equipped. An A-level psychic brings 3 B-levels, who serve as his psychic advisors and also as guards. Wherever he went, his guards would take over the local security work. Even if they could not take over completely due to special circumstances, they would at least participate in it. In any case, They could not let this security work get out of control. His security forces should be on standby at all times. With just a call, they should be able to come to him. But at this moment, they did not respond. Jai Guangshan suddenly looked at Gu Heng's face. Gu Heng nodded gently. By the way, I haven't apologized for being late just now. Sorry. It took some time to deal with some minor issues. Jai Guangshan's heart sank to the bottom. He could barely understand that if Gu Heng chose to go all out, his guards would not be able to resist. After all, Gu Heng had many powerful forces that could not be found in the Minghastar region. However, no matter what, his guards should not be wiped out without even a single alarm. Right? What's more, he didn't even hear the slightest sound of fighting here. Jai Guangshan looked at Fisher, who had just been chatting with him. The chairman of the shipbuilding group lowered his head at this moment. His eyes looked at his nose looked at his mouth, as if he could not see his gaze, and did not say a word. Jai Guangshan suddenly realized. They are all in the same group. Right. He laughed in anger, stood up, and opened his mouth to curse. But at this moment, a ray of spiritual energy flashed from his body. Jai Guangshan was always on the move with the ship, and the ship was always on guard. He also carried a spiritual energy tool on his body, not only a micro-energy shield, but also a treasure that could allow him to teleport to a fixed location quickly. This thing is a private treasure that cannot be mass-produced, expensive and rare, and there are only a few in a universe. It usually takes a Mechanica Sage, working together with a high-level psychic, and it takes several years to make it. Even if it is really made, it is usually circulated within the Mechanicus or the Psychic Order, and rarely circulates outside. It is very rare to get such a thing for self-defense. This is also Jai Guangshan's last trump card in terms of safety. He pretended to be indignant and was about to speak, but it was actually a cover-up to activate the treasure. With a flash of light, his figure disappeared. After Jai Guangshan left, Fisher, who had just pretended that nothing had happened, looked a little annoyed. Why did he run away? I didn't expect he had such a thing. If he ran away, it would be very troublesome to go back and gather forces to deal with him. At this time, Fisher didn't care about the friendship between the two, and his mind was full of troubles in the future. Minik Martini, the senior judge of the Flash Tribunal, turned his eyes to Gu Heng. Just now, when dealing with the head guards outside, Gu Heng's performance left a very deep impression on him. He had no doubt that there would be some problems in dealing with those guards. Not to mention himself, the team of loyal stormtroopers he brought was also a decoration. Although he acted in the name of the senior judge, the people who acted were basically all from the Alliance. One squad of Phoenix Space Marines, one squad of Battle Sisters, one squad of Demon Hunters, 4 squads of Honor Guards, one squad of Storm Mage as psychic support. Although there are only 70 or 80 people in total, there is no problem in killing all of Jai Guangshan's guards. Even if there is an A-level psychic among the opponents, it is still quite tricky. However, as a senior judge, he has special methods to suppress psychics. At the same time, in the Phoenix Space Marine squad brought by General Gu, there is also a top warrior who is said to have participated in the widely spread Bloody Death battle and won consecutive victories. Killing an A-level psychic is easy, but the problem is that it is silent. No shots were fired, only cold blades, and the footsteps were deliberately covered up, so that no one could notice. And all this is not something that the team he nominally leads can do. During the operation, Mr. Gu always followed them in the name of observation. It seems that he did not take action throughout the whole process. But in fact, Martini felt the extremely oppressive feeling coming from Gu Heng more than once. That feeling reached its peak in the last strong assault. The A-level psychic on the opposite side was like a chicken with its neck squeezed tightly. The psychic power that should have been strong enough to tear the Lion King tank apart was completely suppressed in another dimension, and could not be revealed at all. It was easily cut off by a knife. And in the next moment, that strong sense of oppression suddenly disappeared. Recalling this, he couldn't help but look at Gu Heng again. Gu Heng's relaxed smile at this moment was exactly the same as the expression on his face in the previous scene. He believed that, with the ability shown by this unfathomable commander-in-chief, Jai Guangshan, that guy, could not get away so easily. There must be a backup plan. He was relieved and did not say anything to Gu Heng. Instead, he comforted Fisher, who was quite anxious beside him. Mr. Chairman, please be patient. Everything is still under control. Fisher's anxiety would not be calmed down by such a sentence. But he could not say anything else. and could only try to make himself look calmer. Minnick Martini no longer cared about him, turned his gaze to Gu Heng again, and proposed something. Commander-in-Chief Gu, I think our Flash Tribunal can have more cooperation with the Alliance. Oh! Gu Heng looked over, and said with a smile, then of course we welcome it. Is this a promise? Martini was a little stunned for a moment. It was a little simple. But he soon cheered up. It's good to agree. In fact, in the previous operations, he observed these elite teams under the Alliance, especially the so-called Witcher team that he cared about the most. He found that these demon hunters were very similar to the Inquisitors trained directly by their tribunal. They all had certain conventional combat capabilities and techniques. And they all had certain psychic abilities. But these psychic abilities were very different from those of psychics. Mainly in terms of using psychic abilities to counter psychic abilities. If it was just the abilities that were similar, then it would be fine. But the key point was that their behavior was also similar. It was as if he had met a colleague. Especially the female captain who led the group. She actually gave him the feeling of meeting an Inquisitor of the same level. A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Their shining faction has always had a problem. Because of its lack of fame, it cannot attract excellent judges, so it cannot attract enough external support, so it cannot accomplish major things, because it is not famous enough. This is a vicious cycle, which has led to the slow development of the entire faction. But now, it is a great opportunity. If we can achieve in-depth cooperation with the Alliance, then the problem of lack of personnel will be solved to a certain extent. Even if the Shimmering Tribunal cannot attract new Inquisitors. It will take a long time to train them. But so what? These demon hunters from the Alliance are good candidates for recruitment. In addition to recruiting demon hunters from the Alliance to become Inquisitors of the Shimmering Tribunal, there is another more important point, which is that the Shimmering Tribunal can get the support of the Alliance for its future activities. There are also differences in the way the Tribunal looks for allies. For them, the size and strength of the power are of course important, but not the only thing. The tasks they often face are small-scale special operations, infiltration, raids, beheadings. The role and value of the army to them is sometimes not as good as an elite squad. The Alliance seems to have no shortage of elites. The loyal stormtroopers? The Alliance Glory Guards seem to be more powerful. At least not inferior. Battle Sisters? Yes. Space Marines? Yes. What else do you want? It seems that it is a top-level faction of the Inquisition. But it just has a similar configuration. Being able to reach cooperation with the Alliance will be of great help to the development of the Shining Tribunal. They couldn't verify the cases before. Or couldn't handle them even if they verified them. Now, can't they? As for, after the cooperation, those Alliance demon hunters will influence them after entering their Shining Tribunal. And after relying on the influence of the Alliance, they are actually manipulated by the Alliance to a large extent. So what? Isn't this a very normal thing? Except for the three largest tribunal factions at the top. Don't other tribunal factions live like this? Cooperation. Influence. Each taking what they need. Now the Shining Tribunal is also being manipulated by the Eastern Cosmic Domain government. Whenever Commander-in-Chief Gu needs something, Chairman's what makes a request. And he, the senior judge, comes running over. Right? Including the previous confrontation with the Silver Tribunal. It was a similar situation. Even the three above. Don't they have to obey the orders of Holy Terra to a certain extent? Martini was very enthusiastic about the cooperation between the Flash Tribunal and the Alliance. However, after he got Gu Heng's initial reply, he didn't say anything more. This matter was not suitable to be discussed with Commander-in-Chief Gu. He was in a certain position and status. After his approval, he could discuss this kind of trivial matter with the people below and implement it. Of course, it was possible that the negotiation would fail. Although he was enthusiastic, his position in the Flash Tribunal was not the highest level. And he could not make decisions independently. But he had also thought it through. Even if the top leaders of their Flash Tribunal disagreed with this matter, it didn't matter. He would take a group of Inquisitors with whom he had good relationships and was close to, and separate himself to form another faction of the Tribunal. That might be better. At least, with the help of the Alliance, he might soon be able to accumulate enough merits and reputation, and be promoted from a senior Inquisitor to the Chief Judge, as long as the Alliance was willing to support him. Then, he would not mind becoming a sharp knife in the hands of the Alliance. While Martini was immersed in his own thoughts, while Fisher was immersed in tension and anxiety, the door of the conference room was finally pushed open again. The power armor with a black body with golden lines and edges. This is a kind of armor color that the glory guards of the Alliance have. The glory guard strode over, dragged a body that was struggling on the ground behind him, and threw it directly in front of Gu Heng and the other two. Afterwards, the guards bowed slightly, showing respect, and then left. Zhai Guangshan stood up with a dusty face, looking at Gu Heng in disbelief. When did you, even my ship? About when you just came down. Gu Heng kindly gave Zhai Guangshan an answer. But Gu Heng's kindness ended there. He stood up and said to Martini next to him, Next. It's the work of Judge Martini. I believe that you will give a satisfactory answer to the Alliance, the Universe Government, and the Empire's central government. After a pause, he continued, not only the crimes of Zhai Guangshan, but also the review of the capital world of Minghe Star region and Wanming Star, are all handed over to you. The Alliance power here will not be commanded by you, but will cooperate with you according to the situation. This is also an attempt. I personally still hope that this attempt can have a better result. What do you think? Martini was completely inspired. I understand. The morale of the senior judge was raised, and he dragged Zhai Guangshan away, who was begging for mercy and cursing. This tool man was still useful. He had to do the next thing well, and pass the test of Commander-in-Chief Gu, to realize the ideas he had thought of before. After watching Martini and his men leave, Gu Heng looked at Fisher again, and said with a smile, Then let's go too. Where? Where? Let's go to the Tianma Star region. Gu Heng said. Bring your technical team with you. Of course, I won't change my promise. If you want to invest in the Alliance shipbuilding industry, you have to see it with your own eyes. Fisher breathed a sigh of relief. Today's shock was quite a bit. At a certain moment, he really remembered that Zhai Guangshan said that after the Alliance got Grania, they would turn against their shipbuilding group. Even Zhai Guangshan was finished. Seeing that the terrible judge was going to attack Wanming Star, what resistance did they have in Grania? But it seemed that Gu Heng had no such intention at all. He kept his promise very well. Whatever he promised, it was what it was. Chapter 518. Is he a fool? Gu Heng no longer personally cares about what will happen to Wanming Sing. Just leave it to Martini. A senior judge, in the sequence of the tribunal, is not a low position, he is a backbone. Gu Heng believes he can do a good job. This is indeed a test. Since there is ambition naturally, there must be the ability to match the ambition. Cooperation? Of course. Gu Heng is still very interested in supporting a faction of the tribunal that listens to him. Whether this faction is the Flash Tribunal, or Martini pulls up a new one, it is a good thing. For many forces, the tribunal is a legal white glove that can do many things. However, support is support. And Gu Heng does not want to support a fool. This time, he can fully mobilize resources to do one thing. See the quality, and whether it is worth supporting. In the end, Martini's performance. Gu Heng was not very satisfied. The matter was not resolved very well. As the capital of the universe, Wanming Star does not have any core high-end industries. But with a population of 30 billion and a good level of productivity, this world can still be ranked among the top in the entire Minghe Star region. A considerable part of the main force of the Minghe Star region, half of the Minghe fleet, and most of the mobile star army, were deployed on Wanming Star and one or two surrounding star regions. When Martini took Zhai Guangshan to Wanming Star, he tried to force the place that had lost its leader to surrender and obey the arrangement. But something went wrong. When Martini arrived, Wanming Star and several surrounding star regions raised the banner of rebellion. At the same time, something happened in the northern part of the star region. Taikai took action. A fleet from the Chuanlu Star region, which borders the Minghe Star region, suddenly headed south. This immediately formed a response. When hearing this news, Gu Heng was not too surprised. It was basically within expectations. After Zhai Guangshan was arrested, he was dejected and revealed a lot of information. He went against the Alliance, Gu Heng, and even the will of the universe and the central government of the Empire. Not simply because he considered the independence and interests of the Star region government itself. He and Humphrey Paul in the north really had a relatively in-depth communication and exchange. Although he had not yet made a clear stand, when Gu Heng extended his tentacles into Minghe, he felt very uneasy. Return to the arms of the Empire? Then, there were quite a few traces left in the past, even many public contacts with the Iron Fury Stone. Would it become evidence of guilt in the future? Are the conditions given by the Empire, or the Alliance, as good as the Iron Fury Stone? Far from it. Taikai promised a lot of benefits. And the Alliance, who was arrogant, wanted to be the master of Minghe, so of course he chose Tai. However, many things were not ready yet. This time he did not bring a large army, and came to Grania. In addition to trying to save the shipbuilding group, a more obscure, but more important purpose was to hope to paralyze Gu Heng through communication and exchange, slowed down the alliance action speed, and buy time. Of course he knew that this was a very risky thing to do. But the examples of Humphrey Paul persuading Admiral Melandelli to defect, and Gu Heng's recent single-handed meeting to persuade the shipbuilding group were very encouraging to Zhai Guangshan. If others can do it with their mouths, even if I can't do it, I can still achieve 30% of the effect. Right? He didn't want to persuade the alliance to join his side. He just wanted to achieve the effect of paralysis and delay, which was much easier. And the risk is relatively controllable. He is a Starfield leader recognized by the Empire, a senior official. Without clear evidence, the alliance should not directly attack him. Right? That would be too shameless, too much. He even thought about how to perform. Unfortunately, Gu Heng did not give him any room to perform, without saying a word. He cleared out his guards, and took him down by the way. In order to save his life, he showed his willingness to cooperate, to help the alliance, and to control the power of Wanming Star and the surrounding star regions. Martini was quite hopeful about this, and even optimistic. But in fact, Gu Heng was not so optimistic. In the Minghe Star region government, between the Empire and the Iron Fury Stone, was there only one person, Zhai Guangshan, who chose the Iron Fury Stone? Gu Heng thought not. It is very likely that there are large-scale interest groups, the ruling class, who have actually made a decision, after learning that Zhai Guangshan had been arrested, and even brought here by a senior judge to persuade him to surrender. These interest groups did not care about Zhai Guangshan's life or death at all. They directly killed the chief of law and the chief of taxation, who had been circumventing and disagreed to completely turn to Tai Nushi, and then pushed the chief of government affairs to take the lead, declaring that the alliance actions in the Minghe Star region were illegal, and that the alliance use of force to hold Zhai Guangshan hostage was also illegal. They then declared that the alliance was a traitor, and claimed that they had received help from the Iron Armored Corps. They also copied the Iron Armored Corps' explanation and declaration, saying that the Iron Armored Corps was the true loyalist of the Empire. This was a clear sign of raising the banner of rebellion. At the same time, the rebels who entered the northern part of Minghe from the Qianlu Star region in the south were also responding to their actions. The situation in the Minghe Star region became tense in an instant. Gu Heng had to guard against one thing. Would the war come earlier than he had expected? Would the alliance entry into the Minghe Star region have a much stronger impact on Iron Fury Stone than he had expected at the beginning? Will the two sides accelerate the progress of the war because of the escalation of the uncontrolled situation in the Minghe Star region? These situations are indeed not what Gu Heng wants to see. But he does not regret his decision to enter Minghe at all. Then, should we wait until the entire Minghe is deployed to the Iron Fury Stone before fighting? Should we wait until the Dragon Eagle Star region, the alliance base, is used as a battlefield? How can we ease the political pressure from the Empire? Entering the Minghe Star region in advance is the only choice for the alliance. Moreover, as far as we can see now, the situation is not as bad as it could be, because Martini showed some abilities that finally satisfied Gu Heng. This senior judge was indeed a little careless at the beginning, was not well prepared, made a wrong judgment, and suffered a disgrace in the Wanming Star region. His vehicle, a black ship from the Flash Tribunal, which was equivalent to a fast cruiser, was almost destroyed in Wanming. After escaping, he contacted Gu Heng and swore to ask Gu Heng to give him another chance. Gu Heng agreed. Anyway, Wanming Star region must be taken. He has made the decision to send reinforcements from the mainland to Minghe. At the same time, the Alliance Vanguard troops in Minghe Star region have also completed their assembly and are heading to Wanming Star region. Just give Martini another chance. But at the same time, Gu Heng also made it clear to the head of the Vanguard, Alliance Lieutenant General Prabhav, that the Alliance troops were only cooperating with Martini, not a superior subordinate relationship. Prabhav had to weigh Martini's action request. If it was reliable, he would do it. If it was unreliable, he would refuse it. Prabhav's mission was to take over the entire Wanming Star region, whether he cooperated with Martini to take it, or took it on his own. As long as he completed the final mission, it was all right. Then, Martini finally showed his ability as an inquisitor. It was not simply limited to fighting war. If the problem of the Wanming Star region was finally solved purely by force, Gu Heng would certainly accept it, But he would be very disappointed with Martini. If it was purely a war, Prabov would be enough. What would Martini do? And what Martini did was, through the military support provided by Prabov behind him, persuaded, advised the local forces of several planets to return to the alliance. Through the team's infiltration, assassinated and overthrew several military leaders, accurately judged that the other side was not a monolithic entity, analyzed some of the other side's forces that were not so determined to be traitors, and persuaded them with emotion and reason, and changed sides in the battle. These practices are of course valuable. According to Prabhav's report, if we look at it purely from a military perspective, the Alliance vanguard forces are somewhat insufficient, and it will take more than 2 months to take over the entire Wanming Star region. Moreover, there will be a lot of losses, especially in the Navy. Half of the Minghe fleet is quite difficult to deal with. If a major failure occurs, it may take 2 months to deal with it, and we have to wait for reinforcements from the mainland to arrive. However, with Martini's operation, the time was reduced from 2 months to 40 days. At the same time, the losses and costs were far less than expected at the beginning. Not only did they solve the problem in the Wanming Star region without more reinforcements, the advanced fleet even had time to go north to meet the rebels heading south. To this extent, Martini had basically passed the test here with Gu Hang. He had his faults and merits. Overall, he was not the best or the most outstanding, but he should not be a hopeless straw bag. Gu Hang decided that he could support the Flash Tribunal in the future, or support the new tribunal faction created by Martini. Of course, that's a later story. Currently in the Minghe Star region, the Alliance must always pay attention to the rebels heading south. Speaking of them, they are actually quite interesting. The original goal of this rebel force was to head south from Chuanlu, directly to the core area of the Minghe Star region, which is the Wanming Star region. The original journey was about 1.5 months. In fact, it should be enough to rescue the rebels in Wanning. However, they encountered some troubles on the way. This is why Shai Guangshan and others have never rebelled in the past, and the current rebellion is more passive than active. They were not well prepared. The northern part of Minghe should be the most infiltrated area, but here, there are still quite a lot of places that are loyal to the Empire. When the rebels went south, some people surrendered, but there were also these loyal officials of the Empire who directly launched a confrontation. Although this group of rebels was eager to rescue people, they did not pay attention to the surface conditions along the way. However, some caravans, or Star District level ships, harassed them. They were all small boats, rotten ships, not only of poor quality, but also not in sufficient quantity. However, these annoying harassments still slowed down their journey to a certain extent. It was precisely because of the delay in the arrival of reinforcements that many people in the Minghe rebel forces, who could have held on, became more shaken, and more people defected at the last minute. When Martini and Prabov worked together to wipe out the Wanming Star district, the rebels were still at least 20 days away from Wanming Star. After learning that Wanming Star was beyond rescue, they immediately stopped their steps and no longer went to Wanming Star. Instead, they divided their troops to expand their control area. From the looks of it, Gu Hang judged that the second phase of the rebels' mission was not to fight a war with the Alliance, but to seize the territory of Minghe Star region. This was a move to prepare for future wars. They obviously had similar ideas to the Alliance. No one wanted to let a tragic war be fought in their own home. Naturally, they would also try to bring the war to Minghe, a star region that nominally still belonged to the Empire. This rebel army was about the same size as the Alliance vanguard. The two sides started to grab land in various places in the Minghe Star region as if they had started a competition. In about 2 months, the two sides basically divided up the Minghe Star region. The Alliance occupied about 80% of the territory, which was the central and southern parts of the Minghe Star region. Moreover, the two main essences of the Minghe Star region, Grania Star with its precious shipbuilding industry, and Wanming Star, the capital of the Star region, were both in the hands of the Alliance. The Princess rebels occupied 20% of the territory, concentrated in the northern part of the Star field. Across the border area, the two sides launched a military confrontation. There were some military frictions between the two sides, but not intense. Basically, they were concentrated on performing military reconnaissance missions. They were discovered by the other side, and then the small patrol ships chased each other for a while, or secretly took a small spaceship like the Traveler, smuggled over and hid on the back of the planet to deploy special forces to lurk on the planet controlled by the other side. But in a large-scale war, Both sides tacitly did not start a war. On the contrary, both sides worked harder and harder to build a large number of defense facilities along the border area. That is, to fortify the planet. Rail guns were set up. Armed space stations were built on the ground and then launched into space. The small friction that was not fierce at the moment was more like the calm before the storm. When both sides have accumulated enough strength, the scale of the war that breaks out here will probably be unprecedented. At this time, Gu Heng also brought the people of Grania Shipping Group back to the Tianma Star region. The people of these shipping groups were handed over to the corresponding personnel of the Alliance for reception, and Gu Heng immersed himself in his work. Chapter 519. I went to Minghe to be the head of state. After Gu Heng became busy, Fisher could only accept the treatment of following the officials of the Alliance to see things around. To be honest, he was still a little dissatisfied. Mr. Gu had the highest status and was busy. He could not personally lead him on a tour. He could barely understand. But even so, at least arrange a few higher-level people for me. Right? For example, arrange for the Prime Minister of the Alliance, Ms. Osina, to come? Or the third person rumored by the outside world, Chief Justice Lambert? At the very least, they should send a high-ranking official like the Minister of Production. Right? But why is the person who came? Neil Lewis? In terms of status, Lewis is not bad. She is the Minister of Political Affairs of the Dragon Eagle Star region. According to the general political tradition of the Empire, she is the second person in the Dragon Eagle Star region government, second only to Gu Heng, the head of the Star region. But who doesn't know that the Dragon Eagle Star region government is just a decoration now? After taking control of this star field, Mr. Gu did not seem to intend to use the original framework of the Starfield government at all, but continued to rule hundreds of worlds with the framework of the Alliance. In this way, Lao Isi, the nominal Minister of Government, was actually just a human stamp. The resolutions, policies, and personnel appointments of the Alliance government had already been issued, and they just came to her to complete the official procedures. Well, it was more or less a bit of dignity. As time goes by, this kind of respectability is becoming less and less necessary. In the past, people paid more attention to a formal appointment from the Star Domain government. Now, more and more people think that the official position of the Alliance is more valuable. There is no choice. Even outsiders like Fisher think so. Minister of Government Affairs? The second person in the Star Domain government? Just a mascot. Finding a mascot to accompany you to see the actual business situation. This is what Fisher is not satisfied with. He felt that the Alliance did not value him enough. Otherwise, why would they ask a marginal figure to accompany them? His unhappiness was clearly expressed on his face, and also in his attitude towards Lao Isi. Lao Isi had lived for hundreds of years. How could she not feel the other party's thoughts? However, she did not make any special statement. It was the same as before, and it would continue to be the same after that. He continued to take the people of Grania Shipbuilding Group to travel around Phase Star. Then, the more they visited, the more silent the people of Grania Shipbuilding Group became. The dissatisfaction that was about to overflow from Chairman Fisher's face before was also quietly suppressed. The reason is simple. The situation of Phase Star and Angry Owl Star is far beyond their imagination. When seeing the magnificent Tianma Palace, Fisher actually didn't feel much. They knew that the Alliance was rich. The Dragon Eagle Star region was developed, and the Tianma Star region was an elite area. In such an important capital world as Phase Star, the Tianma Palace, which is now the seat of an important government agency of the Alliance, makes people and nature particularly harmonious, and has a particularly low-key and luxurious feeling. Isn't that quite normal? Although there was still a sense of shock for a country bumpkin. This feeling of shock was somewhat expected. It should be like this. However, after leaving Tianma Palace, they rode in a hovercraft and began to wander around Phase Star to see the starship factories on the surface. There were many scenes that they could not have imagined, which shocked them. The first thing that surprised them was the infrastructure. The infrastructure of Phase Star was so good that it was exaggerated. Roads, cities, and quite a lot of supporting facilities for residents' lives and production facilities. Some engineers in the shipbuilding group began to think about how much help and benefits these huge and excellent infrastructures would bring to the production of the entire society. The managers among them would notice that the living standards of the people on Phase Star were very high, much better than those of the residents on Grania. On the one hand, They were confused about how much the Alliance would spend if they did this. On the other hand, they were also evaluating such high living conditions. What would the people of Phase Star be like in terms of education level, personal ability, and personal quality? How much help would these high qualities bring to the shipbuilding industry? A top industry that requires a large number of talents? With these thoughts and ideas, they visited many factories on Phase Star. Whether it was engineering technology or changes in management methods, they saw it all and had many thoughts. Some deep and some shallow. Then, all these things followed them to the sky, and after seeing the huge shipyard of the Alliance, they all turned into shocking raw materials. They were also in the shipbuilding industry, so they could naturally see the huge gap between the two sides. Grania could build a cruiser in 4 years, and now, with a construction cycle of 4 years, Flying Wing Star could produce 4 cruiser-class ships. At the same time, they were also taken to see the dock of the Holy Grail-class battlecruiser, which had a very high confidentiality level. There are 2 ships under construction at the same time, one of which is almost completed. Looking at the huge and smooth figure of the Holy Grail class, Fisher's body is shaking. The Alliance promised that it would bring the construction technology of the Moon class to Grania, help Grania transform their existing shipbuilding system, and build a new cruiser dock. This is already a huge investment and help. But he still remembered that Gu Hang said that if the conditions are ripe, it is not impossible to arrange a dock in Grania for the construction of the Holy Grail class. At that time, Fisher was also looking forward to it. But it was not as strong as it is now after seeing the real thing. He and his engineers looked at the nearly completed Holy Grail class battlecruiser with their eyes shining fiercely. The expectation in their hearts turned into a huge and strong desire in an instant. They had only one thought in their minds at this moment. They must find a way to introduce the construction of the Holy Grail class to Grania. This is the only chance for their group's business to reach a higher level and break through the ceiling that has not been broken in the past decades or hundreds of years. At this point, they no longer doubted whether it was the right choice to abandon the government and the rebels in Minghastar region and fully turn to Gu Hang and the Alliance. This choice was absolutely correct. They wished they could invest all their assets in various starship factories on Phase Star and learn how they built ships. They also looked forward to the investment and assistance promised by the Alliance, especially the technology and personnel, to be in place as soon as possible. With their return to Grania, they would quickly push forward the necessary transformation to every place in Grania. As a result, Fisher would never give Laos a cold shoulder again. Although, Laoisi is not a core member of the Alliance. After all, he is now the most convenient person for them, and even the only one who can contact and establish contact with the Alliance. Laoisi is not in a hurry. She took Fisher and others to inspect the Angry Owl Star. The situation of the Angry Owl Star is not even worse than the shipyard of the Winged Star. More importantly, the Angry Owl Star was still a ruin more than 20 years ago. Now, less than 30 years have passed, and the development of the shipbuilding industry here is caught up with the Winged Star. Then, they were led to Baishua Star to see the shipbuilding factory they could actually invest in, and the Alliance technicians who were waiting there. The situation on Baishua Star was not so shocking. The shipbuilding industry on this planet was even worse than that of Grania. But because of this, they could see more clearly how the Alliance transformed Baishua Star, a place with a worse shipbuilding foundation than their own, and what the effect of the transformation was. After the inspection, Fisher and others became more confident about the transformation and investment of Grania. After completing the inspection of Baishua Planet, their trip to the Dragon Eagle Star region came to an end. On the return trip, the Alliance technical team responsible for the transformation and upgrading work on Baishua Planet will follow them directly to Grania in Minghastar region to carry out the promise Gu Hang had made. At the same time, there was another person who also set off with them. That was Ms. Neil Laes, who had been accompanying them to visit various places as a tour guide. At first, Fisher thought Laes was just here to see them off. But later, he felt something was wrong. Aren't you taking them too far? And why did you keep asking about Grania and the local situation in the entire Minghastar region? Although there was a little friction at the beginning, considering that everyone had a relatively harmonious contact in the second half of the Dragon Eagle journey. Fisher did not beat around the bush and asked Laes directly, "What are you going to do?" Laes said with a smile, "I will go to Minghastar region to be the head of state." Fisher was stunned. Letting Neil Laes go to Minghastar region to be the head of state, of course. Gu Shang promotion is indispensable. Given the current situation in Minghastar region, he certainly needs someone of his own, to serve as the chief executive of the area, and in the interests of the Empire, to hold the power of the entire Star region. This will make it easier for him to clean up the 80% of the Star region territory that he controls, clear out the opposition forces and pro-iron forces that may still exist in these places, and ensure that the human and material resources on these planets can be truly used by me. At the same time, seeing that the Alliance army was in the north of Mengha Star region, engaging in a large-scale confrontation with the Princess's rebels, the Alliance continued to invest in military reserves and materials at the confrontation boundary, turning these originally low-value planets into fortresses and fortresses. These things all need a strong, reliable, and self-reliant government to handle them. Unfortunately, in the previous sweeping action, with the help of Martini's senior judge, the original Star region government structure of Mengha Star region was almost destroyed. It urgently needs to be rebuilt. But this candidate is more complicated, because he will take over the position of the head of a Star region. Gu Heng is not good at selecting people only from the perspectives of ability and loyalty and reliability. For example, he cannot put Osina in that position. On the one hand, the Alliance headquarters still needs Osina very much, and cannot do without the Prime Minister of the Alliance. On the other hand, although Gu Heng does not doubt Osina's ability and loyalty at all, her work experience for so many years has always been within the Alliance. Unlike Yin Fengshu and other military commanders, she also has the identity of a general of the Star Army. On the Empire side, Asuna is only registered as a planetary governor, acting as the governor of Fats too. With this identity, it is not easy to push her directly to the position of a Star Field head. On the contrary, Lao Isi does not have this problem. She has enough experience, and has already been promoted to the position of the Chief of Government of the Dragon Eagle Star Field. If she is promoted again, it seems that it is not unacceptable to become the head of the Star Field. She herself has certain connections in the cosmic domain government, and in the last confrontation with the Fury of Flame, she was on the right side. All these factors combined, it seemed natural for her to be promoted to the position of Mengha head. She herself is also very motivated. She originally thought that her political career was over. Unexpectedly, the position of head that she had longed for in the past was actually realized in this way. She took a team of officials from the Alliance system and excitedly took up the post. Gu Heng only gave instructions for these things, and then he didn't care about them anymore. As the supreme leader of the Alliance, which is now a huge force, he is of course very busy. He is busy, not because there are many matters that he must handle. With the size of the Alliance, and the Alliance system that has been built up along the way, anything can actually continue to operate without Gu Heng. But it doesn't mean that the Alliance doesn't need Gu Heng to do anything. On the contrary, Gu Heng can handle all affairs. Of course, he can't do that. He must find the most important issues that need to be handled and solved among the vast affairs of the Alliance, and handle them properly. Continuously optimize and reform the Alliance system. Guide the development of key areas. Understand the frontline situation and give instructions. He is the helmsman, and he needs to control the development direction of the entire Alliance. Not only is he a guide, but he also needs to ensure that the Alliance does not go astray on the road. Of course he was very busy, and in terms of specific affairs, Gu Heng also had a big matter to deal with. After returning to the Tianma Star region, he stayed there for a few days, and after meeting some people he had to meet, he set off for Yunluo. He met many regional leaders, the Star region governors of the Alliance, and inspected the work along the way. But these were all incidental, including his inspection of the Yunluo Economic Center after arriving in the Yunluo Star region. He did not stay in Yunluo for many days, and then he set off again, heading for his final destination, Jindy Star in the Steel Fire Dragon Star region. He wanted to visit the Mingyang sect in person, and meet the main sages, especially to meet the sage Wu Jiarong. Chapter 520. Come to Steel. In the Dragon Eagle Star region, no one can ignore the existence of the Mingyang sect. These oil men suffered a great loss in the Iron Tooth War. The pride of their family, the precious mechanical ark, was destroyed in the war. In addition, Jindy Star was directly attacked by the Iron Tooth Greenskins on the ground. This forge world was even the primary target of the Greenskins. The tragic ground war may not have lasted too long, but the intensity of the war was quite high. This kind of war that took place in the core base camp was extremely destructive. A large number of industrial facilities were damaged to varying degrees, and there were considerable casualties. These caused a significant decline in the productivity of Jindy Star. In addition to these basic things, The more serious loss was the loss of senior technicians in the war. More than 20 ruling bishops died in the war. As for the next level, which can be regarded as the top leaders of the Mingyang sect, the main business sage, there were deaths. The Mechanicus is very special in this respect. As high-level personnel, they hold power and command military forces. When a war breaks out, they do not lead the troops, but at least they have to stay in the army. Many fighting methods and war weapons in the Mechanicus do require high-level Mechanicus members to handle them. Otherwise, there will be problems with operation. After a large number of mechanical modifications, even the ruling bishops, who directly control certain war machines, and even the main business sages, actually have quite strong combat power. But these ruling bishops, main sages, although they have the combined value of management, command, high-end combat power, but in the final analysis, their most important identity is still technical value. Almost every person above the level of ruling bishop masters a certain key, strong and irreplaceable technology. When they die, this technology will not be lost. Generally, there will be some records. Anyway, the person is dead, there is no problem in looting their independent laboratories and workshops. But after getting the data, you have to master it again, relearn it, not to mention if the data is damaged, missing, or the laboratory is simply destroyed in the previous war. These will lead to the loss of technical details, and then affect the production capacity of some equipment. And not only mass-produced equipment, after losing these engine profits, ruling bishops, and even main business sages, the production of some precision products will be completely ruined. The production of precision products requires top technicians, like them, to perform manual polishing and manufacturing. The reason why the so-called manual is put in quotation marks is that the bodies of the senior members of the Mechanicus have been greatly modified. And the mechanical arms that extend from under the red robes are more precise than conventional lathes and machinery. Their bodies are essentially high-precision integrated workbenches. After the loss of a large number of senior members, the number of non-mass-produced precision products that symbolize the foundation of the Mechanicus will also be greatly reduced. Loss of production capacity. Technology. Personnel. The Iron Teeth Green Tide was a catastrophe for the Mechanicus. After the victory of the war, they did not even gain any benefits. Although the Mingyang sect expanded its power from the original Jindy Star to the entire Steel Fire Dragon Star region after the war, and also occupied the surrounding Dragon Tamers and Dragon Pass Star regions. But in Gu Hang opinion, it was a more self-protective operation. For the Mechanicus, they don't really care about territory. What they care about most is technology, precious raw materials, and production capacity. Everything else has to come later. After the Iron Teeth War was won, did they get enough supplements in these three areas? No. Expanding the controlled area is something they have to do. They have to replenish the raw material supply and manpower from the places they occupy to ensure that the reconstruction and recovery of Jindy Star becomes smoother. But they didn't have to do that. These planets were the most important raw material and manpower supply bases for the Mingyang sect. However, in the Green Tide, these places were also invaded by the Green Skins. In order to eliminate the invasion of the Green Skins on the source of raw materials and manpower as soon as possible, they went out to clean up everywhere. Then, when the Alliance and the Fury of Flame Legion confronted each other, the Mingyang sect had no interest in it. They just firmly occupied the sphere of influence that originally belonged to them, and turned a blind eye to the disturbances in the outside world, and only cared about licking their wounds. Don't bother with either side. I won't help anyone. I will fight whoever provokes me. That's about the attitude. Naturally, Nguyen and the Alliance would not provoke them. After the confrontation between the Alliance and Nguyen ended, the Mingyang sect still occupied the territory of 3-star regions. The Alliance had just taken over a large area of the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, and it was too late to digest these fruits. So how could it have the time to attack the Mingyang sect? However, ignoring it for a while does not mean ignoring it forever. The 3-star regions of Steel Fire Dragon, Dragon Tamer, and Dragon Pass are all part of the administrative division of the Dragon Eagle Star region. As a forging world certified by the Mechanicus, Jindy Star has no subordinate relationship with the Star region government. However, they are located in the Star region after all, and it is impossible that there is really no connection between the two sides. In fact, Gu Hang has ambitions for Jindy Star. It is not that Gu Hang wants to take the risk of the world's taboos and occupy and control Jindy Star. It is neither possible nor necessary. However, as a legitimate forging world, Jindy Star is the strongest in the entire star field in terms of production capacity. The Mingyang sect is not famous for its shipbuilding industry. But the shipbuilding industry that the Alliance has now developed is similar to that of Jindy Star. They have announced the restart of the construction of the mechanical arc. And they have suspended all external orders. 2 battlecruisers and 8 cruiser docks are in full operation. And all the ships built will be kept in the new fleet. The Mingyang sect had indeed not suffered such a heavy loss for many years. After this incident, they decided to learn from their mistakes. External orders are nonsense. The most important thing is to be strong. If the Mingyang sect had not sold every battlecruiser it had produced in the past, and had kept 6, 7 or 8 more in its fleet, would it have been so miserable during the Iron Teeth Green Tide? Absolutely not. Other production capacity is in a similar situation. On Jindy Star, the most severely controlled thing now is the construction of starships. Other production capacity is not to the point of not accepting external orders at all. But at least it has been greatly reduced. The Mingyang sect is determined to greatly strengthen its military strength until they feel safe. Moreover, a considerable part of their production capacity must be invested in the reconstruction of their own planet. And they are not so rich that they can accept external orders. But this is where Gu Heng headache comes from. He now has a lot of money. Not only the financial income of the Alliance and the saved imperial taxes, but also the war support from the Eastern Universe. With this money, he hopes that the Mechanicus can make some equipment for the Alliance, especially starships. However, in many communications, the Mingyang sect decisively rejected the Alliance demand to buy ships. Even with Wu Jiarong mediation, it would not work. All this information was revealed by Wu Jiarong in her repeated communications with the Alliance and Gu Heng. Her current status and position are extraordinary. Back then, when she was sent by Gu Heng to the Mingyang sect for exchange and study, she obtained a formal identity certification in the Mingyang sect and became a formal ruling bishop. In theory, this was Wu Jiarong's ultimate goal when she came to Jindy Star. After becoming a ruling bishop, she should return to the Alliance, continue to preside over the work of the Alliance Secret Research Institute. And by the way, she can start planning to establish a small mechanical sect belonging to the Alliance. The ruling bishop barely has such qualifications. However, no one expected that. The Iron Tooth War would break out so suddenly, and the progress of the war would be so fast. The East and West were isolated within the star field, and Wu Jiarong could not come back, so she could only follow the Mingyang sect. As a ruling bishop, she certainly participated in this war. And her performance was very impressive. The many unique technologies she mastered allowed her to gain a large number of supporters in the war, and also won the appreciation of the casting General Chen Haishu, who gave her a lot of additional resource support. With the support of these people, she built a strong army after another, and led them to fight many battles with good results. After her achievements and reputation became more and more prominent, Wu Jiarong soon found that she might even take this opportunity to go a step further and be promoted from the status of the ruling bishop to the level of the main business sage in a short period of time. This is the title second only to the great sage in the Mechanicus. There is no real great sage in the entire Mingyang sect. It needs to go to the solar system, go to the world of Mars, and be recognized and assessed by the headquarters of the Mechanicus before it can be promoted. In fact, the main sages also need to go through this process. However, there are 11 main sages in the Mingyang sect. If the quota is not exceeded, the main sages elected by the sect can also be recognized. In the past, an outsider like Wu Jiarong, no matter how great her achievements, would never have the chance to compete for such a rare quota. But didn't many main sages die in the war, leaving many positions vacant? And many ruling bishops, who were qualified to compete for these positions, also died? This gave Wu Jiarong hope. Chen Haishu hinted to Wu Jiarong more than once that as long as Wu Jiarong promised not to return to the Alliance and stay in Jindy Star wholeheartedly in the future, the position of the main business sage would be given to Wu Jiarong. Wu Jiarong agreed without hesitation on the surface. She made a judgment in her heart at that time. In front of Chen Haishu, she could not make any other reaction. Otherwise, it would be too abnormal. In the hometown, in Jindy Star, a serious forging world, the title of a main business sage. How great a temptation is this for a member of the Mechanicus? If it was just the status of a ruling bishop, it would be fine. On Jindy Star, there are many ruling bishops, dozens or even hundreds of them. They are not precious. When you go outside, for example, to the Alliance, there are only 2 or 3 ruling bishops at most, and their status is different. Some ruling bishops, who don't want to continue to fight in the forging world, will indeed choose to jump out. But the main business sage is different. Once Wu Jiarong becomes a main business sage, she will become one of the 11 people with the highest status on Jindy Star, and a true ruler. According to common sense, if she hesitated a little, it would seem very fake. However, she knew clearly that it was impossible for her to leave the alliance so easily. The secrets she knew about Governor Gu were too important. Once she left, Governor Gu would definitely kill her. It only took a thought. Her soul had long been sold to Governor Gu. If she was obsessed and dared to betray him, Gu Heng could easily wipe out her soul. And there would be no loss. With so many black boxes, if he could train her, he could also train another senior member of the Mechanicus. Moreover, even if this didn't happen, she didn't want to leave the alliance. She used to be just a low-level technician who could be kicked out of the forge world at will. What made her grow up in just 20 years? It was the countless black boxes in Governor Gu's hands. She felt that she still had room for improvement. Everyone thought that the fastest progress would be in the forge world. But she knew that the fastest progress must be in the Alliance Secret Research Institute. Although, she had studied many black boxes owned by the Alliance in the past, but she knew that Governor Gu could come up with a new one every once in a while. And, the technology represented by these new black boxes was often constantly improving. After leaving the Alliance for such a long time, she didn't know what black boxes Governor Gu had obtained, and she was itching to do it. So, after agreeing to Chen Haishu on the surface, Wu Jiarong immediately reported the news to Gu Heng, and found an opportunity to have a star language conversation with Gu Heng. During the call, she fully expressed her loyalty, and said sincerely that she would follow Gu Heng's instructions on what to do next. Gu Heng was not actually worried that Wu Jiarong would leak the secret. She couldn't do it. When he sent her to the Mingyang sect, Gu Heng had already dealt with her soul. Now, when he knew that Wu Jiarong had a chance to go further, Gu Heng rejected the idea of picking up Wu Jiarong, who had sneaked out. He asked Wu Jiarong to accept Chen Haishu's conditions, and become one of the 11 main sages of Jin Dixing. Since the Mingyang sect could not be dealt with by conventional means, why not use other methods to steal Jin Dixing? Chapter 521, The Power of Veto. It is probably not something that can be accomplished overnight to steal Jin D Star. But the value that Wu Jiarong brings to the Mingyang sect as a main sage does not need to be reflected so far. And it can be put into effect right now. Gu Heng came to Jin D Star in person this time to negotiate with the top leaders of the Mingyang sect. The main goals are actually two. First, to take back the 3-star regions and 40 worlds that should not be controlled by Jin D Star in legal terms. The second is to allow Jin Dixing to accept equipment manufacturing orders from the Alliance, especially starship orders. Both conditions are difficult. Even though Gu Heng, the recently popular boss, came in person, and Wu Jiarong was an insider, the sages of Jin Dixing still did not give him face. Wu Jiarong is an outsider after all, and she has just been promoted. The most important thing is that everyone knows that she is from the Alliance, and has received a lot of help from Gu Heng, so they will naturally doubt her position. The first round of negotiations ended in vain. But Gu Heng was not upset, although the Mingyang sect did not agree to his conditions. After his visit, the attitude shown by these oil men was quite good, and they were respectful to Gu Heng. For a period of time afterwards, he stayed in Jindy Star, visited several different key factories, and met many main business sages. Chen Haishu, the foundry general of Jindy Star, had been in his studio for several days. To the outside world, he had a very important product that he needed to build in seclusion. To this end, he politely attended the first meeting of the Alliance delegation brought by Governor Gu, and then personally hosted a welcoming banquet for Gu Heng, and then stayed indoors. But in fact, anyone with a discerning eye could probably see that he was hiding from Gu Heng. Of course, even if he stayed indoors, the casting general was of course fully aware of what was happening in the outside world. Who did Gu Heng meet today? Chen Haishu asked, while controlling more than a dozen mechanical arms. There was no one beside him, but there was a servo skull connected by a mechanical spine, floating in the air in his laboratory, with a speaker in its mouth. Report to the general. Gu Heng met the main business sage Guzongdong today. This is the 7th main business sage that Gu Heng has met in recent times. At present, there are only you and the sage Jing Yiming, and he has not met them yet. The Mingyang sect now has a total of 9 main sages, and the original 11 have not even been filled. Chen Haishu nodded slightly, and his already somewhat inhuman face forced a smile, and continued, let him slowly get in touch. Is there anything else to report? Sage Wu Jiarong requested to hold a second sage meeting. And the topic is still discussed in the last meeting. Humph. The evil intention is not dead. Chen Haishu sneered. And then sighed, Wu Jiarong. I still have high hopes for this young junior. And I have also given her a lot of support. But why is she so stubborn, and must get involved with the alliance? The servo skull floating beside him continued to speak. So, General Casting, do we need to do anything? For example, prevent the second meeting, for example. Warn Sage Wu Jiarong, for example. No need. Chen Haishu stopped his servo skull assistant from continuing. Let them toss around. Can they get any results? At the master's words, the servo skull closed his mouth, leaving only the red light in his eyes flashing. As the casting general of Jindy Star, Chen Haishu certainly had the confidence to say this. Although Gu Hang proposed some exchange conditions, such as the alliance wanted to take back all the remaining planets except Jindy Star. For this reason, the alliance guaranteed that the raw materials produced by these worlds would be supplied to Jindy Star first. All conditions were the same as before the Iron Teeth Green Tide. However, now they can no longer accept such conditions. Before, they had to pay for the raw materials. Although, this payment was generally for some low-end products, or for a few orders, which could pay for the raw materials. The same is true for human resources. To put it bluntly, those mineral resources and human resources are not valuable. In comparison, the various products produced by Jindixing are more valued. Now, Jindy Star is no longer as wealthy as it used to be. After internal discussions, the sages of the Mingyang sect did not even want to pay for the raw material costs and manpower costs, which were not worth mentioning compared to their added value. The Mingyang sect, which was licking its wounds and replenishing its blood, was determined not to be generous anymore. The same was true for external sales orders. Some other things were fine, but if the alliance took out some additional resources in exchange, they would not accept orders. But they would definitely not accept orders for starships. All productivity, all give priority to satisfying the sect fleet. They plan to build a new mechanical arc, and also need to build 8 battlecruisers, and more than 40 cruisers, to match, to build a powerful fleet of the Mingyang sect. After experiencing the Iron Teeth Green Tide, the Mingyang sect agreed that the sect must have enough self-protection power, and cannot rely on others. At least they escaped a disaster this time, but who knows if they can still escape the next disaster. In order to build the fleet and the supporting guard army, the Mingyang sect's production capacity has been fully occupied. Even if all the docks are fully operational, it will take about 25 years to complete the fleet construction. Production capacity is fully utilized, and there is a huge demand for external resources and manpower. To put it bluntly, our Mingyang sect has not continued to occupy more territory and grab more profits, which is already quite good. You, Gu Hang, still want to spit out the place we have occupied, and also want our full orders? Dream on. Gu Hang proposed on behalf of the alliance, which would provide Gene Dixing with a wider range of resource support, and provide full military support, but they were not interested at all. In other words, the former, which is resource support, is of interest, but the premise is that the alliance can accept it. These supports and investments will not be paid until at least 25 years later, when Gene Dixing completes its own construction and ensures its own safety. That's obviously impossible. As for the military security provided by the alliance, I don't believe it. The Star Domain government and the Cosmic Domain government used to say that during the Iron Teeth War, didn't we have to fight on our own? After this, they deeply realized that, no matter how many interests are connected, how many solemn guarantees are made, when life and death are at stake, the most reliable person is themselves. The military guarantee of the alliance? The alliance does seem to be quite capable, much more capable than the previous Star Domain government. But, sorry, if it's not me, I can't believe it. Besides, don't your alliance face more enemies? Your Governor Gu is not a quiet person. He does this today, and that tomorrow. Right now, he is involved in the confrontation with Iron Fury Stone. The Mingyang sect considers itself a small sect, with only one forging world. It is not in good condition now, and has no intention of getting involved. This opinion was discussed and decided by all the main sages in the sect, as well as a considerable number of ruling bishops with relatively core positions. Oh, except for Wu Jiarong, the traitor. But her opinion on this matter is not important. She just needs to honestly contribute the ingenious techniques she has mastered. It is not the turn of this traitor, the ungrateful wolf, to intervene in the major event that determines the future direction of the Mingyang sect. With such a consistent decision made by the entire sect's top leaders, Chen Haishu is really not worried about Gu Hang activities on Jindy Star. After all, he is the head of the star field, and Jindy Star is within the alliance. The attitudes of both sides should not be awkward, and the respect and attitude that should be given must be given. But for the rest, forget it. After the governor of the alliance has been rejected by one sage after another, he should know not to waste time anymore. As for the second meeting that will be called for, just have it. It's just another collective veto anyway. Chen Haishu's mechanical face was full of shock. His modified ears were even emitting white air. The Sage Council, composed of 9 sages, was the highest authority in the Mingyang sect. And now, there are 8 mechanical arms, raising up in front of him. The person sitting opposite the round table of sages is Gu Hang, who has been active on Jindy Star for more than half a month. Half an hour ago, the second Sage Council was convened, and Gu Hang, like the last time, began to introduce the alliance policies. Compared with the first proposal, this time, Gu Hang made greater concessions. Although the requirements are still the same, the control of the 3-star regions except Jindy Star, and various construction orders on Jindy Star. However, the alliance will increase the purchase price of the order, and will provide more raw material resources. And the alliance can also accept the production orders of the Mingyang sect in return. That means that the Mingyang sect has some low-level, low-value component production, which can be transferred to other planets controlled by the alliance. According to Gu Hang, this is a win-win situation. The places where technology transfer and production capacity transfer are accepted have achieved economic growth. The ownership of these transferred production capacity, calculated according to the proportion of investment and technical value of both parties, and all management rights can be handed over to the Mingyang sect. Correspondingly, the Mingyang sect can expand its influence and control through technology and production capacity transfer, economic and political means, and further ensure the control of raw materials and low value-added industrial components. Moreover, the production capacity released from some low-end industries on Jindy Star can be better invested in high-end industries. However, these conditions still did not exceed the situation discussed by the main sages of the Mingyang sect earlier. In theory, after listening to Gu Hang's proposal politely, when it came to the voting stage, everyone should sit quietly when they heard the vote in favor of the proposal, and then raise their hands in unison when the vote against the proposal came. However, what happened next was completely beyond Chen Haishu's expectations. When voting in favor, he first saw Wu Jiarong raise her hand. Well, very good, as expected. Then, another main business sage raised his hand. This made Chen Haishu look at him sideways. Gu Hang, this kid, did his activities in the past half-month really produce results? You kid, you benefited from Gu Hang, right? Chen Haishu was not very happy. Although, it was just one more vote, which was meaningless. But in fact, according to the hint Chen Haishu gave to other sages before, no vote should be given to Gu Hang, to avoid any unrealistic fantasies in the mind of the governor of the alliance. The sooner he gets his head broken and bloodied, the better. At this point, he could only comfort himself. Perhaps the sage Kazongdong who raised his hand, just raised his hand as a token of respect after receiving the benefits, to save some face for Governor Gu. With this mentality, Chen Haishu immediately saw the 3rd, 4th, and 5th mechanical arms raised. Just a few minutes later, among the 9 main sages of the Mingyang sect, he was the only one who did not raise his hand. No, what the hell is going on? Even though his body had undergone a significant mechanical transformation, many emotions that were produced by hormone secretion by the body had been annihilated. However, Chen Haishu still felt a surge of anger. What are you doing? A collective rebellion, right? But he soon calmed down, and his brain, which had not yet been completely transformed and was still human, began to think carefully. Things were not yet irreversible. Among the 9 votes, although 8 votes had been cast in favor, this did not mean that Gu Hang's proposal was passed. He is the casting general. Although he only has 1 vote in the parliament like other main business sages, the most special thing about the casting general is that he has a veto power. If he wants to promote any major policies, strategies, decisions, he also needs to win the consent of the 4 main business sages. But if he opposes a decision, he only needs his own vote. The current situation is very suitable for using this veto power. However, do we really need to do this? Voting seems to be a rule, but any rule must consider the meaning behind the rule. He does not have the veto power, so he has the ability to veto any proposal he does not want to agree with. On the contrary, because he has the ability to prevent any decision he disagrees with from being implemented, so he has the veto power. However, the current situation is too complicated. Chapter 522, I want 1-2. Chen Haishu can use his veto power at this meeting and forcefully reject Gu Heng's proposal, even though the other 8 main sages all agree. But if he does so, what will he face next? What secret agreement did Gu Heng reach with these 8 people that could make them all defect? Will these secret agreements go a step further and threaten him? The 8 main sages may not directly threaten his position. But if he introduces Gu Heng, a powerful foreign aide, can he keep his position as the casting general? All these factors are in front of Chen Haishu. He saw the smile on Gu Heng's face. That smile seemed to ask him, do you really have the ability to forcefully reject this proposal? He hesitated. He was indeed a little afraid. The situation was beyond his imagination. But it was also impossible for him to be forced to vote in favor without knowing anything, not daring to reject nor to agree. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Haishu, the dignified casting general, the supreme leader of the mechanical cult, was actually embarrassed for a moment. After a long while, he slowly said, the meeting will be suspended, and Governor Gu will also be asked to step aside temporarily. We need to discuss with each other for a while. Gu Heng stood up and said, okay. But please don't let me wait too long. Chen Haishu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the matter had not been resolved, what he was most worried about was that Gu Heng would take advantage of the current voting situation to force him to make a decision immediately. The situation would become very ugly, and it might even push both parties into a situation where there was no solution. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Gu Heng was very considerate. He was a little grateful to Gu Heng. After Gu Heng left, Chen Haishu's eyes swept over the sages. Everyone had a different attitude, but most of them were too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Only when his eyes finally fell on Wu Jiarong, he clearly saw that this youngest, the main business sage he had helped to support, was looking at him fearlessly. It seemed that the key was here. Tell me, what's going on? Chen Haishu stared at Wu Jiarong. Wu Jiarong smiled. In fact, the situation is not complicated at all. It's really not complicated. It's just a black box. Gu Heng is extremely charming, and he also has the ability of mental psychic power. However, Gu Heng's use of the latter has always been relatively restrained. Because if you want to achieve a better control effect, then the target's mental control will be more obvious, and it will be very easy to detect. If you want to avoid detection, then the idea of implanting transformation needs to be very similar to the target's own idea, have a certain degree of fit, and it will take a relatively long time to control the other party to perform a psychic surgery. It is similar to what Gu Heng did to Gallardo. Gu Heng could not use psychic powers to influence the thoughts of these main sages in a rough way, nor could he control these main sages to perform psychic surgery. In fact, there was no need. Gu Heng did not have any special means to convince them, nor did he bother to use any special means. It would be enough to just take out the top killer weapon, like the black box. For these senior members of the Mechanicus, they considered so many reconstruction and revival plans for the sect, which were of course very important, and they cared about them very much. However, the importance of all these things, in their eyes, is not as high as technology. The higher the level of the Mechanicus members, the deeper and more irresistible their desire for technology. And how to get new technology. Low-level Mechanicus members may still have a way to learn and inherit. But for high-level Mechanicus members, the room for learning and inheritance is very, very small. Perhaps everyone has different unique technologies. But on the one hand, these unique technologies are sometimes just a small trick. Some unique precision product designs that cannot be mass-produced. On the other hand, because it is a unique technology, it will naturally not be easily handed over to others, even to colleagues. It is a problem that is easy to occur within the Mechanicus, no matter how much they promote it internally. Trying to break this situation, the central government of the empire and governments at all levels are also trying to continuously cooperate and exchange various technologies with the Mechanicus. However, this atmosphere within the Mechanicus has continued for thousands of years. So how can it be easily changed? It is difficult to learn and pass on some unique technologies. This not only causes serious problems in the internal technology circulation, but also leads to very serious restrictions on the Mechanicus when researching and innovating technologies, and a large amount of resources are wasted. There are many technologies that may have already existed, and even many people have mastered them. However, due to the lack of transmission, many times, when the person who mastered the technology died, it meant that the technology was lost, even if they are not dead, as long as they are unwilling to spread the technology. If others have similar technical needs, they will have to spend resources to study it again. What's more, the Mechanicus itself is quite resistant to innovation. Technology is the ancestral method, a routine and effective method that has been used for tens of thousands of years. So it is best not to touch it, even if a minor change is effective. It may be a temptation from the abyss, which will eventually lead to some bad problems, not to mention some real big innovations. Producing a new product, which may be the unclean knowledge and forbidden knowledge from the abyss. The final product produced may be a conspiracy from the devil, leading to very, very bad consequences. This point has a very painful record in the history of the Mechanicus. Without anyone else doing it, they will be very strict in their internal review of similar situations. Under the combined effect of these factors, it is so difficult for a Mechanicus to obtain new technology, especially safe new technology. After learning, inheritance, research and development, these are not very reliable. What else is left? Archaeology and plunder. The latter refers to plundering the technology of some alien races, seeing if it can be used for oneself. But this is also something that requires great caution. It is difficult to analyze alien technology. For example, the technology of the green skins. How do humans use it? It is even of little reference value. Some alien races have very powerful technologies, such as the so-called Eldar, and the intelligent machines. However, these technologies also have adaptability issues, and are very difficult to obtain. Some small races discovered during the exploration of the universe, or even some abandoned, independently developed human colonies, may have some special technologies. However, these technologies also need to be carefully identified. After all, who knows how those who have mastered the technology obtained it? Is the technology itself contaminated by demonic knowledge? It is possible. In this case, the only remaining archaeology is the safest and most profitable source of technology. The technological capabilities of the Empire have not improved much in the past thousands, or tens of thousands of years, not to mention whether it has regressed or not. Even 10,000 years ago, when the Empire was just established, many technologies in the founding were organized and led by the Emperor himself. After 10,000 years of muddled inheritance, have been lost now, not to mention, going back further, before the establishment of the Empire, in the so-called Golden Age before that Dark Age, the ancient technologies mastered by humans at that time were even more exaggerated. If we can find an ancient relic left over from the Golden Age, even if it is just some lost technical equipment left over from the founding expedition 10,000 years ago, it will be a huge gain. In fact, the technology that the human empire has now, including the technology of the more advanced and rational human empire 10,000 years ago, is generally based on the legacy left over from the Golden Age. The black box is a product of the Golden Age. The human empire is still unable to produce this kind of thing, and has not even fully analyzed its working principle. But it does not prevent the Mechanicus from enthusiastically collecting all black boxes. On the one hand, these black boxes can be used as the core of an industry, obtaining the means of production line that can be quickly built from scratch. On the other hand, the huge technical value contained in them is enough to bring great inspiration to high-level members of the Mechanicus. This kind of technical inspiration is not only reliable, but also very safe. The technology left over from the Golden Age of mankind is usually fine. If you simply find a relic, you still have to worry about whether it is a wisdom trap or a knowledge demon disguised as ancient technology. You need to distinguish them carefully. The black box has no such concerns at all. It is absolutely safe and absolutely passed down from the Golden Age. Therefore, when Gu Heng took out the black box as a reward to these main business sages, he deeply moved these people. Gu Heng could see the deep desire and greed in their mechanical eyes. They agreed to the conditions proposed by Gu Heng almost instantly. Aren't they just a few dozen resource stars? Give it to the Star Region government. Giving it to the Alliance does not mean that they will be out of stock. On the contrary, the Alliance has promised to increase mining efforts and import raw materials from resource stars controlled by other alliances. Isn't it just taking orders? Take it. The starships we built are meant to be used. Seeing that the greenskins have been driven away, our Mingyang sect can't use them for a while. It's better to give them to the Alliance first. Anyway, the Alliance didn't get the ships for free. They had to pay for it. Besides, what if I voted in favor alone? There are 9 people in the Sage Council, and my vote in favor won't affect the overall situation. Let's get the black box first. Under greed and desire, the appearance of the black box instantly turned the balance in their hearts. As for what to do, if Gu Heng really gets most of the main business sages, and passes these proposals in the Sage Council, isn't there the Lord Casting General? You, Chen Haishu, have a veto power, so you must use it well. What if Chen Haishu doesn't veto? If General Casting is voted in favor or abstained, what qualifications do you have to criticize us? Under this guiding ideology, Gu Heng went to the homes of 8 main business sages and won their consent. It's not that he didn't want to find Chen Haishu, but it was that General Casting had been in seclusion for some time, and Gu Heng couldn't see him at all. After understanding the whole story, Chen Haishu's expression has become extremely gloomy. Even more gloomy than when he saw 8 votes in favor except him. His anger has been felt by everyone else. In other words, you were bought by the Alliance just like that. Ahem. Sage Kuzongdong coughed twice and said, it's not considered buying. Right? I haven't done anything to let down the sect, or Jean Dixing. They have proposed a proposal, and the process has been put to the Parliament. I just voted. Yes. 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 We just voted. Don't you still have it? If you don't agree, just veto it. The sages spoke up one after another. Chen Haishu became even more angry. That is to say, you all got a black box. Right? I didn't? You took all the benefits, and then expected me to be the bad guy, but in the end, I got nothing? How ridiculous. Chen Haishu finally stood up in anger. The red robe of the casting general was taken off from his body. The octopus-like mechanical limbs supported him very tall. The white steam filled the entire mechanical throne. The remaining 8 main sages were trembling. The casting general was angry, which was still a bit scary. Although everyone was at the level of the main sage, there was a reason why Chen Haishu could become the casting general. He is almost the oldest person in the entire Mingyang sect. More than 900 years old. From the time he became a master sage to now, it has been at least 600 years. Although, he has not yet crossed the line, and even has no chance to cross the line to become a great sage. But such a long accumulation has given him deep strength, enough to pose a great threat to the other 8. Then, the 8 sages heard the furious order of the casting general. Hand over all the black boxes that Gu Heng gave you. Everything else is fine. But this is not okay. The 8 main sages all stood up, revealing their mechanical bodies hidden under their red robes. That's absolutely impossible. This is private property. The black box was rented by Gu Heng, and he has to return it in a few years. He must abide by the agreement. The sage who said the last sentence completely ignored the fact that when he first signed the lease agreement, he had 100 ways to violate the contract in his mind. Chen Haishu was furious. I don't care. I absolutely cannot accept that I don't have a black box. Governor Gu, come in. His voice penetrated outside the conference room. I want 3 black boxes. At least 3. Otherwise I will veto it. Chapter 523, The Charm of the Black Box. Gu Heng agreed to Chen Haishu's request. Aren't there just 3 black boxes? Except Wu Jiarong, the other 7 main sages were given 1 each, so they wouldn't be reluctant to give Chen Haishu 3 more. There are only 10 black boxes in total. In the past, he would never dare to reveal that he has a black box. Not to mention trading directly with the Mechanicus. Look at these Mechanicus sages, their eyes light up when they hear about the black box, and you can see how much they crave this thing. In order to obtain the black box, they can even put aside the interests of the sect. In other words, in their cognition, obtaining such a pile of black boxes is more valuable to the sect than more than 40 worlds, and strengthening their own military strength. In fact, it is very likely that this is indeed the case. If Gu Heng was relatively weak before, he would really worry that after the news of his possession of the black box spread, he would be directly forced and robbed by force. Even if he said he had voluntarily handed it over, Gu Heng could not explain the source of the black box. Under the lie, he might be subject to further scrutiny, thus exposing a bigger problem. The rights of the weak will not be protected. The oil men will not let go of any possibility. It is just a matter of spending a little more effort and searching carefully. Maybe they can find a new black box? Even if the probability is low. It doesn't matter if they try. But Gu Heng is no longer the same as before. Have you got a glimpse of the black box? Want to use some means overtly or covertly? You can try. With the character of the Mingyang sect, they can't win in a war, and they can't get the black box in the subspace kingdom by investigating secretly. So what else can they do? In fact, if it weren't for the special nature of the Mechanicus, Gu Heng wouldn't be polite to them. If they really use tough means, Gu Heng has enough power to force them to surrender. Forcibly occupy more than 40 worlds outside Jindy Star, expel the ruling personnel and garrisons of the Mingyang sect, blockade Jindy Star, cut off the supply of raw materials, harass orbital star ports and shipyards, and force the suspension of starship manufacturing. I'm afraid it doesn't even need to go to the point of a full-scale war. Just cutting off trade and siege sanctions is enough to deal a fatal blow to the Mingyang sect. Not doing so is nothing more than to tie them to their own chariots for the sake of completeness, avoiding political troubles. These oil men are really good at production. As a forging world, Jindy Star is the most productive place in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region. Otherwise, Gu Heng would not be willing to pay 10 black boxes. These 10 black boxes Gu Heng took out are technologies that are currently of very low value to the Alliance. For example, G-series rifles, such as Wanderer armored vehicles, such as whetstone engines. And all of them are finished black boxes. For these low-end products with great demand, simply using the finished black box to produce standard products is of little practical significance. It is enough to have the mother machine black box to produce the production line. Moreover, the production line of these products can even manufacture the horns without the black box. In fact, these black boxes were obtained by the Alliance relatively early, and Ms. Wu Jiarong had already played with them many times. Since the actual use is relatively weak, taking them out for trading can be regarded as making the best use of them. For the Mingyang sect, the output of the black box itself is not that valuable. It is nothing more than some flawless rifles, low-end engines, and armored vehicles. What is the value? However, the technology contained in it has another meaning. In the eyes of the oil men, those perfect products contain great mysteries. Observing, studying and replicating these products will directly help them with the same technology. These perfect processing methods can further inspire their technical capabilities. This is just the help brought by the perfect product produced by the black box. The black box itself is of great significance. If it can be dismantled, oh, no one dares. The reason why the black box is a black box is that the technology contained in it is completely incomprehensible. If it is dismantled, even if it is only a little bit, it cannot be put back, which means that the black box is completely scrapped. The few dismantling learning experiences of the black box within the Mechanicus so far have proved this point. Even the most outstanding sages cannot restore even the simplest black box. Doing so is a huge waste. But it is undeniable that every time a black box is dismantled, it is a huge technical inspiration. But Gu Heng will not allow them to do so. Gu Heng told them clearly that these black boxes are only rented, not given away. Moreover, this kind of rent is exclusive, and sages are not allowed to exchange or borrow them. The lease period varies, but when it expires, the Alliance will make sure that there is no problem with the black box when it takes it back. If the contract is violated, not only will a huge compensation be paid, but the Alliance will also blacklist the sage and will no longer cooperate with the black box. For the former, the oil guys may disdain it. If there is a huge technical improvement, I will dismantle it. I will pay the sky-high compensation. And it is not that I can't afford it. Even if they really can't afford to pay, when they go crazy and feel itchy, they can easily lose control of their hands. But the latter condition can calm down the craziest oil man. It is obvious that the black boxes owned by the Alliance are more than 10. In order to have other, even higher level black boxes to study in the future, the sages of the Mingyang sect have to grit their teeth and control their hands no matter how much they can't control themselves. As for Gu Heng, relying on the relatively powerful force he has developed now, the Mingyang sect cannot use force to attack, and the value of the black boxes to the Mechanicus can hold them tightly. This is the way he considered to tie Jindy Star to his chariot. And further, Wu Jiarong will become the representative of Gu Heng will. After all, Gu Heng can't stay on Jindy Star for a long time. Wu Jiarong will shoulder this responsibility. In the future, she will also manage all the black boxes rented by the Alliance to the Mingyang sect. This is a huge power. Now it is just tied to the chariot. When Wu Jiarong uses the management of the black boxes, gradually builds her own influence in Jindy Star, then Gu Heng's previous expectation, the desire to steal Jindy Star, will have a way to achieve it. So far, Gu Heng has basically completed all the work of his trip to Jindy Star. Chapter 524, Steel Fire Dragon, raised his head and looked up at the dim red sun of Ronglin Star. Jason Morgan always felt that time passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had been in this world belonging to the Steel Fire Dragon Star region for 4 years. Of course, as the head of the star region appointed by the Alliance, he was not always in Ronglin Star during these 4 years. Although this is the capital planet of the star region, the situation of the Steel Fire Dragon Star region is too special, and the most core world here is still Jindy Star. The Alliance certainly has no direct jurisdiction over Jindy Star. But after 4 years, Gu Heng's trip to Jindy Star resulted in the two sides becoming very close partners. Morgan, as the leader of the Steel Fire Dragon Star region appointed by the Alliance, naturally took on the frontline work of the cooperation between the two sides. The task is still quite arduous. His first job is to ensure that these worlds can provide various supplies to Jindy Star without any problems. This is a bottom line in the cooperation content signed between the Alliance and the Mingyang sect. And it is also in the interests of the Alliance. After the Mingyang sect handed over the administrative rights of many planets, it did not mean that their interests on these planets no longer needed to be protected. On the contrary, the Alliance should maintain their interests with greater efforts. After all, the food delivered to them fed more workers. And these workers would transform the various raw materials delivered into various war materials and equipment that the Alliance urgently needed. On this basis, he would also collect more imperial taxes. Of course, these two things are the same thing to some extent. After all, the imperial tax collected, after registration, must be sent to Jindy Star, and then become the cost when the Alliance places orders with the Mingyang sect, and then become more equipment. But if that were all, there would be no need for him to take action. Jason Morgan joined the Alliance during the unification war of the Angry Owl Star, and was even the first provincial official of the Alliance at that time. He should have had a brighter future. His wife is the director of the Alliance Zhongxi Academy, and is currently a senior official at the Alliance Education Headquarters. His wife's sister is a veteran in the Demon Hunter system. The whole family has a high status. However, when he was still in charge of a province on the Angry Owl Star, the first major anti-corruption case in the Alliance was still being used as a case for anti-corruption propaganda in the Alliance Integrity Bureau. At that time, he was one of the main characters, although he did not make any mistakes. After all, the incident happened under his command, and he could not escape the responsibility of a leader. Although that happened more than 20 years ago, he suffered such a blow at the beginning of his political career, which had a significant impact on his subsequent career. Otherwise, he would have to move up. For example, he would have to join the Central Committee of the Alliance and serve a term. But before that, he needed a better resume. Just relying on seniority is not enough. The Alliance has many talented people, and the new wave is fierce. So, after seeing the opportunity, he volunteered to come to the critical Steel Fire Dragon Star region, and was determined to make a big splash here. In addition to the basic task of ensuring the supply and imperial taxes of Jindy Star, he was also determined to make improvements. Politically, he wanted to complete the political transformation of all the planets in the Steel Fire Dragon Star region into alliances, and bring the alliance system to these worlds. In terms of economy, he also wanted to make the 11 worlds of Steel Fire Dragon, except Jindy Star, flourish according to local conditions. To be honest, if you want to achieve something, the 11 Empire worlds in the Steel Fire Dragon Star zone are not particularly good choices. They are too close to Jindy Star. In the long history of the past, they have always been sucked blood by Jindy Star. Compared with other forces, the forces of the Mechanicus are generally quite homebound. They are not very willing to expand outward, and they are not even very willing to care about the affairs of the outside world, even if it happens not far from them, unless this matter has clearly threatened their safety, or there is some technology or precious material that clearly interests them. Otherwise, they generally will not take the initiative to attack, preferring to stay in their own forging world to tinker with their own things. The way they exert influence externally, the most important is to use strong productivity, to force people to pay attention to their interests, and to eliminate talents to the outside world, to bring the Mechanicus way of thinking to other places. Under this situation, the Mechanicus certainly doesn't care about the lives of the worlds around them. Under the fierce bloodsucking, the situation of the 11 Steel Fire Dragon worlds is very bad. There is no good foundation for development. And it even makes people doubt the development potential. But it is precisely in such an environment that there is room for struggle. He couldn't win the two-star district leaders of Kamadi and Yunluo Center. Such important places are where members of the Alliance Committee are sent out as replacements. If he comes back, he may be able to take the next step and become a standing committee member. He has not even become an ordinary committee member. So there is no hope. He barely managed to gain it by mobilizing his connections. But the political benefits are not high. It is better to find a difficult place, like Steel Fire Dragon, and make a splash. What's more, he is well prepared. In addition to difficulties and risks, he can also see opportunities. These worlds of Steel Fire Dragon are too close to Gene D-Star. In the past, they were purely sucked blood. But it may not be the case in the future. Jason Morgan noticed that in the agreement signed between the Alliance and the Mingyang sect, there is a clause that the Alliance will assist Gene D-Star in eliminating backward production capacity, increasing the supply of raw materials, basic processing, and low-value industrial products, rationally optimizing Gene D-Star's production capacity, and focusing on high-end industry and cutting-edge industrial production. Normally, this is an agreement with Gene Dixing as the protagonist. Looking deeper, people may think that if it is really formed at the political level, then after the raw materials, primary processing, and low-value industrial products are eliminated, will Gene Dixing's dependence on the Alliance suddenly increase, forming a political impact? Jason Morgan focused on another point, eliminating backward production capacity. How to eliminate it? The so-called backward production capacity. Workers can be smoothly moved to places where it is more needed. But what about the equipment? Will it be destroyed directly after being dismantled? That will definitely not happen. Isn't this a very good opportunity? In the past 4 years, Morgan, in addition to completing his own part of the work, has actively invested the rest of his energy in these aspects. Introducing these so-called backward production capacity for Gene D-Star, transforming the industrial situation of Steel Fire Dragon stars, and being able to supply goods nearby, and digesting local raw material production capacity nearby. Under his leadership, the development of Steel Fire Dragon stars has really achieved good results in these 4 years. Don't you think so? Morgan said to the person in front of him. I have worked so hard, but why do you always go against me? Woo woo woo. The person tied to the chair and gagged could not answer. Chapter 525. Romelane and Steel Wing. Jason Morgan, as the governor of the Star region appointed by the Alliance, is different from the heads of the regular system of the Empire, who are similar to paperhangers and have no actual power. Under the Alliance system, more emphasis is placed on the role of each level of government. Moreover, the planetary governor of the Alliance is not like the regular imperial planetary governor, who has full authority over the planet. The government and the army of the Alliance are separate. The construction of the army is the responsibility of the military and political departments under the management of Thaddeus. Even the planetary defense force, which the Alliance calls the Allied Forces, is built and trained by the military and political departments under the jurisdiction of each planet. The command of the army is all under the command system of the Alliance Army. The planetary garrison system operates under the command of the commanders of various armies of the Alliance. And the main force of each army is still the Alliance Army system. The power of the planetary governor is almost isolated from the army. He neither participates in the construction of the army nor in the command of the army. He is a pure administrative official. In addition, he has a clear superior-subordinate relationship with the Star District Governor and needs to report his work to the Star District Governor. Although the Zone Governor cannot directly remove the Planetary Governor, the latter's work quality will be greatly affected by his evaluation, and he will be held accountable if he makes mistakes. As the Zone Governor, he can also intervene in the management of each planet more directly and smoothly, and allocate the resources of each planet, so that all worlds in the zone can achieve coordinated development. This can only be done with a clear upward centralization brought by the Alliance. Of course, zone governors, like Jason Morgan, are also isolated from the military. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't need the support of military force. There are bad people among the masses. The person tied to the chair in front of him is... This is one of the former ruling classes on Romelane Star. To be honest, Jason Morgan doesn't think highly of these people at all. They didn't perform well during the Iron Tooth War. They basically didn't form any resistance. They just took people away and hit on the planet. It would be fine if it was just like that. We can't force a strong man to come down from the sky on every planet and fight the green skins with the survivors, and still make some noise. The more vitality the survivors can retain under the threat of the greenskins, the more the mission is accomplished. However, the ruling class on Wasteland Star and many other planets of Steel Fire Dragon, in that difficult and critical moment, they were still exploiting, squeezing, and even living a very luxurious life. After being liberated by the Mingyang sect, they still controlled the planet and actively moved closer. The Mechanicus was too lazy to deal with these matters directly, and these local forces were willing to be dogs. Isn't that good? But they were dogs for the Mechanicus. In order to rebuild itself, the Mechanicus was ferociously sucking blood. Besides being accomplices, these people also took this opportunity to suck blood. After the end of the Iron Tooth War, in the short period of time between Jason Morgan's arrival 4 years ago, rebellions and riots broke out one after another on the Steel Fire Dragon planets, especially on Wasteland, which would of course cause great harm to the society on the planet. However, in Morgan's own opinion, he actually prefers to regard those things as uprisings. If people can't survive, won't they fight you to death? After Jason Morgan came to power, he would certainly change these problems. On the one hand, he looked down on the original ruling class, and on the other hand, the ruling methods of these people were too crude and rubbish. Morgan needed the planet to develop, so he had to liberate the productivity of the native planet, and he couldn't use such a backward production method to allow the original ruling class to exploit and oppress them like slaves. It is not just that this group of people, as the middle class, have taken away too much profit. If that were the case, Morgan could tolerate it. What he could not tolerate was that this inefficient plundering had led to a great suppression of the productivity of the entire society. Under his continuous attacks over the past 4 years, with the support of the Alliance Navy and Army, these original rulers were hit hard. This is a group of spineless people. They can kneel to the Mingyang sect, and of course, they can kneel to the more powerful Alliance. However, the difference is that the Mechanicus doesn't care about them, or even indulges them, while the Alliance strictly controls them and takes away their power and benefits. They dare not confront these kneeling tribes head-on, but keep making trouble and making trouble in private. Even in the early days of Morgan's rule, when he had to rely more on the original administrative power of each planet, these people not only pretended to obey, but also liked to do. According to Governor Gu, they carried the red flag to oppose the red flag. Morgan issued some policies, and he dared not oppose them openly. So he increased them several times and implemented them in an extreme direction, which made people angry. Jason Morgan was really fed up with these people. Within the framework of rules, he had fought with them for 4 years, and Morgan was tired of fighting. If there were no drag from these people, Morgan would have the confidence to double the development level of several planets of Steel Fire Dragon. He had endured until today, and finally, he didn't have to endure it anymore. After greatly weakening the ruling power of these original groups within the political framework, now he could finally take ruthless action and eliminate them physically. He was even too lazy to follow the procedures to avoid any recurrence, secretly arrested, secretly tried and eliminated, although it was not fair, but necessary measures were taken when necessary. The sooner the cancer was removed, the better the future development would be. He paced around the prison and saw that more than 200 people were basically arrested according to the list he gave. All of them were gagged, not allowed to say a word. After confirming that the list was complete, he walked out of the prison. At the door, he nodded slightly to the head of the secret police sent out, confirming the results of the work. The other party handed over a document. Morgan signed it, and then pressed the button he handed over. This button leads to each cell below, and can switch the ventilation duct gate inside the cell. The deadly poison gas is sent into each cell. It only takes a few minutes, and all the prisoners will lose their lives silently. These 200 people, in the past, and even in the current Wasteland, are people who can call the wind and rain if they are released. Slave owners, monopoly business owners, union chairmen, feudal lords, all kinds of identities, together constitute the color of their rule. And now, as Morgan pressed the button, all these colors turn gray and black. If we continue to use political means to slowly fight, it is unknown how long it will take to deal with them all. Cut the Gordian knot. In fact, this should have been done long ago. It's nothing more than Morgan's control was not enough before. Now it's barely enough. On the one hand. On the other hand, the external political environment has also undergone major changes. While thinking, Morgan heard footsteps again. Have you dealt with everything? The visitor asked. Yes. Then let's go. The most important thing for today has not been done yet. Yes. Let's go. Morgan put his arm around the visitor's shoulder and left while talking to him in a low voice. This was his partner, the planetary manager of Roaming Star, Todd Paulson. After they walked out of the prison, they boarded the hovercraft that had been waiting outside. After several hours of high-speed flight, they arrived at the ground starport of Roaming Star, then took the space elevator, went straight to the starport, and changed the hovercraft parked at the starport. It was really not easy to go to the starport last time, but they still have to come. They need to be here, waiting for a senior official from the Alliance headquarters. The General Political Commissar of the Alliance Military and Political Department, Senior Admiral Thaddeus, compared to Jason Morgan, who has to come to steal Fire Dragon, which is so difficult, but can make achievements and work hard. For someone who wants to get a seat on the Central Committee, Thaddeus is an absolute big shot. Excluding Gu Hang, the leader of the Alliance, among the remaining leaders of the Alliance, Thaddeus' status is extremely important. Even if he is not the first person in the Alliance military, he is at least a strong competitor. Although, he has not directly led the Alliance army. The military and political department, to some extent, bears responsibilities similar to the Imperial Military Affairs Department. It focuses on military construction, which includes logistics equipment, conscription training, military ideological construction, and officer promotion approval. All these military affairs will eventually fall to the military and political department under the charge of Thaddeus. Moreover, if it is true, Thaddeus' direct influence on the army is also very strong. Although, general officers and commanders have little to do with him. But in the Alliance army, the political commissar system, which plays a very important role, is formally under his leadership. Although the main work of the military and political commissars is to be responsible for the ideological construction of each unit, it does not involve command power. In a single unit, the priority of taking over the command power is still behind the deputy, the chief of staff. However, the political commissar is special in that he has the power to ignore any priorities and take over the entire army in an emergency. When they believe that the military commander has betrayed, deserted, or is afraid of fighting, they can even execute him. Although this situation rarely happens, the military commander and the political commander are generally good partners in the army. And if this situation really happens, the corresponding political commissar will also be subject to strict scrutiny afterwards. But this kind of superstandard power does exist after all, and no one can ignore his position as the dual head of the military unit. If a single political commissar is like this, let alone Thaddeus himself as the chief political commissar of the entire army, his power is not even limited to the military branch. Now in the Alliance Navy, there is also the position of political commissar. For example, the generals in the Alliance Navy, whether they are the captain of a battleship or the commander of a fleet, or the commander-in-chief like Yin Fangxiu in the army, although they are in different sequences, they have similar military ranks, and their status may be similar, but their influence is naturally not as great as Thaddeus, who has more extensive powers. Such a person, how can a small Roamling be so worthy of his attention? In fact, there are some. First, Roaming Star is located on the key road to the east and north of the Steel Fire Dragon Star region. Second, Jason Morgan has overcome all difficulties in the past 4 years, mobilized his own, his wife's, his sister-in-law's various relationships, and begged for resources, and built Roaming Starport. Every time he came to Roaming Starport, Morgan's heart would always surge with a surge of heroism. This is his achievement. To be frank, Roaming Starport is not that big in scale. It cannot be compared with the starports in the core worlds of the Alliance, such as Faye Star, Yuluo Star, and Nushu Star. It is probably a second-tier starport in the Dragon Eagle Star region, or even a weaker second-tier starport. But compared with the development level of Roaming Star itself, the specifications of this starport far exceed the demand. With a weak economic foundation, why would Jason Morgan sell everything he has to expand the starport to this extent? Wouldn't it be good to invest resources in other economic development paths? The reason lies in the first point. Since there is the advantage of a major transportation route, Morgan can judge that there will be more and more trade interactions between Jindy Star and the Alliance in the future, and many worlds that were originally under the control of the Mingyang sect will be controlled by the Alliance again. In this way, if there is a distribution center for goods shipped from Jindy Star and from the Alliance, the efficiency will naturally be greatly improved. This is what he was looking for. Recently, with the completion of a large star port, his plan finally began to have some effect. He personally flew to Jindy Star once and found the sage Wu Jiarong. Although he was not familiar with him, he shamelessly asked for one thing: the Mingyang sect's transport ships no longer needed to deliver the goods directly to every destination, but only to the nearby Rongling Star. Rongling Star contacted several chambers of commerce, and they were even trying to build their own caravans to be responsible for distribution to other planets. Similarly, the goods that the chambers of commerce that have reached an agreement with Jindixing can be unloaded in Rongling. As a distribution center, Rongling can make a lot of money here. Building chambers of commerce, maintenance of starships, consumption for personnel rest and recuperation, all of them are money and can drive local economic development. At present, such a set of things has already taken shape. But Morgan felt that it was not enough. He felt that it could be accelerated. So, he won a good publicity opportunity. General Thaddeus has not arrived yet. But the thing he values most this time has already arrived. Jason Morgan and Planetary General Paulson were in the starport together, admiring the two huge ships parked at Rongling Port, Steel Wing and Rongling. These were two Dragon Snake-class battlecruisers built on Jindy Star and delivered to the Alliance. They were also transported like some goods and raw materials, and were first driven to Rongling Starport by the Mechanicus to free up their shipyard. Afterwards, the crew of the Mingyang sect withdrew, leaving only some necessary technical personnel, who would be delivered to the Alliance along with the ship. The delivery location was Rongling Star. Thaddeus came to Rongling Star, of course, as the highest leader of the Alliance Armament Management Department, to conduct the delivery of the two battlecruisers with the Mingyang sect. Chapter 526. 8 giant ships 4 years ago. Gu Heng went to Jindy Star in person and negotiated with the Mingyang sect. The two most important things were that the 3-star regions would be managed by the Star Region government led by the Alliance again, and that the production capacity of the Forge World would accept orders from the Alliance. Everything else was easy to talk about. Even the Titans produced by the Mingyang sect. The Alliance had a demand for them, but it was not necessary. The only thing was large starships, which took several years to build. This was the most scarce thing for the Alliance. Jindy Star has the ability to build battlecruisers. The Dragon Snake class is even more famous and favored than the Holy Grail class in the entire Imperial Navy system. After all, the construction of the Holy Grail class is relatively rare. In the past, Jindy Star rarely even fully activated the 2 Dragon Snake class construction docks. The price of building a battlecruiser is still a bit too expensive, and it consumes too many resources. If there is no urgent need, such a high-cost project will not be easily launched, and the ones produced are mostly sent away as orders for the Imperial fleet. Otherwise, keeping them in hand, it would be a lot of money. The orders that Mingyang sect received in the past were not limited to the Eastern universe, but more from other universes. Of course, it is not a non-urgent situation now. When they decided to build their own Mingyang fleet, these 2 docks started working at full capacity. After the black box negotiation with Gu Heng, the giant ships of these 2 docks became the orders of the Alliance. The 2 warships cost the Alliance 110 billion tax coins. This price is a bit high. The Alliance builds a Holy Grail class, and the cost is only 45 billion. The cost of the Dragon Snake class should be less than that of the Holy Grail class, and it is estimated to be 35 billion to 40 billion at most. However, the cost is the cost, and the selling price is the selling price. According to the sages of the Mingyang sect, 55 billion for the Alliance is already a good deal. For the Imperial Navy order, the Mingyang sect's offer is 60 billion per Dragon Snake. Gu Heng accepted the offer. For warships of the battlecruiser level, the price is not a problem. The production capacity is a big problem. If we can get 2 more ships in a short period of time, it is 2 ships. It is necessary to spend more money. However, the governor's words made the financial department of the Alliance scratch their heads. 2 battlecruisers add up to 110 billion. And this wave of orders placed by the Alliance on Jindy Star is not just 2 battlecruisers. There are also 12 Moon-class cruisers. This is another 160 billion. Counting some other ships, the Mingyang Titan Corps purchased or leased. In 4 years, the total amount paid by the Alliance to Jindy Star exceeded 300 billion. In addition, the Alliance has its own shipbuilding plan. The army is also expanding. Economic construction requires investment. Political construction requires costs. Spending money like water. But the Mingyang sect is actually quite difficult. The orders from the Alliance basically squeeze the production capacity of Jindy Star. let alone rebuilding the Mingyang fleet, let alone expanding the Guardian army, the reconstruction of Jindy Star itself. The progress of restoring production capacity has been affected to a certain extent, and the construction speed of their mechanical arc, which was working very hard, has obviously slowed down, greatly extending the construction period. Gu Heng also asked if he could buy this mechanical arc. He was flatly rejected by the Mingyang sect. Now, the 2 battlecruisers produced in Jindy Star have finally been built. Originally, these 2 warships were to go directly to the heart of the Alliance. Morgan fought for a long time before the 2 warships were delivered directly on Ronglin Star. As for naming one of the warships directly Ronglin, it would be a great honor. It is not just a simple name. The former will have a huge demonstration effect. Even large ships, like battlecruisers, are delivered on Ronglin Star, so other trade activities can be carried out here with more confidence. As for the naming of the latter battlecruisers, although it has long been decided to name them according to the planetary worlds in the star field, there are more than 400 worlds in the Dragon Eagle star field. How many new battlecruisers are there? How could it be named Ronglin Star? This was also because he sold his reputation, pulled a lot of connections, and even handed a letter directly to Mr. Gu. After the Alliance leader took time out of his busy schedule to approve it, it was decided. When a rare battlecruiser is named Ronglin, it will certainly bring a continuous advertising effect. It seems that Jason Morgan has made a lot of efforts for a bunch of false names, but in his opinion, all these will eventually turn into the actual benefits of Ronglin Star, and even the entire Steel Fire Dragon Star region. Thaddeus also understood this. When he arrived at Ronglin Star Port, he was warmly received by the local Steel Fire Dragon Alliance officials led by Jason Morgan. Generally speaking, he would refuse such hospitality. So far, the Alliance has not developed a particularly strong trend of luxurious banquets. Generally speaking, Jason Morgan would not do such a thing. Not only is there no benefit, it is also easy to be investigated by the anti-corruption department. But this time, he made an exception. Thaddeus also participated as an exception. The consideration was that welcoming the arrival of 2 new giant ships would be a great help to the development of Ronglin Star. In the case of no harm, Thaddeus was not particularly opposed to using his status to attend a banquet to provide some help to the local development. However, in any case, business comes first. At the banquet, Thaddeus, who was dressed in military uniform, spent most of his time negotiating with the representatives of the Mingyang sect, who were also invited to the banquet, and determined the details of the delivery of giant ships one by one. He turned a good banquet into a business. Jason Morgan was not annoyed, but happy. There were quite a few people coming today, taking advantage of the opportunity. Various chambers of commerce and various prominent figures from the Central Alliance gathered together. Rong Linxing was happy to show up this time, and he couldn't help but imagine how to take advantage of this limelight to gain some practical benefits in the future. For example, he could negotiate with more chambers of commerce, or negotiate with the logistics equipment department under the Ministry of Military Affairs, and whether the cargo transportation of Jindixing could also be distributed from Ronglin. After a great time, the next day, Thaddeus led his men to move into the 2 battlecruisers. The shipbuilding engineers transferred from Winged Star and Wrathful Star will complete the inspection of the entire ship in the following period of time. In fact, this step of work has already been done. It cost 60 billion to buy a ship. Among the many star regions controlled by the Alliance, at least half of them, the total output value of 4 years may not add up to this figure. This is a huge fortune, and it has to be taken seriously. After confirming that the 2 ships would belong to the Alliance in the future, the Alliance shipbuilding engineers had already moved to Jindy Star several years in advance. The main goal was to supervise and inspect during the construction phase to ensure that the ships were handed over without any problems. Well, it definitely had nothing to do with stealing technology. Wu Jiarong definitely didn't help. Even though Alliance engineers had been involved in the construction process, the necessary inspection still needed to be very detailed for the overall handover work. This work lasted for 10 days. After all the team signed to ensure that there were no problems, Thaddeus and the Navy force of more than 300,000 people he brought with him finally took over the 2 battlecruisers completely and sailed out of Ronglin Starport. After a long voyage, Thaddeus returned to Phase Star with 2 giant ships. And in the orbit of Phase Star, a huge fleet was gathering. Almost every one of those battleships was equivalent to the wealth of one, or even several planets. And those dozens of moon-class cruisers, each of which is equivalent to the wealth of an entire star zone. But despite this, the most eye-catching ones are the 6 giant ships surrounded by so many ships. The first one is the flagship of the Alliance, the Fire Nova, which is a Retribution-class battleship. The second one is the Pegasus Juga-class battleship, which even looks bigger and longer than the Fire Nova. The other four are the Yunluo, the Wrath of the Owl, the Wing, and the Kuroga. Yunluo is a Dragon Snake-class battlecruiser, which was originally the flagship of the Yunluo fleet. When the Fury Flame Regiment was driven away, they had originally thought of taking the Yunluo fleet with them. But on the way of evacuation, the Yunluo quietly fell behind. Who wants to leave with a group of losers? Like a defeated dog? What's more, this is their hometown. The Fury Flame Regiment, whose morale was broken, had no time to care about these things. And in the end, they failed to successfully take the Yunluo fleet away. Strictly speaking, the Yunluo fleet does not belong to the Alliance. They have an independent Imperial Navy sequence, which is different from the Alliance Navy. However, this is just like the Pegasus fleet is not a member of the Alliance. That being said, under the influence of Ulyssia, when the Alliance sent political commissars to the fleet, how could they not obey the Alliance dispatch? Although they are not organized together in name, they are actually as close as a family. Except for the Yunluo. The remaining three giant ships named after the three most important planets in the Tianma Star region are all Holy Grail-class battlecruisers, all of which are warships completed by the Alliance in the past few years. Compared with the Dragon Snake class, the Holy Grail class looks more slender and more beautiful in appearance. In fact, its cost is also more expensive than the Dragon Snake class. In terms of firepower, the Holy Grail class has an additional X-level gun position compared to the Dragon Snake class. It is slightly weaker in defense performance, but it is even better in ship speed. The Alliance has two Holy Grail-class shipbuilding docks, one of which was built earlier, and the Alliance first Holy Grail-class ship. Some precious, very difficult to craft original parts, were pulled directly from the black box. This greatly accelerated the efficiency of the first Holy Grail-class shipbuilding dock, allowing it to produce 2 ships in 6 years. The second dock produced 1 ship in 4 years. This is the source of the Alliance 3 battlecruisers. At the same time, 2 Holy Grail battlecruisers and 1 Juga aircraft carrier were put into construction. This is currently the maximum production capacity of the Alliance, although it is said that there is a third Holy Grail-class shipyard, which is being planned to be built. However, if another battlecruiser production line is to be opened at the same time, and orders for the 2 Dragon Snake-class production lines of Jindy Star are to be supported, the Alliance finances will not be able to bear it. It is not just about shipbuilding, but also about doing other things. This kind of large ship is expensive not only because of the cost. After the construction is completed, it is still a money-eating beast. Every voyage, fuel is consumed. Every drill consumes shells. Every maintenance consumes resources. And hundreds of thousands of crew members are spent. After 10 years, the cost of such a warship is equivalent to building a new one. But no matter what, at this point, the naval power controlled by the Alliance is definitely different from the past, including the Rongling and Steel Wing brought back by Thaddeus. The Alliance has a battleship, an aircraft carrier, and 6 battlecruisers. With these 8 warships as the core, assisted by more than 40 cruisers, other destroyers of a lower level, frigates are not counted. Such a fleet, the combined power is huge. Thaddeus stood on the bridge, quietly watching the hundreds of warships gathered in this space. The heroic feeling in his heart continued to surge. At this moment, a communication request came over. It came from Ms. Asuna. General Thaddeus, Asuna said. Along the way, was everything okay? Everything was fine. The 2 warships arrived safely. I also saw many local officials of the Alliance along the way. They were all trying their best to develop their own star regions, especially Jason Morgan. Rongling Star did a good job in his hands. If each of our star regions can develop like this, the future of the Alliance will be more worth looking forward to. That's great. Asuna smiled politely. However, there are still some financial procedures that you need to sign as soon as possible. No problem, Thaddeus said. It should be. Chapter 527, Major Changes. Asuna and Thaddeus soon met at the starport of Winged Star. After completing some paperwork, the 2 chatted for a while. What they talked about was the war in front of them. Has the governor already set out from Angry Owl Star? Yes. Asuna responded. It will probably arrive in 2 days. Then it should be by then. Hearing this, Asuna's expression was still a little melancholy. She sighed. If there is no war, how great it would be. Thaddeus did not respond. He and Asuna have worked together for decades. Even if they have never deliberately cultivated a personal relationship, they will not communicate with each other except for work. But after all, they have a revolutionary friendship for decades, and they are comrades. For this reason, Tadeusz understood that the reason why Osina expressed such a feeling was not because the Prime Minister of the Union was weak, but there was a little bit of reluctance. Over the years, economic construction has been carried out in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region. The development of each place has been good and bad. But in general, it has been able to adapt to local conditions and strive to move in a better direction. Osina has worked hard for this. And now there are good results. Although most of the resources within the alliance in recent years are still tilted towards war. Although the war has not officially started, everyone in the alliance understands that they will have to fight with the Iron Fury Stone in the north sooner or later. The gap in strength between the two sides is still quite large. They have to squeeze resources, build armaments, and expand the army to have the strength to fight. Even though a large amount of the alliance financial investment has been invested in armaments, the main environment is still peaceful after all. The large-scale production of armaments has also stimulated economic development in disguise. Although this kind of stimulation is somewhat unhealthy, the development is always real. Once the war really starts, the situation will obviously be different. Thinking of this, Thaddeus also sighed. The next second, his heart hardened again. He said to Osina, "This is a war that cannot be avoided. If we don't prepare, the Iron Armor's troops will descend upon us." Why did the Iron Armor Legion, after sweeping across the spider-web universe, expand its scale to the north and west instead of heading south? Isn't it because we are always vigilant, always prepared for war, and we are a tough nut to crack? That's why the war didn't come to us. But this situation cannot last forever. More than 3 years ago, on the northern battlefield, the 3 founding chapters, Infinity, Blood Angels, and Bats, all came, and each sent a company. The Black Crusaders even had a squadron in place, with thousands of Black Crusaders, commanded by a fleet marshal. He also took on the command of the entire western battlefield. He led, combining the strength of the 7 surrounding chapters, as well as a large number of Astra Militarum and the Imperial Navy, which formed the main force of the northern battlefield. On the western front, the Phoenix, the mother group of the Phoenix, sent out a very large force, led by the current Phoenix Lord, Su Lai. There were also many groups gathered here, most of which were Phoenix subgroups. Although they did not raise their flags, they were generally seeking revenge for the 2 groups, Valhenia and Starbreaker, which were destroyed in the Great Rebellion 100 years ago. In addition, the Inquisition was unwilling to fail and swept in again. They invited the famous Death Corps and mobilized more than 4,000 combat sisters of the Blood Rose. Calculated in this way, the power gathered on the western front was even stronger than that on the northern front. That should be the time when Iron Fury Stone was closest to failure. At that time, our military and political departments were also dragged in, and we held meetings with the General Staff day and night to discuss whether we should also join the war and join in the fun from the south. After all, not to mention the war situation, we have never had a wide range of mobilization forces and large-scale participation in the war in the Spider-Web universe, which has brought us great political pressure from the level of the Empire and the universe government. Prime Minister Osina, you should know this much better than I do. Hearing this, Osina nodded continuously. Indeed, the alliance was not having a good time during that period, and she was the one who bore the political pressure. The higher-ups, whether it was the central government of the Empire or the government of the universe, had been urging the alliance to send troops as soon as possible. Even though Gallardo, who had been persuaded by President Gu, helped to relieve some of the pressure in Holy Terra, the alliance was still having a hard time. Gallardo was even having a hard time. Not to mention that he had not been able to get a seat in the Supreme Council for the past 4 years. His position as Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs was a bit precarious. There were many factions and forces within the Imperial Ministry of Military Affairs. They would also question why Gallardo had to withstand all the pressure from the alliance. However, such pressure soon disappeared. It was not that the alliance had changed its behavior, but that the situation had changed dramatically on the 2 main battlefields, the North Front and the West Front. On both fronts, each had a very legendary military group participating, and in the following year, the war situation was completely stabilized. No matter how powerful the Iron Armor Corps was, it was impossible to continue to blossom on both fronts at the same time. Their military activities were squeezed, and even on the 2 fronts, they launched a massive counterattack, and in one fell swoop pushed the Iron Fury Stone's forces back to the Spider-Web universe. At this time, the Alliance was not under much pressure. Mainstream public opinion believes that the Empire has gathered such a powerful force. And the current war situation is also favorable to the Empire. The Iron Fury Stone, who dared to rebel, has entered the countdown to destruction. It is no longer important whether the Alliance participates in the war. If it does not participate in the war, it will lose a force to share the fruits of victory. Moreover, it can also use this point to attack Prime Minister Gallardo. Why not? The constant meetings mentioned by Thaddeus are this stage. The Alliance would also be anxious, worried that they would not have enough time to rush in and eat the cake. Gallardo and Holy Terra would also feel anxious and contact the Alliance several times, asking if they needed to change their strategy. And it was at this stage that Gu Heng, as the supreme leader, made a decision, continued to maintain the previous strategy. Under his leadership, the Alliance maintained its strategic focus. Then, the changes in the overall situation began to make people confused. In the first few months, the Imperial forces on both the North and South lines were so powerful that Humphrey Paul had to temporarily avoid the limelight. Although no key battles were launched, the Empire had made great strides in recovering some rebellious planets, which had greatly boosted morale. The Iron Armored Regiment avoided the Empire's front, which certainly preserved its precious manpower, but it also somewhat undermined their past reputation strategy. People began to murmur that although the Iron Fury Stone had made a great momentum, compared to the huge size of the Empire, they were still only a local force in a remote corner. Now the Empire has not yet fully mobilized its war machine. If necessary, the Empire can send more forces. But right now, you Iron Fury Stones are already looking like you can't hold back. How can people believe it? The situation in the past, when the Iron Armored Army arrived, the local people surrendered at the sight of the enemy is gone. On the contrary, in the Northern War Zone, there is a star zone with more than a dozen worlds, which, after connecting with each other, simply raised the banner of rectifying the chaos. The local forces began to resist the officials and garrison sent by Iron Armor, and actively contacted the Imperial Army. The commander of the Northern Line, Marshal Alma Ewing of the Black Crusaders, agreed to the request, and asked the company of the Infinite Regiment participating in the operation in the Northern Line to take charge of this matter. When this team of blue armored warriors arrived at the target star zone, the situation was relatively smooth at first. The elite warriors of the 100 initial regiments were quite strong, and they cooperated with the fleet and the Star Army troops under their command. And they immediately reversed the situation where the local anti-rebellious forces were violently suppressed by the Iron Armor forces. It is estimated that it will not take long before the entire star zone will be taken back. Just when everything was going smoothly, a violent riot suddenly broke out at the bottom of one of the hive worlds in the star zone. There was a cult group that jumped out to make trouble at this time. At first, the Infinite Warriors did not pay enough attention to it. The power of Iron Armor has not been completely eliminated, which must be the highest priority issue. A cult riot at the bottom of a planet's hive. To be honest, in the entire universe, similar rebellions are happening all the time. This is a problem, but it is obviously not very important. However, the development of things soon exceeded people's expectations. Subsequent intelligence showed that most of these rebellious thugs were humans, but the local planetary defense force also reported some abnormalities, indicating that there were some non-human beings among the thugs. They looked like a combination of humans and some insects, with purple, blue or green skin, which did not look like normal humans. These guys, usually still in the organizational structure of the cultists, play the role of the backbone and the command layer. This point makes people have to pay attention. But before the Infinite Warriors escaped from the suppression operation on another planet, the situation suddenly became irreversible. A large number of void zergs began to appear among the cultists, and the whole world lost contact in a very short time. Then, when the Infinite Warriors determined the seriousness of the matter and rushed to the galaxy on a ship, they encountered a zerg fleet at the jump point of the galaxy. This was an ambush that they had never foreseen. The Infinite Warriors were defeated miserably, and no one survived. Then, the Hive fleet launched a fierce attack, rapidly wreaking havoc across the entire star zone, and began to attack the surrounding star zones. Coincidentally, the area where the Void Zerg Hive fleet was wreaking havoc was exactly blocking the northern line of the Empire's army's attack. Coincidence? No one would think so. The battle on the northern line instantly became fierce. The scale of this hive fleet is not really that large, at least compared to the several particularly large hive invasions that occurred in the history of the Empire. However, this is enough to bring the northern battlefield led by Marshal Ewing to a stalemate. The cruel war broke out on dozens of planets in an instant. From the star map, it seems that an irregular line with jagged teeth is drawn in the north of the spider web universe. The Void Zerg will not reason with people, and they are also a threat that cannot be ignored. They are constantly attacking the north with their fangs and claws. It is impossible for humans to ignore the threat of these mindless insect beasts. Otherwise they will eat everything they see on the road and destroy every planet they pass through. Originally, they came to fight a rebellion war. But from that moment on, the northern battlefield inexplicably turned into a desperate battle with the void insects. Almost at the same time, the Iron Armored Corps accumulated strength and launched a series of counterattacks on the western battlefield. The Iron Armored Corps was almost fully deployed. On the western front, not only can we see the figures of defected Space Marines from 3 different regiments, but most importantly, according to the reports on the battlefield, the Ironclad Regiment itself has deployed at least tens of thousands of Space Marines on the western front. This is compared to the normal strength of 10 regiments. These defectors in black and gray armor have repeatedly used their superior forces to repel and even destroy several Phoenix sub-regiments. In a siege battle, they even annihilated a company of the Phoenix Regiment. The originally vigorous advance of the Western Front not only failed to continue to fight in the heart of the spiderweb universe, but was driven out. Captain Sulai was not in vain. He quickly gathered the troops and found the right opportunity to give iron armor a few hard blows and curb the retreat of the entire front. But he was not a god. In terms of the comparison of the strength of the Space Marines, there was still a big difference between the two sides. Although there were 6 different Space Marines under the Lord of Phoenix, no one would go out to fight with their whole family. Each regiment, some only had 1 or 2 companies, some only had 5 or 6 companies. Adding them all together, the number of Space Marines was only over 2,000 at most. In the previous battle, there were more than 800 casualties. Although thousands of Space Marines from the Iron Armor side were killed or injured, the comparison of the forces of both sides was still nearly 10 times. Sulai could only be thankful that, although the difference in the number of Space Marines was large, the Navy, the Astra Militarum, and the opponent's large-scale mortal forces were not much different. Otherwise, he would not be able to stabilize the front line or maintain a stalemate, and he would probably be beaten out of the spiderweb universe. But despite this, he could not care about his face anymore, and kept asking for more reinforcements from the rear, from the surrounding universes, and from Holy Terra. Without enough reinforcements, he would be beaten out sooner or later. Chapter 528, Political Pressure. The Void Zerg that appeared on the northern battlefield of the spiderweb universe is definitely related to the Iron Armored Corps. Otherwise, how did they grasp the timing so cleverly? Just when the Zerg appeared on the northern front, the Iron Armored Corps could arrange a huge offensive on the western front in an instant. Combined with the fact that the Iron Armored Corps made their fortune by resisting the Void Zerg in the Princess Star region, they asked the Empire for money for the past 100 years, using this excuse. Moreover, often, if you give money, the Void Zerg can be suppressed. If you don't give money, the situation in the Princess Star region and its surrounding areas will soon deteriorate. Once the money is paid, the Iron Armor will immediately stand up and fight back the Void Zerg. It's as if the Void Zerg were raised by them. Of course, this is impossible. At least that's what people thought in the past. That's the Void Zerg. Since humans discovered this alien, countless worlds have been destroyed and countless soldiers have been sacrificed. They devour everything. There is no possibility of negotiation. They are tireless and don't care about life and death. A single void insect beast does not have self-awareness, but it has instincts similar to intelligence. Under the command of the so-called mother of the insect nest, and under the unified deployment of the creatures at each node, they can completely ignore the life and death and interests of a single individual, or even a large group of people. And their combat execution is even more full, without problems such as the collapse of the entire army and inadequate execution. Morale, discipline, and organization. These are issues that must be considered and headaches for human armies. And they do not exist at all. They can fight to the death in one place, or they can evacuate decisively, without any lingering feelings, and move forward like the wind. These characteristics are simply the nightmare of all opponents in war. In the past, people just thought that Humphrey Paul used these bugs when the Empire did not meet his demands and conditions. He deliberately released these bugs and waited until the conditions were met before fighting them back. But now it seems that things may not be that simple. Some speculations that were previously considered nonsense were brought to the table. Can iron armor really collude with the Void Zerg? But how is this possible? Those bugs can't communicate. But if this is not the case, why is the battle design of iron armor so synchronized with the Void Zerg, and so well coordinated? No explanation is possible. Because of this, the second of the three major courts of inquiry was also attracted by this strange phenomenon that interested them very much. That is the Inquisition of Foreigners. Unlike the Inquisition of Heresy, the Inquisition of Foreigners generally does not care about the affairs within the Empire. They focus on fighting all kinds of alien enemies, especially against the infiltration of alien enemies into human society. The Ironclad chapter may have some degree of communication with the Void Zerg, or even conspiracy, which has aroused great interest from the anti-xenophobia Inquisition. They are also professional counterparts. Not only did they bring a large number of elite Inquisitors, a fleet, a group of troops, they also brought their most closely cooperating group of Space Marines, the Silver Watch chapter. The Silver Watch is called a chapter, but in fact, its structure is completely different from that of ordinary Space Marine chapters. This is a group that specializes in attacking various alien enemies. Its members are not trained by themselves, but are drawn from various chapters. They are veterans who have special experience with certain types of aliens, and have outstanding combat results. They constitute the entire group. They will temporarily erase their former chapter identities, and work for the Inquisition under the name of Silver Watch for a period of time. They may leave Silver Watch after performing missions for a few years, and bring the experience and technology learned here back to their own chapters. Or they may continue to work in Silver Watch. Of course, a considerable number of them will die in the most dangerous battlefield against aliens. But in any case, Silver Watch is not only the elite drawn from various chapters, but also the experts in fighting against various aliens in the Empire. As soon as the Inquisitors of the Silver Watch and the Anti-Foreign Order arrived, they took several very targeted actions according to local conditions, struck and eliminated the node creatures of several planets, causing fundamental changes in the war situation on these planets. As a result, the war situation on the northern battlefield was alleviated. It was just an easing. Several worlds that were fully invaded by the Void Zerg had large areas covered with digestion pools, hatching towers, and proliferation meat blankets. The population of a nest city, and almost all the materials that can be used by the Void Zerg, were put into these things, and hatched into groups of Zerg war beasts. It is not easy to completely eliminate the Zerg invasion of these worlds. What's more, the Zerg Hive fleet in space is still increasing its troops, and the number will soon reach a level that the human fleet cannot suppress. It is not easy to break the blocking line formed by these Void Zerg on the northern line. The situation on the western front was even worse. Tens of thousands of ironclad Space Marines pushed the Phoenix Legion back step by step in the battle. The land that was taken in the previous offensive phase was taken back step by the Ironclad Legion, and even 2 key hub worlds were captured. The Phoenix Legion has urgently mobilized more troops from other battlefields, and there is a trend of assembling the entire army. In addition, several Phoenix sublegions have responded to the call of the parent legion and are on their way. At the same time, Su Lai also asked the Empire for more reinforcements. However, before these reinforcements arrived, even with the presence of Phoenix Lord Su Lai himself, the battlefield situation was still inevitably heading for a worsening situation. During that period, the Alliance was under the greatest political pressure. The voices from the Empire asking the Alliance to take the initiative to attack became louder than ever before. So loud that Gallardo could not stand it. According to him, there was already a deputy minister who had proposed an impeachment motion against him. Although, this proposal was suppressed by him, and the deputy minister who came forward was also pushed down by him. But this is a trend, or even a warning from some political factions in the central government, which made it impossible for him to continue to protect the Alliance. In addition to the pressure from the central government of the Empire and the cosmic government to send troops, there is an additional pressure, which is on the regiment. The Phoenix Regiment issued a call to many Phoenix sub-regiments, one of which will naturally be sent to the Phoenix Regiment in the Alliance. It was a call. And it was a call, not a strong order. However, in the message, Phoenix Lord Su Lai was actually quite confused. In the Bauhinia Rebellion, the Phoenix Regiment was the party involved. Among the 3 regiments that were convicted, only 1 Phoenix survived. All 3 regiments were Phoenix sub-regiments. Because of this, After the Bohemia Rebellion, the relationship between the Phoenix and Iron Armor was very bad. However, the verdict of the central government of the empire had already been issued, and even though Su Lai had strongly raised objections at that time, the final result could not be changed. And, to be honest, the Phoenix chapter and its descendants do not have much influence. They are certainly big after all. This is a new chapter, with a history of 10,000 years. However, the Phoenix chapter's fertility is not very good. Space Marines have 2 gene seeds in their lifetime. Each chapter is like this. There is no difference in this point. However, the adaptability and characteristics of each chapter's gene seeds are quite different. For example, the gene seed of the Infinite Legion is a typical example of good adaptability. In the Legion era 10,000 years ago, the Infinite Legion was the largest Space Marine Legion at that time. Later, when it was split into regiments, the regiments split from the Infinite Legion were naturally the largest. In the 10,000 years that followed, due to the large number of people, good adaptability, and high success rate of gene seed implantation surgery, the number of Infinite Warriors increased further, which brought them more gene seeds. In this way, a positive cycle was formed. Nowadays, the number of war bands from the Infinite lineage is the largest in the entire universe. The next is the descendants of the Punisher Legion and the Golden Knight Legion, who are also quite adaptable. There is strength in numbers. An eternal truth. The gene seed of the Phoenix Legion is not the last in terms of adaptability, but at best it can only be considered as a medium to low level. The descendants of the Phoenix pursue perfection, are polite, and have a very high level of swordsmanship. Whether it is combat skills or tactical strategies, they are all gorgeous and even fancy. This is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Sometimes, they can achieve jaw-dropping and earth-shattering victories, but often, due to overly complicated strategies and techniques, their efficiency is dragged down. In short, Phoenix does not have enough descendants, and does not have enough people, so its influence is naturally not enough. If it had been replaced by some larger war groups, the disturbances of that year might have been even bigger. The fact that things were not settled that year is the hatred in the hearts of Phoenix, and a series of its descendants. If not, now that there is an opportunity to come and fight Taikai, Su Lai would not respond so quickly, or even lead the team himself. As the victim and the person involved, shouldn't the Phoenix be more indignant and more direct? Su Lai was really curious and disappointed, why the Phoenix remained silent. Faced with the questioning from the parent group, Captain Martins was also quite anxious. Even the Phoenix group was so upset about the Bohemia incident, how could the Phoenix, who was almost wiped out, not hate it? Hate to the point of gritting teeth. If Martins could make the decision, he would have participated in the Iron Armor War as soon as possible. However, he had to consider Gu Heng's opinion. He did not forget that the current Phoenix Regiment is a part of the Alliance. Their actions must be carried out within the framework of the entire Alliance. However, the pressure from the parent group, as well as the heads of several Phoenix subgroups, and the head priests, also sent him messages, inquiring about this matter. We, the Phoenix family, have fought side by side, just to avenge the injustice you suffered 100 years ago. Why have you, the person involved, been hiding behind? Martins really felt very sorry. And on the Western Front, when the war situation on the Northern Front was in big trouble, Su Lai once again contacted Martins, hoping that the Phoenix could go north to join the war as soon as possible. He even had a conversation with Gu Heng as the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front. Gu Heng also had the identity of the Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Front. Although the battle on the Southern Front did not start at all, Gu Heng fooled Su Lai. But it was a bit difficult to fool his own people. Martins, under the premise of following the overall strategy of the Alliance, also asked Gu Heng for battle many times. Under the pressure of multiple levels, multiple aspects, internal and external, various levels, Gu Heng had to make some moves while maintaining strategic determination. The strength of the Alliance advanced troops was strengthened. At the same time, Gu Heng also announced that the Southern Theater would launch an offensive against the Iron Armored Corps. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Advanced Corps, General Prabov led the entire army and began to launch an attack. However, this offensive, which was carried out under pressure, was not fierce. They fought, and the Alliance invested more troops. But it still did not reach the scale of a single war zone. The Iron Armored Regiment was deployed on the Southern Front, and the troops to defend against the Alliance were actually very scarce. When they were fully engaged in dealing with the Northern and Southern Fronts, It was indeed difficult for them to prepare a lot of forces on the southern front. In this way, the Alliance weak offensive actually had some effect. The war lasted for 2 years, and the battlefield was basically maintained in the Mingha Star Field. Although the battlefield was small, the Alliance still made a big splash in publicity. The battles on each planet may not be very large, but in the records reported by the Alliance, they were often blown up as if they were a war of apocalypse. And they were fought quite tragically. The Phoenix Regiment and the Sisters of the Holy Lily, who were on the same side as the Alliance, were also deployed to the front line. At least, that was what the Alliance claimed to the outside world. Of course, this was actually true. However, the Phoenix only sent out 2 companies, and the Sisters of the Holy Lily only sent out 500 to 600 people. This tepid but fierce battle situation did scare some people at the beginning, and reduced the political pressure on the Alliance a lot. But soon, this was exposed. Various parties began to say that the Alliance had not used all its strength. There was no need for any special game. Just look at the most important weapon in the Alliance hands. The Alliance flagship, the Rising Star, which had never been sent to the front line. And you will know whether the Alliance had used all its strength. Moreover, no matter how much you brag, the battle line will not lie. The Alliance speed of advancing on the southern front was like a snail. If Iron Fury Stone had deployed heavy troops in the south, you would be fine if you could not push them. But they did not. The political pressure was relieved, and soon it was gradually pressed back. Chapter 529, Alliance Northern Expedition. The political pressure on the Alliance has always existed. It was strong at first, weak later, and then suddenly increased, so that the Alliance had to compromise to a certain extent. Until the last year, it was almost so strong that there were a lot of attacks on the Alliance policies. Some of the most severe criticisms even began to think that the Alliance was another small-sized Iron Rage Stone. The same country within a country, the same disobedience to orders. In the past, they still paid taxes. Now, after Gallardo overcame all objections and gave the Alliance the title of the so-called Commander-in-Chief of the Southern War Zone, the taxes were also kept. They said they were preparing for war against Iron Fury Stone. But there has been no major movement for several years. This has led to a series of major changes. For years ago, the Eastern Universe allocated tens of billions of dollars to the Alliance every year as war aid. But 2 years ago, this money was completely stopped. Several judges from the Inquisition came, claiming to investigate the Alliance misconduct and believing that there was an illegal connection between the Alliance and Iron Fury Stone. Although the final result was inconclusive, and the Inquisition did not really want to do anything to the Alliance. But since it had made such a gesture, it was a warning. The Astra Militarum headquarters rejected the expansion plan of the Raging Bear Legion twice in succession, which resulted in the 200 million army troops that were originally to be incorporated into the Astra Militarum to continue to be the Alliance army, making it impossible for the Alliance to account for the consumption of imperial taxes, and could only count it as the Alliance financial expenditure. The Alliance also submitted a written explanation to Holy Terra through the mouth of Gallardo. There was no overly intense tone, but the Alliance also clearly pointed out that, in the entire so-called Southern War Zone, there was actually only the Alliance, without any other reinforcements, and the strength was insufficient. Mr. Gu's request was not much. If the Empire could allocate 2 to 3 battle groups and more than 5 battleship-level giant ships, then the Alliance would have the ability to launch a large-scale active attack. Once these supports were in place, the Alliance would launch an offensive without saying anything. When Gallardo said this, it is said that people outside the Military Affairs Department jumped up to accuse Gallardo, asking why not to allocate enough troops to the Southern War Zone, so that Gu Han can march earlier. Faced with such accusations, there was no need for Gallardo to speak. People inside the Military Affairs Department began to talk about other things. To put it simply, where are the troops? The Empire is a mess with holes everywhere. Every moment, countless wars are always happening within the Empire. It is true that the most eye-catching thing in the entire Empire at present is the turmoil in the Spider-Web universe. But it does not mean that the wars in other places are not important. Take the Eastern Universe as an example. Except for the Dragon Eagle Star region and the Mingha Star region, which of the remaining places does not have its own troubles? All of them do. In fact, most of them have a crisis level similar to that of the Dragon Eagle Star region a few years ago, before the Iron Teeth Green Tide broke out. That means that each star region actually needs a certain degree of war preparedness to solve, or at least deal with the crisis in the star region. The same is true for the space domain government. In the capital of the Eastern Space Domain, the biggest problem facing the Wuji Star Domain is the frequent appearance of pirates. Those are not ordinary pirates, but there are many dark elves among them. These are tall and thin, with pointed ears, and their skin is mostly gray-black. Gray-white, purple-white space aliens, and their actions are bloody and cruel. They are not very interested in occupying specific planetary territories, and their nests have always been a mystery. But what we can know is that they are not only interested in looting supplies and looting people into slaves, but also very interested in the Wuji Star region, and even in many surrounding star regions. Reports of the activities of the Dark Eldar have always been common. These hateful aliens, with strange whereabouts, often attack human ships. They rarely attack large-scale human military fleets in groups. But if they encounter weakly defended transport ships, or even warships on a single mission, they will not be polite at all. After they succeed, most of the time, they will take away both the people and the ship. Sometimes they cannot take the ship, or the ship is damaged in the battle. So they will only take the goods and people. They would even attack some planets that were not well defended, not seeking to occupy them, but simply to plunder them. The most exaggerated thing was that they could completely empty a nest city in a month, from the beginning of the attack to the end of the operation. And this period of time was not even enough for reinforcements to arrive. The Wuji Star region and the Eastern Universe government had to maintain a sufficiently strong and fast-reacting force to deal with the threat of the Dark Eldar. The same was true for other star regions, and even the entire Empire. The types of threats vary, but they definitely exist. Although the Empire is large, the mobile forces that can be mobilized are actually very limited. How to deploy them to the Alliance? Taking a step back. Even if there are abundant troops, they will be sent to the west and north. Give you a Guhang who doesn't work? In this report, the Alliance also clearly mentioned a timetable, saying that the Alliance ships are being built, and it will take some time to prepare for war. The Alliance did not want to reveal this statement so bluntly. Keeping a low profile is a better choice. Even if we have to fight, it is better to be a little unexpected. But there is no way. The political pressure is here, and Guhang has to make a choice. This part mentioned in his written report is barely acceptable. Although there will still be a lot of criticism from the public, and there will still be urging from all sides. It is better than before. However, there are advantages on the one hand, and there will naturally be disadvantages on the other hand. The Alliance statement, it is impossible to hide it from our good neighbor in the north. The Iron Armored Corps' intelligence capabilities cannot possibly not know about such things. The clear timetable means that, at that time, it is the time for the Alliance to take action against Iron Fury Stone. Then, can Humphrey Paul allow the Alliance to accumulate strength so quickly, and then, according to the schedule, after being fully prepared, launch an attack on him? That is obviously impossible. Even though the main strength of the Iron Fury Stone was still placed on the western battlefield, chasing the Phoenix Regiment, they also significantly increased their attention to the southern battlefield. First, Prabha felt that the Iron Fury Stone had obviously sent a large number of troops to the southernmost star field of the Spider Web universe. That is, the Proud Claw star field. Then, an army led by the old enemy of the Alliance, the Fury Flame Regiment, fiercely rushed into the Mingha star field. The leader of the team is the current commander of the Fury, Adler Politos. He was originally the captain of the 3rd Company of the Fury. After the bloody duel, the former commander Urso died, and a large number of key members also died in the duel. Only he, the captain of the 3rd Company, can take over. In the northern part of the Mingha Star region, there is a small area that was originally occupied by the rebels. Before, under the order of the Alliance headquarters, Prabhav led the advanced troops to speed up the attack on this occupied area. Due to the lack of troops and the Alliance strategy, his actions in the northern part of Mingha were not fierce. They were mainly to show the outside world that the Alliance was actively attacking. In this case, the fierce attack of the Fury Corps caught the Alliance off guard. Prabhav was the first to be beaten. He made a very cautious judgment of the situation and avoided a decisive battle with his old rival, the Fury Corps, in the northern part of Mingha Star region. Although according to the Alliance Intelligence Analysis Department, they believe that the forces that Iron Fury Stone can mobilize are definitely not enough. And the Fury Flame Regiment already has at least 1,000 people, and has appeared on the Western Front. No matter how much Fury Flame is reborn, it will not be as reborn as Iron Armor. Right? They lost at least 400 to 500 Space Marines in the war in the Dragon Eagle Starfield a few years ago. And some of them were the backbones, who were killed by the Phoenix in that bloody battle, including their former regiment leader. In this case, how many troops can they take out for the active attack on the Alliance? Unfortunately, Prabhav did not have enough troops. It was better not to fight this battle rashly. After retreating, Prabhav carefully guarded the defense line formed by fortifying the worlds in the northern part of Manghastar region in the past few years, and began to fight a simple, but solid defense battle with the Fury of Flame regiment heading south. To be honest, when they learned that the Fury Corps was heading south, and Prabhav had given up the territory he had conquered and retreated to the defense line, the entire alliance was actually very nervous. There were also voices in the alliance complaining that they should not have been unable to withstand the pressure at the beginning. And in the explanation submitted to the central government of the empire, they clearly mentioned their military plan. To a large extent, it may be because of this explanation that Iron Fury Stone believed that there was no room for maneuver between the two sides, extinguished the last glimmer of fantasy, and decided to strike first. But now that things have come to this, there is no point in saying anything. The alliance began to further increase its forces, and mobilize more Phoenix Space Warriors to the battlefield in the northern part of the Manghastar region. However, the overall strategy is still defense. The Alliance General Staff gave Prabhav very clear instructions: prohibit active cross-line attacks, avoid fleet decisive battles, use fortified planets and star forts arranged at various star tunnel jump nodes, battle space stations, to block the enemy fleet outside the defense line, and try to drag them into the quagmire of ground war. At the necessary moment, you can adopt the strategy of exchanging space for time, as long as you don't let the enemy attack and drive straight in, the effect of a flat push. As long as you can drag the enemy to the fortified defense line, then Prabhav has done a great job. Prabhav executed the strategy of dragging the battle into a quagmire with surprising success. He is like an experienced chess player, carefully laying out the plan, and calculating every step accurately. The artillery fire of the planetary fortress and the interception system of the battle station formed a dense network, locking the fleet of the Fury Corps firmly on the periphery. The ground war also fell into a stalemate. The two sides fought one tug-of-war after another in the rugged terrain of each planet and in the fortified cities. 2 years may be just a blink of an eye in interstellar war. But during this time, Prabhav was like a stubborn stone, indestructible. His persistence and wisdom stabilized the rear of the Alliance and provided precious time for the construction of the Alliance fleet and the preparation of the army. Now, outside the Winged Star, the assembled Alliance fleet is unprecedentedly powerful. Countless ships, stretching across the starry sky, like silver-blue waves. The Alliance army is also ready to go. They enter one warship after another, transport ships, into this star field, in the form of army groups and army groups. Although, for the Alliance, the horn of war has not yet sounded, the Alliance's flag is already flying in the vast starry sky, just waiting for the last order. And the only one who can issue this order is Gu Hang. After completing the last stop of the planned tour inspection, Gu Hang returned to Phase Star from Nushu Star with the Alliance National Knights, which had just completed the new equipment on this planet where the Alliance started, that is, the Alliance Titan Corps. He held a military meeting at the starport of Phase Star. Many senior officials of the Alliance government and senior generals of the Alliance military mostly participated in this military meeting. At the meeting, Gu Hang did not talk too much about specific strategies and tactics. These things have been discussed many times in countless work meetings to decide the details in the past. This meeting is more like the last mobilization meeting before the war. In this meeting, Gu Hang did not say too many long speeches. In the first half of the content, he briefly talked about how hateful traitors like Tai Nushi were. We stand on the side of the Empire, and will fight these traitors to the end. After saying all this, the second half of the story is more important. The Alliance needs to develop. And we are bringing a better life to the people of the Dragon Eagle Star region and the Manghastar region. We have gathered a huge force. And we are also practicing our ideals. We don't welcome war so much. But, if we want to develop, we need a stable external environment. Whoever doesn't give us this environment, we will strike hard and give him a hard blow. Win this war, and exchange for 100 years of peace. Everyone, please join me and fight for the Alliance. Gu Hang raised his arm and shouted. And all the generals and senior officials in the audience stood up and followed the leader, shouting together, "Fight for the Alliance." After the meeting, all the senior officials and generals left. Before setting off, they still had a lot of work to do. involving hundreds or thousands of warships, more transport ships, and the deployment of more than 1 billion army forces. This is an extremely huge project. But to be honest, the Alliance has been preparing for this for several years. In the 235th year of the 10th millennium, the Alliance army set out from the Flying Wing Galaxy. The Alliance Northern Expedition began. Chapter 530, Battle of Jingbei River. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions exploded beside Xionglei's ears. But he was no longer moved by it. As long as it didn't explode directly in his headquarters and didn't kill him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Physiologically, he wasn't that sensitive to the vibrations of explosions. On the one hand, it was a habit. On the other hand, his right ear had been half deafened by the explosion in the previous battle. He was a member of the 5th Army Group of the Union Army. This army group was also known as the Karogia Legion. The troops had fought in the Karogia Plague War and made meritorious contributions. Xionglie also participated in that war. That was 23 years ago. At that time, Xionglie was only 19 years old. He still remembered the decisive battle outside Mingyan City. He was promoted very quickly. At first, he was just a soldier. After following the troops into battle, he became a squad leader half an hour later, and a company commander 3 hours later. The previous superiors were all dead. As long as he was alive, he would be promoted quickly. After surviving the hellish battlefield, he still felt like he was dreaming. So many people died, and later, he even had no hope of surviving, and just hoped to kill a few more plague zombies together. He survived in a muddle, and then officially became a company commander, and was awarded the rank of lieutenant, and then had the opportunity to study in a military academy, and after graduating, he was promoted to battalion commander, and his rank was also raised to captain. After that, he participated in many wars with the troops, and made some military achievements, and also trained the troops in peacetime, and stationed. In total, he has been in the Alliance for 24 years, and now he has become the division commander, with the rank of colonel hanging on his shoulders. Then, he followed his army group, and came to the northern part of Minghastar region. At the beginning, they were the attackers, and he led the team to fight several offensive battles against several planets. In almost a year, he passed through 3 planets. Although the Alliance was in an offensive position, it was definitely a steady and cautious move. The rebels on the opposite side were not strong enough to fight in Xionglei's opinion. The so-called Princess Legion was said to be developed from the mortal auxiliary army of the Iron Armored Corps. They were considered a good opponent for the Star Army. However, the number of the Princess Corps is too small. Most of them are composed of the officers of the Princess Corps, recruited from the local area, and equipped with many local trader troops. These local troops may be better than the regular planetary defense forces, but they are definitely not as good as the regular level of the Star Army. His division can often withstand 3 to 5 times the number of enemies, and still maintain the offensive, defeat the enemy, and even achieve the result of encirclement and annihilation. The farthest place they fought was the former Northern River Star region. From the former Northern River, if they fought further north, they would be able to enter the Proud Claw Star region, the southernmost part of the Spider Web universe. During the period when the war was going smoothly, he even felt that the strategy above was a bit too conservative. They could have marched forward in big strides. But now, they always won a battle, and before they could get enough of it, the enemy had already collapsed. Then, they had to start clearing out the defeated soldiers and suppressing local unrest. The most important task was to assist the Navy transport fleet and evacuate the population from the local area. But in the previous year, he felt that the war was going smoothly and was a bit boring. In the next 2 years, he was beaten and ran around. He believed that this was a strategic problem from above. Strategically, they were shrinking. When the enemy troops were approaching, many planets began to evacuate their forces. He followed the evacuation twice, and he often did not even see the enemy when he left. There were successful evacuations, and there were naturally failed evacuations. Although failure to evacuate does not mean the end, but not evacuating means that they will have to face the endless attacks of the enemy on an isolated planet without food and medicine, without reinforcements and supplies, and the end will not be very good. Although this kind of misfortune did not befall him, it is inevitable that Xionglie will feel sad. He thinks, just stand on each planet and fight the invading enemy. What are you afraid of? Can't we win? Then, he knew that it was not that he could not win, but at least, it was really difficult to win. He withdrew with his troops to the Zongbai Star region, to a planet number 3 called US-7. This is the southernmost planet in the Zongbai Star region. It is also a planet on the blockade line before the Alliance launched the attack on the rebel-controlled area. It is a world that has been fortified for several years. Adequate defense means that when the enemy hits you in the face, the defending side will get a greater home advantage, especially when the Navy is not as strong as the enemy. The fully constructed anti-aircraft orbital artillery fortress and the space station in space can provide cover for the ground when the Navy is insufficient. Xiong knows that his Navy is indeed insufficient. After the enemy forces entered this star field, his fragile fleet was forced to withdraw. Otherwise it would be annihilated? But it is precisely because of the defense on the ground and on the orbit that the ground troops are protected from, or at least greatly reduce the threat of orbital bombing. Xiong himself was the beneficiary. Otherwise, the fortress where his division was stationed would probably have been destroyed by orbital bombardment without the enemy attacking. Then, the enemy ground attack began. A large number of rebel troops were dropped to the ground in a relatively safe airspace, and began to attack various stubborn defense nodes on the ground. During the ground battle stage, his division had a total of 50,000 people, but the number of enemies he faced in the fortress area was several times his. The defense forces urgently recruited from the local planets have been completely defeated in the fierce battle. These low-level temporary forces are not reliable at all. But Xiong can also get a glimpse of the enemy combat effectiveness. These genuine rebels of the Princess's Legion fight the Alliance recruited allied forces, which is similar to the Alliance army's fight against the planetary defense forces trained by the Princess's advisors. In the real close combat between the two sides, these main forces of the rebels also clearly demonstrated the strength of their genuine star army, coupled with the advantage in numbers. The 311th Skeleton Division, which he led and belonged to the 5th Army Group, faced great pressure. However, the complete defense facilities helped him a lot again. In the fortification construction in the previous few years, not only anti-orbit was considered, but also the problem of possible ground attack was considered. The entire fortress was set up very reasonably, with sufficient space inside, allowing the artillery of the 311th Division to be deployed. The heavy artillery fiercely hit all invading enemies. On the contrary, the enemy long-range firepower and air superiority were not very effective. The 311th Division also had a divisional aviation team, which was capable of resistance. The air defense force in the fortress was also sufficient. The rebel fighters could not launch attacks recklessly, and they could not drop bombs accurately without distraction. The precious missiles were also very easy to be intercepted. The artillery in the opposite direction was no match at all. Although in terms of specifications and quantity, the rebel heavy artillery was also not bad. But the difference is that the rebels' artillery can only be placed in the wild. At best, they can build field fortifications and provide some cover. How can it be compared with the artillery placed in the fortress with permanent fortifications by the 311th Division? If the falling shells hit the fortress 40 or 50 meters away, they can cause casualties to the artillery operating team. If they are closer, the artillery itself will be damaged. At the same distance, if they hit the fortress, they may be blocked by the intricate solid walls. The strength of the Princess Corps is not exaggerated. Under such conditions, they still seized the opportunity, brought some siege weapons, blasted open the main gate of the fortress, and blew down part of the fortress wall. But this is not a war in the cold weapon era after all. You can't win by breaking the door or blowing up the wall. The rebels who entered the fortress, in a complex and completely unfamiliar environment, fought a brutal street battle with the Allied army that had the advantage of terrain, and suffered heavy losses. Even, Xiong seized the opportunity and, after holding out for 2 months, showed his fangs. He dispatched the armored troops that were not very useful in defensive battles, utilizing the specially designed expressway in the fortress, and took the initiative to attack. Under the cover of concentrated rapid artillery fire, he defeated a part of the enemy reinforcements, not only destroyed the enemy siege machinery, but also destroyed 2 artillery positions, and temporarily cut off the enemy troops pouring into the fortress from the outside world. Each infantry regiment then closed the door to fight the dog, and took this opportunity to wipe out the enemy troops in the fortress. This set of combined punches dealt a heavy blow to the rebels. The huge loss of manpower and the damage of heavy equipment will significantly reduce their subsequent siege capabilities of the fortress. After the first battle, the defensive pressure faced by the 311th Division suddenly eased. Even, the army group sent him reinforcements. The 077th and 240th Infantry Divisions also joined his command and were under his unified command. Although, it is said that the war situation on the entire planet is still very tight on the Alliance side. At least in the fortress where Xiong Lei is stationed, the situation is relatively good. He patted his chest and assured the general of the army group that his troops could defend the fortress until the end of time and would not be captured by the enemy and destroy the railgun array in the fortress. But he couldn't keep his word. He made a promise, and then suffered a great disaster. The enemy, beyond his expectation, launched a fierce attack again. He was a little confused at first. They hadn't detected the enemy reinforcements coming up. They lacked heavy vehicles such as tanks to provide cover, and the number of artillery in the rear had not recovered, resulting in poor firepower cover. In this case, attacking the fortress that had just been reinforced, wouldn't that be a waste of life? However, he soon found out what the rebels on the other side relied on: Space Marines. There were reports that a team of orange and yellow painted Space Marines had sneaked into the fortress and started killing people. The super warriors from the Fury Corps brought immediate changes to the battle situation. For a moment, Xiong Lei, who originally thought that his defenses were extremely strict, immediately felt what it meant to be in a state of panic. It was not until such a huge loss and chaos had occurred that he realized the exact number of enemies was 5. Just 5 Space Marines made him feel extremely upset. Generally, 2 or 3 partners would attack. They moved mysteriously. After finding a high-value target or strategic point, they would attack decisively, defeating and destroying the stronghold. They were often able to evacuate before the reinforcements from the Alliance arrived. If they were really surrounded, they would break out without hesitation and fight their way out. In just a few days, at least 1,000 soldiers died at the hands of these 5 angry flames. The loss of personnel is secondary. After all, Xiong Lei now has 3 divisions. His 311th division is still a skeleton division of more than 50,000 people, and the 2 newly added infantry divisions have more than 40,000 people each. However, the places where these deaths occurred are very critical. Several firepower points that were originally easy to defend and difficult to attack were eliminated, allowing the enemy to rush into the fortress more smoothly. A regimental command post was beheaded, causing the command system to become disordered, forcing Xiong Lei to send a staff officer to take over the command. A small artillery position was attacked, and 3 Furies slaughtered half of the artillery battalion and blew up the artillery. The chain reaction caused by these losses was greater casualties, and the loss of multiple defensive blocks on the periphery. The advantage of defensive terrain was reduced, and the 2 sides began to fight on a relatively fair level. But this was not the result Xiong Lei wanted to see. Casualties increased sharply, and positions were lost one after another. His staff had already given the worst estimate. If they continued to fight like this, they would lose all their positions within 2 or 3 months, be driven out, and the railguns that must not be lost would also be occupied by the enemy. That would be terrible. Worse than being destroyed. The orbital gun with the muzzle turned around can be used to attack the space station in the sky and cooperate with the opposing naval fleet, which will double the pressure. So, he thought of an idea. He wanted to kill these Fury Flames. The Fury Flame Regiment is just a defeated enemy of our alliance, who left the Dragon Eagle Star region in disgrace. If we can drive them away once, we can do it again. This is how he encouraged people. But he knew in his heart how difficult it was to deal with this matter. He arranged a mobile force. The Sentinel mechas at the division headquarters were gathered together, and a few elite feedback power armors were also ready to go. These were the only ones he could use to fight against the Space Marines, and they could not get into a particularly narrow area for fighting otherwise. The larger Sentinel mechas could not enter, and they would not be as flexible as the others, and would be slaughtered. Finally, the right opportunity was seized. When the 2 Furies were about to evacuate after assaulting a firepower point, they were surrounded. During their breakout, the mobile force prepared by Xiong Lei arrived. More than 30 Sentinel mechas and 10 elite skeleton division soldiers wearing feedback power armors fought a life-and-death battle with the 2 Furies. I fell asleep after dinner and woke up at 2 o'clock. Chapter 531. Kicked their asses. Xiong Lei was in a high tower in the fortress, holding a telescope and looking through the small window at the battle to besiege the 2 angry Space Marines. His palms were sweating from the tension. Although the battle was small in scale, its importance almost determined the victory or defeat of the hundreds of thousands of people he led. On the planet US 7.3, there is no option of saving people and losing land. The specific situation needs to be analyzed specifically. The fundamental reason for the survival of this planet is orbital defense. Otherwise, when the enemy's superior navy lets go and bombs the ground, it is almost impossible to defend on the front, and can only turn to guerrilla warfare. That is not ineffective, but in a larger sense of the battlefield, it means the loss of the entire planet. To defend the planet, we must defend the many orbital gun fortresses on the ground, ensure that there are means to directly threaten space from the ground, and prevent the enemy navy from bombing recklessly. Fortresses on the ground, such as those guarded by the 311th Division, are life nodes. Losing 1 or 2 may not be a big problem, but losing 10 or 8 will cause big problems for the entire area. The enemy can deploy ground forces and supplies from this place more recklessly, and it will become difficult to recapture the place, because the enemy navy can come to the corresponding orbital area after the threat is reduced, and the firepower can be smoothly landed here without being easily intercepted. Let's talk about the situation Xiong himself is facing. Once the fortress is lost, it will be difficult for him to evacuate with the surviving troops. The road to the next defensible fortress is not short, and without cover, it will be constantly pursued and bombed. I don't know how many people will die on the road. From these perspectives, the fortress cannot be lost. Even if it bleeds dry, it must be held here. And now, he is observing the siege of the Fury Space Marines, which almost determines the victory or defeat. To be honest, Xiong Lei's initial understanding of the Space Marines was not strong. He had seen the Phoenix before, but it was only a glimpse. At that time, he was deeply shocked by these heroic super warriors. He knew that these angels of death had strong strength. But how strong were they? In recent times, he believed that the strong individual capabilities of the Space Marines were very effective in special operations and in attacking special locations, especially in more complex terrain, such as places where heavy tanks cannot enter. This is even more true. And now, under his own observation, he found that he still underestimated the frontal combat capability of the Space Marines. He witnessed with his own eyes how 2 Furies withstood the fierce firepower and, in just 2 minutes, dismantled 8 Sentinel mechas and 3 feedback power armor elites. Equipment advantage? No. No. No, it is far from that simple. It is not that simple to simply regard the advantages of Space Marines over mortal soldiers as their ability to wear stronger power armor, their greater strength and reaction speed, and their more accurate shooting skills. When all indicators far exceed those of mortals, they seem to have truly achieved transcendence in life. Is the performance of our Sentinel mecha, feedback power armor, really that much worse than that of the Mk.8 equipped by the 2 Furies? Maybe not, but it was as if they were being played. Everything was slower than others. The elites who could guarantee the hit rate even when shooting at high-speed targets were like wooden stakes at this time. Their reactions were slow and wooden. They could not keep up at all. On the contrary, the huge Fury warriors were like ghosts. The positions where they came out always made people feel incredible. Even though Xiong Lei was looking from a bird's-eye view, he could see the whole situation better. But he was often confused by these space warriors, and could not see clearly at all. At this point, he could basically tell that it was basically impossible to defeat the 2 Fury Flames with only 30 Sentinels and 10 feedback power armor elites. Even if there were a large number of ordinary soldiers nearby, the help they could provide was very limited. Xiong Lei, who was watching the battle, sighed deeply. To be honest, this situation still broke his fantasy. In his imagination, if he could destroy those Fury Flame warriors in this way, it would certainly be the best. But now he couldn't. His fantasy was shattered, and he could only return to reality. There is also a way to fight back to reality. In the high tower, he slightly moved the telescope sight. 5 or 6 engineering teams are rapidly approaching the place where they are fighting. 10 minutes later, when only half of the elite troops sent by the 311th Division were left, the engineers finally arrived. Until this time, the order to evacuate was issued to the elite warriors, who were fighting to the death with the 2 angry flames. They began to retreat. The 2 angry flames seemed to have noticed something was wrong. They did not pursue, nor did they break through the previous target, but chose to retreat. This somewhat disrupted Xiong Lei deployment. But it was too late for the Fury to evacuate. This place can almost be regarded as the battlefield that Xiong Lei has arranged for the enemy. The firepower points that appear here are also bait. Previously, the Fury attacked many areas, But Xiong did not move his troops, just waiting for them to attack here. Here, the area below is empty. It would be the best and most stable if the mobile force could kill the two Fury. But if not, they would be led here and then take the next step. The engineering corps in the army had already calculated the explosives and blasting points needed to blow this place down. Now, it was time to execute. Blow up. Blow up now. He grabbed the intercom. But our people haven't all been evacuated yet. The officer leading the engineers on the front line hesitated. I can't take care of it. Blow up. If we don't blow up now, all the sacrifices made before will be in vain. The reason for making such a decision was because of Nguyen's sharp judgment that they were evacuating this trap area. We can't let them get away. Under the clear order, the frontline commander gritted his teeth and made a decision. The explosives were detonated, boom. Under the sky-high flames and smoke, there were violent explosions, and the loud noises caused by the collapse of buildings and floors. When the smoke and dust cleared, the place where the two angry flames were originally besieged had become a ruin. But Xiong still felt that it was not safe enough. The strength of the Space Marines left him too impressed. The explosion did cause it to collapse, and the people were buried, but are they really dead? Xiong didn't dare to guarantee it. He hesitated for a moment. Just to be on the safe side, he still used the backup means. The number of Sentinel mechas and feedback power armors in the division was relatively small, but there were still many tanks. The surrounding area was cleared, and a lot of open space was left after a wave of explosions, which could be used to park tanks. In the defense of the fortress, there was not much room for heavy armored vehicles such as tanks to play, so it was better to use them in this place. Several Lion King tanks led the team. Dozens of Lion tanks were in place, and with a large number of infantry, they formed a circle nearby, guarding the corpses. 2 days later, they actually achieved some results. The other 3 Fury warriors raided this place. This was of course not normal. This place was not a strategic defense point, and it was guarded by heavy vehicles. No matter how thick the armor of the Space Marines was, it was not as thick as the Lion tanks, let alone being compared with the Lion King tanks that were like a mobile fortress. The main guns and secondary guns of these 2 tanks could both cause fatal blows to the Space Marines, even if it didn't hit directly. As long as the explosion point was a little closer, it could still cause considerable damage. They had no reason to attack here, unless the 2 Furies buried below were really alive, and they came to rescue their companions. Then, from the ruins, a Fury really crawled out. When he received the news, Xiong was horrified. Space Marines are too difficult to kill. These are just 2 ordinary Space Marines. I really don't know how those dozens of the most elite warriors in the Fury Legion were slaughtered in that bloody death battle that I used to hear about. It's too hard to imagine. But fortunately, only one person crawled out of the ruins, and he was seriously injured. The 3 Fury Flames who came to support failed to break through the encirclement of the tanks. They used plasma guns to destroy 2 lions and severely damaged a Lion King. But it was also this Lion King that used the heavy artillery on it to give a fierce blow to the 3 Fury Flame warriors. They had clearly hidden behind the wall, but this shot still blasted the entire wall into pieces and injured one of the Fury Flames. The secondary guns that followed took his life. In addition, the Fury that crawled out of the ruins was entangled by a pile of infantry. He started killing people, but was dragged to the spot and could not get out. The Alliance troops reacted, and again dispatched Sentinel mechas and power armor elites, and finally killed the Fury with inconvenient legs and feet. After losing one person, and knowing that the fighting brothers they wanted to rescue had died inside, the remaining 2 Furies had no reason to continue fighting, and finally chose to retreat. No matter how powerful the Space Marines are, they still cannot fight head-on with heavy armored units unless they are in groups and carry targeted weapons. However, the 2 surviving Furies do not have these conditions. They can only withdraw sadly. After this battle, Xiong organized engineers to dig on the spot. There is another Fury buried inside, although he is most likely dead. Otherwise, he should not have shown up when his brother came to rescue him. However, before he saw the body, he was really worried. After 3 days of digging, the body was found. Now, Xiong felt relieved. Although, there were still 2 Nguyen alive, and they vented their anger after the death of their 3 brothers. And then, they did some things more frequently and more cruelly. But first of all, their number has indeed dropped from 5 to 2, and the frequency will not be as fierce as before. The blows suffered by their side has been reduced a lot. Secondly, there are 2 targeted traps. Although the other side also increased their vigilance, several waves of ambushes failed to kill these 2 people. But for the 2 of them, each time was still quite thrilling. Later, they had to act more cautiously to avoid capsizing. This further reduced the frequency of their attacks. In this case, the troops under Xiong Lei's command even took the opportunity to recapture several previously captured areas, and even drove the rebel troops out of the fortress for a time. Although, they quickly mobilized heavy firepower and fought back again. Xiong Lei commanded the 3 divisions. 311, 077, 240, more than 100,000 people in this fortress area, and faced the 2 angry flames inside, and the surrounding forces of about 3 or 4 times outside, and they held their ground and refused to retreat. The supplies stored in the fortress were enough for them to fight for a long time, and occasionally friendly forces were able to break through the siege and enter the fortress to bring them precious supplies. Airdrop is also a way to transport supplies. But these supply methods are not stable, and the fortress's reserves will be used up as the battle intensifies. Moreover, there is really no place to replenish the dead and wounded soldiers. Xiong Lei reported to his superiors many times, asking for reinforcements, but to no avail. Even the wounded soldiers could not be transported out, let alone the overall rotation of the troops. But what can he do? He can only grit his teeth and hold on. After holding on for another half a month, his troops once again repelled the enemy attack. As of today, his troops have suffered more than 60,000 casualties, which has dealt a heavy blow to the combat effectiveness of the entire unit. But it is gratifying that the enemy has paid at least 160,000 casualties in order to kill these 60,000 people. Today, the enemy was beaten back again, and the dynamics were a bit strange. They retreated more than 20 kilometers as a whole. What does this mean? Can't fight anymore? Don't fight anymore? Xiong Lei thought it was unlikely. He and his staff were more inclined to believe that the enemy had suffered too much loss in the past period of time and needed to retreat to accumulate strength for the future. Although the enemy will surely come back, and the enemy will probably become even larger and stronger by then. But at least for now, they can breathe a sigh of relief. The troops still have no chance to withdraw to change guards. Xiong Lei still received an order to let their 3 divisions die here, but they have been fighting for more than half a year. Even if they claim to be elite, soldiers are also human beings. After showing their heroic spirit under cruel training, they should also consider the weakness of flesh and blood. He planned to take this opportunity to waste some logistical supplies, consume more food in the warehouse, and release the scarcer supplies such as alcohol and cigarettes for 1 or 2 days. He could even let the companies and regiments that were resting hold some small parties, relaxing a little, relieving the tense mood, and restoring morale. The weather was good, and the night was clear, and the starry sky was brilliant. Soldiers drinking wine, eating military canned food and smoking cigarettes in the campfire, looked up, and could even see a meteor with a long tail streaking across the sky. 1, 2, 3. The trajectory of the meteor is getting bigger and bigger. Beep, beep, beep. The rapid alarm sounded, and the scene suddenly became panic. Everyone knew that this was an airstrike from orbit. But what could they do? Find shelter, lie down, shiver? They couldn't even care about the campfire. They could only pray that the anti-orbital interception firepower in the fortress would be able to play a sufficient role. As if their prayers were heard, the anti-orbital system in the fortress detected the attack and opened fire. The meteors in the sky were intercepted one by one, and even a beam of light that was shining rapidly was intercepted. However, this time the enemy space navy seemed to be determined. The firepower projected was extremely dense. In the end, the orbital gun failed to intercept everything. A beam of light shone into the fortress. The main gun of the anti-orbital system was destroyed. Then, missiles, macro cannons, and light spears continued to fall. Anti-orbital weapons were destroyed one after another, and those that were not accurate were directly bombarded in various parts of the fortress. The soldiers on the surface could only pray in despair. After 2 hours of concentrated bombardment, the orbital concentrated strike from the traitor navy finally ended. The fortress, which had already experienced the vicissitudes of the battle in the previous half a year, was now completely reduced to ruins. The anti-orbital system inside, as well as the garrison troops, were all buried in the ruins. Planet 7.3 of Ueha, Fortress number 224, was attacked by the enemy navy with all its strength and was destroyed. The garrison 5th Army Group, Division 077, Division 240, Division 311, were completely annihilated. The fate of Xionglei troops, in the eyes of Prabhav, the vanguard commander-in-chief, was just this short text. Moreover, this text was not sent to Prabhav alone, but was listed in a whole report, mixed with the numbers of many troops, and was not even noticeable. In fact, the situation encountered by the 311th Skeleton Division was not an isolated case. It was a common situation on the entire US 7.3 planet. The only difference was that some were blown to pieces, some were conquered, and some were still defending. Not only this planet, but also the defense line built by Prabhav around the northern bulge of the Mingha star field, consisting of more than 20 fortified worlds, was almost similar. War is undoubtedly cruel. Soldiers' lives are being consumed every moment on various planets. This is also the first time that Prabhav has been independently responsible for such a large-scale war involving multiple star regions. He was of course nervous, and he was not sure whether the decision he made was really correct enough. Until now, he dared to say roughly that he at least did not make a big mistake. They retreated to Zhongbai, Hubei, and Med, the 3-star regions where many fortress worlds were built. And they fought so hard, not to mention the initiative to fight with the main force of Fury in Qianbei, Guin, and Seth. If he had made the wrong choice at that time, it would have been a big problem. However, although he made the right choice, the pressure at the moment was not small at all. Sitting in the command center, the most common messages he received were requests for help. Requests for help. Requests for help. The divisions fighting on the front line asked the army for reinforcements, and the army asked the army group for reinforcements. But each army group was often responsible for the defense of multiple planets, and the troops were also stretched to the limit, and they kept asking Prabhav for people. Who else did Prabhav have? With only one army group, he could only split it into divisions one after another, trying every possible way to deploy them to the places where the fighting was fierce, but it was often a drop in the bucket. What's more, he couldn't send out all the reserve troops in his hands at once. The number of local allied forces gathered from the south of Mingha Star region was relatively large, but in the case of insufficient naval power, safe deployment was a big problem. Even if the deployment was successful, the defense forces that went down would still be at a great disadvantage if they really fought with the princess's rebels. Still can't change the overall situation. Prabhav also has to coordinate the navy. Although it is weak, it can't be invisible at all. It can't let the enemy navy run rampant. Moreover, it has to rely on the navy's strength to protect the transport ships and drop reinforcements and logistical supplies to the surface of each fortress planet as much as possible. Prabhav has never been under such great pressure in his life. This is different from being trapped in a dilemma. Facing the frontline battle, he can just throw away everything, rely on a passion, and do it. As long as he is not afraid of death, he may have a chance to survive. But in his current position, he cannot do that. He is walking on thin ice. One order, one decision, will affect the lives of tens of millions, even tens of millions of people. This kind of pressure is too terrifying. But what can he do? He can only grit his teeth and hold on. The soldiers and officers on the front line are holding on. And he, the commander-in-chief, is also holding on. He can't retreat anymore. This line of defense is the last lifeline. Once it was broken through, the enemy would drive straight in, and there would be no defense behind. Moreover, it was gratifying that the time he needed to defend would not be too long. He had learned that the alliance had completed the final mobilization. The army led by Governor Gu had set out. And something happened that surprised him even more. He received a communication request from Yin Fangxiu. I am Prabhav. At first, he was still holding back. Yin Fangxiu on the opposite side smiled mischievously. Guess where I am? Be serious, Prabhav said with a fierce face. Then he seemed to think of something and asked, Are you? I'm already here. Yin Fangxiu restrained his smile. Comrade Prabhav, you've worked hard. The next work, the governor ordered us to complete together. This time, I brought 7 allied army groups, and I also came with the Raging Owl. Prabhav finally breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he would have to hold out until the governor arrived, but unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived first. 7 army groups, which meant 140 million genuine Alliance army soldiers, and the Furious Owl was the Alliance newly completed battlecruiser. With these things, even Yin Fangxiu's face, which he had always disliked, became cute at this moment. Prabhav didn't mind that someone with a higher position and rank than himself came to seize power. He only cared about one thing. Very good. You came at the right time. I can't wait to kick their asses. Chapter 532, Battlecruiser's First Battle. The blue and white painted Raging Owl, with the brilliant star of US-7 as the background, slowly crossed the void. Pieces of high-speed drifting space junk were pushed away by the void shields that gradually recharged and returned to their normal colors. Those with low speeds were destroyed by the occasional firepower and exploded into ashes. For smaller and slower junk, it didn't matter, and it just crashed through them, leaving only a few scratches on the armor. These space junk were all created by the Raging Owl and its little brothers in the past 5 hours. They originally belonged to one spaceship after another, and were the pearls of the Queen Star region. But now, after 5 hours, they have all turned into space junk. The Raging Owl traveled through these junk. The slender, beautiful, and even elegant figure of the Holy Grail class was surrounded by dozens of small warships of various levels. And it looked very powerful, as if it was inspecting its own achievements. This was indeed a swift and fruitful assault. The Raging Owl was brought by Yin Fangxiu. They arrived in the northern part of the Minghe Star region ahead of the main force, and joined the troops led by Prabov, who were struggling to resist the southward offensive of the Raging Flame. Prabov was the frontline commander, and Yin Fangxiu was the highest-ranking general of the Alliance army. Gu Heng also gave him a high authority for this attack. The two of them had the right to judge the situation and decide how to fight. After analyzing the situation of multiple star regions in the war, they quickly formulated a plan based on the Navy. Two generals from the Army, of course, could not formulate a complete naval combat strategy by themselves. Their current identities are not limited to the Army, although in terms of military rank, one is an Army general and the other is a senior Army general. They are in the capacity of Army generals, commanding a war zone. The naval generals in the same war zone need to obey their orders. This is very different from the rules of the Empire. In the Empire, the Astra Militarum and the Imperial Navy are two distinct systems. There is no subordinate relationship between the two. Sometimes, the Imperial Navy even refuses to carry the Astra Militarum to fight, so that the Astra Militarum has to find other ways to get ships and deliver troops to the battlefield. Even in the case of better cooperation, the two are just cooperating. Since it is cooperation, there is no such thing as an order that must be completed. If you can help, you will help. If you don't want to help, the other party has no choice but to argue. But it won't solve the problem. Even if the Empire sometimes sends a senior general, or a person with a special status, to be the person in charge of the overall situation. The theater commander, whether this commander can well integrate the Star Army and the Imperial Navy, which are nominally under his command, depends on his personal level and the depth of his relationship. After all, this temporary subordination is not long-lasting, and even the strength of coercion is questionable. But these problems do not exist in the Alliance. The Alliance has a clear hierarchy. For a large war zone, the person in charge of the war zone is appointed, no matter whether they are from the Navy or the Army. The participating troops assigned to the area must obey orders unconditionally. Those who violate the order will be punished by military law. The political commissar is watching for a small temporary battlefield. If the commander of the war zone designates a person in charge, the person in charge will be in charge. If there is no designation, the two sides will discuss it. If the discussion is not appropriate, they will report to the higher level. There is always a person in charge, or the commander of the war zone above. The commander of the theater of operations here was Prabov before, and he became the commander after Yin Fangxiu came. The strategy decided by the two of them must be implemented by the Alliance Navy. Of course, it does not mean that the two army generals will rush forward when they say to fight. The specific action targets will be formulated by the naval professional officers among the staff of the headquarters. After the targets are formulated, the captains and staff of the Navy will formulate specific action plans according to the goals of the theater of operations and report them. Once the action plan is approved by the headquarters, it can be executed. This is a complete set of procedures. Of course, in war, accidents always happen frequently. This process may not be completed at every moment. In an emergency, you still have to adapt to the situation. As for the present, it is naturally not an emergency. After the process is completed, the captain of the Furious Owl, a rear admiral, participated in the formulation of the plan after evaluating the situation and personally implemented it. The Angry Owl set out with 3 cruisers, 29 small and medium-sized ships of various levels, accompanied by a transport fleet. They disguised themselves as a member of the transport ship, and pretended that the astropathic information was exposed. When passing through the star tunnel of USS-7, the enemy took the bait. Several of the princess's destroyers, thinking they had caught their prey, pounced on them. Then, they were horrified to see the slender and graceful figure of the angry owl. The princess's ship, which was in a state of panic, turned around and ran away. But with the fish already hooked, the furious owl, which was on the battlefield for the first time, was not willing to give up its prey. If it were an ordinary battleship, it might not be able to catch an enemy who was determined to escape. But the high-speed Holy Grail-class battlecruiser was obviously not clumsy. The swift pursuit, the accurate fire, the deadly lethality of the superstandard artillery to small and medium-sized ships. These characteristics combined together meant a massacre of the enemy. 5 Doomsday Light Spears, 5 Chuji's Fury, relayed fire, had already made those rebel destroyers flash red, the energy shields quickly overloaded, and the X-class Heavenly Punishment Light Spears could instantly destroy the enemy with one hit. After these destroyers that were ready to hunt were counterhunted, the rebel fleet that stayed near the orbit of US 7.3 planet also learned what happened at the jump point. They were quite shocked for a moment. Before this, they had received information that the Alliance army had already set out. But in theory, the Alliance main army would need at least 2 months to reach the main battlefield in the northern part of the Menghastar region. As a result, a new ship has arrived now? It is a Holy Grail class, a battlecruiser. In the offensive of the Fury Corps to the south, there are larger main battleships. The Fury Corps' battle barge is equivalent to a battleship. At the same time, there is also a serious Retribution-class battleship that also participated in the battle. But they are not in USS-7. In this star system, the strongest rebel ships are only 2 cruisers. After receiving the news that the Angry Owl had arrived and they had lost several destroyers, the rebel ships slowly drove out of the planetary orbit of USS-7 and were about to evacuate this star system. If they stayed, they would just wait for death. But even if they wanted to run at this time, it was too late. The Angry Owl was moving at full speed, not heading for USS 7.3 planet, but directly blocking the enemy jump point to the north. In terms of distance, the Angry Owl was definitely farther. But under full-speed pursuit, the Angry Owl caught up with the rebel ships before they could make a jump. The 2 Moon-class cruisers were running too slowly. Of course, the Angry Owl, which was running at full speed, was equivalent to abandoning its accompanying ships. The 3 Moon-class cruisers definitely couldn't keep up with it. Only a few crazy Shark-class destroyers, who ran their engines at full speed, could barely keep up. The enemy ship was obviously quite surprised. The Holy Grail class is indeed rare in the Empire. Battlecruisers are already rare. Places that have the conditions to build battlecruisers are usually willing to bite the bullet and build a real battleship. Among the rare battlecruisers, the Dragon Snake class is more common, which is the type built by Jindy Star. The Holy Grail class is even rarer among battlecruisers. Everyone knows that battlecruisers are fast, but I didn't expect that the Holy Grail class is the fastest among the fast ones. The rebel fleet that failed to escape due to miscalculation was even in a state of confusion for a while. Leave a ship behind to cover the rear, and let the other ships force a jump and escape. Run separately, whoever is arrested will be unlucky. Or fight head-on. No matter what kind of entanglement there was, when the furious owl appeared in front of them, they had reached the point where they had to make a decision. And their choice seemed to be to fight for their lives. This was also an understandable choice. No matter what level of warship, it was always part of the war, part of the fleet. Battlecruisers are fast and powerful, but they are also fragile. Just like battleships have strong frontal combat capabilities, but lack flexibility. The shortcomings of a single ship do not necessarily have to be made up by yourself. The cost will be very high. Since it is a fleet operation, you should fulfill your responsibilities and leave the work you are not good at to other ships that are good at it. At the moment, the battlecruiser of the Alliance has lost touch with its own fleet in order to pursue quickly, and only a few destroyers are following it, which does not seem to be invincible, at the cost of some losses. If we could destroy the battlecruiser of the Alliance, it would be a great achievement. 2 Moon-class cruisers took the lead, with a total of more than 30 ships, and launched a siege on the Angry Owl. The Angry Owl turned sideways, did not collide with the enemy fleet, but passed by sideways, maintaining a certain distance. The Sky Punishment Light Spear fired first, and directly killed an enemy frigate. Then 12 L-class heavy artillery and 24 M-class artillery began to fire in sequence. The firepower of one of its ships is almost equivalent to that of the enemy entire fleet. The enemy 2 Moon-class cruisers only have 6 L-class guns in total. Of course, this level of firepower can actually pose a threat to the Angry Owl. After all, battle cruisers are thin-skinned and can't withstand much more attacks than normal cruisers. However, the extremely high speed and flexibility will make the enemy firepower fall short. On the contrary, it is almost impossible for the Moon-class cruiser to actively avoid the attack of the Angry Owl. Of course, the battle distance between the two sides was actually quite far, and the hit rate of each side would actually suffer losses. This naval battle lasted for about an hour. The 6th rebel ship destroyed by the Furious Owl was one of the 2 enemy Moon-class cruisers. The void shield of the other ship had actually turned red, as it had been hit by a cannon from the front. At this point, the enemy fleet had completely lost its nerve. They began to retreat. They did not dare to forcibly withdraw from the jump point. If they did, the void shield and energy shield would be turned off, and they would be a living target before the jump was completed. I don't know how many of them would be bombed. They could only split up and flee in more than 20 directions. No matter how fast the Angry Owl was, it could only chase in one direction. Of course, it would chase the largest one. First, it chased and killed the remaining Moon-class cruiser, then turned the bow and changed direction. Relying on its excellent speed and flexibility, it caught 3 more ships before the enemy ran away. 2 of them were destroyed by the Angry Owl. The remaining frigate chose to surrender, shut down the energy shield, shut down all weapon systems, and let the guns of the Furious Owl aim at it. The Marines boarded the ship and took over the ship. In the naval battle of US-7, the Alliance won a great victory. This was also the first battle of the Furious Owl, and the first battle of the Holy Grail-class battlecruiser built by the Alliance. Although the intensity of the battle was not high, it was just a fight against children. But it also showed the characteristics of the battlecruiser, the king of bullying. If it was a battleship or a battle carrier, it would not have such an effect. I am afraid that before I could catch up, the enemy would all run away. The enemy still had more than 20 ships, which disappeared in the vast space of the star system. Even if the star tower on the ship was constantly searching for signals, it could only occasionally capture information, which soon disappeared again. According to this information, chasing and hunting should be able to gain something, but playing hide-and-seek like this will inevitably take a long time. The Angry Owl did not have the time. The 3 Moon-class ships that could not keep up with it went directly to the planetary orbit of US 7.3 and successfully contacted the ground forces. Under the guidance of the ground forces, more than 20 Alliance ships launched a 3-day orbital strike on the surface. The ground forces of the Princess Rebels could not withstand this kind of orbital bombardment. The remaining space stations in orbit would not help them intercept the firepower threatening the ships. There were indeed orbital guns that they seized and controlled after the surface was occupied, but there were only a few, which had almost no impact. After getting rid of the threat from the air and space, the Alliance troops on the ground also became active. After the orbital bombardment, they quickly carried out the final cleanup of the enemy manpower. The Alliance army launched a counterattack on a global scale. On this planet, the total number of the Alliance army and the Allied forces was more than 50 million, and the number of the Princess's rebels reached more than 70 million. These 70 million rebels would certainly not be wiped out in a short period of time, but their losses must have been serious. For them, what was worse was that in order to avoid the orbital bombardment, they could only semi-actively give up their organization. After the army dispersed its organization, the loss of combat effectiveness would be very serious. In just 3 days, the situation on the ground had been reversed. Chapter 533, it was a struggle. The situation in US-7 was completely reversed. Before this, more than 10 million Alliance army soldiers led 40 million Allied troops, resisting the fierce attack of more than 70 million Princess rebels, and there was also the threat of orbital firepower in the sky. The battle was very hard and tragic. And now, finally, they have turned the tables and become the masters. A large number of the Princess rebels were killed in the 3 days, and then in the following week, because their organization was broken up, they were strongly suppressed by the Alliance ground forces, and the losses were also very heavy. In just 10 days, tens of millions of traitors of the Princess Corps died in US-7. This loss is almost equivalent to the losses of the Princess Corps in the past 3 months, when it attacked various fortresses on the entire planet. If there is more time, such as a year or 2, the Alliance may be able to launch a large-scale annihilation operation in US-7, and all 70 million traitors of the Princess Corps will die here. But, no, The Fury Corps has already reacted. They also couldn't accept that they had suffered such a huge loss in US-7. 70 million Princess Legion. Not a defense force, but a Princess Legion that was reorganized from the original auxiliary army of the regiment. This is the core force of Iron Fury Stone. Apart from the Space Marines, which is their star army, in the Fury Legion heading south, the total number of land forces is hundreds of millions, even billions. However, the Princess Legion is only a small part of it. At most 200 to 300 million. It is unacceptable to just throw away 70 million. Besides, it is not hopeless. The main reason for US-7's predicament is that the attackers lost orbital shielding. And what caused all this was just a surprise attack by the Furious Owl. Although surprised by the battlefield dominance shown by the rare Holy Grail-class battlecruiser, Fury still has 2 battleship-class ships. There is news that the 2 ships have already come to US-7 in a head-on battle. The Angry Owl cannot fight any of them, let alone 2 ships at the same time. By then, the situation on the planet US-7.3 is likely to return to the previous state. It may even be a little worse. But the Alliance does not intend to give up this planet. If US-7 is lost, the other planets behind will not have such good defense conditions. The 2 commanders of the Alliance Vanguard Command believe that US-7 is likely to become a focus area in the next period of time. The 2 sides will probably have to fight over this place repeatedly. A large number of troops, including the investment of naval forces, will turn this place into a meat grinder, and there will be a result only when one side can no longer bear the cost. In this way, although the surprise attack of the Angry Owl on US-7 is very morale-enhancing, it will not actually change the overall situation. However, it is still meaningful. The lives of more than 10 million elite soldiers of the Imperial Princess Corps, plus the destruction of 2 Moon-class cruisers. This is the meaning. The war between the Alliance and Iron Fury Stone can be predicted to become very large in the future. At present, this kind of battle, which can only be regarded as mutual probing and vanguard collision, has involved several star regions and dozens of planets. At this scale, the war is not the gain and loss of a city or a place, but a comprehensive confrontation of national strength between the 2 sides. Both sides are generating blood. Both sides are losing blood, and the consumption of manpower is critical. At this time, at a relatively small cost, kill more enemies, and it will be easier when you are under pressure later. Moreover, the space created by this victory allows the Alliance to do a lot of things. In the past 10 days, the Navy has been bombing the enemy on the surface. The Army has been clearing out the enemy manpower. And the Alliance logistics forces have not been idle. One after another, large transport ships, carrying scarce supplies, equipment, and soldiers for the surface troops, landed on the ground to replenish the troops. If the enemy battleships come later, after losing the orbital advantage, it will not be so convenient to transport things in. It will be a big risk and a big loss. Rather than risking transportation later, it is better to transport as much as possible now. At the same time, some troops that are no longer suitable for continuing to fight should also take this opportunity to withdraw. The 5th Army Group, the 311th Skeleton Division is one of them. That is Xiong-Lei unit. Although he suffered from orbital bombardment, he did not die. Although he did not die, his troops were almost wiped out. After the orbital bombardment, the 3 divisions guarding the fortress may have only 2,000 to 5,000 survivors. The remaining hundreds of thousands of people, almost all died in the fierce bombing of several hours, or were wiped out by the princess rebels who attacked and swept the fortress. Xiong-Lei, who was lucky enough to survive, had to flee with the remaining soldiers. Under the constant pursuit, only less than 1,000 people were truly safe. This was a skeleton division, plus 2 large infantry divisions. And after a battle, these were the only people left. Obviously, this is called being wiped out as a whole. At this point, Xiong-Lei troops were not even worth replenishing. He didn't need reinforcements. He and the hundreds of survivors and his troops boarded a transport ship that had just unloaded its cargo and left US-7 sadly. The war here was not over yet, but Xiong-Lei war was over. Recalling those familiar faces, every time he woke up in the dim transport cabin, he always felt how great it would be if he could die on US-7 with his brothers. That way, there would be no need to endure the torture now. The transport ship sent him to a world called Ramiro in the rear. Here, it can be regarded as a large logistics base. A large amount of war materials, troops, are gathered here, and then prepared to board the ship and be sent to the front where they are needed. Those who were withdrawn from the front like Xianglei were actually a minority. After landing on the ground, entering the military hospital, after staying there for 2 days, a political commissar wearing a red hat found him. "Colonel Xianglei? It's me." Xianglei's voice was very deep. He raised his head and looked at the other person. It was a rather young face, with a vitality that had not been beaten, which was dazzling on his face. 2 vertical bars, a star symbol, represented his rank of major. The red trim on the shoulder straps represented the identity of the political commissar. The red hat raised his hand to salute, and then introduced himself. "I am John Weidong. I have been ordered to assist you. Reconstruct the 311th Division of the 5th Army Group." Reconstruction? Xianglei's eyes were a little confused. "I thought it was going to be disbanded." "How could it be?" John Weidong said with a smile. "The 311th Division is a meritorious unit. A meritorious unit that was destroyed." "Right." John Weidong put away his smile and said seriously, "You look a little depressed. I can understand your feelings after losing the unit." "You can understand shit." A new recruit who just graduated from the military academy. Before he finished speaking, John Weidong on the opposite side shouted back with a louder voice, "You are even more miserable like this. Come on, Colonel Xianglei. It's not just the 311th Division. It's the other 2 divisions as well. The heroes sacrificed their lives in the war, and their will lives on in the living." Seeing Xianglei silent, John Weidong's tone calmed down a bit. He talked about the specific work, the army brothers who came from the rear. In addition to the 7 army groups brought by General Yin, there are more than 30 million unorganized troops pulled out from the recruit camp. In addition, we have 30 million elites selected from the local defense forces in the Menghastar region. These reserve forces are to be added to the frontline troops. Replenish the troops, and rebuild the empty organization. I will be your partner. Although you may miss your previous partner more, I believe I can show enough professionalism to satisfy you. I have read your resume, and I think you are worthy of being a hero of the Alliance. I also hope that you can show enough professionalism. Otherwise, I can only regretfully report to my superiors and make it clear that you are no longer suitable to lead the troops. You don't want the 311th Division to be commanded by someone else in the future, do you?" After a moment of silence, Xianglei said, "Are the young generation of political commissars who have just graduated from Zhongxi College as eloquent as you? Maybe I am also the special one." "Huh?" Xianglei let out a long breath, and then asked, "How long do we have?" 5 months. John Weidong said. "The soldiers from the Dragon Eagle Star region have all been through the Alliance training camp, so there is no need to worry about their level. The soldiers from the Menghastar region are recruited locally, although their quality is somewhat uneven. They are at least carefully selected from the defense forces of various planets, so their level is somewhat guaranteed. The personnel from both sides will form our new force in a 5-to-5 ratio. We have 5 months to reorganize the troops and form combat effectiveness. After 5 months, the headquarters may issue an order at any time to let us return to the battlefield." Xianglei smiled bitterly and said, "Can we still call it the 311 Division when everyone has changed their blood? It depends on you. I believe that with you, the spiritual heritage of the 311 Division can be passed on." As he spoke, John Weidong's face regained the same vigorous smile as before. He extended his hand to Xianglei. Xianglei looked at him deeply and said, "I hope your professional level is as good as your speaking skills." As he spoke, he also extended his hand and shook hands with his new political commissar. For example, the 311th Division, which was completely destroyed, will be rebuilt in a similar way. In fact, Xianglei's situation is already good. After all, as the division commander, as the highest military commander of the unit, he survived the brutal battle. Most of the units that need to be rebuilt have actually lost their leaders. For example, the 077th and 240th Divisions that fought side by side with the 311th Skeleton Division. The highest ranking person who survived was only a major. At this time, the situation of rapid promotion in the war happened again. The major was awarded a new rank directly on the front line, becoming a lieutenant colonel, and as a temporary division commander. Like Xianglei, he began to reorganize his 077th Division, the 240th Division, which did not even have a colonel-level officer, directly transferred a lieutenant colonel from other units to serve as the division commander and shoulder the task of reconstruction. Their organization sequence still belongs to the 5th Army Group. And after the reorganization is completed, they will return to the battlefield. As John Weidong said, these 60 million reserve troops, as well as the increasing number of reserve troops after the arrival of the follow-up army, will be used in a similar way to fill the frontline troops that are short of personnel, or simply use them to rebuild the numbers. In this way, the alliance will ensure that the organization of each frontline combat unit will not shrink too much. Only with continuous blood transfusion can the combat effectiveness be maintained. Let's talk about the battle on the front line. When the two battleships of Fury Flame arrived at US-7 together, the Fury L had to withdraw. But it did not leave the galaxy, but cruised outside the planet's orbit, staring at the two giants that were bigger than it. Relying on the fact that the two battleships could not outrun it, the Fury L was even very brave and often launched some attacks. Show up, fire 2 shots, and then run away when the battleships didn't react. Or, it would also lead a team to harass the subsequent transport fleet that was transporting supplies from the jump point to the ground. This forced the two large ships of the Fury Flame Regiment to not be able to provide orbital support properly, and they had to withdraw at least one of them to participate in the escort operation. Otherwise, without the battleship, the Fury Owl would plunder the Fury Flame's transport fleet, and it would be almost accurate in one hit. The battlecruiser showed its role. Its ability cannot be ignored. The two battleships of Fury were stretched to the limit. If they were replaced by ordinary fast cruisers, the battleships would not even look at them. But the battlecruiser was different. If you ignore it, it will stir up the storm recklessly, and even fire a shot of heavenly punishment from a distance. It is also a great threat to the battleships. After all, it is an X-class light spear ray, which cannot be underestimated. But if you try to control it, you can't control it. The Holy Grail class runs too fast, and it slips without a trace. Under its pull, there are obviously two enemy battleships in the US-7 galaxy, but the orbital threat suffered by the Alliance army on the ground is actually the same as before. After all, the planet, which had just been replenished with supplies, and even had time to rearrange and strengthen several orbital gun fortresses, had strong defensive capabilities. On the contrary, the Princess rebels on the ground, although they did not have to worry about being bombed, would need time to reorganize the previously dispersed organizations, which gave the Alliance army an opportunity. Seeing the US-7 was about to become a protracted, meat-grinder-like battlefield where both sides bled each other, they should quickly eliminate some of the enemy manpower while the chaos was still going on. Killing one more enemy at this time may save one person from dying later. But at this moment, the Alliance found that these Imperial traitors from the north actually ran away. A large number of the Princess rebels, after restoring their system and organization, moved to an area where the orbital guns were cleared, boarded transport ships, and evacuated from the ground. The entire evacuation operation lasted for a month. Most of the Princess rebels withdrew from the surface and left US-7 under the escort of battleships. They gave up this galaxy. Chapter 534, New World Torch. On the flagship of the Fury Corps, the battle barge Triumphal Fire, a space marine with a bronze lower body and orange upper body, protected by a group of guards, strode forward and headed straight for the command bridge. There were mortal auxiliary soldiers trying to stop him, but they were all blocked aside by his guards. He personally took action and roughly pushed open the door of the bridge. Wang Mensong strode in with his guards. The Fury warriors guarding the bridge had heard the noise outside the door long ago. Even though it was an ally, such an impolite look made them put their hands on their weapons. However, there would not be any further excessive actions unless the New World Torches on the opposite side really wanted to do something. Wang Mensong did not even look at the nervousness of these Fury space warriors. He was the commander of the New World Torch Regiment, had 300 years of combat experience, and was the first New World Torch warrior. In fact, their entire chapter is relatively young, and it was only established 300 years ago. The founding operation 300 years ago was called the Pharaoh Founding. In the Pharaoh Founding, 9 new chapters were established, with the goal of responding to the growing regional threats in the Pharaoh universe in the southern border of the empire. After the founding of the 9 chapters, they were urgently sent to the Pharaoh universe to deal with the rebellions that occurred one after another, the invasion of 2 orc clans, and the expansion of the Chaos invasion that broke out from multiple planets at the same time. After fighting for 100 years, the situation in the Pharaoh universe gradually stabilized. Now that the work is done, it is time to get the reward. In theory, These newly established war bands should be settled in the place where they fought. Assign a planet as the warband's home planet. Recruit soldiers from the world. And then, the war band can guard the place with peace of mind. However, there are already 7 war bands in the Pharaoh universe, and the 9 new ones cannot be settled. Of course, this does not mean that there are not so many worlds. After all, a universe has a world under its jurisdiction, at least 3 to 5,000, and at most tens of thousands. Is it difficult to find 9 worlds to arrange for the war group? It is indeed difficult. Allocating 9 worlds is not difficult in itself. Even if the imperial tax revenue of these 9 worlds will be lost after the allocation, but compared with the huge size of the entire universe, it is not unacceptable. What's more, it is not necessary to allocate particularly developed and rich planets. Many famous space marine chapters have their home planets quite desolate, and even the natural environment can be described as harsh and cruel. But this is actually beneficial. In such a harsh and cruel natural environment, the people who have been tempered are more able to meet the needs of the chapter in terms of their mental outlook, physical fitness, and traditional culture. As for the fact that poor planets cannot provide sufficient material wealth foundation for many chapters, this is not a problem. The maintenance and development of a war band does indeed cost a lot of wealth. But who says it must come from the mother planet? Moreover, generally speaking, a war band has 1,000 space marines, a large number of auxiliary troops, and a war band fleet. This scale of military force cannot be supplied by the financial resources of a single planet in most of the imperial worlds. For these wealth needs, each war band has its own ways. Some work for the Mechanicus, some work for the state religion, some work for the High Lords on Holy Terra, some work for the Inquisition, and some work for the powerful Imperial Chamber of Commerce. This can be called the working party. This so-called part-time job. The situation is actually different. Some are very independent, or simply a pure cooperative relationship. Everyone has the same interests. Some are employment relationships, and they get paid to do things. But there are also special dependencies, which are rare but not uncommon. Some war groups rely on fighting to support the war. There are more ship-based war groups. They do not have their own fixed territory, and they mainly rely on war spoils to maintain and even expand their own war groups. They often accept the call of various imperial forces, various planets, star regions, and star fields, participate in various battles, and collect their own spoils and rewards. The most famous of this type is the Black Crusaders. In any case, the number of these 2 types of chapters is still relatively small. Among the Space Marine chapters, the largest number is still the ones with fiefdoms. They take the mother planet as the core and radiate their influence to the entire surrounding star field, and even across star fields. The superior status, identity, and powerful combat power of the Space Marines can indeed expand their influence to this extent, while maintaining peace in one area. Each world in this star field must pay tribute to the war group to a greater or lesser extent. The names are different, but the essence of the matter is tribute. Only at the level of the star field can a full war group be supported. So the contradiction in the Pharaoh star field back then was here. The New World Torch and the other 8 newly established regiments, after the battle, are in urgent need of recuperation. They have already fought the first war since the regiment was established, and have gained some fame and achievements. Next, they need to recuperate and develop the regiment. As a result, the Pharaoh star field has actually been divided up, and the remaining territory can only accommodate 1 or 2 regiments at most. If there are more, it will not be a problem of overcrowding, but that everyone will not have enough to eat. Who doesn't want to recuperate? Who doesn't want to develop? The New World Torch did get its own planet for recruiting soldiers based on its merits as a new war group. But firstly, that planet was very ordinary and could not support them. Secondly, they could not expand their influence like a normal war group, as there were 2 other war groups in the same star field. After a struggle, the New World Torch became a loser. At that time, although they had more than 700 soldiers, their auxiliary army was of poor quality, and there were few warships, not even combat barges. The flagship was just a strike cruiser, and it was badly damaged in the war. They don't even have the money to repair the ship. At the same time, the regiment often needs to respond to calls from all over the world and fight wars everywhere. Most of the time, the rewards of war can offset the expenses and even have a surplus, but as long as there is a loss-making war, more soldiers die, or simply insufficient spoils of war, then the fragile cycle will be broken. In the 70 years since it acquired its home planet, the New World Torch has been struggling. The number of the regiment has been slowly decreasing, and its overall strength has become weaker and weaker. Of course, they did not encounter the kind of crisis that would destroy the entire regiment instantly. But this chronic blood loss, seeing the destruction in front of their eyes, and the feeling of being helpless, made people very uncomfortable. In addition, within the star field, the friction and entanglement with various local forces, such as the Starfield government, and several other close regiments, also made people exhausted. In this situation, 120 years ago, Wang Mengsong received an invitation from Humphrey Paul. After a secret talk, Wang Mengsong made a decision: relocation. Relocation is not something that the regiment wants to do. It can be done. The recruiting world has been designated for you. So how can you change it at will? But Humphrey Paul, 120 years ago, guaranteed that it could be done. There can be a galaxy in the spiderweb universe that has no space marines stationed at all, and it can be given to them to station there. He asked Wang Mengsong to come first, and promised that the replacement of the recruiting planet could be done quickly. Wang Mengsong believed Humphrey Paul guarantee, and the final result was that Paul really got the job done. When they claimed to move, the central government of the empire initially issued a document to reprimand them, but soon, the attitude of the central government of the empire changed, and quietly arranged a planet in the star field designated by Humphrey Paul as a new world for conscription. From then on, the New World Torch could naturally live and work in peace. Then the Bohemia Rebellion happened soon after. Wang Mengsong was quite hesitant at first. Should he stand on the side of Taikai? He is grateful for what he has received. How can he just stand by and watch when things happen after getting benefits from Humphrey Paul? However, if he gets involved, it will not be good. They have just moved here, settled down, and the regiment has not had time to accumulate wealth. But they have to work for Taikai Regiment first. And they may offend the central government of the empire? Although, Wang Mengsong had no good feelings towards the central government of the empire, Humphrey Paul very considerately told them, "Don't move, just stay put." Then, Wang Mengsong saw the Bohemia Rebellion being easily resolved. The three regiments had a tragic end, while the Iron Armor Regiment brought the wrath, and the Stone Shield began to develop rapidly for 100 years. All along, Wang Mengsong felt both uneasy and envious about the situation of the three families of Iron, Wrath and Stone. The reason he was uneasy was that their actions seemed not very loyal, but the reason he envied was that, although he didn't know the details, he could easily see that the strength of the three war groups was becoming very strong. Not only did they firmly control the Princess Star region, but they also continued to fleece the Empire. The high income strengthened their strength. After they became strong, they not only maintained the threat to the Void Zerg that kept emerging in the Princess Star region, but also expanded their influence in many surrounding star regions, and even expanded to the Eastern Universe region in the south. He also secretly began to do some things that were not in line with the rules. For example, the number of war groups exceeded the prescribed limit. For example, in some of the surrounding planets that were seriously affected by them, concealed the income situation, controlled the star region government, concealed the taxation. He believed that the scale of his actions was much smaller than that of the Iron Fury Stone, and it was just some small actions. However, he was still discovered, and received a serious warning from the central government of the Empire. This made him retract his clause that crossed the line. But at the same time, it also made him more dissatisfied, and even resented the central government of the Empire. He began to contact Iron Fury Stone more closely in private, hoping to become Iron Fury Stone Torch. Humphrey Paul, an old friend, welcomed this very much, but also said that he hoped that New World Torch would wait for a while. Resource support can be in place first, but New World Torch does not need to stand on the side of Iron Fury Stone immediately. Just continue to stay quietly. After this, it was the time for Iron Fury Stone to officially raise the banner of rebellion. As a Space Marine chapter in the Spider-Web universe, the New World Torch naturally joined forces with the Inquisition to form a rebellion army and participated in the suppression of Iron Fury Stone. Then, it naturally became a traitor and killed an entire loyal chapter. Tens of thousands of Blood Rose Sisters, and a large number of elite soldiers of the Inquisition on the battlefield of Tianyuan 6. After making great contributions, the New World Torch officially became a member of Iron Fury Stone. Chapter 535, Give me an explanation. After New World Torch stood on the side of Iron Fury Stone, their attitude was still very positive. In the Battle of Tianyuan 6, they turned traitors. This is not a glorious thing after all. Not only did the Empire scold them for being despicable and shameless, and having no sense of honor, even within their own camp, there were probably many people who complained about it and laughed at it secretly. No one likes traitors, even if they defected from the opposite side to their side. Profits are interests. Moral stains are moral stains. And the two do not conflict. Even within the New World Torch Corps, there are some voices, some warriors, even unable to bear the mental torment, defected in small groups, wanting to return to the Empire. The fate of these people is quite miserable. Some were intercepted by Wang Mengsong himself and secretly executed on the spot, and some successfully escaped to the Empire, but were also arrested, detained, and tried by the Inquisition. The atmosphere within the entire regiment became very bad. In this situation, Wang Mengsong would not and dared not let the regiment stop. He began to actively participate in the various warriors of Iron Fury Stone in the Spider Web universe. He led his regiment, and rushed to one battlefield after another at a very high frequency. The fatigue of the war left the warriors in the regiment with no time to think about anything else. The indisputable results of the battle also suppressed many rumors in their own camp. Victory can cover up many problems. The premise is that the momentum of victory cannot be interrupted. But there is actually nothing to worry about. In the past 4 years, the Iron Fury Stone family has been winning. The small setbacks in the middle cannot change the overall trend of victory. Even if there is Phoenix in the west and Black Crusaders with Bat Corps and Infinity Corps in the north. What does it matter? If it should be blocked, it will be blocked. If it should be pushed back, it will be pushed back. Wang Mengsong thought that the situation in the south was the same. Even though the Fury Flame Regiment had suffered a great loss in the Dragon Eagle Star region in the south. Wang Mengsong believed that it was mainly because the Fury Flame Regiment did not have enough intelligence on the Phoenix Regiment and rashly stepped into the trap. He admitted that it was unexpected that the Phoenix Regiment had so many masters. However, the overall strength of the Phoenix was there. With a total of 1,000 people. They were a loyal regiment and had no special permission to allow them to exceed the upper limit. They don't even have a battle group fleet until now. The naval force needs to rely on the so-called alliance. And the army also relies on the army of the alliance. Although the intelligence also mentioned that the alliance army level is quite high. But even if it is regarded as the same level as the Royal Princess Army, that's it. In terms of size, the two sides are very different. Now, Iron Fury Stone's business has spread throughout the Spider Web universe. The power of an entire universe can be used by me. The alliance in the south is just a star field as a foundation. What is there to be afraid of? With this in mind, when he received the transfer order, saying that he would join the Fury Corps and go south to deal with the alliance, he was very confident. The Fury Corps almost went out in full force. Although they suffered huge losses in the Dragon Eagle Star region 4 years ago, many of the senior leaders, elites, and backbones were lost. But the overall strength is still there. Nearly 3,000 Space Marines and the Fury Fleet are a force that cannot be underestimated. In addition, their New World Torch also has 1,500 people. And they also have their own fleet and auxiliary forces. After they joined forces to march south, it should have been relatively smooth, if not overwhelming. But reality dealt a heavy blow to Wang Mengsong. In the northern part of the Minghe Star Field, the vanguard of the Alliance was stationed here, turning the planets surrounding this area into fortresses, which greatly hindered their attack. The Alliance managed this area very well, and its strategy was also very wise and resilient. Their best strategy of fighting a key battle, quickly forcing the enemies of an entire star field to lose their will to resist, failed here. The soldiers of the Alliance, like nails, are rooted in those heavily guarded worlds. If they want to move forward, they can only gnaw at them one by one. Even in some galaxies, the Alliance fleets have long been driven away, and the remaining army troops have completely lost orbital control and completely lost external supplies. But they are still able to fight on the surface, and their morale is terribly stubborn. Why? We are not aliens, nor are we chaos cultists. What's wrong with surrendering? But despite this, Wang Mengsong actually didn't think the situation would change much. They have absolute strength. Even if the enemy will to resist is much more stubborn than expected. As long as they are willing to invest and dare to invest, they will definitely win in the end. Therefore, Wang Mengsong has always advocated that the warriors of Fury and New World Torch should be gathered together and intensively invested in the frontline battles. Those hard bones to chew must also be chewed down one by one to ensure that the overall battle situation can be quickly advanced. However, the commander-in-chief of this southward campaign was not him. The commander of the Fury Corps was Adler Politos. In the command structure, he had to obey Adler Politos' orders. However, obeying orders was one thing, but it did not mean that Wang Mengsong, as a commander, could not even make suggestions. He and Adler Politos had many arguments on specific tactics and strategies. However, he failed to shake Politos' decision. Iron Fury Stone also reformed the military structure under his rule. The original model of the Empire, where each force was very independent, did not work in the Spiderweb universe. Humphrey Paul used a combination of hard and soft means to establish a complete and unified military structure. No matter how dissatisfied Wang Mengsong was, he could only hold it in. Then, he watched his own legion, killing time on these fortress worlds in the northern part of the Mingha Star region. Indeed, the Space Marines were the most core and precious force, and the investment was not much. So the loss was naturally not much. Relying on the Princess Corps, and even the ordinary defense forces recruited, they have achieved quite good results. They have clearly suppressed the momentum of the Alliance vanguard, and are pulling out those nails one by one. Although the speed is slow, the momentum is very stable. If the situation continues like this, Wang Mengsong will just put up with it. However, when he and Politos, with 2 battleships, drove away the enemy newly reinforced battlecruiser in USS-7 and regained control of the planet's orbit, Politos actually ordered the troops to withdraw from USS-7. More importantly, Politos had not even discussed such an important decision with him. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. That was why he rushed to the flagship of the Fury Corps, the Triumphal Fire battle barge. He needed an explanation. Why do you want to withdraw? Wang Mengsong strode into the bridge, and the first sentence was a blunt question. We have paid so much on USS-7. Tens of millions of casualties in the past few months. And the losses of the Navy. We have invested so much. Why do you just give up? After finishing speaking, he continued to emphasize, at least 15 people from your Fury died in there, and I also lost 5 soldiers. Adler Politos' eyes withdrew from the star map, and looked at Wang Mengsong. Just execute the decision. Wang Mengsong also calmed down. Are you telling me this as the commander-in-chief of the South? Yes. Heh. Wang Mengsong sneered. The two then fell silent. Wang Mengsong spoke again. You are the commander-in-chief. You have the final say, but this is definitely not a reason for you to make mistakes at will. You shouldn't have made such a decision without discussing it with me. Discuss? What's the point of discussing it with you? Politos asked back. I have explained my meaning to you countless times, but every time I got a quarrel. That's because you are cowardly. Wang Mengsong raised his voice. Your Fury Flame Corps had your spine broken in the Dragon Eagle Star region 4 years ago. Right? Now it's as soft as a puddle of mud. If you had listened to me earlier, we would have flattened this quagmire a long time ago. Having been poked at the most painful scene in the history of the regiment, Adler Politos' eyes immediately turned cold. And then sacrifice countless soldiers in this area that is not critical at all. I am not like you, who wants to use the sacrifice of your own people to wash away the guilt of backstabbing your friends. This sentence also broke Wang Mengsong's defense. The two people, each other, took the things that the other least wanted to look back on, and pulled each other's lungs. The tension was not only between the two of them, but also the soldiers on both sides. The honor guards of the two warlords had already drawn their weapons. It looked like the two sides would have an internal fight on their own ships if they disagreed. Fortunately, the leaders of both sides were still rational. Although he did not apologize, Adler Politos still gave Wang Mengsong an explanation. Our troops are not enough to fight against the main force of the alliance. The strategy of seizing the northern defense line of Mingha has failed. We must now shrink our defense line. The failure to seize the northern defense line of Mingha River is all due to your cowardly strategy. If we sacrifice too much strength in Mingha North, when the main force of the alliance arrives, we will have to spit out what we have eaten. Even if we want to retreat to Aojua, we can't defend it. If we take it down earlier, we can use the defense line of Mingha North to resist the main force of the alliance. We are all on the defensive. Why should we sacrifice so many manpower to defend the broken defense line? If we retreat to Aojua, we can use the defense line we have built for several years to defend, and we will have more troops. Then how long do we have to defend? Until the regent sends reinforcements. Both of them spoke very quickly, and the atmosphere was still not peaceful, and they were still arguing with each other. But at least they tacitly did not mention their own dark history, but talked about the matter at hand. At this point, Paulides finally did not want to continue to entangle with Wang Mengsong. He did not wait for the captain of the New World Torch to speak again, and ended the topic forcefully. That's it, Captain Wang Mengsong, I don't want to explain to you these strategies that have been explained too many times. Southern Front, I am the general manager, I have already made the decision on this matter, please follow the order. Even if you have any opinions, please keep them to yourself. I will raise objections to the regent, just wait for your commander-in-chief to be removed. You can do it first. The regent they mentioned is Humphrey Paul. The year before last, the commander of the Ironclad Regiment gave himself this title, claiming that he was the one who was ordered by the emperor to fight against the disobedient people on Holy Terra. This incident also set off a bigger wave throughout the empire. This will obviously bring greater external pressure to their uprising group. But since they have already revolted, it doesn't matter if they have such a name. At the same time, with this name, they will be able to integrate their forces better. In the subsequent war, they will also be able to force some planets and groups that have lost in the war to join their side. Humphrey Paul's prestige among the rebel forces in the Spiderweb universe has risen to a higher level. As for the disagreement between the two Space Marine chapter masters on the Southern Front, only the regent can completely resolve it. But now, since Adler Paulides is the general manager of the Southern Front, the situation on this battlefield will still be determined by his will. After the two of them parted unhappily across the River Seven, and even on this entire front, more than a dozen planets in conflict were all carrying out large-scale evacuations in accordance with Paulides' requirements. They ran away. A month later, Gu Heng, who led the main fleet of the Alliance and arrived at Mingdabai, sighed. The governor's reputation is well known to everyone. As soon as you arrived, those traitors ran away like dogs with their tails between their legs. Prabhov laughed, not like he usually treats his subordinates. Yin Fangxiu coughed lightly beside him and reported the situation directly. We also tried to pursue them, but the effect was not very good. The other side's two battleship-class ships escorted the evacuated ships very closely. To be on the safe side, we did not risk launching a particularly strong pursuit. A safe choice, Gu Heng said in approval. Yin Fangxiu continued to add, our troops have set out, and the goal is to recover the entire northern part of the Minghe Star region. The enemy has completely evacuated from this area, and the remaining resistance is very scarce. However, according to detection, the enemy still has one last stronghold in the Minghe Star region that has not been abandoned. That's Shandong Star. This planet is the key to the Minghe Star region and the Alishua Star region. With one jump from here, you can reach the Alishua Star region, Guangtai Star region, Guangfeng Star. They have set up a very strong defense system on Shandong Star and Guangfeng Star. Gu Heng asked, so now, is it our turn to attack the opponent's defense line? Yin Fangxiu looked solemn. I'm afraid so. Chapter 536, A Real Fortress World. In November 235 of the 10th millennium, the Alliance basically recovered the entire northern part of the Minghe Star region and began to attack the last world, which is also the key planet connecting the northern part of the Minghe and Alishua Star regions. Shandong Star. No one likes to take on the hard bone of fortification, but sometimes you have to take it. The Shandong Star system is the only passage from the Minghe Star region to the Alishua Star region. There is only this one way, and there is no other way to go. But at the same time, the fortification of this planet has reached an extremely exaggerated level. There are 8 large star fortresses floating in the planetary orbit. The thickness of the armor of each star fortress exceeds that of a battleship. After all, it only needs to fly around the planetary orbit, and requires very little power, at most adjusting the angle, speed, etc. The only requirement for these star fortresses is that they are strong enough and filled with guns. These 8 star fortresses orbit the planet, plus a large fortified starport, plus thousands of armed space stations. Any attack on the planetary surface to the starport needs to break through this dense orbital defense. The defense system of these space stations and star fortresses is like a fleet that cannot move in orbit. It is a bit exaggerated to say that it cannot move. It also flies around in orbit and has the most basic power to adjust the orbital speed and orbital angle. The most important thing is that although the flexibility is basically zero, the firepower is not fake, and the solidity is even better than that of conventional fleets. On the surface, There are more than 6,000 fortresses located all over the planet. The flexibility of the surface artillery group is not just zero, it can even be called negative. After all, the star fortress in orbit can also rely on changing the orbiting speed, switching the orbit around the Earth, switching the angle of the artillery, to form a similar moving, gathering effect. The surface artillery group does not even have this ability, and the space area that can be covered is so small. However, the solidity of the surface artillery group, compared with the star fortress, armed space station, is a step up. On the sea, on the land, between the mountains, in the valley, human military architects, relying on the terrain of the planet, cleverly designed one fortress group after another. Multiple rail guns are hidden inside, and can easily fire shells into outer space. However, when facing bombing, they can use terrain cover, visual camouflage, and jamming equipment to prevent the starship's firepower from hitting them directly. Even if they do hit them, the super thick reinforced concrete building is an insurmountable defense. If the starship's heavy artillery hits the position of the railgun directly under the threat of layered interception, then it goes without saying that you are awesome. However, as long as there is a slight deviation, the fortress's defense performance can minimize the threat of bombing to the railgun and the railgun operator. This is a true fortified planet, with comprehensive defense capabilities. A thorny turtle shell that makes people unable to eat it. However, this is not the ultimate form. Upper East Star has been controlled by Iron Fury Stone for only 20 years. Although it is an important transportation route, the defense here is originally very strong. But it is not the original core territory of Iron Fury Stone. Guangfeng Star opposite Upper East Star is a more terrifying place. In addition to the larger number of ground artillery groups and orbital star fortresses, Guangfeng Star also has another top defense device, the planetary Void Shield. As the name suggests, this thing is essentially the same as the Void Shield equipped on the starship, but it is much larger in scale. There are multiple Void Shield generators deployed around the world, each as big as a city. Once activated, although the energy consumption is sky-high, the effect is also great. With the Void Shield on, the fortress world with three-dimensional defense facilities, from the perspective of space warfare, is just a planet-class battleship that can't move. The firepower is invincible. No man-made fleet can compete with it. And the defense is invincible. Even the Extinction Order weapon is useless. Not to mention the problem of being intercepted. It can't penetrate the Void Shield. What's more, the defenders are not really without any naval power. The two battleships can also hide in orbit, enjoying firepower cover, and can flexibly take the initiative to attack. Compared with Shandongxing and Guangfengxing, two real fortress worlds armed to the teeth. The defense ring that Prabhav had previously built in the northern part of Menghastar region. The defense strength of that single planet is far inferior. Even the latter can provide great help to the defenders in the war, let alone the former. To take down these two fortress worlds armed to the teeth, Shandongxing and Guangfengxing, the price to pay will be terrible. Under such circumstances, after the Alliance attempted several exploratory attacks on Upper East Star, it did not deploy more troops. Obviously, the Alliance did not want to pay such a price just to attack these two planets. No matter their location, their strategic value is very important. Gu Heng said to his generals, "Don't force these two places. I know you can take them down. I have great faith in my generals and my soldiers. You can conquer even hell for the sake of the Alliance. But we must be rational. Even Adler Paulitos knows that. If things are not going well, we should retreat. Don't we know that? We have to pay huge sacrifices to conquer these two planets. What will happen next? This process is too long. If we delay, our enemies will also increase their troops. In the end, this will become a protracted war. Do we have to fight with them on the battlefield they have chosen to see who can bleed more?" At this point, Gu Heng shook his head and continued to express his opinion. "No. We shouldn't do this. The precious blood of the Alliance soldiers, the starships built with great difficulty by the Alliance workers and engineers, should not be wasted like this. Use our stronger naval force to destroy the rebels' blockade of the jump points of the two star systems, and continue to burn the flames of war into the enemy interior. Don't fight them on the battlefield set by the enemy." Gu Heng's words made the strategic direction clear. He ignored the two fortress worlds of Shandong and Guangfeng, and went straight to the Aojua star field. This was of course risky. If he ignored the two fortress worlds, the army, orbital artillery groups, and star fortress systems above would naturally not threaten the ships of the Alliance that were bypassing and directly traveling between the two jump points. However, the Alliance army would not be able to use these two worlds. The Alliance supply line would be stretched longer. To avoid the threat of the star fortress systems of the two fortress worlds, they still have to go around a long circle in space. More importantly, the enemy naval power still exists. If they cannot conquer the orbital defense systems of these two planets, then the enemy navy will also look for opportunities to attack. When the main force of the Alliance is still there, their two battleships and a bunch of small boats should not dare to show up. But when the Alliance troops point to the Proud Claw star field, after going deep into it, the supply line behind will be threatened. Even if the Alliance tried to hunt and besiege the enemy navy, they had two fortress worlds as fulcrums, and they could retreat at any time, and the Alliance would not be able to pursue them. At present, the situation detected is that the enemy main fleet should be cruising in the Upper East Galaxy. In any case, since the governor has set the strategy, it is time to execute it. At the jump point of the Upper East Galaxy, a short but fierce naval battle broke out. In this battle, the Alliance main fleet was dispatched in full force. 300 warships of all levels, and cooperated with 8 main battleships to attack the 2 star fortresses and hundreds of armed space stations near the jump point, as well as 2 enemy main battleships. Gu Hang personally participated in this battle, and tried to capture and tear the battleship's void shield directly. It would be great if he could destroy one of the enemy main battleships directly in this war. Unfortunately, he failed. The attitude of the Fury fleet was always very cautious. They hid in the defense system of the jump point, and under the cover of the Star Fortress and the space station, they fired from a distance. It was not easy for the Alliance to charge under the fire. The enemy firepower was still very strong. If a large ship was lost on the way to the charge, it would be very painful. The psychic effect that Gu Hang tried was too far away, and the think tank team in the Fury Corps was on guard, and the battleship's void shield was too large and too strong. So Gu Hang's psychic power could not achieve very good results. But this battle ended with the victory of the Alliance. After losing 3 cruisers and more than 20 warships of various levels, the Fury fleet chose to start the warp to evacuate. In this process, the Alliance also suffered losses, which were even slightly greater than the other side. 3 Moon-class ships were destroyed, and the losses of other warships of all levels exceeded 30. Moreover, the Alliance fleet was unable to stop the enemy jump. After all, they were not running away in the air, and they still had the remaining jump point defense system to protect them. However, the Fury fleet ran away, but the remaining jump point defense system could not. These star fortresses and armed space stations floating in the void could not move. Unlike their counterparts in planetary orbits, the space stations in planetary orbits could at least be connected to the surface of the planet. As for the star fortresses and space stations floating near the jump point, without the transportation and supply of external ships, they would be completely isolated and helpless. Of course, the Alliance did not rely solely on siege to solve the opponent here. It is not impossible, but it is too time-consuming. After negotiations, opening fire and attack, destroying some armed space stations, and negotiating again, it took almost a week. Fighting and negotiating, and the defenders of the jump point were dealt with. In this process, 1 star fortress was destroyed, and more than 100 space stations were destroyed. The remaining star fortress, as well as hundreds of space stations, finally chose to surrender. The Alliance took over all these space defense facilities, and all the defenders inside were captured and sent to the prisoner of war camp set up in the rear world. But this does not mean that the Alliance has opened up the passage to the Proud Claw star region. On the other side of the jump point, the enemy is probably also waiting in full battle array. What the Alliance has to face is definitely the blockade of ships, star fortresses and space stations. Moreover, this battle will be more difficult to fight. The warships that have just completed the jump will be more vulnerable. It takes time to increase the speed, and the void shield also needs time to open. Although this time will not be too long, it is enough to cause considerable damage to the enemy. But what can be done? There is only one way to go. You can only charge. At this time, you cannot be timid. Of course, you have to charge, but there must always be a strategy. In some battles, when encountering such a situation, some naval generals will choose to press the whole army, jump at the same time, arrive at the same time, and cram the entire huge fleet in at once. In the vision on the other side, just after the light of the jump point flashed, an entire huge fleet arrived in front of us. Although all ships would be in danger instantly, the enemy firepower was limited during this period. When the jump fleet speeds up, opens the void shield, All the troops that arrive at the same time will naturally be able to exert their full strength. But there are also battle examples that show that, after a reckless jump, the opponent's strength may exceed the original estimate, or the loss suffered by the side in the opening stage is too great, leading to insufficient subsequent combat effectiveness, and thus falling into a disadvantage. That would have disastrous consequences. After all, they were jumping to the other side. If they were at a disadvantage, they would have nowhere to run, and could only fight to the death, which would easily lead to annihilation. The Alliance fleet decided to adopt a more conventional strategy. The fleets that jumped were divided into batches. The first wave to arrive were some small patrol ships. 6 days later, more than 20 Blackfish-class fast patrol ships crossed the Star Realm Tunnel and arrived at the Aljwa Star region, the jump point of the Guangfeng Galaxy. It is very difficult to hide when performing astral migration, even if the enemy cannot know how many ships there are, what they are, and what they are. Traveling in this astral tunnel, they can still detect that a large number of ships are coming by the flow of the astral tunnel. If there is an excellent astropath, even the landing time can be calculated more accurately. As soon as they came out, the 20 Alliance Blackfish were completely locked. The most dangerous time has come. They themselves are very clear about this. As soon as they came out of the Star Tunnel, they did their best to squeeze the performance of the ship's engine, trying to escape as much as possible during the short window of time when the enemy locked on and opened fire. Even opening the energy shield was secondary. Given the size of the Blackfish, it would explode if it was hit by a cannon. And it didn't matter whether it opened the shield or not. Their mission was to trigger the enemy ambush, investigate the situation, attract firepower, and survive as much as possible by relying on their small, fast and agile characteristics. This is certainly the most dangerous job. But that's how it is in the Navy. Small boats serve big ships. They have to take the lead when it's time to block the attack, not to mention this mine detection operation. 15 minutes later, there were only 6 Blackfish left. At this time, the second batch of Alliance warships also arrived. This wave, there are big ships. The Rising Star is among them. Chapter 537, Guangfeng Star Sea Battle. The firepower information detected by the patrol ship was transmitted to the Fire Nova 5 minutes ago. The enemy firepower blockade the space mines around the jump point. In short, it is to inform the main ships which jump points can be selected, which will be relatively safe. Of course, this information is not perfect, and even quite simple. After completing the jump, the 20 patrol ships that arrived at the opposite side of the Star Realm Tunnel only had 10 minutes of reconnaissance time there, so we can't ask for too much. At the same time, the decision-making time of the Fire Nova is also very short. After receiving the information, in just 5 minutes, they will leave the Star Tunnel and arrive in the real universe. They have no chance to choose the best solution. They can only choose an area that is not locked as the landing point according to the existing intelligence and in a very limited time. It is impossible to control the landing point after the jump with complete accuracy, and there will definitely be more or less deviations. That's the risk. But this time we were lucky. There weren't many space booby traps here, only a few, which exploded nearby. One frigate was affected quite a lot, and the Nova was also hit by 3 booby traps. But these 3 booby traps were triggered when they were still a certain distance away from the starship, and they sensed the warship target, and thus caused little threat. As for the enemy firepower, the main artillery group was not facing here. They wanted to target the Nova, and needed to relock the target. There is no need to prioritize the Nova to max out its engines. It can't do complex, flexible maneuvers. The priority is to activate the Void Shield. The battleship's Void Shield is still strong enough. Secondly, it is the firepower system. The artillery is not affected by the astral jump. Before the jump is completed, it is in a state of readiness. The moment the jump is completed, the firepower system is searching for the enemy with all its strength, locking the target, and preparing to fire. At the same time, the ship's self-defense interception system is also ready, fully operational, ready to meet the challenge. Along with this Retribution-class battleship, there were more than 15 frigates. They were also deploying energy shields at full strength, and operating interception firepower at full strength. A few minutes later, the enemy first wave of firepower arrived. It was less than expected. The Blackfish that had been sacrificed earlier still played a role. A considerable part of the firepower that could have been locked in at the first time was disturbed by the Blackfish and chased those Blackfish. The speed of changing targets was limited. Our intercepting firepower swept wildly. and the reflector and the defender fired fiercely, trying to intercept the enemy limited firepower as much as possible. However, despite this, 3 frigates that did not have time to deploy energy shields were destroyed. Although it was relatively small firepower, the enemy had 3 star fortresses, hundreds of space stations, 2 battleships, and more than 400 ships of all levels, all blocking here. No matter how small the firepower locked on was, it was still a lot. The Nova was hit by 3 or 4 shots, but the battleship's armor was thick enough, so it was not a big deal. However, before the next round of firepower arrived, the dozen frigates and the Nova had already opened their void shields. At the same time, their firepower also locked on and roared fiercely. Several enemy space stations were also blown up. Stand still and exchange fire. With only 1 battleship and a dozen frigates, it is definitely impossible to defeat the opponent. Just 20 minutes later, another 4 frigates became space junk, and even the Fire Nova, after taking 3 rounds of X-class heavy artillery, the void shield was also turning red. However, the sacrifice of the frigates and the risks taken by the battleships all allowed them to achieve a goal, to open up a smooth landing site for the arrival of subsequent ships. 5 battlecruisers named after the planets in the Dragon Eagle Star region, an aircraft carrier with more than 500 cruisers, frigates, destroyers, as the main force, all descended on the battlefield in an instant. The enemy firepower was now focused on the Firestar and its escort ships. The flagship of the Alliance fleet played a perfect role as a human shield and successfully created the space the Alliance fleet wanted. The various Alliance ships that appeared could survive the danger of the jump in relative safety. The shields that needed to be restarted, the void shields that needed to be switched to the conventional engine, were all done. At the same time, the firepower that was ready to go before the jump also accurately locked onto the target the moment it appeared. When the enemy firepower came, the Alliance firepower also hit. The target chosen by the Alliance firepower was also the enemy ship. Ships are more fragile than star fortresses, which is inevitable. Secondly, the initiative of this battle is still in the hands of the opponent. Unless the Fury Flame fleet is determined to fight to the death with the Alliance here, Gu Heng would be more than happy to do so. Otherwise, when the Alliance fleet shows its combat effectiveness and makes the opponent suffer casualties and feel pain, then the Fury Flame fleet, whose fighting will is not particularly firm, is likely to withdraw on its own. After they were driven away, there were only a bunch of immobile space defense groups left, which would be easy to deal with. Whether it was a fleet decisive battle with the other side, or driving away the Fury fleet first, anyway, just keep an eye on the other side's fleet and bombard it. The pressure suddenly came to the other side. And this pressure was still increasing. When the 6 battlecruisers fully demonstrated their influence, their firepower was regarded as 3 battleships in the battleship exchange, and there was nothing wrong with that. The Alliance Eagle Horse aircraft carrier could not be underestimated. The Dragon Elephant fighter planes that were suddenly launched swarmed and destroyed a cruiser of the Fury fleet. The cruiser was hit by several shots in front, and its void shield was broken. Under normal circumstances, it could retreat in time, operate inside the fleet, and survive with the cover provided by other frigates. Moreover, the void shield on it was fortunately only overloaded, and the generator inside was not damaged. After about half an hour, the void shield was recharged, and it could be revived immediately. However, under the attack of the Hippogriff, the possibility of survival became a bubble. The 18 fighters that were ejected to the face seized the opportunity of the void shield shattering, and did not risk approaching slowly, but directly fired. They flew around the starship like a swarm of bees. The machine guns mounted on the fighters fiercely attacked the exposed turrets on the starship. At the cost of losing 8 fighters, they destroyed many exposed turrets on the cruiser, reducing the opponent's ability to conduct fire interception. Among these 8 fighters, there were still 5 that had the opportunity to fire the missiles mounted on them before they died. Some missiles were intercepted by the reflector and the defender, but 1/3 of the missiles still hit. That was 1 DF and 4 sky-splitting axes. These 5 heavy anti-ship missiles caused very serious damage to the other cruiser. The starship caught fire with the naked eye, which could be observed from the outside. This still cannot be considered as destruction. The cruiser was still moving, and there were frigates coming nearby. If they were to retreat, the internal damage control team might be able to repair it, prevent the damage from expanding, and keep the warship alive. Go back and repair it, and you will be a hero again. But the remaining fighters would not be given a chance. The 2 surviving dragon elephants threw out the 6 DFs they were carrying. At the same time, there were 11 Cheelans, and they launched 20 sky-splitting axe missiles. The severely injured cruiser was no longer able to intercept. The other frigates could intercept the artillery and destroy the fighter planes. But it was unrealistic to expect to intercept the missiles fired by the fighter planes at close range towards the cruiser. In the end, more than half of this group of firepower was bombarded on the cruiser. The cruiser exploded in midair and turned into space junk. The surviving fighter planes began to break away. They pulled away at full speed, stopped firing, and activated camouflage. In a completely silent state, the size of the fighter plane was quite small in the universe. On the fierce battlefield, the enemy has too many things to deal with, and it is difficult to find time to carefully scan the entire space area, find and destroy the fighters. Moreover, after the fighters have thrown missiles, even a big guy like the dragon elephant does not pose a particularly big threat. At most, there are some machine guns on them, which are still useful for hitting some small ships. But it is like tickling against large warships. And these silent fighters still have a considerable probability of being able to quietly withdraw to the aircraft carrier. The distance between the 2 sides in the battle is still a bit too far, and it will take a long time to fly back. However, if the current naval battle lasts for several hours, or even 10 hours, then the returning fighters may be able to catch up with the second wave of attacks, remount missiles, and be ejected again. And the Shuka-class aircraft carrier of the Alliance is not the only one that can launch fighters. There are already several cruisers, and even the flagship of the Fury fleet, the Triumphal Fire battle barge, which has been targeted. Aircraft carriers are quite good at hunting these large warships in the fleet. The fighter jets launched are not very effective when facing frigates, destroyers, and other small and medium-sized ships. The interception firepower on these ships is relatively strong, and it costs a lot to shoot them down. But the value is not high. On the contrary, attacking those large ships may be only slightly more difficult. But the rewards are also huge. The L-type DF missiles mounted on the close-range Dragon Elephant fighters will also pose a great threat to battleships of the battleship level. The Alliance 8 main battleships and 41 cruisers, a powerful force, are turning the tide in the entire naval battle. Retreat. Paulitos once again made a natural decision. And this, naturally, once again aroused Wang Mengsong's strong opposition. Why retreat again? We are clearly in an advantage now. Wang Mengsong's voice resonated in the command channel again. Of course, he could also see that the Alliance fleet was actually recovering from its disadvantage. But because of this, shouldn't we increase our efforts to win? He has even mobilized his own regiment and prepared for boarding. As a result, he heard the news that Paulitos was going to retreat. In his heart, he was already extremely angry. But because it was a critical moment, he knew that he couldn't argue with Paulitos, the supreme commander. So, no matter how angry he was, he tried to suppress his emotions and advised earnestly, the main fleet of the Alliance made a big mistake this time. They rashly carried out a full-scale jump and entered our home court. With the help of the Star Fortress and the jump point defense system we have built, we have a chance to wipe out all the enemy ships here. Even if we can't wipe them out, at least we can severely damage them. If we miss this opportunity, with our naval strength of only 2 battleships, it will be almost impossible to cause a devastating blow to the Alliance fleet in a naval battle. The opportunity cannot be missed. However, he still only heard the retreat order issued by Paulitos. Paulitos even ordered the astropath to block Wang Mengsong's power to send messages to the entire army's command system. To prevent this guy, who was also the commander of the regiment and had a high status in the entire army, from interfering with the entire army's command system. Of course, he didn't want to annoy Wang Mengsong too much. If this brainless guy got angry, acted alone, and rushed forward, implicated the entire army, it would be a big trouble. So, he still left Wang Mengsong a communication line to contact him directly. Wang Mengsong soon realized that he could not contact other ships. He was so angry that he yelled at Paulitos, "You broken-back dog! You are not worthy of leading the entire army. I feel so sorry for you. Your enemies are right in front of you, and you don't even dare to take revenge on them." After the last very intense quarrel, Paulitos also reflected on himself. He would not have such a meaningless quarrel with Wang Mengsong again. He turned a deaf ear to the insulting words of the New World Torch Regiment leader and continued to issue various orders in an orderly manner. It was not until the entire fleet began to move according to his request that he had a little free time. Taking this opportunity, he said to Wang Mengsong, "Didn't your think tank tell you the pressure they are under now?" "What?" Wang Mengsong really didn't receive a reply. It was not his problem. The think tank teams of the two regiments, as well as the psychic troops among the mortals, have been concentrated and used, and are directly responsible to Politos. Wang Mengsong also left a think tank member with him. In theory, he should have reported the information to him. But Wang Mengsong seemed to have not received any news for a long time. It seems that the pressure is even greater than what was reported. The think tank member you left behind didn't even have time to explain the situation to you. Politos explained briefly. Then he sighed. Gu Hang from the Alliance. He may be the most powerful psychic I have ever seen in my hundreds of years of career. Is that really a level that mortals can achieve? Chapter 538. It's a pity that the other side ran faster. Watching the Fury fleet leave the battle, Gu Hang, who was on the Hippogriff, felt a little regretful. Aren't we going to fight to the end? Keep fighting. Your psychic team is about to be destroyed. In fact, when the Hippogriff that Gu Hang was riding landed in this airspace, Gu Hang and the Storm Mage Corps he led had already started working closely. The Storm Mage Corps now has more than 10,000 psychics of various levels. According to the system's enlightenment, the standard for training psychics, Gu Hang spent 1 million points of grace for this. Of course, the training of personnel cannot rely entirely on the consumption of grace points. In fact, as the size of the Alliance expands, such as military training, administrative officer training, psychic training, these areas that used to rely heavily on the acceleration of grace points are now less dependent on the system. This is not because Gu Hang has reduced his investment. On the contrary, the investment in the training of human resources is the second largest investment of Gu Hang's use of grace points. The first is the technology lottery. He has been increasing the amount of gift points spent on this aspect. However, as the size of the army and the administrative scale have grown wildly, it is impossible to use the system to process everything. Getting rid of system dependence is an inevitable trend. Gu Hang accepted this, and began to put the talents gained by spending gift points into the core position as much as possible. This is the case with the psychic team. Among the members of the Storm Mage Corps, 80% were trained by Gu Hang through gift points. In addition, the various mage academies opened by the Alliance, combined with the psychic order organizations in the Dragon Eagle Star region, have also trained more than 100,000 psychics. However, unlike the psychics trained by Gu Hang using the gift points directly, the psychics trained in this most conventional and orthodox way are not very stable. The abilities they possess are unstable. Some are more useful, but a large proportion of psychics have little use for their powers, which are particularly unconventional. Their state is also unstable, and it is easy to lose control, which will threaten others and themselves. And it is difficult to deal with self-destruction. These unstable people need to be controlled. They either continue to study in the Mage Academy and try their best to control themselves. If they are judged to have no talent, they will have to stay in the prison of the psychic order. The remaining ones who can control psychic power will be arranged to work in various sectors of society, where they can use their abilities. The main destinations are the army, agents, police stations, and legal departments. All forces, even the glory guards, welcome the arrival of these psychics. Their abilities can bring about a good expansion effect. As for the largest psychic group, the Storm Mage Corps, which is also the most stable, is Gu Hang direct unit and always obeys his orders. In most cases, they will be assigned to various combat units and act as squads or medium-sized groups. At the moment, they were all gathered by Governor Gu, with Gu Hang as the core. The members of the Storm Mage Corps could use their own psychic energy as fuel to enhance Gu Hang power. With the help of this power, Gu Hang would become even more powerful. By the way, he was also trying to tear open the subspace rift and descend into the real universe with more powerful power to tear apart the void shields of enemy ships. In theory, tearing open the subspace and letting the power of the Kingdom of God descend was not a difficult task for Gu Hang. With the assistance of tens of thousands of storm mages and the power of the Storm Kingdom, Gu Hang's ability to destroy the fleet will be greatly improved. However, the mistake this time was caused by the arrival of the Kingdom of God. Gu Hang felt a strong resistance. It was the psychic group led by the think tanks of the Fury and New World Torch. Their number was about 2,000 in Gu Hang perception. The average level is similar to that of the Stormcasters. However, There are more than 80 think tank members in the 2 chapters, which is much stronger than the average level of the Stormcasters. Among them, the think tank directors of the 2 chapters have all reached the A+ level. In addition, there are 5 A-level Psychers. The worst of the rest is also B-level. The awakened Psychers among the Space Marines are indeed much stronger than ordinary mortals. Of course, this is the average level, the lower limit is high. As for the upper limit, it may be about the same. This group of high-level think tanks, with a group of psychics, are trying to hinder the arrival of the Kingdom of Storm God. The gap was torn open, and Gu Hang's psychic power was also strengthened. He did use the power of psychic power to tear the void shields of 3 enemy ships, and guided his own firepower to destroy them. Then, his goal was set on the Triumphant Fire. However, as a combat barge, the Triumphant Fire's void shield strength was very high, and even for Gu Hang, it was not easy to tear it apart. What's more, there is the opponent's psychic team to resist. After some efforts, Gu Hang was about to deal with those hostile psychics. The rift in the Kingdom of Storm God was also being torn wider and wider, and the ability that Gu Hang could exert would become stronger and stronger. There were already 300 or 400 psychics, who were finished in the process of fighting against Gu Hang. Among them, some fainted, and some had their brains exploded. At this moment, Politis chose to retreat with all his troops. If Gu Hang is given another 15 minutes or so, he will be able to defeat those hostile psychics, increase the strength of the Kingdom of God's arrival, and then quickly tear open the void shield of the Triumphant Fire. The catapult system on the Eagle Horse is ready to go, and it can instantly launch several Dragon Elephant fighters and 2 patrol ships to the opposite side. Combined with the locking bombardment of our own heavy artillery, there is really hope that such a giant ship can be quickly eliminated. Being able to kill one of the enemy main giant ships will be of great help to the subsequent battles. Unfortunately, the enemy ran fast. After the main fleet of the enemy evacuated, the Alliance fleet was left with only the combination of star fortresses and space stations. Their strength and firepower were not weak. If they really fought hard, the Alliance fleet would definitely win, but there would be extra losses. But the enemy would not move. The Alliance fleet could naturally distance itself and fight by surrounding, hunting, and pulling. This would prolong the battle, but the losses would be smaller. A week later, the enemy resistance was basically disintegrated. Chapter 539, 100 Days and 20 Worlds. The result of the Guangfeng Star Wars, of course. The Alliance won. But in fact, from the perspective of the war damage of the ships of both sides, the Alliance did not take too much advantage, and even suffered greater losses. Among the 8 main battleships, the Fire Nova suffered the most damage. The combat effectiveness can basically be maintained, but it is better to pull it back for repair. Otherwise, the damaged void shield generator, the broken armor, the damage to the internal linkage systems, these will become hidden dangers. If we encounter another high-intensity naval battle in the future, I don't know which hidden danger will become a fatal weakness. But in any case, it's a good thing that the ship didn't explode. The current damage will not take too long to repair, and it doesn't even have to be towed back to the shipyard. We can find a place to park it later. And the internal mechanics and technicians should be able to fix and replace everything that needs to be replaced. However, there are also many losses of other types of ships. The most important thing is the loss caused by the enemy's firepower when the jump has just been completed. After the Fury fleet ran away, it was not very costly to clean up the garrisons at the jump point. When the jump points along the Guangfen line in the east were cleared, the only remaining resistance in this galaxy was the fortified Guangfeng Star itself. The Fury fleet did not even defend Guangfeng. They left some ships hiding in the starport in the orbit of Guangfeng Star, while the main fleet retreated non-stop to the more inland area of the Proud Claw Star region. The Alliance did not go to attack Guangfeng, which had stronger defenses than Shangdongxing. After a short repair, the entire fleet set foot on the next jump point. The 2 sides of the next star tunnel, however, did not have as strong a defense system as the previous jump points from Shandong to Guangfeng. Powerful star fortresses, although much cheaper than battleships, that is only compared with battleships. Even if it is only 1/3, 1/5 of the price, it is actually a considerable expense. Moreover, like battleships, star fortresses, space facilities such as space stations, also need regular maintenance, which costs money. Moreover, the use is too narrow. It can only defend, and has no ability to take the initiative to attack. Even if there is money, each planet will be more inclined to install these defense facilities in its own planetary orbit. First, This can greatly reduce maintenance costs. And there is no need to use engineering ships to go to the jump point every time to operate. Second, it is also a matter of interest. Compared with defending, blocking the jump point, isn't it more direct to defend your own planet? Moreover, putting defense systems such as star fortresses in planetary orbits can also form linkages with ground-based orbital artillery groups, which means that the defense systems of most jump points are not very good. Having a few armed space stations as border inspections is already good enough. Only some jump points that need to guard against space pirates will have more armed space stations, or a light star fortress. Only key passages connecting two star regions, such as Shandong and Guangfeng, will be equipped with heavy star fortresses and so many armed space stations. Therefore, when the Alliance fleet once again crossed the difficult Guangfeng star and continued to advance towards the Aojia star region, they became unstoppable. In just 4 months, the Alliance conquered 2 star regions in the southern part of the Aojia star region, and more than 20 worlds. The reason for such a record is mainly because the Fury fleet has been avoiding it. There is no fleet protection, and the Fury Corps has not deployed any ground defense in this southernmost star region. The resistance on the ground mainly relies on the local planetary defense forces, and at best, they are assisted by the military instructors from the Royal Princess Corps. With such combat power, they will definitely be at a loss if they directly encounter the main force of the Alliance. In order to expand the results of the battle, the Alliance fleet was also split. The battle cruiser Furious Owl, the aircraft carrier Eagle Horse, and the repaired battleship Fire Star. These 3 main ships constitute the main fleet, following the trail of the Furious Flame fleet, and driving them all the way, with 2 giant ships and a battle cruiser to assist. The main combat force of the fleet is slightly stronger than that of the Fury Flame fleet. Not to mention, Fury Flame also has to consider Gu Hang, who is in charge of the fleet, and the Storm Mage Corps he leads. In a fleet decisive battle, it is still unbeatable, unless the Alliance fleet, after dividing its forces, foolishly jumps to a place full of star fortresses, armed space stations, and other additional space facilities to fight the Fury Flame fleet, on the premise that the main fleet can form a clear power suppression with the Fury Flame fleet. The other 4 battlecruisers each lead some fleets and attack in 4 directions. When the main force of the Fury Flame fleet was tied down, the entire AO Claw could not find a space force that could fight against a squadron led by a battlecruiser. Even if the Fury Flame fleet played a trick under Gu Hang's nose and slipped away, and found an opportunity to attack the Alliance squadron, then with the performance of the battlecruiser, even if they couldn't beat them, they could still run away. Moreover, it was not easy for the Fury Flame fleet to slip away from Gu Hang so easily. It was precisely because of these many factors that the Alliance was able to launch such a rapid invasion in the AO Claw star field. In about 100 days, more than 20 worlds. On average, 1 world can be taken down in 5 or 6 days. Of course, at this stage, the Alliance offensive suddenly slowed down. Gu Hang realized that something was wrong. Such a rapid attack, of course, created a huge gap in the southern front, and recovered 20 worlds at once, which seemed to be the best performance of the Empire in the past few years. However, there were many hidden dangers left. First, the enemy main force is still there, just avoiding the battle. The Alliance did not fight a decisive battle. In this case, the results of the Alliance victory are actually very empty. In the future, if they lose a battle, they may have to vomit out everything they have won. Secondly, the Alliance has spread the battle too wide. These 2-star regions and 20 worlds are not completely surrendered. Many places are still resisting, even in some worlds with strong resistance. The Alliance army did not go down at all. The Navy cleared the orbit, controlled the starport, and ensured that the planet would not play any role in the space battle. Then they fired a few symbolic shots at the ground, and it was considered to be taken. But such a takeover was very unstable. The Alliance basically could not digest these 20 worlds and let them provide assistance to itself in the next war. Moreover, the 2 planets of Shandong and Guangfeng, which were not actually resolved later, were also like 2 tumors on the throat of the Alliance offensive line. Chapter 540, Build a Stronghold and Fight a Stupid Battle. As the Alliance offensive scope expands, and the area occupied expands, the risks buried before become more and more difficult to ignore. The resistance of various planets, the non-cooperation, the supply difficulties after the extended battle line, the 2 tumors on the throat of Shandong and Guangfeng, the covetous wrathful fleet, Even if we don't look at these, Gu Heng must admit one thing. The overall strength of the Alliance now is still far inferior to the Iron Wrath Stone that controls the entire universe. Humphrey Paul's main force was still involved in battlefields in multiple directions. But it does not mean that their strength is gone. Whether it is to mobilize troops from the main battlefield, or to draw troops from the original garrison forces of multiple star fields to support, it is possible. Even if it is a naval fleet with a long construction cycle, the enemy may have reinforcements at any time. In the Spiderweb universe, there are 3 forging worlds, and they all belong to the Alfonso sect. None of these 3 forged worlds is smaller than Jindy Star. Logically, Iron Fury Stone has been identified as a traitor to the Empire, and the Mechanicus should join the Empire in beating them. However, they did not. The attitude of the Alfonso sect was very ambiguous. They issued several condemnations of Humphrey Paul, but the wording was not harsh, and they were only said under pressure from all sides. Moreover, they said that they announced the cessation of all cooperation with Iron Fury Stone. But now the entire Spiderweb universe has fallen into the hands of Humphrey Paul, and the news is not smooth. Who can say for sure whether the Alfonso sect has really cut off cooperation as they said? No. In fact, most analysts believe that they are just talking. The Alfonso sect had a close relationship with Humphrey Paul a long time ago. The cooperation between the two sides has a history of hundreds of years. The close cooperation between them lasted until the Iron Rage Stone officially started the rebellion. This really makes people feel that their attitude is very unreliable. Let me say one thing, if they really broke up, would the Iron Rage Stone let go of 3 forging worlds with strong industrial production capabilities? But the fact is, the Alfonso sect is fine, and Humphrey Paul has no intention of attacking them. The military action of Iron Fury Stone sweeping across the Spiderweb universe avoided the sphere of influence of the Alfonso sect. And, on various battlefields, the Empire's army can always see some new equipment appearing on the battlefield. The combat effectiveness of the army under Iron Fury Stone, with the blessing of these equipment, does not look like a local force that has been cut off from communication by the Mechanicus. Even, the fleet of the Iron Armored Corps has a steady stream of new space battleships. At this point, it has basically been confirmed. Not only did the Alfonso sect not cut off contact with the Iron Fury Stone as they said, but they were working hard to give blood transfusions to these traitors. And if this situation is further refined to the southern battlefield currently opened up by the Alliance, Humphrey Paul does not need to withdraw troops from the main battlefield, as long as the next batch of warships from Alfonso III Forge Worlds are sent to the south. The situation that the Fury fleet is far inferior to the Alliance fleet in combat effectiveness will be greatly improved at once. Gu Heng believed that the new commander of the Fury Corps was waiting for this. By then, the Alliance battle line would be extended, and the other side would be strengthened and capable of fighting. Then, it would be very likely that someone would seize the opportunity and launch a big attack. We had to be on guard. For this reason, after the Alliance captured 2 star regions, it basically stopped the large-scale offensive. But in fact, the Alliance had already obtained what it wanted in this war. This war has a bit of a political meaning. Now, once the war officially begins, all the problems that have troubled the Alliance before have been solved. Chairman Zhou Xiaofeng stopped scolding, and the inquiries and orders from Holy Terra stopped, and the pressure from the Phoenix Regiment, the mother group of the Phoenix Bird, coming from the Western Front, has also been dissipated. Even, the Eastern Universe government stopped the war funding for more than 2 years, and now it has come again. When the Alliance sent troops, there were 5 billion tax coins of supplies on the way. This amount of money is not much, but it is a signal. Zhou Xiaofeng also said that there is more to come. After the Alliance entered the Proud Claw Star region, 50 billion war supplies were loaded and set off to the Alliance. There were also praises from Holy Terra. Gallardo and Gu Heng said with emotion that since the Alliance sent troops, his life has become better. In addition, there are also messages from other central departments of the Empire, thinking that Gu Heng has done a good job and hoping that the Alliance can continue to work hard and move forward bravely. All parties expressed their joy and encouragement that the Alliance had made a great impact on the southern front within a few months. Moreover, they all hoped that the Alliance could continue to maintain this momentum. Conquering 2 star regions in 4 months was actually not fast enough. If we follow this speed, we need to draw a line on the star map and conquer 6 more star regions before we can break through the Proud Claw Star region. And to the northwest of Proud Claw, there is also the Nepeta Star region. Conquering 9 more star regions from the Nepeta Star region will lead to the Imperial Girl Star region. That is the real lair of Iron Fury Stone. According to the ideas of those masters above, they wish the Alliance attack would be more intense. Why do we have to occupy the entire territory of every star zone? Why bother with those stubborn areas with strict defenses? Hurry up and find the main force of the opponent for a decisive battle. Hurry up and fight all the way to the Princess Star region. Hurry up and poke Humphrey Paul ass. Countless people urged like this. The words they used were different, but the meaning was roughly the same. But Gu Heng ignored all these claims. Do they really expect that they can defeat Iron Fury Stone by relying on the current strength of the Alliance? Stop it. They just want Gu Heng to make the battle more intense in the south. Consume more of Iron Fury Stone's manpower. And attract more of Iron Fury Stone's army to reduce pressure from other directions. And what about Gu Heng? He will not use the wealth he has accumulated over the years to help others. Regardless of whether it was a wedding dress or not. He would not take all his capital to gamble. After taking 2-star regions, and the risk of the battle line being slightly extended, Gu Heng stopped. The results of the previous wars were able to ease the political pressure. The main force of the Alliance stopped. As they stopped moving forward, it would not be long before the relevant pressure would come again. But Gu Heng did not intend to pay attention to them. Do I really care so much about the little money given by the Eastern Universe government? 5 billion? The subsequent tens of billions? In absolute terms, it is indeed a lot, but it is mainly various ordinary equipment and small ships. If these 400 or 500 billion were converted into one battleship per year, then Gu Heng might consider fighting more aggressively. But just like this now? Forget it. Follow your own pace. And what is the rhythm of the Alliance? They turned around and began to digest the 20 worlds they had conquered. These 20 worlds, some are poor, but some are rich and developed. Let's ignore those poor places for now. For the rich and developed ones, especially the industrial ones, it is very important to put down the army, suppress the resistance on the surface of the planet, and use political means to make the entire planet usable. After that, it means that we can directly draw nutrients from these 20 worlds, and solve some conventional supply problems on the spot. There are several worlds with good industrial production capacity, not to mention the loss of ammunition and conventional weapons, even the resources needed for starships, such as some shells, the fuel needed by starships, that is, energy crystals. There is even a large starport with a small shipyard on one planet. It is not expected that this shipyard can produce any new ships. But the existence of a shipyard means that the technical ability of this planet in the shipbuilding industry is still high. And it is well equipped. The Alliance has many ships that were damaged in previous battles, which can be well maintained here. At the same time, the engineering ships of the Alliance, under the escort of the Navy, came to the Proud Claw Star region in batches. The accompanying transport ships carried many railguns, space station parts, and even production lines. They even towed several light and heavy star fortresses. The long-distance deployment of star fortresses requires towing by large transport ships. These star fortresses are placed at the star tunnel jump points of the hubs and on the orbits of key planets. At the same time, the railguns are also assembled and deployed on the spot with the help of some local planets that have been captured and have good industrial production capabilities. Even the production lines that were transported here were also to strengthen the military production capacity directly on the front line. The Alliance seemed to be digesting these 20 worlds well, and fortifying the 4 worlds in the key areas. Drag the star fortresses here, build the orbital artillery groups, and build the jump point defense facilities. The Alliance attitude was very clear: build a stronghold and fight a stupid battle. First, encircle the 20 worlds, then gnaw them down, digest them, and then fortify the key areas, and be prepared for the enemy possible large-scale attack. If the opponent does not do so, then wait until the digestion is complete, and then fight forward. Eat dozens of worlds, digest again, and fortify again, in the most stable way, at the lowest cost, to gradually erode. For this reason, the Alliance began to turn around and deal with the 2 tumors. They did not send the main force, but had to guard against the Fury fleet. Only the 2 Holy Grail-class battlecruisers, Kuroga and Wing, went. Their mission is definitely not to attack by force. There is no need. Just leave the team to fire from a distance. If they fire like this, they will definitely not be able to take it down. The hit rate of bombardment at a very long distance is worrying, and the intensity is not enough to destroy the enemy star fortress in a short time. Even if it hits a few times, the star fortress can fly around the Earth to the back of the planet, and then decelerate urgently, and stay in the orbit on the back. The maintenance engineers can take advantage of this time to repair the damage to the Star Fortress. I don't know if we can exhaust the enemy after fighting for dozens or hundreds of years. But the current behavior of the Alliance fleet is, in essence, to put pressure on Upper East Star. It is not easy to take down the Star Fortress. But if you are a little unlucky, an ordinary armed space station will be blown up instantly if it is bombarded by a battle cruiser's X-level light spear array. At the same time, other means are also being used. With the entire planet blocked, the Alliance ships continue to broadcast to Upper East Star. And Upper East Star's external star language communication is also blocked, with no way to contact the outside world. Isn't it up to the Alliance to say whatever it wants? After more than 6 months of siege, the Alliance tried to send a diplomatic envoy, and was accepted. A small boat, carrying a diplomatic envoy, arrived at the starport and had some exchanges with the defenders. No consensus was reached, but this was already a very good signal. 2 weeks later, the Alliance sent an envoy again. In the following period of time, the Alliance would send envoys to communicate with the local defenders almost every week. Big Things were not able to reach any agreement, but the Alliance at least sent in some luxury goods and gifts, and the other side also promised to send out some civilians, to reduce unnecessary sacrifices and losses in the war. Even in the later stage, the defenders had already put forward some conditions for surrender. However, the conditions were rather harsh, and the Alliance did not agree. There is still room for discussion later, so there is no rush. What's more, before the discussion, the Alliance is not without other options. The ships escorting diplomatic envoys, although small, are only relatively speaking. Even the smallest traveler can carry hundreds of people at a time. Diplomatic envoys also need guards, which is reasonable. It is normal to have 100 guards at a time. And after getting off the ship, the garrison will find a place in the starport to guard the place, and let the leaders of both sides negotiate. All along, there has been no major conflict between the two sides. However, what the defenders failed to discover was that among these guards, there were some special people. On the way back and forth, there were always a few people missing. After 5 or 6 times, among the special forces in the Alliance, there were about 30 or 40 soldiers who lurked in the starport of Upper East Star. When the diplomatic envoys arrived at the starport for the last time, the 100-man guard team still followed. They went all the way to the inside of the starport, where the talks had been held in the past. The garrison at the starport, as usual, boarded the ship for inspection. However, after the inspectors boarded the ship, no more sound came out. This situation soon caused some anxiety. The garrison soldier in charge of contacting did not get a response, and hesitated, not knowing how many times to call again, or to report quickly. But soon, he did not need to hesitate. He saw that at least 300 space warriors in red armor rushed out from the small group of travelers.